billions of people worldwide have been simultaneously transported to an island world, where 4 people share one island at the start. The ocean freezes over every 6 days, and a random natural disaster strikes the entire world every 7 days. Even more terrifying is the unpredictable attacks from sea monsters. The only saving grace is that everyone awakens their own unique talent, ranging from F-rank to SSS-rank. While others were frantically fishing for resources and collecting materials, trying every possible way to upgrade their islands, I spent only 10 days developing my island into a kingdom, even taking in over 1 million people. And that person is me. My name is Xia Shang. The reason I was able to do all this is because I awakened the only SSS-level talent right from the start, save the goddess. As long as there is a female player in my team with an overall score of over 90 points and her talent level is below A, I can unlock a continuous production of a basic resource. Having a B-rank talent goddess in your team unlocks a basic resource production event, generating 2 points per second. Having a C-rank talent goddess in your team unlocks another basic resource production event, generating 3 points per second. Having a D-rank talent goddess in the team unlocks a basic resource production boost of 5 points per second. Having an E-rank talent goddess grants me all of her basic attribute points. And having an F-rank talent goddess allows me to directly copy her talent and fuse and upgrade it. At that moment, I named my game name Summer. Then, I looked at the 3 girls beside me. Their talent levels were C, D, and F respectively. Watching the amount of resources in the system steadily increase, I quietly turned away, maintaining a calm facade. The 3 girls in front of me were already staring longingly at the bottled water in my hand. Their throats were bobbing involuntarily, their eyes were practically glued to the bottle, and their thirst was impossible to hide. I didn't say anything, but slowly unscrewed the cap and tilted my head back to drink. Glug glug! The sound of the cool water was particularly jarring on the quiet beach. I drank very slowly, even deliberately letting the water slide down the corners of my mouth, dripping all the way to my chest, and finally seeping into the sand. I drank the entire bottle of water, not a drop left. Burp! I let out a comfortable burp, then looked at the 3 of them innocently. Why are you looking at me like that? Luo Li's chest heaved with anger, her eyes almost spitting fire. They were so thirsty they could hardly stand it, and I had drunk all the water right in front of them, not a single drop left. It was infuriating. Junior, where did you get your water from? She rushed up with her long legs and white stockings, her small fist aimed directly at my chest. You bad guy! Spit it out and give it to me to drink! Her fist was soft and weak, landing on my chest with almost no force. I chuckled, pressed one hand against her head, and with a little force, froze her in place. I then ruffled her hair and pushed her back. Bought from the exchange, huh? I said casually. What, are you thirsty? Nonsense! Luo Li rolled her eyes. My throat's practically on fire! The next second, as if by magic, I produced another identical bottle of mineral water, still glistening with cool water droplets. The 3 of them almost simultaneously swallowed hard, their eyes following the bottle as it swayed back and forth. I have water, I said slowly. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'm not going to be completely heartless. Luo Li's eyes lit up. Really? I smiled gently. Of course, but we have to make a small deal. Luo Li immediately became alert, crossing her arms and taking a step back. What deal? We don't have any money right now. No money needed. I glanced at the 3 of them and said meaningfully, Stay here and work for me on the construction. The moment those words were spoken, the 3 women's expressions changed instantly. Stay? For how long? This vague condition sounded like a form of imprisonment. A chill ran down their spines. This world held too many unknowns, and my strength was clearly superior to theirs. If I were to force them, they would have no chance of resistance. Jean Xian pursed her dry lips and said softly, Let's figure out a way ourselves first. Luo Li lowered her head and muttered softly, Ben, can I lick the bottle? I promise I won't drink it. She immediately blushed and changed her words. I mean I'll think about it. I ignored her embarrassment, and instead looked at Xia Yubing, who had been silent all along. Where's Senior Yubing? I heard your relationship with your boyfriend isn't going so well? Xia Shang stiffened slightly, but quickly regained her composure. She looked up to meet my gaze, her voice weak but still firm. Thank you, I'm still thinking about it. All three refused. The smile on my face faded, and my expression returned to calm. Fine. I didn't try to persuade them further. This outcome was within my expectations. The conditions had already been laid out, and sooner or later they would understand the pros and cons. Thinking of this, I took out another bottle of water, tilted my head back, and drank it all in one gulp. I said calmly, "Then you guys continue." With that, I turned and left, ignoring them. The three girls stood there, their throats growing increasingly parched, their inner turmoil intensifying. Luoli even tried to pick up the empty bottle, only to find that I hadn't even left it behind. Meanwhile, I had already opened the exchange interface. The most important thing right now was to expand my island and lay a solid foundation. I directly searched for island expansion blueprints. There weren't many on the market, and the prices were chaotic, mostly fluctuating around 2,000 basic resources, and many sellers only accepted lumber. Unfortunately, timber is exactly the resource I'm lacking right now. I patiently scrolled through the listings, starting with the lowest prices, until I finally found the most expensive one at the end. Island expansion blueprint, 10 square meters, price, 3,000 clay, seller, Wu Yushan. I immediately added the other person as a friend and sent them a message. I'll take it for 2,000. The other person quickly replied. Wow, this is 10 square meters. These days, 1 square meter costs over 1,000. I remained unmoved. Just 2,000. If you want to sell, we can chat privately. The other party was silent for a moment, then their attitudes softened considerably. Could we exchange some resources? I'm short on clay. How much? 1,000 wood, 1:1 exchange. Sure. Soon, the other party initiated a trade, sending the blueprint and 1,000 pieces of wood, while I sent 3,000 pieces of clay. Trade successful. The next second, an ancient-looking blueprint with an earthy yellow sheen appeared in my inventory. I took it out and touched it. It felt tough, and the patterns on it were quite intricate. I looked at the blueprints in my hand, my gaze sharpening slightly. It's time to start the expansion. 10 square meters may not seem like much, but in this vast ocean, it's practically a whole new continent. I first checked the expansion costs. 10 square meters would require tens of thousands of resources, which is simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Most players are still accumulating resources little by little, expanding step by step, but I'm different. My resources will continue to grow, so there's absolutely no need to delay. Without much hesitation, I said directly, "Expand." The moment I finished speaking, the island suddenly shook violently, like an earthworm turning over. The three school beauties, caught off guard, screamed and lay prone on the scorching sand, barely managing to steady themselves. Immediately afterwards, the sea ahead surged violently, and a brand new square piece of land slowly rose from the sea. The damp sand, emitting white mist and carrying the salty smell of the sea, joined together seamlessly with the original small sand island. The moment the vibration stopped, a system notification sounded. I'd become the first player to expand to 10 square meters, rewarding me with an epic treasure chest, a water purifier, and thermostat blueprints. The message immediately caused an uproar in the regional chat, filled with shock and disbelief. I glanced at the chat history and already had a plan in mind, but I didn't take any action for the time being. I turned off the channel, looked at the three senior students who hadn't recovered yet, and said calmly, "I'll leave the usual spot for you to fish slowly." After saying that, I stepped onto the new island, and the feel under my feet was noticeably different. But I wasn't satisfied yet and wanted to add fuel to the fire, so I opened the exchange and bought a blueprint for a single-person wooden house for 500 planks. No sooner had the blueprints arrived than another strange phenomenon occurred. Hundreds of wooden planks appeared out of thin air, rapidly assembling themselves in midair with the mortise and tenon joints clattering. In just a few minutes, an exquisite wooden house was assembled in midair and landed steadily in the center of the island. The system announced again that I was the first player to build a structure, and the reward was a bed, sofa, and bedding. The wooden house in front of me wasn't big, but it filled me with a sense of security, making the three girls' mouths dry. They fished for 2 hours and only managed to accumulate a few hundred resources, while my consumption was already astronomical. Xia couldn't help but ask, "Junior, where did you get so many resources?" Luo Li also followed up with a question, her face full of confusion. I leaned against the door, smiling casually. "It was blown in by the wind," Luo Li retorted defiantly, but her companions pulled her back. They knew very well that offending me now would bring them no benefit. In the end, Luo Li could only hold her breath and go back to fishing for treasure chests. Just looking at the wooden house, she could barely hold her fishing rod. I couldn't be bothered with them, so I pushed open the door and went inside, hiding in the cool room. The room smelled fresh of wood, shielding it from the scorching sun. A cool sea breeze blew in through the cracks. I moved the sofa to the window and sat down, comfortably watching the three people outside, looking disheveled from the sun. They can't die yet. They still need to produce resources for me. A little hardship is acceptable, but nothing can go wrong. With that thought, I contentedly took out the epic treasure chest and placed it on the ground. The treasure chest was dark red, framed with metal, and its patterns were ancient and heavy. It was clearly not an ordinary item. I rubbed my hands together and immediately lifted the lid. Congratulations to Player Summer for obtaining the epic level Navigation Beast, Azure Water. Navigation Beast level ranking is now open. Please strive to level up your Navigation Beasts. As soon as the system announcement was posted, the three school beauties on the island, almost exhausted from the scorching sun, all looked towards the wooden house. Xia smiled wryly. This junior was too outrageous, appearing on the list several times in such a short period of time. She was already numb to it. Inside the room, I was also stunned for a moment. Navigation Beast? I immediately opened my backpack and saw a shimmering card lying in the new compartment. It said, Azure Water Epic, and that it could affect the quality of ships. Upon seeing the transformable ship, and its daily feeding requirements, I was initially startled, then overjoyed. Once I raise it, I can set sail and explore, and my resource acquisition efficiency will skyrocket. As for the 5,000 basic resources per day, it's nothing to me. I can produce tens of thousands of stones per hour now, so this consumption is just half an hour's worth of output. I took out the card. It felt warm to the touch. The next second, a pink lightning bolt struck the floor. When the light faded, a palm-sized pink octopus appeared before me, so weak it could barely stand. Chirp! The little one's voice was weak. I held it in my palm. Its texture was cool and soft like jelly. The little octopus looked up at me, its eyes full of dependence. The attribute panel popped up. All attributes were at 1 point. I smiled. Still a little girl, just a bit weak. But I had plenty of resources, so I started feeding it immediately. I first added 100 points of clay, and a white light merged into Bishui's body. It didn't undergo any dramatic changes, just let out a comfortable burp. Looking at its attributes, it had already leveled up to level 2, with an extra attribute point. I decisively added it to agility. For a naval beast, speed is paramount. I tried to get Bisui to move, and the little guy struggled to crawl on the floor, moving as slowly as a snail. I couldn't help but laugh. Its performance was indeed a bit lackluster. Too lazy to test it step by step, I simply went for the maximum. Level up to 10! As resources were deducted, Bishui's level skyrocketed, and it even awakened a skill. Enveloped in white light, the little octopus swelled to the size of a basketball, looking rounder and more bouncy. Burp! It let out a satisfied burp, clearly much more energetic than before. The skill description reads, Deep Sea Fear, and the effect is quite powerful. But looking at this little thing that can only act cute, I just can't associate it with a creature from the abyss. I allocated my attribute points to agility and stamina, and tested it again. This time, Biyue transformed into a streak of pink light and shot out, so fast that it was almost invisible. That's more like it. I nodded, but I was also very curious. How could something so small transform into a boat? The thought had barely formed when the azure water began to swirl. A flash of pink light, and a cute little pink fishing boat appeared inside the house, its hull adorned with an adorable octopus design. Its stats showed a speed of 3 knots and the ability to inflict deep-sea fear. I twitched my lips. Cute is cute, but this boat is way too weak. I'm somewhat speechless that this kind of speed is achieved with thousands of resources. If this ship were to actually set sail, it could capsize with just a single wave. Its level is clearly insufficient. Considering that upgrades will become increasingly expensive, I've decided to temporarily stop and wait until I've accumulated more resources. Alright, change back. After reverting to her octopus form, Bai Shui became noticeably more lively, jumping to the windowsill and curiously watching the 3 people working outside. I casually opened the leaderboard. Only my name was listed at number 1. I figured the sea voyage would have to wait a while longer. Next, I took out the basic water purifier, which has a basic output of 500 milliliters per 10 minutes, making it an extremely scarce resource at this stage. Just as I finished setting up the device, a system notification suddenly sounded. SSS-level talent triggered, output increased by 5 times. The next second, a jet of water suddenly gushed out of the spout, soaking me completely. Holy crap! I quickly tried to plug the spout. The water pressure was astonishing. I couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't a water purifier, it was practically an inexhaustible water source. Now I have everything I need. I opened the exchange and quickly locked onto my target, a water storage tank. I spent 200 wood to buy one directly. This thing comes with a lid and a hose, which can be connected to the water purifier's outlet perfectly. It's extremely practical. I immediately went to the water purifier and connected the hose. Soon, clear, fresh water flowed into the bucket through the pipe. The sound was soft, yet exceptionally pleasant. For people today, the most scarce resource is not resources, but water. Bottled water is scarce at the exchange, and even if you have the resources, it's hard to buy. In a sense, this water purifier is practically a lifeline. It takes more than an hour to fill the 20-liter tank, but I'm not in a hurry. I lay back on the sofa and took out the last item from the system rewards, the thermostat blueprint. Requires 5 electronic components, 5 iron parts, and 10 plastic parts. After reading the materials, I frowned slightly. I didn't have any of these. I opened the exchange and browsed around. There were some iron parts for sale, but they were priced at 2,000 planks, clearly a rip-off. As for electronic components and plastics, I couldn't find a single one. Thinking about this, I felt a little annoyed. The temperature inside the cabin was over 30 degrees Celsius, stuffy like a sauna. Even the slightest movement would leave you drenched in sweat. If I could make a thermostat, my quality of life would skyrocket. To put it bluntly, the most important thing right now is to create an air-conditioned room. I took a deep breath, opened the regional channel, and sent a message. Buying electronic components, iron parts, and plastics, in exchange for water. DM me if you have any. My ID had already become famous from the continuous announcements, and as soon as I sent the message, the channel exploded. All sorts of irrelevant comments flooded the screen, some asking for water, some trying to get on my good side, and some even posting strange private messages. My temples were throbbing. This channel was completely unusable. So I simply turned it off and turned to the live streaming function, but knowing my personality, I felt a bit uncomfortable doing live streaming. I couldn't help but think of Luoli. She used to be a virtual streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. Having her sell goods and collect materials would definitely be more effective, but we don't need her right now. Just then, a private message popped up. Wu Yushan. Boss, I have electronic components. I immediately perked up and replied. I need 5, do you have any? Wu Yushan's tone was urgent. Yes. 1 electronic component for 1 bottle of water, a total of 2.5 liters, how about we make friends? This price was practically free for me. I glanced at the remaining water in the bucket. There was enough for the transaction, so I immediately agreed. Okay. After confirming that the items were correct, the transaction was completed. After the transaction, I felt noticeably relieved. One of the 3 materials was now secured. Wu Yushan quickly messaged again, indicating that they could continue their cooperation. I sensed something was amiss. This guy had far too many resources. He didn't seem like an ordinary player. He was more like a merchant with established connections. I asked directly, "How do we cooperate?" Wu Yushan explained that their 4-person team had a special talent. One of them could break down finished products into materials. He explained that as long as he provided the items, they would break them down and charge a small fee for water. Hearing the word decomposition, my eyes lit up. This ability is practically a miracle in the current environment. Many people have a lot of finished products but little raw material. If stable cooperation could be established, the value would be immense. I asked about the price, and the seller replied instantly. 3 materials for 500 milliliters of water. The price wasn't high, and I was too lazy to haggle, so I agreed immediately and asked what finished product I needed. After getting the answer, I opened the exchange and started buying. Ironware and plastic products weren't expensive, so I bought 5 iron axes and 10 plastic baskets, spending less than 1,500 resources in total. After the bucket had filled with another 2.5 liters of water, I contacted Wu Yushan. "Send me the coordinates." Wu Yushan readily sent the location, about 30 nautical miles away. Clearly, he was also interested in making friends and didn't dare to play any tricks, even promising to process the materials within half an hour. I closed the chat and leaned back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. The problem of the 3 materials was easily solved, and my mood improved considerably. Just as I was about to continue browsing the exchange to see if there were any cheap blueprints, Luoli suddenly cried out in surprise from outside the cabin. "Heavens! What is that?" I walked around the cabin and found that Bisui was gone. I guessed that the little guy must have run out to play again, so I pushed open the door and went out. A wave of heat and dazzling sunlight hit me. I squinted and looked, and saw Luoli holding a pink little thing high in her hand with a face full of surprise. That was the azure water that had sneaked out. When it first appeared, it startled Luoli, making her think it was some kind of mutated sea monster. But she found that it was not only harmless, but also ridiculously cute, and its big, watery eyes immediately captured her heart. "My goodness, you're so cute!" Luoli hugged Bisui tightly, refusing to let go, gently rubbing her face against its cool little head. Bisui didn't resist. The little suction cups on its wrist clung to her sweat-soaked clothes, gently sticking to them, making her let out a soft, "Ah!" "Chin Xian, look!" she exclaimed excitedly. Chin Xian had already recognized this as my flying beast. Although she wasn't as exaggerated as Luoli, she couldn't help but reach out and poke its jelly-like little head. It is indeed quite cute." As she spoke, her gaze shifted, and she saw me leaning against the doorway of the wooden house, watching them with a half-smile. Their eyes met, and Chin Xian's heart skipped a beat. She instantly withdrew her fingers, awkwardly hiding them behind her back, and lightly pinched Luoli as a signal. Luoli then came to her senses. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she called out without any hesitation. "Junior! Is this your pet? What's its name?" I didn't answer, but just lazily said, "Little guy, come back." As soon as I finished speaking, Bisui immediately broke free from Luoli's arms, skipped back to my feet, and even looked up and chirped twice. I picked it up and smelled it, then frowned and looked at Luoli. "You're sweating too much. My little guy smells like you now." One sentence completely extinguished Luoli's good mood. Her face flushed instantly, and her chest heaved with anger. "You!" It's not like she didn't want to be clean. This place is almost dry, and I actually complain about it. Just as she was about to explode, I casually added, "If you feel sticky, you can come here for a shower." "A shower?" Luoli was taken aback. Not only her, but Chin Xian and Xia Yubing next to her also widened their eyes at the same time. After being in the scorching sun for so long, the 3 of them were already sticky and uncomfortable all over. The words "shower" were like a lifeline to them. I added, "Not only can you wash, but you can also change into clean clothes." This made the offer even more enticing. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with struggle and longing. Chin Xian tentatively asked, "Really?" I chuckled softly. "Yes, as long as you agree to my previous conditions." The air instantly fell silent. Those conditions still stood like a wall in front of them. I didn't rush them, but just watched their conflicted expressions with a calm heart. I knew these kinds of people wouldn't give in easily. Come find me anytime you've figured it out. After saying that, I turned and went back into the house, closing the door decisively. Only 3 people remained on the beach, staring at each other. Under the scorching sun, even breathing became extremely difficult. Xia Yubing's lips were cracked, and she whispered, "Little Luoli, if you can't hold on, then go." Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Luoli had the weakest constitution. If this dragged on any longer, something serious might really happen. Luoli stomped her foot in frustration, then plopped down on the scorching sand, hugging her knees and sighing. She was unwilling yet helpless. After a long silence, she said in a low voice, "I'll contact Hu Ming first. If he can help either." She gritted her teeth, her voice becoming even softer. "Then I'll agree to his request." Luoli bit her chapped lips and trembled as she opened the regional channel. Later I learned that the messages there were flooding in like a torrent, all begging for water, pleading for help, and cursing. She only glanced at them and didn't bother to read them carefully. Shouting for help in a place like this is pointless. She forced back the stinging pain in her throat and quickly typed a message, pinning her last hope on Hu Ming. "Luoli Jiang, Hu Ming. Contact me immediately if you see this." The message was immediately drowned out by countless other messages. Her heart sank, and she even doubted whether the other person would ever see it. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out. "Applicant ID, elbow opening hatch." Luoli finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming it was Hu Ming, she immediately clicked accept. The other party sent a barrage of messages almost instantly. "Baby, you finally replied to me. I've been searching for you on social media for over an hour. How are you now? Who are you with?" The tone was as irritating as ever. Luoli frowned. Normally she would have snapped back, but now she could only suppress her anger and reply, "Not good. With Xia Yubing, Qin Xian, and a junior dot." There was a silence of about 10 seconds on the other end, then an explosion erupted. "What? There are guys too?" Then, in shock, they added, "All 3 of Jiangda's most beautiful girls are with you. All 4 of you are on the same island?" On another island, Hu Ming felt a mix of jealousy and resentment. 3 school beauties were stuck with a junior student, and he felt extremely unbalanced. He suppressed his emotions and continued asking, "Who is that junior student? Do I know him? Is he reliable?" His words were full of probing. Luoli's patience completely ran out, and she retorted directly, "Yuri envious? Go look at the rankings yourself, the building ranking, the expansion ranking, the flying beast ranking, he's number 1 in all of them." This time, the other side remained silent for even longer. A full minute passed before he replied, "Is it Xia Tian?" His tone had clearly changed. The name was too well known. It had appeared 3 times in the regional announcements. Hu Ming instantly realized that something was amiss, and a sense of unease welled up within him. In this environment, strength meant everything. I controlled the resources. If I were to make any moves, Luoli would have no chance to resist. Hu Ming grew increasingly panicked, even beginning to doubt whether Luoli could survive the next 6 days. If it were him, he probably would have given up long ago. Luoli, growing impatient, finally asked the most crucial question. "Do you have any water? Extra water? I'm dying of thirst." This sentence completely stumped Hu Ming. He had no water at all. He had been fishing for so long and hadn't even seen a bottle cap. But he didn't dare to say he didn't have any. He was afraid that if he admitted it, Luoli would turn to him, the stronger man. Luoli urged, "Speak! If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. What are you dawdling for?" Her tone was already tinged with anger. Hu Ming gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't have any right now, but don't worry, as soon as I get water, I'll give it to you immediately. I'd rather die of thirst myself than not give it to you." He added a bunch of messages. "I have an A-level talent, very strong. The sea will freeze over in 6 days, I'll come pick you up right away. You must wait for me. Give me a few more hours." A string of messages flooded in, but there was no response. Luo Li was too exhausted to reply anymore and simply closed the chat window. 6 days? She gave a bitter smile. By then, the body would probably be cold. Promises seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of reality. She had just closed the interface when a violent wave of dizziness washed over her. The world began to spin, and a constant buzzing filled her ears. Ugh! She groaned, barely managing to brace herself against the sand to avoid collapsing. Her body was nearing its limit. She didn't blame Hu Ming, because he was struggling too. It was just that she couldn't suppress the disappointment she felt. Her boyfriend, who once gave her a sense of security, suddenly became useless in this world, leaving only empty words. Luo Li turned her head with difficulty to look at Qin Xin and Xia Yubing. The two were equally weak, with a last glimmer of hope remaining in their eyes. But she could only shake her head, her voice hoarse as she said, I'll go talk to my junior. If I can get some water, I'll share some with you. She stood up, supporting herself on her knees, and swayed as she walked toward my wooden hut, each step feeling like walking on cotton. Finally reaching the door, she bit her lip and knocked with all her might. Knock, knock, knock. I quickly heard the noise from inside and lazily said, Which senior has figured it out? The door's unlocked, come in. Luo Li gave a wry smile. Having come this far, she had no reason to be reserved anymore, so she reached out and pushed open the door. The moment the door opened, a blast of icy air rushed towards her, making her shiver as if she had stepped from a furnace into an ice cellar. The coolness was powerful and pure, instantly dispelling the summer heat from her body. She almost lost her balance. She suddenly remembered, I had received the thermostat blueprints before. Had I already made it? Luo Li looked into the room in disbelief. Everyone outside was still suffering under the scorching sun, while she was comfortably in an air-conditioned room. Sweat evaporated quickly, and coolness seeped into her body through her pores. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Ah, so refreshing. I lay on the sofa, leisurely watching her, quite pleased with the contrast. Only by letting her experience the difference firsthand would she truly understand what staying meant. I said casually, Senior, won't you come in and sit for a while? Luo Li suddenly snapped out of her reverie and stood awkwardly at the door. She glanced back outside. The heat distorted the air, as if that were another world. In just a second, the burning sensation on her back became unbearable. She suddenly felt that the little bit of pride she was holding on to was somewhat ridiculous. Her throat was dry and sore, and she managed to utter a single word. Okay. Luo Li stepped into the wooden house, then closed the door behind her. Click! The moment the wooden door closed, it was as if two worlds were completely separated. Outside was a scorching inferno, where even breathing felt like being burned. Inside, however, it was cool and comfortable, the air carrying a soothing warmth that made Luo Li relax completely. She greedily inhaled the cool air, the burning pain in her lungs finally subsiding a little, but she still stood awkwardly at the door, unsure of what to do. I lay lazily on the sofa, neither speaking nor offering her a seat, but simply scrutinizing her with a critical gaze. The silence lasted for a while, and Luo Li's cheeks gradually grew hot. This time, it wasn't from the heat, but from embarrassment. She gritted her teeth, finally raised her head, and whispered, I'm willing to stay. Just tell me what you want me to do. She seemed to have prepared for the worst. In this situation, there was only one possible outcome. She even added quietly, Could I take a shower first? I then spoke, my tone slightly amusement. So straightforward? Then come over here first. Those simple words instantly sank Luo Li's heart. She could only bite her lip and walk towards me step by step. The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became, and even her final request became humble. Could I have a drink of water first? Her voice was trembling with tears, and she felt embarrassed even by herself. Seeing her frightened yet submissive expression, I softened my tone. Close your eyes. Luo Li wanted to say something more, but my gaze silenced her, and she could only resignedly close her eyes. A few seconds passed, and nothing happened. Her mind became even more chaotic, and she started having wild thoughts, her entire being tensed to the extreme. Just when she was about to give up, I suddenly spoke with a smile. Senior, why is your face so red? A single sentence snapped her out of her reverie. Luo Li was both embarrassed and annoyed, instinctively retorting, Mind your own business. I raised an eyebrow and said slowly, I've already finished. Look at what you're holding. Luo Li froze, instinctively opening her eyes, only to realize that what she was holding wasn't what she thought it was. Instead, it was a black bikini with very little fabric. She froze completely, and it took her a few seconds to realize all those embarrassing fantasies she just had were just her own wild imagination. All I wanted from beginning to end was to give her a change of clothes. Ah! Luo Li's face instantly turned bright red, wishing she could disappear into the ground right then and there. I was suppressing a laugh beside her. You seem pretty excited about it. Go to hell! Luo Li instantly exploded, throwing the bikini at me, then quickly snatching it back and hugging it to her arms. She glanced down at it. Although she was unconvinced, the style was indeed very pretty. Her confidence waned, and she asked softly, Is there any water? I want to take a shower, and I'm a little thirsty. I didn't answer, but simply gestured towards the corner. Luo Li followed my gaze and froze on the spot. There were 3 whole buckets of clean water in the corner, along with a running water purifier. In this world where even water is scarce, the impact of this scene was simply too great. Her throat tightened, and she instinctively wanted to rush over, but I grabbed her arm. I said casually, Use that for showering and for drinking. I flicked my wrist, and a bottle of iced tea, still steaming cold, appeared out of thin air and was tossed into her hand. This is more refreshing. The icy touch stunned Luo Li once again. She stared intently at the drink in her hand, her voice trembling. Where did you get this? I leaned back lazily on the sofa and slowly said, Do you want an answer or do you want to drink it? You can only choose one. Luo Li rolled her eyes inwardly. Was there even a choice? Quenching her thirst was the most important thing, of course. She immediately unscrewed the iced tea, the pop sound crisp and pleasant. The familiar sweet and sour aroma flooded her nostrils, and she felt as if she had instantly come alive, her parched body screaming with excitement. She tilted her head back and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. The icy liquid slid down her throat, instantly extinguishing the heat within her body like a refreshing spring. The exhilaration almost made her cry out. After putting down the bottle, Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief and muttered under her breath, Fine, don't tell me then, you stingy person. She secretly glanced at me and, seeing that I wasn't angry but rather smiling, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since she no longer needed to pretend, she simply finished the remaining half bottle in one gulp. Burp, her face flushed, and she quickly covered her mouth, but the sensation was so pleasurable that her legs felt weak. Having just been pulled back from the brink of dehydration, the extreme contrast made her never want to experience it again. I looked at her. Are you not thirsty now? Luo Li nodded. No. I'm not thirsty anymore, I said calmly. That's perfect. Let's continue what we didn't finish earlier. Luo Li took a deep breath and said softly, as if resigned, You, sit still, I can do it myself. A dozen minutes later, Luo Li, her face flushed, said softly, I want to take a shower. I casually replied, Want me to scrub your back? This question completely stunned Luo Li. She subconsciously replied, No, I can do it myself. She only realized halfway through her sentence, and her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Who asked you to scrub my back? I told you to get out. She stomped her foot angrily, feeling like I always managed to lead her astray. I innocently shrugged. Senior, be clearer next time. These words reminded Luo Li of her earlier embarrassment, and her face burned even hotter. She could only turn away angrily. I didn't tease her any more and got up to leave. I waved behind the sofa. Little one, let's go. Bai Shui immediately jumped out, blinking her big eyes at Luo Li. Wow! Luo Li was instantly charmed. She quickly squatted down and asked cautiously, Should we leave it here? I'll wash it for you too, she added, and wash away the smell while I'm at it. Bai Shui and I exchanged a glance, and the little guy immediately ran over and rubbed against her. I stepped out of the wooden cabin, and a wave of heat hit me, making me frown involuntarily. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand this kind of weather. In the distance, Xin Xin and Xia Yubing were still trying to tough it out, but they were clearly struggling. The two women merely glanced at me without saying a word. Since they refused to back down, I didn't bother with them any further. I simply leaned against the doorframe, listening to the sounds of water and playful laughter inside, which actually made me feel quite comfortable. I opened my friends list and got down to business. That bottle of iced tea was actually something I traded 5 liters of water for, from a goddess with a 92 rating, by Jingxi. I messaged her. Was the water good? She replied instantly, her tone slightly coquettish. I smiled and immediately extended an invitation. Want to come to my island? I'll pick you up. The other party hesitated, saying her boyfriend was also on the same island, making it inconvenient. I wasn't in a hurry, and instead probed her talent information, offering 1 liter of water as an exchange. Soon, Bai Jingxi replied. F-level talent. Seeing those 3 words made my heart skip a beat. This is a huge win. F-rank means that as long as she voluntarily comes to the island, I can copy her talent. Even the worst ability can be upgraded and strengthened in my hands. I forced myself to calm down and continued to guide the conversation. You must be short of water over there, right? The other person started to complain to me, saying that they only received 500 milliliters and were even told they were useless. I seized the opportunity and pressed my advantage. Since you're unhappy, why don't you come over to my place to relax? Since she was still worried about her boyfriend, I directly offered her a condition. I'll give her 30 liters of water. This sentence completely captivated Bai Jingxi. The addition of the words, air-conditioned room, further weakened her resolve. She wavered, finally replying, I'll find a chance to ask. I added fuel to the fire. There are still people taking showers here. I'll get you the water later. The word, shower, silenced her completely. The high temperature, dehydration, and the smell of sweat were all magnified in the contrast. She couldn't help but retort, Stop flirting! I'm going crazy! Seeing this, I smiled with satisfaction. The timing was almost right. Just then, Luo Li's clear voice came from inside the wooden house. Junior, I'm done washing. I glanced again at Qin Xian and Xia Yubing on the island's edge. The two stood motionless like wooden statues, so I finally felt relieved and pushed open the wooden house door. The floor inside was wet, with a trail of tiny footprints extending inwards. Luo Li looked completely different from when she first entered the room. She had just showered, her skin was glowing white, and she was only wearing a black bikini. Water droplets slid down her curves, and her petite figure was exceptionally well proportioned. The contrast was so striking that it was hard to look away. Luo Li felt uncomfortable under my gaze, so she quickly picked up the clean little octopus at her feet and held it in front of her, her face showing obvious embarrassment. I sat down on the sofa, casually opened the exchange, and quickly found an item. White silk can maintain a constant temperature of 23 degrees Celsius. I didn't even bother to check the price before buying it and tossing it to Luo Li. Try it on. After Luo Li finished dressing, she clearly felt the chill and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, could I bring them some water? She was naturally referring to the 2 people outside the door. They'd been baking in the sun for so long, if they weren't given water soon, something bad might happen. I raised an eyebrow, my tone indifferent. Senior, you're so kind? Luo Li didn't dare be too direct, only tentatively saying, I can help you persuade them to stay. I don't want to see them die of thirst. This reason was barely acceptable. I shook my head. No. They didn't want to stay. How can you blame me? My tone was calm, yet every word was irrefutable. Luo Li fell silent for a moment. She knew in her heart that the 2 of them were still putting on airs, which did seem ridiculous in this situation. She gritted her teeth and added, But they really will die. I shrugged. My water isn't free. Then I changed the subject. You'll be giving away free water during your live stream later. Didn't you used to be a streamer? You can help me collect blueprints. Luo Li was stunned. I'd rather give water for free than give it to those 2 people outside? She had just started to have a thought when I shut her down with one sentence. The free service doesn't include them. Luo Li was completely at a loss and could only grit her teeth and ask, "What do you want me to do for you to give me water? Just say it." I looked at her and said, "Is this how you beg?" Luo Li suppressed her anger and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "I'm begging you. I'll do anything, just give them some water." I wasn't satisfied. "Say it with a smile, it scares me to hear you like that." These words completely ignited Luo Li's emotions, and she couldn't help but yell, "You bastard! What exactly do you want?" Instead, I laughed. "It's simple, just clean the floor and use your clothes." Luo Li was stunned, completely unexpected that this was the only condition. She felt a mix of emotions, but she immediately squatted down and started cleaning the floor with her own clothes. The cabin wasn't big, and she quickly cleaned it. I glanced at it and added, "Wipe the walls too." Luo Li was furious, but she still did as she was told. She used to have even her chairs wiped for her, but now she had to clean it herself. This contrast made her increasingly resentful. After finally finishing tidying up, I nodded and said, "All right, 1 cup each." Luo Li took one look and almost exploded with anger. The wooden cup was ridiculously small and couldn't hold much water at all. "Don't want it?" I pretended to take the cup back. Luo Li glared at me, but in the end she snatched the cup, ran to the bucket, filled it with water, and rushed out of the wooden house without looking back. I leaned back on the sofa, watching her departing figure, a slight smile playing on my lips. I wondered what expressions the two people outside would make when they saw the transformed Luo Li and those 2 glasses of life-saving water. Carrying 2 small wooden cups, Luo Li pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, and a gust of scorching sea breeze rushed towards her, instantly sobering her up. She had only been inside for a short while and had almost forgotten how harsh it was outside. The moment her white-stockinged feet touched the sand, the intense heat instantly surged up from the soles of her feet. "Hiss!" She gasped in pain, her body swaying, almost spilling the water in the cup. Remembering how hard-won this water was, she gritted her teeth and steadied herself. Ignoring the burning pain in her feet, she took off running towards Qin Xian and Xia Yubing, who were not far away. The 2 women huddled together, looking listless, like withered plants. Hearing footsteps, Qin Xian struggled to lift her head and saw Luo Li approaching. But when she saw Luo Li clearly, she froze. Luo Li was not only wearing a clean and refreshing bikini, but her face also had a radiant glow. She was completely different from them. Luo Li handed them the wooden cup, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Hey, I got you some water, moisten your throats first." Looking at their chapped lips, Luo Li felt both angry and distressed. What kind of time was this, and they were still stubbornly enduring it? Qin Xian's voice was hoarse as she hesitated. "Shaoli, Lin Feng just contacted me and gave us half a bottle of water, which we've already drunk." "What?" Luo Li's mind went blank, and her face changed instantly. All the humiliation she suffered in my room just now was for this little bit of water, and they didn't even need it? "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Her voice trembled with anger. "You made me suffer in there." She couldn't bring herself to say the rest, her face turning bright red. She steeled herself. "Drink it. I went through so much trouble to get it, I might as well drink it." The 2 exchanged a glance, both understanding she must have paid a price, so they didn't refuse any longer, taking the water and drinking it all in one gulp. Luo Li put away her cup, not wanting to stay outside any longer, and simply said, "Are you planning to just hold out for 6 days and wait for someone to come and rescue you?" Qin Xian nodded. "We are only 15 nautical miles from Lin Feng. If he gets the travel beast, he can come over very soon." She then looked at Luo Li. "If Xia Shang goes too far, come out, we'll hold on together." Xia Yubing also pulled her back. "Shaoli, don't be too hard on yourself." Luo Li laughed. 2 bottles of water wouldn't last long in this environment. She pointed to her bikini. "See? He gave it to me." Then she pulled Qin Xian's hand and placed it on her leg. "Cooling stockings, you felt them, right?" She stared at the 2 of them. "I just took a shower, do you know how much water I used?" Her tone gradually turned cold. "Can an S-level talent give you this?" Qin Xian's face paled, but she still retorted with an even harsher statement. He's also my boyfriend. I can't do what you did. The moment the words left her mouth, Xia Yubing's expression changed. Luoli froze, then sneered. Like me? You think I'm selling myself? She retorted. Didn't you dump your ex-boyfriend because Lin Feng drives a Porsche? Now you're acting all high and mighty, don't you feel hypocritical? Qin Xian hurriedly apologized, but Luoli didn't want to hear it anymore. I was worried about you all, she said coldly. Since that's what you think, then I have nothing more to say. Xia Yubing wanted to persuade her, but she interrupted her directly. Stop pretending. You don't want to go into the wooden house, aren't you just waiting for him to come and invite you? How ridiculous! She threw down the cup and left without looking back. Luoli returned to the door of the wooden house with red eyes, sat on the threshold, brushed the sand off her stockings, calmed herself for a while, and then pushed the door open and came in. The room was still cool and comfortable, like a completely different world from the outside. I was leaning back on the sofa, playing with Bisui, when I saw her like this and raised an eyebrow with a smile. What's wrong? Did your missionary work fail? Luoli sat on the ground, hugging her knees, and muttered. I'm never going to care about them again. I asked. Didn't they appreciate it? Luoli suppressed her emotions and said. Their boyfriend gave them half a bottle of water, but they complained that the water I gave them in return wasn't clean. I couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, finding the whole thing incredibly ironic. I gestured to Bisui, and the little guy immediately jumped to Luoli's legs and gently nuzzled her. Luoli lowered her head, hugged it into her arms, and her emotions calmed down a little. I asked again, Are they not short of water? Luoli muttered. How could they be? They just won't die for now. I nodded, but I became more interested in Lin Feng. S-rank talent. I muttered to myself, probably water obtained from opening boxes or trading. With that thought, I opened the exchange and switched to the freshwater page. There weren't many water sources on the page, so without hesitation, I started buying. 500 milliliters mineral water, buy. Another bottle, please. Resources kept being depleted, and I threw bottles of water on the ground one after another. Luoli heard the noise, looked up, and was completely stunned. She saw me continuously, conjuring, mineral water bottles, which fell to the ground one after another, quickly piling up into a small heap. She stared in shock, quickly opening the exchange and discovering that the fresh water was rapidly decreasing. I was buying it all. Soon, all the fresh water was gone. Only after confirming the exchange was empty did I stop, looking at the pile of 81 bottles of mineral water, and nodding in satisfaction. I stood up, kicked the pile of mineral water bottles, and said to Luoli, Now, all the fresh water here is in my hands. I said in a nonchalant tone. I wonder if Lin Feng's S-level talent can still produce water. Luoli froze, her heart jolting. Was this me standing up for her? She was about to thank me when I added, Don't waste it. This water will be given away during the live stream later. It'll be great as background. Having recovered her senses, Luoli stared blankly at the small mountain of bottled water piled at her feet. The shock of being pulled back from the brink of death left her speechless for a moment. I ignored her shock, walked to the water purifier, tapped the water bucket, and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, Put this water on the windowsill and make it the most conspicuous background. I spoke quickly and directly instructed. Everyone who delivers water, add me as a friend. You don't need to do anything else, just appear on camera. Luoli was taken aback. Then what am I supposed to do on live stream? Be a mascot, I said casually. Just be good looking. I added, It's nominally free, but each person will be charged 10 resource points as a deposit. Remember, you're giving her a chance, not doing charity. After saying that, I bought a cream-colored long sun-protective shirt from the exchange and handed it to her. Put this on first. Luoli felt a warmth in her heart, and obediently put it on. The coat was a bit too big, making it look like a trench coat on her, which only made her look even more petite. She turned around and asked softly, Does it look good? I glanced at it and said, It's fine, let's get back to work. Luoli muttered something under her breath, but still obediently began setting up. She neatly arranged the bottled water by the window, making it almost dazzling in the sunlight. She then moved the sofa to the center so that the camera could capture both herself and the pile of water. Once ready, she took a deep breath and looked at me nervously. I gave her an okay sign, and then immediately spammed the regional channel. Summer, limited time free water giveaway in the live stream. Link, times 10. The channel exploded the moment the message was sent. The number of viewers in Luo Li's live stream skyrocketed, going from 0 to 99.99 plus in just a few seconds. The screen was flooded with comments, even startling Luo Li, a veteran streamer. She forced a professional smile and said, "Welcome everyone, we're giving away free water today." After she explained the rules, people quickly started stirring up trouble in the comments section. Some questioned my monopoly on water resources, some led the insults, and even Luo Li was dragged into it. The two of them spammed the chat, completely swaying the public opinion. Luo Li panicked slightly, offering a few explanations, but no one listened. For the first time, she felt completely out of control in this situation. I, on the other hand, remained calm, focusing solely on the data. The number of followers was skyrocketing, surpassing 100,000 in less than a minute, and exceeding her 3 years' worth of accumulated followers in just 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, the number stopped at over 1.8 million, an absurd number that sent chills down everyone's spine. But the comments section had completely gone off track. Just as Luo Li was about to ask me for help, she saw that I had sent a message. Summer, at 2 people, does anyone have their coordinates? I'll trade 2 liters of water for them. This sentence silenced the chat for a second, then exploded. Soon someone sent me their coordinates via private message. After confirming, I completed the trade and even gave them an extra liter of water. I said calmly, "The coordinates are marked, ignore them." This method was simple and direct, yet extremely effective. Luo Li's unease instantly dissipated considerably. Looking at the comments, she suddenly felt confident, and her tone turned cold. "First, thank you Xia Tian for providing the water. Those who are dissatisfied can continue to hurl insults. Second, those who are unwilling to even contribute 10 resources don't deserve water." She paused, her voice growing colder. "Those who want to live, add me as a friend now." The chat instantly stopped, the comments section reverting to clamor for more content. Luo Li switched back from queen mode to her playful self, giving me a quick wink. I nodded. Not bad. She immediately regained her composure and resumed control of the situation. Meanwhile, on my end, the moment I opened a friend request, notification sounds exploded. I spent resources to buy the wooden cup blueprint and started mass-producing water cups. When screening applications, I focused on the female applicants' scores. As long as they paid a deposit, I would send them a glass of water. After round of transactions, although the efficiency was high, I never found a target with a score above 90. Private messages kept pouring in, some thanking me, some expressing goodwill, and some even sending photos asking to get to know me. As I processed them, I kept track of who was who. These women might be considered goddesses in real life, but they didn't meet my standards. Soon, I finished distributing 200 cups of water, and started making a new batch, continuing to filter people like opening blind boxes. After working for more than an hour, my fingers were starting to go numb. Just then, a special friend request popped up. "Lin Feng is a god. I am Qin Xian's boyfriend. My name is Lin Feng. I have some impression of Lin Feng. He is a well-known rich second generation at Jiangqing University. He usually drives a Porsche around town and is never short of beautiful girls." I replied immediately. "What's up?" The other person answered almost instantly. "Could I borrow some water?" Their tone was extremely urgent, clearly pushed to the limit. I knew perfectly well that I'd emptied the exchange's water supply, and with the scorching sun, it was understandable that Qin Xian couldn't hold on. So I countered, "Why should I lend you any?" Lin Feng immediately tried to get close to her, saying that alumni should look out for each other, and even brought up Qin Xian. "Isn't she on your island? Are you afraid I won't pay her back?" That was the key sentence. I pressed the point. "Use her as collateral?" Lin Feng didn't answer directly, only vaguely, but the meaning was clear. It was indeed unusual for him to say something like that just for a little water. However, I didn't expose him, but continued to probe. How much? Lin Feng immediately asked for 5 liters, but I quickly reduced it to 500 milliliters. After a brief standoff, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. What if you can't pay it back? I pressed. Lin Feng remained silent for a long time, clearly weighing the pros and cons. I simply added, if you can't pay it back, then Qin Xian will work for me for a month. A little while later, the other party replied with an okay. This response was so abrupt it was almost unbelievable, which made me even more wary, but I still sent them a bottle of water through the transaction. I walked to the window and looked outside. Soon, Qin Xian appeared in her hand with a bottle of mineral water. She was initially surprised, then took a small sip and handed the rest to Xia Yubing. This scene made me frown slightly. Lin Feng had just acted like he was going to sell his girlfriend, but then he turned around and gave her all the life-saving water. This contrast was clearly not right. I didn't investigate further and turned back to continue filtering. Not long after, a special friend request caught my attention. Baby Whale, with an overall score of 90. This is the second woman I've encountered with a talent level of 90. After becoming friends, she immediately sent me an empty trade window, her attitude incredibly cold. Without further ado, I offered her 200 milliliters of water as a token of goodwill, then asked, may I ask your talent level? This question immediately ignited her emotions. A barrage of messages rained down on me, accusing me of using water delivery as a way to screen women, like some kind of concubine selection. The tone was sharp, laced with obvious disgust. Completely bewildered before I could even reply, they had already blocked me. Getting insulted for offering a free glass of water left me speechless. I decided to contact the player who could locate me before and ask them to check my location so I could see for myself later. Time passed quickly, and the setting sun dyed the sea orange-red. The water purifier production was gradually falling behind demand, and I didn't encounter a suitable target all afternoon. The results were still amazing. I gave away nearly 2,000 portions of water and gained 2 million real followers. The only real limitation is production capacity. Once the water supply picks up tomorrow, I can continue to expand. Thinking of this, I looked at the sofa. Luo Li was holding a little octopus, excitedly interacting with the audience. I gestured for her to end the live stream. Luo Li expertly wrapped it up. That's all for today's live stream. There will be a water giveaway later. You can exchange resources via private message. After saying that, she closed the live stream. The moment she ended the broadcast, she collapsed onto the sofa and cried out that she was exhausted. But looking at the 2 million followers, she couldn't help but feel excited, even wondering if she was dreaming. She had never experienced such genuine warmth before, and her heart was filled with a sense of fulfillment. She even began to think that coming into this world might not have been all bad. Just then, her stomach growled. She looked at me pitifully and said, Junior, I'm hungry. I laughed too. What do you want to eat? Luo Li immediately became wary, thinking I was going to make demands, and cautiously curled up on the sofa, hugging her legs. I waved my hand. Don't worry, you're a hero today. I won't make things difficult for you. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't help but complain. Can we order food here? I gave a knowing smile. How about Australian lobster? Luo Li froze when she heard the words. Australian lobster. She thought she'd misheard. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly opened the exchange to check. She quickly scrolled to the food category, and soon, a glaring item caught her eye, a steamed Australian lobster priced at 9,999 yuan. The item disappeared the moment she refreshed the page. I smiled and said, Look here. Luo Li looked up sharply and saw that I was holding a large plate of lobsters. The lobsters were bright red, with snow white and plump meat, topped with golden minced garlic, and the aroma was irresistible. She was completely stunned. You really bought it? 10,000 planks! In today's world, that kind of resource would be enough to save your life, and I used it for a meal. I casually put down the plate and said with a hint of regret, It would have been perfect if there had been some red wine. I gestured for Luoli to sit down. I'd had my eye on this for a while, and today was a perfect reward. Luoli stared at the lobster, her mouth practically watering. Suddenly, she realized, "Wait, I need to take a picture." She found the perfect angle, snapped a stunning photo, and posted it on her personal social media. The moment she posted it, the comments exploded, all filled with shock and envy. Looking at the flood of messages, her vanity was instantly amplified, and she couldn't help but smile. All right, let's eat," she said excitedly. I broke off a large shrimp claw and handed it to her. "This one has a lot of meat." I broke one off myself, dipped it in garlic sauce, and took a bite. My eyes lit up slightly. It was expensive, but it was really delicious. Luoli panicked. She couldn't crack the shell and cried out, "Help me!" I took the shell and helped her break it open, even taking a bite myself. Luoli didn't care about that. She dipped it in sauce and bit into it, her eyes instantly widening. Mmm! So delicious! The sweet, bouncy texture exploded in her mouth, and she almost melted. She ate without any regard for her image, her little feet swinging around, sauce smeared all over her mouth. I glanced at her and pointed. "Here." She instinctively licked it off and asked, "Is it done?" The two finished eating quickly, and Luoli patted her stomach contentedly, feeling that this was less like a survival exercise and more like a vacation. Just then, a private message popped up. It was from Xia Shang. The other party apologized first, then mentioned Hu Ming, saying he was in a bad state and wanted Luoli to reply. Upon hearing this name, Luoli's expression immediately turned cold. She opened the chat window with 99+ messages and scrolled up. The beginnings were apologies, but the later messages were full of insults, even vulgar ones. She felt nauseous looking at those words. When she needed help the most, the other person hadn't done anything, but now they were begging for water. Even more ironically, after she posted about the lobster, their attitude instantly became humble, begging her for a sip of water. Luoli saw through this person completely, and all she felt was a cold laugh. Just then I asked, "Is this person your boyfriend?" She replied calmly, "He used to be, but not anymore." Then she asked, "What does he want from you?" I casually replied, "He wants me to either apologize to him or give him 100 liters of water." Luoli burst out laughing. "Why doesn't he just fly to the moon?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the other party sent another abusive message, even threatening to ruin her reputation. Immediately, the regional chat exploded. A large number of players began stirring up trouble, questioning whether her water delivery was fake, and even launching personal attacks against her. The most scathing one came from Hu Mingfa. He directly fabricated lies about her betrayal and filming videos to humiliate him. Luoli froze, her mind blank. She opened her social media feed. The comments section was already flooded with insults. What alarmed her even more was the rapidly declining number of followers. In a short period of time, she had already lost hundreds of thousands, and it was still dropping. At that moment, she completely lost her temper, grabbed a bottle of water, and smashed it on the ground, water splashing everywhere. I got splashed too, but I just slowly sat up and glanced at the channel. Things had escalated, not only Luoli, but I was dragged into it as well. We could have kept things under control before, but now the situation has escalated, and if we don't deal with it soon, the consequences will be serious. I abandoned my laziness and my tone became serious. "You have his coordinates, don't you?" Luoli nodded. I beckoned, and Bai Shui, who was on the sofa, lightly jumped into my arms. While rubbing the little octopus, I opened my backpack to check the resources. The reserves of wood, stone, and clay were all quite considerable. Azure water is currently only level 10, and the conjured vessel is still a small fishing boat with mediocre speed and stability. Not wanting to waste time, I immediately locked onto the clay resource and thought, "Level up to 40. A large amount of clay was consumed instantly, and the azure water level soared continuously. With the level increases of 20, 30, and 40, 3 golden announcements flooded the screen in succession, and the entire regional channel fell silent for a moment. Then, the tide turned completely. Those who had been criticizing Luoli, and questioning me all turned their attention to Wu Ming and the others, and the atmosphere became tense. Everyone realized that I was about to get serious. I leaned back on the sofa, watching Bai Shui's aura noticeably strengthen, and nodded in satisfaction. This investment had also made the resource structure more balanced. I turned to Luoli, who was still in a daze, and said, "Let's go." As the two stepped outside, the setting sun had already painted the sea crimson. A flash of pink light appeared as the azure water plunged into the sea, and a sleek pink yacht replaced the small fishing boat, resting quietly on the shore. The yacht had an extravagant exterior, entirely painted in masculine pink, but its performance was indeed impressive. Before Qin Xin and Xia Yubing could react, the yacht had already started up and quickly left the island. On board, I started looking for weapons in the exchange. Since I didn't have any firearms, I settled for a crossbow with 20 arrows for 20,000 planks. I did a quick test shot, hitting a piece of driftwood 100 meters away with a single arrow. The power was considerable. After confirming my feel for it, I took the crossbow back to the cabin. At this time, Luoli was still explaining in the channel, but Hu Ming had completely lost control, his words becoming increasingly offensive, completely in a state of "what's the use of trying?" attitude. I watched for a while, then told her to stop. "Stop talking, come here." I patted the sofa next to me. "Doesn't he like spreading rumors? Then respond in a different way." Luoli was taken aback, but quickly understood what I meant. Her face flushed slightly, but she didn't argue further. Compared to continuing to explain, this counterattack was clearly more direct. A dozen minutes later, I dialed Hu Ming's voice call. He answered almost instantly, assuming I was calling to beg for peace, his tone extremely arrogant. However, his voice quickly changed. The sounds coming from the other end of the line made him go from disdain to astonishment, and then to utter collapse. He couldn't accept that his goddess had become like this. His reason was instantly consumed by rage, and he launched into a frenzy of insults into the voice chat, completely losing control of his emotions. I simply calmly said, "I'm not only going to kill you, but I'll also give you a gift," and then hung up immediately. Shortly after, a pink dot appeared on the distant sea and quickly grew larger. The yacht approached against the setting sun and finally stopped not far from the beach. I stood on the gunwale, crossbow in hand, looking down at the disheveled group on the beach. Hu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and he hysterically shouted for Luoli to come out. I replied casually, "She's tired and resting." But the next moment, Luoli still came out. She was wearing a coat, her face was pale, but she was unusually calm. The sea breeze blew her damp hair, and she looked at Hu Ming, suddenly revealing a cold smile. Hu Ming was stunned, as if he didn't recognize her. Luoli spoke softly, "Don't be in such a hurry to die." Her smile carried a hint of coldness and madness. "I'll start a live stream, so everyone can see it together." Under Hu Ming's distorted expression and the gaze of the entire Jiangqing district, Luoli started her live stream. The number of viewers instantly surged to 9999 plus, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. She didn't look at them, but simply waved casually at the camera, as if to say hello. The camera then panned to me, who was holding a crossbow beside me. "Let me introduce you all, this is Xia Tian." The camera returned to her face, which was pale but still stunning. She smiled gently. "A lot of people in the channel were cursing me just now." She paused, then said calmly, "That Hu Ming is my ex-boyfriend." She deliberately emphasized the word ex, her tone clearly sarcastic. "He thought I was his possession. Because I didn't give him water, he bit me like a mad dog." Her gaze was cold. How much credibility can be found in the words of someone who lives off women? The comments scrolled by rapidly, and she randomly picked one. "Should we kill him?" Luoli tilted her head and said in a light tone, "That depends on Mr. Xia Tian's opinion." She added casually, "Anyway, I've already taken my revenge." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the camera paused briefly, and the live stream went silent for a moment. Then, looking at the camera, her tone was calm but authoritative. "This isn't what it used to be. Spreading rumors will have consequences." On the beach, Hu Ming heard everything clearly. Every word felt like a slap in the face. He trembled with anger, grabbed a handful of sand, and threw it at the yacht, only to have it blown back by the sea breeze, directly hitting his eyes. Ah! My eyes! He rolled on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Luo Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Did you guys see that? It's hilarious! The live chat exploded instantly, flooded with all sorts of mockery and jeering. I remained aloof, looking down at Hu Ming and saying calmly, "Say your last words." Before Hu Ming could respond, his 3 teammates broke down, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "This has nothing to do with us. We tried to persuade him." The 3 of them cried miserably. I frowned and waved my hand, saying, "Get out of here." The 3 of them were as if they had been granted a pardon, and they scrambled away into the distance. I raised the crossbow again, my tone still calm. "If you won't talk, then I will." I looked at Hu Ming and said softly, "Was she this happy when she was with you before?" I added, "You probably haven't seen this before, have you?" These words completely shattered Hu Ming's last shred of dignity. He abruptly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and grabbed another handful of sand, roaring, "I'll fuck you!" Whoosh! The crossbow bolt pierced through the air, passing directly through his open mouth. The sound stopped abruptly. Hu Ming convulsed a few times, and collapsed heavily into a pool of blood, never to breathe again. The entire scene was clearly broadcast live to everyone, and the air seemed to freeze. This one arrow made everyone realize, trouble comes from the mouth. I said coldly, "You, go check if he's really dead." The man in the corner trembled as he stepped forward to confirm, then nodded frantically. Only then did I put away the crossbow and turn to face the camera. I glanced at the screen, my voice not loud, but chilling. "Never again will this happen." I paused for a moment. "One island, all guilty." The moment I finished speaking, the live stream erupted in chaos, a mixture of adoration and fear. New viewers, however, only saw a simple, brutal story. The school beauty was slandered, a new man came knocking, and she killed him with a single arrow. On the island, Jin Xin and Xia Yubing watched this scene, their faces pale, a chill running down their spines. To kill someone at sea on the very first day, such ruthlessness sent shivers down their spines. They both thought of their boyfriends simultaneously. If I can kill Hu Ming, I can certainly kill others. What was even more unsettling was Luo Li's reaction. She actually watched it all with a smile. Jin Xin hurriedly sent a voice message to Lin Feng. "Don't mess with Xia Shang." Lin Feng had obviously also watched the live stream, his tone tense yet relieved. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid," he added reassuringly. "I'll come pick you up as soon as possible." Jin Xian's voice trembled. "What if he doesn't let us go?" Lin Feng paused for a moment. "You should protect yourself first, and don't go against him." He added a meaningful sentence. "Some grievances are inevitable." Jin Xian was stunned, vaguely sensing the implication, but dared not delve deeper. She could only nod. "Okay." After hanging up, she grasped Xia Yubing's hand and whispered, "Will Xiaoli hold a grudge?" Xia Yubing shook her head. "She's not that kind of person. Just apologize." Jin Xian was still uneasy and could only nod reluctantly. On the other side, Bai Jingxi's gaze was complicated after watching the entire live broadcast. The yacht, the food, the clean clothes, and the terms of the deal kept flashing through her mind. She turned to look at her boyfriend, Lu Xiao, who was excitedly discussing something with his teammates. "This summer is too harsh," some exclaimed, while others disagreed. Lu Xiao, however, laughed and said, "He wouldn't come to steal her away." He added jokingly, "He wouldn't even look at my Jingxi." Bai Jingxi forced a smile, looking down at her cracked hands. She already had a plan in mind, to find an opportunity to ask that question. In the luxurious bedroom of the yacht, Luo Li curled up on the soft sofa. The pink interior made her feel as if she were enveloped in a princess dream. Outside the window, the deep blue sea rushed past, but her expression was somewhat empty, yet subtly revealing a sense of satisfaction. I sat down next to her and asked, "What are you thinking about? Regretting it?" Luo Li pouted and shifted her posture. "It's just killing a bastard, what's there to regret?" Her voice lowered. "I just feel, you got off too easy today." She buried her face in my chest as she spoke, a hint of reproach in her voice. I looked thin, but my stamina clearly exceeded her expectations. I inhaled the faint fragrance of her hair, gently patted her back, and relaxed. Luo Li suddenly looked up. Buy me a new pair of stockings. I then noticed that her legs were bare. Where are yours? Luo Li blushed and pinched me. They're broken, don't ask. She was too embarrassed to explain herself. I smiled and transferred 10,000 each of wood, stone, and clay to her. Go to the exchange and pick them out yourself, and see if you need anything else. Luo Li looked at the string of resources, already somewhat used to it, and accepted them as a matter of course. Then she picked out a pair of blue and white over-the-knee socks at the exchange and slowly put them on. As she adjusted the tops of her socks, she asked me, Aren't we going back? My gaze lingered on her legs, but I replied, There are still 2 people we haven't dealt with. Do you want to go back, senior? Luo Li nodded and whispered, I want to take a shower. I could tell she was really tired, so I didn't say anything more. Okay, let's go home. On a whim, the yacht turned around and headed back. It's never too late to deal with those 2 clowns. Luo Li leaned back on the sofa and suddenly asked me, Were you really a fan of mine before? I nodded. I once spent 30 yuan on you and often listened to your live streams as background noise. That wasn't untrue. Luo Li's voice was indeed very relaxing. After hearing that, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. She pressed further. When did you start watching? I thought for a moment. When you were streaming PUBG and even covered a song. Luo Li finally believed me completely, her tone tinged with smugness. Then why didn't you come to me before? I leaned close to her ear and said, It's not too late now. With that, I pulled her back into my arms. Luo Li let out a soft gasp, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Night fell, and the sea was still. A pink yacht, its warm lights shining, slowly glided across the water. Half an hour later, the yacht docked. I looked at Luo Li. Do you want me to carry you down? Luo Li's face instantly turned red at the thought of Qin Xian and the others still on the shore. No! She would rather walk by herself than be seen by others. But I still picked her up and carried her off the boat before putting her down. Bisui reverted to its small octopus form, jumped back onto my shoulder, and even reached out a tentacle to touch Luo Li, as if to comfort her. Luo Li smiled and pinched its little head, then took my arm and walked into the wooden house amidst the complicated gazes of Qin Xian and Xia Yubing. A cool breeze swept through the room, and we both breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Li collapsed onto the sofa, completely relaxing. How are we going to sleep tonight? There's not even a bed, she complained casually. I nodded. It really needs to be addressed. Then I looked at her again. You take a shower first, I'll go expand the island and buy a bigger cabin. I deliberately asked her. Can you shower by yourself? Do you need my help? Luo Li laughed in exasperation, grabbed a cushion and threw it at me. Get lost! I can wash myself. I laughed and dodged, leaving Bai Shui with her, then turned and walked out of the cabin. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, and I stretched on the beach. The first day's harvest had far exceeded my expectations. Not far away, Qin Xian and Xia Yubing sat side by side. I walked over and casually asked, How are you 2 doing today? Qin Xian forced a smile. Not bad, at least we're still alive. I nodded and asked again, Have you thought it through? Do you want to stay? Qin Xian hesitated. We'll think about it some more. I didn't press them further, but I knew very well that the initial shock wasn't enough. When the real danger appeared tomorrow, they would naturally waver. At this moment, Xia Yubing suddenly spoke up. Is Shaoli all right? Her face is so red, and she's walking a little strangely. Is it because of Hu Ming? The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Qin Xian blushed and quickly reached out to pull her closer. I coughed lightly. It's all right, but it was definitely my fault. Xia Yubing thought I was blaming myself and said seriously. It's not entirely your fault. Hu Ming went too far. I quickly waved my hand. No, it was really me who went too far. Qin Xian nodded frantically beside her. Yes, it's all his fault. Xia Yubing was bewildered by our reactions. After a moment's thought, her face flushed red. I think I misunderstood," she stammered. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This aloof senior was surprisingly naive. I turned and went back to the vicinity of the cabin, opening my friends list. Wu Yushan had already sent me several messages. "Wu Yushan, awesome boss. That arrow was so cool. I've got some more electronic components, want some more? I also have an expansion blueprint, specially saved for you." I was just about to run out of expansion blueprints. Wu Yushan's message came at the perfect time. I didn't want to buy them at a high price on the exchange, so I wanted to save every penny, and directly asked him about the quantity. Wu Yushan replied instantly, saying he only had one electronic component left, and there was also a 10 square meter expansion plan. He even offered to give me the electronic component as an apology. I didn't take it seriously, and just casually asked if someone had forced him to sell it. He was silent for a while, then sent a bitter smile emoji, clearly unwilling to say more, so I didn't press him further. I gave him 10,000 pieces of clay and also sent 21 square meter blueprints, planning to expand the island to its maximum size in one go. The goal is simple, to reach 50 square meters today. Standing on the beach, a thought flashed through my mind, and my resources were instantly depleted. The familiar tremors struck again, this time even more violently. Qin Xian and Xia Yubing were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. In the distance, the sea churned, and a new piece of land burst forth from the water under the moonlight, crashing onto the original island. A system notification sounded, announcing that I had become the first player to expand my island to 30 square meters, earning me another epic treasure chest and a water purifier as rewards. The two girls were completely stunned by the extra land. It was only the first day, and I had already expanded to 30 square meters. They simply couldn't fathom where I had gotten so many resources. Just then, the door to the wooden cabin opened, and Luoli, having finished her shower, stepped out. As soon as she stepped onto the sand, she noticed the island had expanded and excitedly spread her arms wide. "It's so big! I can run on it now!" she exclaimed, her face beaming with surprise. I chuckled and teased. "Does Senior like big things?" Luoli didn't immediately understand and nodded, then realized her mistake and her face instantly turned red. I stopped teasing her and took out the stack of blueprints in front of her, starting the expansion again. The moment the resources were deducted, the entire island shook violently. This time, it wasn't just a small piece of land that rose, but an entire area, merging seamlessly with the original island. The system announced again, the island has expanded to 50 square meters, reaching the level 1 limit. The regional chat exploded, with exclamations flooding the screen. I immediately turned off the notifications and looked at Luoli, who was completely stunned beside me. Her eyes were filled with shock and admiration. She was still somewhat dazed from my series of actions. This junior was indeed ridiculously strong. I coughed lightly. "Let's go pick out a new cabin, a 2-story or a single-story, it doesn't matter." Luoli immediately nodded excitedly and started searching in the exchange. Soon, she chose a 20 square meter 2-story cabin with its own bathroom. Although the price wasn't low, after hearing it, I immediately transferred the resources to her. Luoli complained again that the construction required additional materials, but she still gritted her teeth and completed the construction. The blueprints turned into white light, and countless wooden planks were pieced together in the air, and an exquisite 2-story wooden house slowly landed. The new house was completed as soon as it was finished, and its grandeur far surpassed that of the previous little house. Luoli was the first to rush in, looking around inside and out, and even lying on the floor in a daze. In this world where death could come at any moment, she actually had a decent home. This feeling made her feel somewhat unreal for a moment. I moved the furniture from the old house over and rearranged it. Luoli busied herself like a little bee, arranging the furniture, and the whole house quickly became much warmer. After finishing her work, she collapsed onto the sofa, looking at the newly renovated space with a satisfied expression, and asked, "How is it? I did a good job decorating it, right?" I nodded. "It feels like home now." This made Luoli smile so much that her eyes crinkled. Then I took 3 epic treasure chests glowing with purple light from my backpack, neatly arranged them on the ground, and looked at her. Senior, want to try your luck? Luo Li's breath hitched when she saw the 3 purple glowing treasure chests on the ground. 3 epic treasure chests at once. She couldn't even imagine such a scene. She was both expectant and nervous, and asked me in a low voice, "You really want me to drive?" She then added that she had terrible luck and was afraid of letting me down. I nodded. Actually, I also wanted to see just how bad her luck could be. With my reassurance, Luo Li finally mustered up her courage, stood in front of the first box, clasped her hands together, and muttered, "How about a massage chair?" Then, she yanked open the box. A notification sounded, "Deluxe Swimming Pool Blueprints." She froze, her anticipation instantly vanishing. The reward wasn't bad, but it was nowhere near the "got her gear" she'd fantasized about. Clutching the blueprint, she grieved. Just a piece of paper. I suppressed a laugh and comforted her, telling her to try opening another one. Luo Li gave me a suspicious look, but still stubbornly walked towards the second box. "This time I want a king-size bed." She gritted her teeth and lifted it up. The result, a greenery resource pack. Even I couldn't help but laugh out loud. A swimming pool plus greenery. Her luck had precisely avoided all the key rewards. Luo Li stomped her feet in anger, completely fuming. I walked over and patted her on the shoulder, half-jokingly saying, "I'll take care of this. You just enjoy yourself." Luo Li playfully punched me, but didn't insist any further. I walked to the last box, and instead of opening it immediately, I slowly lifted it a crack. The next second, a blinding golden light burst forth. The entire wooden house was bathed in gold, but I slammed the box shut again, saying nothing, and simply looked at Luo Li. This move immediately made Luo Li incredibly eager. She rushed up and grabbed my arm. "Open it! Is it a sea monster? I want one too!" I stopped being mysterious, shouted, and suddenly flung the box open completely. A golden light shot into the sky, even stronger than before, illuminating the night sky. A system notification followed. "Epic level intelligent defense robot blueprints obtained." Luo Li and I were both stunned. I picked up the blueprints, which depicted complex humanoid mechanical structures with densely packed material requirements. Clearly not a simple project. But that long list of materials was indeed daunting. Especially the intelligent core. I'd never even heard of it before. But once it's built, it will definitely become the island's strongest defense. Luo Li also came over to look, almost right next to me, her voice full of amazement. "This is too outrageous." The way she looked at me now held a clear sense of admiration. However, when she saw the last few items, her expression suddenly turned strange. "Wait, why is there silicone?" She looked up at me, her eyes gradually turning suspicious. "This robot, is it even legitimate?" Luo Li nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed, and some image seemed to flash through her mind involuntarily. Seeing her reaction, I laughed and teased. "Whether it's proper or not is hard to say. Maybe it has many functions. Aren't robot girlfriends popular these days?" I leaned closer to speak, my breath tickling Luo Li's ear. She glanced at me sideways. "Oh? You like it too?" I smiled. "I still prefer my senior to the robot." Luo Li blushed and lightly punched me. "Stop talking nonsense." After the atmosphere eased, I put away the blueprints and casually took her wrist. Luo Li tensed up instantly and instinctively tried to break free. "No. I really can't today." But I was just teasing her, and only let go when I saw she panicked. I leaned closer to her and whispered, "Now you know the robot is useful, right?" Luo Li blushed deeply and could only mutter a soft hum. After the joke, I got down to business. "Post this list of materials during tomorrow's live stream, and try to get them collected for me." Luo Li took it down carefully and nodded in agreement. But she quickly realized that once this thing was made, she would be the biggest beneficiary, so she secretly made up her mind to make it as soon as possible. She asked me again, "Are you still delivering water tomorrow?" I nodded naturally. "Yes, I'll do it when my followers reach about 10 million. 10 million. Luo Li murmured, her eyes full of anticipation. This number was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Once it was achieved, she would be a top influencer in the region. At that moment, she received the message, told me, and then turned and left the cabin. I then opened Wu Yushan's profile and sent him the materials list directly. He remained silent for a long time before replying, clearly taken aback, saying that even with the abilities of the four of them, it would take at least half a year to gather all the materials. More importantly, they didn't even have the blueprints for the intelligent core, so they couldn't make it at all. I had anticipated this, and only asked them to handle the parts they could manage first. Wu Yushan, however, was in a dilemma. This order was too big. Once they took it on, their team would be tied to me. He passed the problem on to his 3 teammates. Zhu Bei, being straightforward, immediately said he had to accept, as the big boss offered a lot, and following him would definitely be beneficial. Wang Chunwang, however, was more rational, believing that one shouldn't put all their energy into one person. Wu Anhua agreed with the latter, suggesting that my order should be prioritized, but room should also be reserved for developing other channels. In the end, the minority yielded to the majority, and Wu Yushan finally made a decision. He replied cautiously, indicating that he could take the order, but hoped to also handle other business. To show his sincerity, he even proactively lowered the labor fee to 1,000 milliliters of water per piece. I immediately understood that they weren't raising the price, but rather making a statement. I readily agreed and even prepaid 15,000 yuan for resources, letting them operate freely. Wu Yushan was stunned when he saw the resources and quickly promised to handle it well. I, however, didn't bother with anything else, closed the chat, and started installing the 3 newly acquired water purifiers. Meanwhile, night had completely fallen. A cool sea breeze blew as Luoli stood before the brightly lit wooden house, looking at Qin Xian in the darkness not far away. Her expression was indifferent as she spoke directly. No need for apologies. She paused, then continued. Do you want Xia Shang's old wooden house? The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, blew past and ruffled Qin Xian's hair. Luoli stood in front of her, her tone somewhat impatient. Think about it yourself. What's so great about living in a dilapidated wooden hut? She continued to press. Without a thermostat, you'll be exposed to the sun tomorrow anyway. You might as well just go for the better one from the start. These words struck Qin Xian like a hammer blow. The contrast between the dilapidated wooden house and the brightly lit 2-story villa before her was too cruel. Qin Xian opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. She could only lower her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, her face full of embarrassment. Luoli knew very well that she was actually forcing the other person to cross that psychological threshold. Now that she had already stayed, she didn't intend to let either of her 2 best friends go. In her view, bringing them in wasn't harming them, but saving them. They wouldn't be able to hold on to that kind of environment outside sooner or later. Luoli's tone grew even colder. Have you thought it through? A small, rundown house or a big villa? Qin Xian's cheeks flushed, and she whispered. But your conditions are too shameful. Luoli sneered. The conditions are right here, choose or not is up to you. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving behind only the words. Anyway, Lin Feng can only give you some water, you'll still be sunbathing tomorrow. She added insult to injury. Once the newbie protection period is over, and things from the sea come ashore, will he be able to fly over and save you? These words made Qin Xian's breath catch in her throat, and she quickly reached out to grab Luoli. She knew very well how scorching the sun was today, not to mention the possibility of even more dangerous things appearing later. After struggling internally for a long time, she finally relented. Then, I'm just working for you. No way. Luoli directly rejected the idea. Everything here belongs to my junior. I don't have the final say. This completely blocked Qin Xian's escape route. If she wanted to move in, she had to face me herself. Qin Xian's face paled, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, I'll only stay for 6 days. Luoli waved her hand impatiently. Fine, I promise I won't tell your Prince Charming. Qin Xian responded softly, finally making her choice. Xia Yubing, who had been silent until now, asked softly, Xiao Li, aren't you leaving? Luo Li hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not leaving. She had everything here, and I was there too. She couldn't find a reason to leave. She countered. Sister Yubing, what about you? Xia Yubing's expression darkened slightly. I haven't decided yet. She hadn't heard from her boyfriend, which made her very uneasy. Luo Li sighed. I told you Xia Shang was unreliable. Qin Xian echoed her sentiment, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Xia Yubing simply smiled bitterly, offering no rebuttal. She had her own reasons, but remained silent. Seeing this, Luo Li tried a different approach to persuade her. Why don't you stay here and wait for him? It's safer than being outside. Xia Yubing was clearly tempted, but hesitated and asked, Will the Xia Chamber of Commerce agree? Luo Li wasn't sure either, so she could only say, I'll ask for you. As night deepened, the three chatted for a while longer before Luo Li returned to the cabin. As soon as she entered, she saw several water purifiers and large water tanks in the living room, all running continuously. I had just finished showering and was relaxing on the sofa, playing with biscuit. Hearing the noise, I casually asked her, Finished talking? Luo Li immediately changed her expression, smiling as she walked behind me and began massaging my shoulders. Her voice was soft and sweet. Junior, can we talk about something? I lazily replied. As Luo Li massaged my shoulders, she said, How about we let Sister Yubing stay too? I asked casually. What can she do? You can't just freeload. Luo Li immediately explained. She's a finance major, she can help you manage the transactions. It'll be much easier for her than if you did it all by yourself. I thought about that seriously, and it did have some merit. Seeing that I was wavering, Luo Li moved even closer and pleaded softly. I felt a little uncomfortable with her, and finally relented. Okay, stop blowing air. Luo Li immediately beamed. Then it's a deal, you have to feed and drink her. I raised an eyebrow. Eating and drinking are fine, but what about my bathroom breaks too? Luo Li lightly punched me. Get lost. I asked again. What about Qin Xian? Luo Li smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. Looking at her expression, I vaguely sensed something was off, but I didn't ask any further questions. Then, we went upstairs together. I took out the double bed and brand new bedding that the system had rewarded me with. Once the red 4-piece set was laid out, the room instantly gained a more intimate atmosphere. Luo Li's heart tightened at the sight. She couldn't help but think, could it be going to continue tonight? The morning sunlight streamed through the window into the wooden cabin, falling on the brand new double bed. I slowly woke up, instinctively reaching out to touch warm, soft skin. It was Luo Li. She was still fast asleep, her breathing gentle, like a lazy kitten. A faint fragrance mingled with the fresh scent of shower gel, instantly putting me at ease. I didn't wake her and quietly got up. Luo Li rolled over, hugging the blanket tighter, revealing a section of her fair shoulder. I smiled, glanced at the time, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. I walked to the window and opened it. The damp sea breeze blew in, instantly making me feel much more awake. I stretched and walked downstairs on the cool floor. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard a faint noise coming from the living room. My newbie protection period was over, and I tensed up. I immediately took out my crossbow, silently approached, and cautiously aimed it at the person downstairs. Turning the corner, a figure in black and white came into view. The person was clumsily wiping the table, their movements clearly awkward. Before I could even confirm, the person suddenly screamed. Ah! The voice was clear and crisp. It was Qin Xian. I was stunned for a moment, then put down the crossbow and went downstairs. But the scene before me made me pause as well. Qin Xian was dressed in a maid outfit, with a small choker around her neck. Her face was flush red to her ears, one hand covering her mouth, the other pointing at me, so embarrassed she could barely speak. You! I reluctantly put away my weapon. Senior, don't be afraid. At this moment, Luo Li upstairs was also woken up, rubbing her eyes as she came down. What's all the noise so early in the morning? The next second, her face turned bright red. Xia Shang, you pervert! After saying that, she turned and ran away. I looked down and realized what was happening. then fell silent. A few minutes later, the three of us were sitting in the living room. Luo Li and Qin Xian stood with their heads down, one trying to suppress a laugh, the other mortified. I changed my clothes and sat on the sofa, looking at the two of them. "This is the surprise you were talking about?" Luo Li couldn't help but laugh out loud, but immediately straightened her face. "You have the nerve to say that? Just wandering around the house." "This is my house," I retorted directly. Luo Li's eyes darted around, and she immediately shifted the blame to Qin Xian. "And you, a maid shouldn't call her master, wiping the table first?" She put on an air of superiority. "You're punished to wipe the entire first floor." Qin Xian felt incredibly wrong. Luo Li had clearly made her wear this outfit. But she could only lower her head and say, "Okay, okay." Luo Li wouldn't let her off the hook, leaning closer and whispering, "Quickly call me master." Qin Xian froze on the spot, her face flushed red. But thinking of the high temperature and danger outside, she gritted her teeth and called out, "Master! Good morning!" She'd called the wrong person. Luo Li sighed. "Call him." Qin Xian turned to me stiffly, managing to squeeze out a soft, "Master, good morning." After saying that, she wished she could disappear into the ground. I almost burst out laughing, and inwardly admired Luo Li's methods. Qin Xian, who had resisted yesterday, was now completely subdued. I composed myself and asked, "So, you've decided to stay?" Qin Xian glared at Luo Li before nodding. I'll stay until Frozen Day, is that all right?" She looked up at me, her eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. I thought for a moment and said calmly, "Okay. But I'll only provide accommodation and security. You'll have to take care of your own food and drink." This condition made Qin Xian hesitate for a moment, but thinking of air conditioning and security, she nodded. "I'm willing." "Very good." I nodded. "Then for the next few days you will be our personal maid." Qin Xian bit her lip and nodded. Luo Li immediately became interested and sat on the sofa, striking a pose. "Come on, little maid, paint my nails first." She lifted her foot, her meaning couldn't be clearer. Qin Xian's face was almost red with anger, but she could only walk over and whisper, "Okay." Just then, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in everyone's minds. "New player protection period ends. Sea monsters may attack the island. Please build defenses and increase your strength as soon as possible. Bloodline awakening function activated. Island alliance function activated." Just as the system notification ended, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside, instantly shattering the peace. Qin Xian's face turned deathly pale. "It's Sister Yu Bing! She's still outside!" Before the words were even finished, I had already grabbed my crossbow and peeked through the crack in the door to observe the situation. On the beach, a fishman nearly as tall as a person was approaching Xia Yubing, its entire body covered in scales, and its stench could be smelled from a great distance. I quickly aimed and pulled the trigger, but the bolt was deflected by the scales and couldn't penetrate the defense at all. The situation instantly became dangerous, and I made a snap decision. "Don't come out!" I threw away the crossbow and rushed out. Just as the merman was about to bite, I lunged forward and forcefully pulled Xia Yubing away, dragging her back towards the cabin. Luo Li and Qin Xian finally reacted and rushed to the door to bring him inside. Luo Li cried out in a tearful voice, "Junior, come back quickly!" But I didn't back down. I picked up the crossbow again, this time aiming at the fishman's eye, and shot an arrow with precision. Blue blood gushed out, completely enraging the monster. The merman charged forward madly. I retreated while reloading my crossbow, barely managing to create some distance. At the crucial moment, I knelt on one knee to steady my arm and aimed again at its other eye. Thud! The second arrow struck, destroying both of the merman's eyes. It immediately went out of control, roaring and crashing wildly in place. I quickly retreated to the cabin and locked the door behind me. As soon as I entered, Luo Li rushed over, her voice trembling. "You scared me to death." All three people inside were still shaking, but I couldn't suppress my anger. I rushed upstairs, grabbed Bai Shui, who was still sleeping, and threw her to the ground. At the crucial moment, This guy was actually sleeping. If I hadn't stabilized the situation, we might all be wiped out by now. I got angrier and angrier. But soon, I realized something was wrong. BUS seemed to have fainted. Considering its feeding needs, I immediately replenished its resources, and sure enough, the little guy woke up quickly. Without a word, I grabbed it, went downstairs, opened the door, and threw it out. Go, take care of it. The azure water landed and instantly locked onto its target, its speed increasing dramatically in the next second, almost becoming a blur as it clung to the fishman. Immediately afterward, its body rapidly expanded, transforming from the size of a palm into a gigantic monster, entirely black with flowing runes, radiating a terrifying pressure. The merman was instantly suppressed, its roar turning into a wail, and before it could struggle for more than a few moments, its head exploded with a loud bang. Still not satisfied, azure water ripped the corpse in two with a tentacle, tossing it into the sea and cleaning up the polluted sand along with it. A system notification followed. Elite Merman defeated. Ocean Heart obtained. After the battle, it reverted to being that adorable little octopus, running back to rub against me with a fawning expression. My anger subsided considerably, and I reached out to pet it. Alright, it's not your fault this time. Luo Li and Qin Xian, standing at the door, were completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this little thing would be so fierce just now? Luo Li rushed over and picked up Bai Shui, her face full of excitement. You're amazing! Qin Xian, on the other hand, looked at me silently, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Just now, if I hadn't rushed out, Xia Yubing would have been dead. She involuntarily compared me to Lin Feng, and that answer silenced her. She asked softly, Are you all right? Then, blushing, she changed her address to Master. I nodded. I'm fine, how's Yubing? Luo Li replied. She fainted from fright, but she's all right. She took a step closer, her eyes full of admiration. You were so cool just now. I felt a little awkward and coughed. Let's go inside and close the door. The heavy wooden door slowly closed, shutting out the lingering stench of blood. I leaned against the door and exhaled. Encountering an elite sea beast on my very first try, my luck was truly outrageous. However, I was quite satisfied with that ocean heart. Upgrading an island to level 2 requires 50, and this is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. I looked at Xia Yubing, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Her breathing was steady, and her complexion had improved considerably. She was probably just overly frightened. Just then, Luo Li called to me softly from the side, her eyes burning with an almost exaggerated intensity. I waved my hand helplessly. Don't look at me like that. I pointed to Bisui and told it to go out and guard the gate. Luo Li felt a little sorry for it, but she did as she was told. The little guy squatted down at the gate, looking aggrieved, and became a sentry. With the clear water protecting me, my sense of security instantly soared. I started planning the next phase of construction. A swimming pool, greenery, and defenses all needed to be put on the agenda. But right now, the most important thing was food. I opened the exchange. The surge in resources gave me plenty of confidence, and I quickly bought a breakfast set meal, also clearing out a batch of water resources. Soon, steaming hot food appeared on the table. Steamed sweet potatoes, tea eggs, and a refreshing salad looked simple, yet incredibly tempting. Luo Li smelled the aroma and immediately sat down, her eyes lighting up. It smells so good. I'm starving. She casually ordered Qin Xian. Maid, get me a sweet potato. Qin Xian stiffened slightly, but still complied. She was actually starving, and the aroma was constantly stimulating her senses. Luo Li ate with exaggerated gusto, praising the food as she ate. Her expression of enjoyment made Qin Xian increasingly uncomfortable, her throat tightening. I remained silent, simply eating slowly. Only when Qin Xian was about to give up did I speak softly. Want some more? Qin Xian was taken aback, her face instantly turning red. She asked softly, Is it okay? I held up half of the sweet potato I had eaten and said calmly, Give me a leg massage. If you do a good job, this is for you. Just a leg massage? She hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately, hunger won out, and she silently squatted down. Just as she was about to make her move, I stopped her. Let's have some manners first. Xin Xian understood. I was asking her to speak and humble herself. She struggled for a moment, then finally closed her eyes and whispered, Master, please allow me to massage your legs. As soon as she said it, her face turned bright red. Only then was I satisfied and allowed her to proceed. Her hand gently pressed down, her movements clumsy and awkward, yet exceptionally earnest. Luoli couldn't help but offer guidance from the side, even adding a few teasing remarks, which nearly made Xin Xian lose her temper. Finally, quiet settled down, with only the soft sound of breathing remaining in the room. A moment later, I opened my eyes and pulled her up. All right, eat. Come find me when you're done. With that, I left. Xin Xian paused, looking at the dining table. Besides the half-eaten sweet potato, there were tea, eggs, and salad, clearly reserved for her. Without further hesitation, she grabbed a sweet potato and ate it in large bites. The sweet, warm taste almost brought tears to her eyes. Next came the tea eggs, so flavorful and aromatic. She finally understood why Luoli had been so dramatic earlier. She finished even the salad, finally regaining some strength. After a quick tidy-up, she pushed open the door of the cabin and stepped out. The sunlight was blinding, and she squinted as she looked at me on the beach. I stood by the sea, gazing into the distance, my back straight and calm. Xin Xian watched this scene, her emotions incredibly complex. Xin Xian nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with nervousness. Master, what do you need me for? Compared to her initial resistance, she had become much more accustomed to it. I didn't care about the form of address and said directly, I'll borrow your talent for a moment. As I spoke, I took the seed out of the greening bag and placed it on the ground. Xin Xian was taken aback, then her face lit up with surprise. Although she knew nothing about gardening, she finally had a chance to use her skills. Seeing her shake her head, I had no choice but to reluctantly take her to try. We went outside, and I dug a shallow hole in the sand and buried the coconut seed in it. Let's give it a try. Xin Xian crouched down and placed her hand on the sand, where a green light slowly seeped in. The next second, a seedling broke through the soil and quickly grew to over 10 centimeters tall. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, How amazing! Her eyes were filled with delight. I also reached out and touched the tender leaf, smiling as I said, Wouldn't you say we created this life together? Xin Xian was taken aback, her face flushed slightly, and she responded softly. Seeing her compliant reaction, I felt more at ease. I took out a few bottles of water and watered the seedlings, but Xin Xian looked on with a pained expression. This kind of water was something people would fight tooth and nail for outside. Then, I had Xin Xian induce fertilization again, but the system indicated that it could only be used once a day. I wasn't surprised. This ability was already quite useful. Next, we worked together to plant coconut trees at the 4 corners of the cabin, enclosing it. The remaining seeds were to be scattered randomly. I told Xin Xian to close her eyes and let her walk around by feel to decide where to plant the trees. That way, they would look more natural and less rigid. Xin Xian did as I said, walking briskly on the beach, marking the spot whenever she stopped. She seemed to enjoy this spontaneous process. I started planting bougainvillea and roses, intending to let them climb all over the wooden house. Once they bloom, the whole island will look like a garden. As I was busy, I turned around and froze. Xin Xian was walking towards me with her eyes closed, and she stepped on a small mound of loose soil, instantly losing her balance. She gasped and stumbled forward, about to fall, but bumped into a warm embrace. The next second, we both fell onto the sand. Xin Xian came to her senses and realized she was on top of me. Her face instantly turned bright red. I grinned and said, "Senior, could you help me up?" She quickly got up, helped me up, and apologized hastily, even offering to massage me. Seeing her nervousness, I could only nod reassuringly. She became extra careful with the rest of the work. We scattered grass seeds on the ground, and Xin Xian helped them germinate, quickly creating a light green lawn. After we finished, we stood at the doorway, looking at the gradually taking shape of the small island, and we all felt a sense of accomplishment. The roses were growing the best. The vines had already stretched out quite a distance, and were covered with flower buds. I picked a flower and crushed it open, discovering that the petals were a mix of colors and had a strong fragrance. I handed it to Qin Xian. "Smell it." Qin Xian's eyes lit up as soon as she smelled it, as if she could already see a sea of flowers in full bloom. That kind of peaceful life makes one yearn for it. Back in the cabin, Xia Yubing was still fast asleep. I sat down to rest, and Qin Xian naturally stood behind me like a personal maid. She said somewhat shyly, "I ate the food you left for me." I casually replied, "It was meant for you." Qin Xian felt a warmth in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. She offered to give me a massage, but I told her to go take a shower first. As soon as she heard "shower," her eyes lit up, and she practically ran towards the bathroom, even unbuttoning her clothes as she went. Clearly, she had been impatient for a long time. I chuckled at the scene and was about to go upstairs when my friend Liz suddenly flashed. Daji, who had made me cry, messaged me. "Little brother, is it safe over there?" I was somewhat surprised to see Bai Jingxi's avatar flashing. This woman I had been thinking about had actually taken the initiative to contact me. I casually replied, "Safe. How are things over there?" On the other side, Bai Jingxi sat on the cold sand, the damp sea breeze whipping her face, sending shivers down her spine. The constant wails and screams in the regional chat channel kept her on edge. She stared at the dark sea, terrified that a monster would rush ashore at any moment. She replied, "Not yet, just a little scared." Even through the screen, I could feel her unease. I then sent a message. "This morning, Bai Shui scared an elite merman to death, but unfortunately, I didn't record it." This message stunned Bai Jingxi, and she instantly came to her senses. I am a big shot who owns an epic-level flying beast. If even my island isn't safe, then there really is nowhere safe. She had only intended to ease her fear through conversation and, incidentally, test the waters regarding her suggestion from that day. She replied, "That's amazing, I haven't relaxed for a single day." I continued guiding her. "Didn't I tell you, it's safe here? Have you told your boyfriend?" This made her heart tighten. She had no idea how to bring up that deal. She hesitated before replying, "Not yet, I don't know how to say it." I cut to the chase. "There's nothing wrong with saying it. Aren't we all just trying to survive?" This made Bai Jingxi completely understand that I was serious. She was very confident in her charm, and this feeling of being chosen gave her a strange sense of security amidst her fear. She tentatively replied, "Don't you already have 3 beautiful women on your island?" I answered simply, "It doesn't conflict." Then I added, "If you really want to come, I can help you." Bai Jingxi's heart skipped a beat. "How?" My message sent a chill down her spine. "Making someone disappear isn't difficult here." Those words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering her up. She immediately replied, "Not now." When I saw this reply, I just smiled and didn't press her any further. "I was just saying, but you'd better decide soon, this place isn't safe." Bai Jingxi replied, "I know," and then closed the chat. Her mind was a mess. She subconsciously scratched her greasy hair, a wave of frustration washing over her. She looked at her team. The strongest of the 4 was only A rank, and her boyfriend, Lu Xiu, was only C rank. Once the sea monsters reached the shore, their survival was in serious doubt. It wasn't that she was without feelings. Lu Xiu had pursued her for years, giving up opportunities for her, and only agreed to be with her half a year ago. But was this relationship really worth gambling her life for? She thought of yesterday's live broadcast. Luo Li lived in a temperature-controlled room, ate Australian lobsters, and was surrounded by bottled water. She was clean and beautiful. Looking at herself, she drank water given to her by others, ate dry, hard biscuits, and slept on damp, cold sand. The stark contrast made her heart clench. She took a deep breath and gently touched Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu immediately leaned in, wanting to hug her and comfort her. But she instinctively pushed him away. Lu Xiu was stunned, looking at her in confusion. Bai Jingxi bit her lip, her heart pounding faster and faster, and managed to ask, "Lu Xiu, do you really love me?" Lu Xiu replied earnestly, Of course. You know best how much I've sacrificed for you. These words only made her feel worse. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting tightly together, her heart filled with guilt. But the sound of the sea breeze and waves constantly reminded her of how cruel reality was. To survive, and to live a better life, she finally made up her mind, her voice trembling slightly. I want to discuss something with you. Don't be angry, let me finish. On another island, Lu Xiu quickly sensed something was wrong. Bai Jingxi, who was usually straightforward, spoke hesitantly this time, and the smile on his face gradually faded. What is it? Just say it. Bai Jingxi swallowed hard and asked in a low voice. Do you know Summer? Lu Xiu paused for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. That big shot who ranked first on all 3 lists. They had traded a bottle of beverage for 5 liters of water from him just yesterday. She lowered her head and remained silent for a long while, her nails almost digging into her palms, before finally speaking with difficulty. He wants me to stay on his island for a few days. Do you agree? As soon as she said this, Lu Xiu suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. What did you say? Bai Jingxi quickly pulled him back, then signaled to her companion that everything was all right before continuing to explain. She quickly added, He's willing to give you 30 liters of water. I'm just going to stay for a few days. As she spoke, she brought up another reason, saying that she knew Luoli and emphasizing that she wasn't the only woman on the island. These words pierced Lu Xiu's heart like knives. He knew very well what it meant for a man to make such a condition. Suppressing his anger, he asked, So, you want to go? Bai Jingxi said in a low voice. I'm discussing this with you, not saying I'm going and never coming back. Lu Xiu sneered inwardly. Going to someone else's island for a few days, could it really just be playing? He stared at her. What if I don't agree? Bai Jingxi raised her head, her eyes pleading. He said you can name any conditions. Lu Xiu remained silent. He knew he wasn't really in a position to negotiate. What he truly wanted to ask was something else entirely. Do you love me? Bai Jingxi stiffened. She couldn't answer. Their relationship was more like habit and dependence than a steadfast, unwavering love. She avoided his gaze. Then do you believe me? I really am only going for a few days. At that moment, Lu Xiu saw the answer in her eyes. She wanted to go. Just as the atmosphere froze, a drop of liquid with a fishy smell suddenly landed on Lu Xiu's face. A sudden roar erupted. The two whirled around to see a black fish man covered in scales crawling up from the sea, emanating a pungent, fishy stench. The sea monster was coming. Bai Jingxi screamed in fright. Lu Xiu pulled her behind him and drew his stone spear. Hide well! Su Kang and Zhou Lin also quickly moved closer, and the 3 of them formed a formation to protect her in the middle. The island is too small, we must finish this quickly! Su Kang roared in a low voice. The 3 of them charged forward at the same time, their stone spears thrusting down fiercely, but all they heard were a few clangs, as if they had hit an iron plate, unable to break through the defenses at all. The sea monster was thoroughly enraged and slowly straightened up. The 2-meter-tall fish-headed monster opened its blood-red maw, revealing a dense array of sharp teeth, and a stench filled the air. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the moment it opened its mouth, thrust his stone spear in, only to have it bitten off in one bite. Damn it! Zhou Lin's face turned deathly pale instantly. Lu Xiu and Su Kang simultaneously attacked its eyes. Su Kang's attack struck, piercing its left eye with a whoosh. But Lu Xiu's attack got stuck on the eyelid, unable to penetrate. He was stunned. He couldn't even break its weak point. The sea monster roared in fury, violently shaking its head and sending the 2 of them flying backward. Lu Xiu looked down at his trembling hands, a wave of humiliation washing over him. He turned to look at Bai Jingxi, who was trembling behind him, and the words, "Do you believe me?" seemed to echo in his ears again. "Fuck your mother!" he shouted, his eyes bloodshot, and charged forward again. Bai Jingxi cried out, "Don't go!" But she couldn't stop him. Lu Xiu stabbed at the sea beast's eyes again, but failed once more. Just then, the sea beast's claws slashed down. Zhou Lin rushed forward to pull him away, but couldn't completely dodge in time. Pfft! Sharp claws tore open Lu Xiu's chest, and blood splattered instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Lin shoved him aside, but the sea monster bit his left leg. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was clear and piercing. Ah! Zhou Lin screamed in agony, his entire leg instantly crippled. Su Kang's eyes turned red. He snatched the spear and thrust it out with all his might. Pfft! The stone spear pierced through the sea monster's other eye and went straight through the back of its head. The monster's body stiffened, then it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Killed the murloc, normal, obtained, Iron Sword *1, after confirming it was safe, Bai Jingxi rushed towards Lu Xiu in a panic. He had 3 deep wounds on his chest, exposing the bone, and his breathing had become extremely weak. Lu Xiu! Wake up! She trembled as she checked. Thankfully, he was still breathing. Su Kang was trying to stop Zhou Lin's bleeding, roaring, "Come help!" Bai Jingxi stumbled over. Zhou Lin's leg was a bloody mess, with bone exposed. The scene was horrific. She fought back nausea, tore off a piece of her skirt, and pressed it against her wound to stop the bleeding. But a chill ran through her. This was just an ordinary sea monster. How terrifying must the elite ones I killed before have been? Worse still, strange black spots had begun to appear on their wounds. If they weren't treated soon, they would surely die. Her breathing quickened, and only one thought remained in her mind: Xia Shang. He must have a way. The cabin was filled with the faint scent of pine, and the morning sea breeze blew in through the window, carrying a hint of salt. I leaned back on the sofa and explained today's water delivery plan to Xia Yubing, who had just woken up. Xia Yubing's face was still a little pale, but she had regained her composure and quietly listened to me while holding her water. Luoli peeked out from the stairwell and teased with a smile. "You've gone through all this trouble just to add pretty girls?" One sentence made the atmosphere awkward, and all 3 girls' eyes fell on me. I touched my nose and casually said, "It's just a personal hobby." Luoli pouted. "That's quite unique." I asked her back, "Are you jealous?" She immediately bristled. "Who's jealous of you? I'm worried you'll get scammed." I went along with it and said, "Then I'll rely on the senior students to help me vet them." After saying that, I looked at Xia Yubing again. "By your standards, keep an eye out for anyone pretty enough." These words made the 2 girls blush slightly. Xia Yubing nodded in agreement, then asked, "How many are we sending today?" I quickly estimated and decided to keep the quantity under control. As we were talking, I suddenly took out a box of exquisite cakes and handed it to Xia Yubing. "We'll make them while we eat." A rich aroma instantly filled the air. Luo Li's eyes lit up, but when she found there wasn't any for her, she immediately complained. "Where's mine?" I said calmly. "Buy it yourself if you want some." She stomped her foot in anger, went over and bit off the strawberry from the cake, snorted, and then pulled Xia Yubing upstairs. I was just about to rest when my private chat notifications suddenly started going off like crazy. Bai Jingxi sent a series of SOS messages, her tone frantic, saying that her boyfriend and teammates were critically injured and on the verge of death. I wasn't surprised. After asking for details, I quickly got to the point. I didn't immediately agree, but instead posed the question. "Leaving aside your boyfriend, would you like to come to my island?" She remained silent for a long time before hesitantly replying that she wanted to come, but couldn't let go of her boyfriend. I knew what was going on, so I gave her my terms. I could provide first aid, but she had to make a decision before dark. This was a choice with no way out. In the end, she had no choice but to agree. Afterward, I spent a lot of money to buy a high-end first aid kit, took out only a portion of the medicine, just enough to keep her alive, but not enough to completely cure her, and sent it over. The other party quickly thanked me profusely. I didn't think much of it. These kinds of transactions were simply mutually beneficial. After finishing up, I lazily said, "Senior, let's start the massage we talked about this morning." Qin Xin trembled slightly, but still obediently came over, placed a pillow under me, and then knelt down beside me, carefully beginning to massage. At first, her technique was a little clumsy, but she quickly found her rhythm, and the pressure gradually became just right. With my eyes closed, I could clearly feel that it was much more comfortable than in the morning. Before long, Qin Xian's hands began to weaken. The more she pressed, the harder it became, and her mind wandered. Luo Li was effortlessly live-streaming, Xia Yubing was being fed cake, while Qin Xian was doing the hardest work and hadn't even received a single bite of dessert. The grievances piled up little by little, eventually overwhelming her emotions. She stopped what she was doing and said softly, "Master, I really don't have the strength to hold on for another 10 minutes. Please have some cake." Qin Xian was taken aback, swallowing back the words of complaint she had intended to say, her lips pouting slightly. She felt like I could guess what she was thinking. But with cake as a reward, she couldn't be bothered to argue. "All right, but you have to keep your word." I nodded, lay back down, buried my face in the pillow, only my back showing. Qin Xian took a deep breath and pressed her hand on my shoulder again. This time she was clearly putting in more effort, and her movements were much more serious. "Not bad, that's good," I commented casually. This affirmation pleased her, and she became more steady with her hands. She tentatively pressed upwards. "Shall I massage your neck too?" I raised my hand and gave an okay sign. Qin Xian immediately followed suit, carefully massaging from her shoulders to the back of her neck. Just then, a private chat notification popped up. I didn't want to answer it, but I opened the message anyway. The sender was Lin Feng. After a few pleasantries, he quickly got to the point, inviting me to join the so-called Island Alliance. I understood immediately. He was trying to recruit me. I replied directly, "No interest." But Lin Feng wouldn't give up, emphasizing resource sharing and centralized development, and even mentioning Qin Xian, saying they were all relying on him. I found it laughable. This kind of huddling together for warmth was completely unnecessary for me. While enjoying the massage, I casually declined. "Senior, a few more strokes on the shoulders." "Okay." Qin Xian was already on the massage, gritting her teeth and continuing. Seeing that his attempts to win me over were unsuccessful, Lin Feng changed the subject and brought up the crossbow. I smiled inwardly. This was his real point. I replied readily, "I can borrow it, but I don't have any bolts." Lin Feng immediately agreed, adding that he wanted to borrow it until the end of the frozen day. I readily agreed, and casually added, "Qin Xian seems quite thirsty, aren't you going to offer some water?" Lin Feng, as expected, seized the opportunity and asked to borrow water from me again. I was too lazy to waste words and directly initiated the trade, a crossbow and a bottle of water. After the transaction was completed, the other party immediately expressed their gratitude. They even inquired about Qin Xian's situation. I casually replied, "She's working hard all by herself, and she's exhausted." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, remarked that she was too conservative, and said he would try to persuade her later. After reading it, I immediately closed the chat, already knowing what was going on. I'd find out what this person was really up to in a few more days. At this moment, Qin Xian was also nearing her limit. Her wrists were trembling with soreness. "Okay, senior." She paused, glancing at the time. It was still almost 10 minutes. "All done?" she asked, slightly out of breath. I nodded, sat up, and handed her a plate. On the plate was a fragrant durian millefeuille. The aroma alone made Qin Xian's whole being energized. Her eyes lit up, and she almost couldn't resist pouncing on it, but she managed to maintain her composure. "Thank you, master!" She carefully took the cake and sat down at the table as if it were a precious treasure. Just as she picked up her fork, before she could even eat, a message popped up from Lin Feng. Qin Xian glanced at me instinctively when she saw the message was from Lin Feng. Seeing me leaning back on the sofa, looking completely unconcerned, she relaxed and continued to focus on her dessert. She cut a piece of durian millefeuille with her fork. Layers of egg crepe were layered, sandwiched with thick durian cream. The moment it touched her lips, the rich aroma exploded in her mouth, sweet but not cloying, with a texture so complex it was addictive. Qin Xian squinted, her whole body relaxing. This taste made her almost forget she was still in the survival world. After finishing a bite, she slowly opened Lin Feng's message. Lin Feng's tone was concerned, yet tinged with arrogance, reminding her not to disobey him. Qin Xian paused, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She looked down at herself, dressed in a maid outfit, eating the dessert he'd given her. What right did she have to disobey? She casually replied with a perfunctory remark. Lin Feng quickly sent another message saying he didn't mind her accepting his help and even offered her water and food, telling her to bear with it and wait for him to come pick her up. Seeing these words, Jean Xian didn't know what to say. She didn't lack water or food, but she didn't dare refuse, fearing it would arouse Lin Feng's suspicion. She accepted the bottle of water and bread, tossed them into her backpack, and continued eating her cake with focused attention. Compared to that, the other things held no appeal. Just then my voice rang out. "Senior, did your boyfriend bring you water?" Jean Xian was startled and almost choked. She looked at me in shock, thinking I could read minds. I explained calmly. "I guessed." She breathed a sigh of relief and quietly admitted it. "Aren't you going to eat it?" I asked again. Jean Xian couldn't help but laugh, waving the cake in her hand and signaling her answer with her eyes. With something like this, who would eat dry bread? I didn't say anything more, and was pondering Lin Feng's intentions when Luo Li's excited shout suddenly came from upstairs. "Junior, come up quickly, there's something good!" I immediately got up and went upstairs. Luo Li was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face full of excitement, while Xia Yubing was preparing a wooden cup beside her, clearly cooperating with the live stream. After I sat down, Luo Li lowered her voice and said, "It's a blood source stone. It can awaken one's bloodline." Upon hearing this name, my expression changed slightly. This kind of thing is definitely a top-tier resource at this stage. Luo Li explained that someone called Desert Emperor was selling it, and she had already confirmed that it was genuine, even recommending him to me through a friend. After adding the other party, I directly inquired about the price. The other party didn't rush to answer, but first showed me the item, then quickly cancelled the transaction. It was a blood-red stone, with what appeared to be liquid flowing inside. It certainly didn't look like a fake. The other party then stated that this was an extremely rare, first-batch resource, and told me to name my own price. I didn't rush to quote a price, but instead asked him about his needs. He quickly outlined his requirements: 2 water purifiers, 2 thermostats, plus a large amount of basic resources. Even Luo Li frowned at this demand. He was clearly eyeing my core resources. I immediately rejected it. Such an exchange would shake our foundations, and I couldn't agree to it. The other side didn't back down either, only lowering their basic resource requirements slightly, but the core conditions remained unchanged. After a brief stalemate, I simply gave up. Then forget it. The other party was also very firm, stating that they only wanted the water purifier. The transaction was thus terminated. I briefly explained the situation, and Luo Li was so angry that she kept complaining, even suggesting that we just rob them. Xia Yubing immediately objected, calmly analyzing that the other party's strength was unknown, and acting rashly was too risky, possibly even resulting in being outmaneuvered. She was clear that no one could afford this resource at the moment, and the other party would lower their price sooner or later. Since he needed water, they could wait patiently. I nodded, agreeing with that line of thinking. Then I reached out and tapped Luo Li on the head. "Use your brain more, don't always think about taking action." Luo Li wasn't annoyed by the tap on the head. Instead, it was as if she had suddenly been enlightened, and her eyes lit up. She leaned closer and lowered her voice, saying, "Do you think if I hired a few shills in the live stream to spread rumors that bloodstones aren't that rare, could I force them to lower the price?" The atmosphere froze for a moment. Xia Yubing was clearly taken aback, and even I gave her a second look. "Wow, senior, you're quite the brains," I teased with a smile. Luo Li rolled her eyes at me and puffed out her chest. "I'm a streamer, after all. I know more about stirring up trouble than you do." Xia Yubing quickly realized what was going on and nodded in analysis. "As long as we create the illusion of not being unique, we can shake the other party's confidence. This method is very low cost. The key to this plan is that there is no need to actually have a second blood source stone. As long as the other party has doubts, he will panic." I quickly thought of someone. "Remember those 2 who stirred up trouble yesterday? Have them find someone to act in their stories." I added, "They themselves shouldn't show their faces to avoid being recognized." Luo Li looked disgusted. Do you need to teach me this? I'm not stupid. I smiled. Just tell them that if they handle it well, they won't hold it against us. Luoli immediately perked up. Got it, coercion and bribery. I reminded her. Don't release too much information at once. Lay it out gradually and make it seem natural. I know. Luoli waved her hand impatiently. Changing the subject, I asked about the important matter. How much material have you collected for the defense robots? Luoli's expression froze instantly, and she said guiltily, 5 iron ones, 10 plastic ones, and 2 silicone ones. She quickly added, Don't blame me, everyone in the live stream is broke. I immediately understood that this amount of materials was far from enough. The island's defenses rely almost entirely on the blue waters. Once I go out to sea, the defenses will be completely empty. The risk is too great. Just as I was pondering this, Luoli suddenly pulled out a blueprint as if presenting a treasure. The materials are a bit lacking, but I bought something good. She waved the blueprints. Coffee machine! I raised an eyebrow. Do you have beans? Luoli proudly took out another packet of seeds. Here we have them. Plant them, and you can drink as much as you want. Judging from her expression, she was clearly already running this place like a resort island. I was too lazy to tease her. What else do you have? Take it all out and let me see. Luoli's eyes darted away for a moment, but she still dumped everything onto the bed. The next second, the bed was completely submerged in various clutter, cosmetics, face masks, shower gel, a plush bear, ice maker blueprints, and coffee machine blueprints. There weren't many actual survival supplies, but the luxuries were off the charts. Among this pile of stuff, a cardboard box stood out. Ultra-thin, breathable, 500 pieces per pack. I glanced at it, and couldn't help but lean closer and whisper. Buying so many, aren't you worried about them expiring? Luoli's face instantly turned red, and she pinched me hard. Keep your voice down. She quickly stuffed the box back into her backpack and muttered softly. It's cheaper to pack it together. Xia Yubing next to her pretended not to see it, but her ears were already red. To change the subject, Luoli quickly pulled out a white shirt and handed it to me. Here, change out of that tattered t-shirt of yours. I looked down and realized it really did need changing, so I took it and prepared to take off my clothes. Luoli immediately kicked me. Sister Yubing is still here. I looked at Xia Yubing. Do you mind? Xia Yubing didn't even look up. I don't mind, I won't look. Did you hear that? I teased with a smile, and then directly changed into a shirt. The moment he put on the crisp white shirt, his aura changed completely. Luoli stared, somewhat stunned. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Why don't you work out? You're too skinny. I casually asked. Do you like muscular men? Luoli poked my arm. A little muscle makes me feel safer. I smiled, leaned closer and whispered. Then let's work out every day from now on. Luoli's face instantly turned even redder, and she was about to kick me when I grabbed her foot. Let go, she whispered. I smiled and let go of her hand, no longer teasing her. Continue the live stream, don't forget the important matter. After saying that, I put away the blueprints and seeds and went downstairs. On the first floor, Qin Xian had finished her cake and was carefully wiping the wooden plate, her movements meticulous. I watched for a while, then suddenly asked, Can you cook? Qin Xian paused for a moment, then answered softly, Does instant noodles count? This answer wasn't unexpected. I nodded. Then learn later, and see if you can get a skill book. Qin Xian's heart tightened. She felt she had another task. She looked around, somewhat troubled, and said, But there's no kitchen here. Chapter 33 Build a kitchen, and incidentally get the top spot in the entire district. A kitchen is a must. This is not just about satisfying one's appetite, but also about establishing a sense of ritual in life. In this world where death can be a constant threat, being able to sit together and enjoy a hot meal is a luxurious kind of happiness. Moreover, Luoli's shopping desires are off the charts. She bought a bunch of blueprints and is waiting to build them, so it wouldn't be appropriate to leave them all on the first floor. Xia Shang glanced at the building points leaderboard. Building points ranking, Jiangqing District. First place, Summer Island, 82 points. Second place, Rock Alliance, 40 points. Third place, Fire Island, 39 points. 10th place, Wuyushan, 28 points. The lead was so steep that it was more than double that of the second place team. Xia Shang's gaze lingered on the number 82 points for a moment. I wonder if there will be any special system rewards once I reach 100 points. After all, the system's rewards are all good things. He's still 18 points short, which translates to 1,800 resources. For him, that's a piece of cake. Let's build a kitchen to make it a round number. Let's build a kitchen. Xia Shang snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Qin Xian, who stood gracefully beside him. Let's go, senior, let's go out and check out the place. Qin Xian had no choice but to put down the wooden tray she was wiping clean and follow Xia Shang out of the wooden house. The moment the door opened, a wave of scorching heat mixed with the salty sea breeze rushed towards me. Just a few seconds after standing at the door, Qin Xian's fair forehead and neck were covered in a fine layer of sweat. Perhaps it was because she had been in the temperature-controlled wooden house for a long time and her body had become a little more delicate, but she experienced a slight sense of disorientation. I wasn't feeling this bad when I went out to plant trees this morning. She looked at the little girl, Bisui, who was squatting by the door, almost wilting from the sun, and patted her head with a touch of heartache. Chirp, chirp! Bisui looked at Qin Xian with pleading eyes. She could only smile helplessly. There was nothing she could do about it. It's so hot! She instinctively fanned herself with the back of her hand, but the air that blew out was scalding hot. Xia Shang pointed to the open space next to the wooden house. Let's hurry up, how big do you think it should be? The island has a total area of 50 square meters. After deducting the 20 square meter two-story wooden house, the remaining space is indeed not very spacious. Also, avoid planting coconut trees in the morning. As for the lawn, it doesn't matter, there's plenty of grass seed anyway. Qin Xian's mind went blank when he asked her that question. She's someone who can't even cook, so how would she know how big a kitchen should be? A smaller one should be fine, right? As long as it's enough, she whispered, offering her suggestion. Xia Shang nodded and began filtering through the exchange. After a day, the exchange is now gradually having more items available. There are all kinds of architectural blueprints, but very few people actually use them. One reason is that other people are involved. The island isn't large enough to be built on at will. Another reason is that this thing is really expensive. The average player might not even be able to afford 1,000 resources, let alone build anything. His goal this time was very clear, not the best, but the most expensive, and he specifically looked at the blueprints that required high construction costs. Soon, an L-shaped architectural drawing of an integrated kitchen and dining room caught his attention. L-shaped cozy kitchen, 15 square meters. Construction cost, 2,000 wood. Price, 2,500 wood, 1,000 stone. Seller, I am not Sister Hong. It consumes 2,000 resources, which is exactly 20 points. Xia Shang shared the link to the blueprints with Qin Xian. Senior, what do you think of this? She clicked on the link and carefully looked at the design drawings and descriptions. The layout of the house was somewhat similar to a guest house she had already visited. Yes, this design is quite good. There is a partition between the kitchen and the dining room, so when cooking, the fumes won't go into the dining room. Is that the one? Xia Shang's tone was casual, as if he were asking what to have for dinner. Qin Xian was stunned. She looked at Xia Shang and fell into deep thought. Is he asking for my opinion? I'll stay until the end of Ice Peak Day, there's no need to ask me specifically. You should ask Luo Li and Sister Yu Bing instead. Xia Shang did not continue this topic. Don't overthink it. Just tell me, do you like the layout of this kitchen? Qin Xian had no choice but to turn her attention back to the blueprints, and this time she looked at them even more carefully. I quite like it. Okay. Xia Shang decisively spent 2,000 pieces of wood to buy the blueprints, and a scroll with a faint blue light appeared in his hand. He glanced at the island. How to build it was also a problem. If they are placed haphazardly, not only will they be unsightly, but it will also be difficult to manage if other buildings are to be placed there later. Seeing that Xia Shang held the blueprints and remained silent for a long time, Qin Xian roughly guessed what he was thinking. She walked to the center of the open space, gestured, and thought about what the guesthouse she had visited before looked like. How about we make the kitchen door face the cabin door? We can build a flower trellis between the two buildings with roses and bougainvillea, which will provide shade and make it easy to come and go. Let's build an L shape and a wooden house, forming a U shape. The open space in the middle will create a semi-enclosed courtyard. If we want to have a barbecue in the future, we can also enjoy the view of the ocean. How romantic! Xia Shang's eyes lit up. Great idea! That's a good idea. The flower-lined walkway connects the wooden house and the kitchen. Just imagining it fills one with a sense of life's charm. There's also the scene of having skewers in one hand, fine wine in the other, an unbeatable sea view in front of you, and a stunningly beautiful woman beside you. Just thinking about it made Xia and Shang feel wonderful. Timber 2000. The blueprint in his hand suddenly transformed into a dazzling white light, shooting into the sky. The white light exploded in midair, instantly condensing into countless planks, beams, and tiles that exuded the fragrance of wood. The building materials seemed to come alive, flying, swirling, and weaving through the air. Click! Click click! The crisp sound of the mortise and tenon joints fitting together was constant, as precise as the most sophisticated machinery. An exquisite L-shaped wooden house rose from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Xian opened her eyes wide, looking at the magnificent scene, which was exactly the same as when Luo Li built the wooden house yesterday. It would be even better if she built it herself. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to speak. The moment the kitchen was fully completed, the chat channels of the entire Jiangqing district were once again flooded with an eye-catching system announcement. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the summer team for becoming the first team in Jiangqing district to reach 100 building points. Special reward. Attribute Elixir Box *5, Automatic Defense Arrow Tower Blueprint *1. This system announcement once again triggered a wave of lamentations across the regional channels. Xia Shang glanced at his friends' list. The moment the regional announcement was released, his friends' private messages were bombarded with messages. Without a doubt, they're all after that automatic defense arrow tower. For many people, marine mammals are still too much of a threat. Having defensive structures will make me feel much safer, and I won't have to be constantly on edge to guard against attacks from sea monsters. However, he ignored them. The most important thing now is to get this kitchen fixed with Qin Xian. At this moment, Luo Li, who was live streaming from the second floor and giving away free water, also poked her head out from the balcony. Wow, Junior! Is this the kitchen? Chapter 34. A new kitchen. A new dining table. Before Xia Shang could finish speaking, hurried footsteps came from the second floor. Luo Li rushed down like an excited little rabbit. She eagerly pushed open the wooden cabin door, and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards her. The bright light made her squint instinctively, and raise her slender arm to shield her face. It's so hot. The sand was as hot as a red-hot iron plate. I can't believe how I managed to get through most of yesterday's day outside. She immediately spotted the little octopus, Bisui, squatting by the door, looking a bit wilted from the sun. Feeling sorry for it, she hugged it close and rubbed her cheek against it. Sister, give me a hug, I'm not upset anymore. She gently comforted the little one in her arms, and her tiny feet, clad in black stockings, tentatively took a step towards the door. Hiss! The scalding sand felt like it was going to burn through the soles of her feet, and she recoiled as if she had been electrocuted. Luo Li hugged Bai Shui, turned around and looked at Xia Shang pitifully, her voice sweet and soft. Junior, come and carry me over. Xia Shang shook his head helplessly and walked a few steps to the door. He bent down and easily lifted Luo Li and the little octopus in her arms into a princess carry. Her body was very light, her petite frame curled up in his arms, barely weighing anything. Xia Shang held Luo Li in his arms, and Luo Li held Bai Shui in her arms. The scene was strangely harmonious. Luo Li's head rested against his chest, and her two little feet swung freely in the air. Amidst laughter and conversation, Xia Shang carried Luo Li into the newly built kitchen. The three of them looked around at this important place that would be responsible for filling their stomachs in the future. This is an L-shaped building. The shorter side is the cooking area, which features an old-fashioned brick stove commonly found in rural areas, where firewood can be used for cooking and stir-frying. The longer side is a spacious dining area, more than enough to accommodate a table that seats 5 or 6 people. The walls have large windows on 3 sides, providing excellent natural light and a wide view. Xia Shang first took out the thermostat from his backpack and installed it in a corner. Buzz! With a soft sound, a cool breeze blew out from the thermostat, quickly dispelling the heat in the kitchen and lowering the temperature to a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. Yes, the cabinets and sink can be put in that corner over there. Luo Li had already started planning. She walked barefoot on the floor, and a warm and cozy scene of the future was already appearing in her mind. I'll put the kitchen utensils and seasonings I bought here. She finally walked to the middle of the restaurant, placed a long table there, and solemnly arranged. From now on, you will sit in the head seat. She pointed at Xia Shang with her finger. You Bing and I will sit on either side of you, she said, pointing to the seats next to herself and Xia Shang. And then, Xiao Xian, the maid, will stand beside you and serve you. Hearing this arrangement, Qin Xian was a little indignant and couldn't help but retort in a low voice. Why do I have to stand? Luo Li crossed her arms and leaned against Xia Shang, her posture intimate and matter-of-fact. For no reason other than you're a maid. If a maid doesn't stand and serve, does she expect to sit at the table and eat? Does she expect to rise in rank? You! Qin Xian was already bad at talking, and when Luo Li interrupted her like that, her pretty face immediately turned bright red, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Why should I? She felt extremely wronged. So what if you got together with the junior first? Now they're actually acting like they own the place and ordering me around. She looked to Xia Shang for help, hoping he would speak up for her. But just as her gaze shifted, Luo Li seemed to sense something, suddenly tiptoeing on her black stocking feet, and with lightning speed hooked her arms around Xia Shang's neck, forcefully kissing him on the lips. Pop! The sound was crisp and loud. After the kiss, she even winked at Qin Xian provocatively and slyly. Why are you staring so intently at my man? A man? Qin Xian's gaze shifted abruptly as if burned, her heart filled with turmoil. And this is only the 2nd day. You fell for it way too fast. In 2 days, will I have to start calling him husband? She stubbornly retorted. I didn't. Who wants to see him? Luo Li persisted. Still saying you didn't? Qin Xian was now speechless, feeling like she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. You were just giving my baby a massage. Xia Shang's fist clenched. It was both a man and a treasure. He reached out and grasped Luo Li's shoulder, pulling her slightly away from him, then looked at Qin Xian, whose face was flushed, with a half-smile. Senior, why don't you go back to the cabin and rest for a bit? Come back in half an hour. She was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth, a knowing smile in her eyes. Watching Qin Xian push open the door and leave, Xia Shang didn't react much, but Luo Li seemed like a beast that had been unleashed. Quickly! They're finally gone! What a rare moment of peace and quiet! On the other side, at the entrance of the wooden house, Qin Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just then, Xia Yubing came down from the 2nd floor. Xiao Xian? Haven't you gone to renovate the kitchen? Qin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words to explain, her expression somewhat unnatural. Xia Shang and Xiaoli are working on it right now. As Xia Yubing spoke, she walked straight towards the door. Then let's go help out and see what the kitchen looks like. Qin Xian quickly stepped in front of the door, looking embarrassed. Let's forget it. Xiaoli is a bit possessive of her food. Let's wait a while before going. Xia Yubing found it a bit strange. Luoli isn't a puppy, so how could she be possessive of her food? She still reached out and pushed Qin Xian away from her, but as soon as the door opened, in addition to the scorching heat, she was also met with a strange sound that made her ears burn instantly. She reacted as if she'd been electrocuted, and quickly closed the door again. Looking back at Qin Xian, who was facing them and nodding helplessly, the two silently walked back to the sofa and sat down. Qin Xian leaned closer and whispered, Sister Yubing, do you think Xiaoli has been bewitched by Xia Shang? I've seen some movies that portray this way. After being drugged with that kind of love potion, a person's entire personality changes. Look at Xiaoli now, she's completely different from the person we used to know. Upon hearing this, Xia Yubing wasn't so surprised. Instead, she calmly analyzed. She wasn't bewitched, she's just a typical case of being deprived of love. She paused, then thought of a more vivid metaphor. Just imagine, if someone who has been starving for over 20 years suddenly gets to taste the tomahawk steak, they'll definitely lose control and desperately want to eat their fill. Qin Xian got goosebumps all over and instinctively hugged her arm. Huh! Then we won't end up like her, will we? Xia Yubing seemed to have already thought about this problem. That also depends on how good the meat tastes, she said meaningfully. If it really tastes that good, I think very few people would be able to resist eating more than a few bites. Qin Xian silently swallowed. Judging from this, the meat that Luoli tasted must have been incredibly delicious. She stubbornly insisted. If you asked me, I definitely wouldn't. Everyone has self-control, not everyone is like her. Xia Yubing looked at her and just smiled. So, this is a sign that you haven't tasted it yet. Think again, where are we now? On a secluded island. With Xia Shang protecting us, we don't need to attend classes, worry about work, or deal with complicated interpersonal relationships. Human desires are limited to a few types. When pursuits like academics and career are forced to be abandoned, won't the remaining desires be magnified infinitely? Qin Xian nodded silently. That seems to make a lot of sense. Why is Sister Yubing able to analyze these kinds of things so logically and clearly? Xia Yubing suddenly leaned close to Qin Xian's ear and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, mysteriously revealed a secret. Xiaoli bought a whole 500 of those. Qin Xian's eyes widened instantly. She told you herself? No. Xia Yubing waved her hand. I accidentally saw her take out a whole big box when I was upstairs just now. She added nervously. You absolutely mustn't tell Xiaoli that I told her. Otherwise, she'll accuse me of being a gossip. Qin Xian's expression had changed from shock to deep awe. What kind of concept is this? This is way too exaggerated. The two sat in silence for quite a while. Time passed by, second by second. An hour later, the world finally fell completely silent. Qin Xian even took a short nap on the sofa, and was eventually woken up by Xia Yubing. Let's go, Xuxin, let's go take a look. The two pushed open the door and saw Xia Shang opening the kitchen window. Hearing the door open, Xia Shang turned around and gave them a slightly helpless smile. Seniors, come quick, lend a hand. Chapter 35. I tricked my archenemy onto the island and made her my cook. When Xia Yubing and Qin Xian entered the kitchen, Luoli had already sat up and was holding her poor pet Biscuit tightly in her arms. The little guy was squeezed so tightly it was almost deformed, and its few tiny tentacles were thrashing about desperately, clearly making a silent protest. Luoli completely ignored it. Xia Yubing walked up to her, fanned her nose with her hand in disgust, and then reached out to help her down from the dining table. Let's go back to the room and take a shower. Look at you, all sweaty. No. I want my junior to hug me. Both of them simultaneously rubbed their foreheads, realizing this person was beyond saving and was now practically begging to get involved with Xia Shang. Xia Yubing half-dragged, half-carried Luoli. All right, your junior brother is here to hold you. Come with me. Luoli was then helped back to the wooden house by Xia Yubing to take a bath. In the huge kitchen dining room, only Xia Shang and Qin Xian remained. Xia Shangchong tilted his head slightly towards Qin Xian, gesturing towards the brand new long dining table. Senior, could you wipe down our dining table? Qin Xian's eye twitched involuntarily. She forced herself to endure the discomfort, and pulled a few tissues out of her pocket. She practically gritted her teeth as she asked, Will this table still be used for meals in the future? Xia Shang smiled matter-of-factly. Of course I'll use it. Qin Xian rolled her eyes inwardly. All the wonderful fantasies she had about this spacious and bright new kitchen shattered in an instant. Xia Shang fastened the last button he could find. Then I exchanged a few simple wooden chairs at the exchange, placed them next to the dining table, and sat down first. Oh right, Senior, this is for you. As Xia Shang spoke, he took out a skill book that glowed with a faint green light from his system space and handed it over. The cover has the words, Beginner Cooking Skills Book, written in large characters. He just took some time to buy this on the exchange. Currently, only this basic quality is available on the market, and the price isn't high, just over 3,000 resource points. This is the advantage of a gamified world. Even if you are a pampered young lady who has never lifted a finger, you can still outdo a top chef from New Oriental by simply slapping down a skill book. Qin Xian took the skill book in a daze. The cute little chef on the cover seemed to be mocking her. She pursed her lips, but still couldn't suppress the grievances and dissatisfaction in her heart. Can I not do these things? Shaoli and Sister Yu Bing are so relaxed, why is it me? Xia Shang nodded, understanding her thoughts. It is indeed a bit difficult for you to have a school beauty cook and wash dishes. Xia Shang calmly acknowledged this, which rekindled the glimmer of hope that had just risen in Qin Xian's heart. But his next words extinguished the flame instantly. How about this, Senior? If you can find me another woman who's about as pretty as you to come to the island, she can manage the kitchen from now on, and you can do whatever you want. Huh! Qin Xian was stunned. Isn't this just like recruiting people for a pyramid scheme? As beautiful as myself? Where can you find it so easily? She knows many beautiful women, but there are very few who can rival Qin Xian. And they even tricked people into coming to this isolated island. Although the conditions on Xia Shang Island are probably better than those of 99% of the people outside. But it sounds like I'm a pervert, the kind of pervert who only targets pretty girls. But then she thought again. Women who are about as pretty as me. A bright yet annoying face appeared in my mind. Qin Xian's eyes flickered, and she tentatively asked, Master, do you remember the cheerleader of Jian University's basketball team? Xia Shang let out a thoughtful nasal sound, and an image immediately popped into his mind of a woman wearing a miniskirt, showing off her incredibly long legs, and radiating energy on the basketball court. Suyu, a prominent figure at Jiangda University, is known as the university's #1 leg expert. She was indeed very good-looking, with long, straight, and well-proportioned legs that made her stand out at school. Suyu? You're very close to her? It's alright. Qin Xian forced a smile. We used to take yoga classes together often, so we know each other. It's more than just knowing each other. They are practically arch-enemies. Back then, they fought fiercely for Raymond Lam, a rich second-generation heir who had just broken up with his girlfriend. They used every trick in the book, almost pulling each other's hair out. Although I won in the end, the feud was completely formed. On the surface, they are yoga sisters, but behind each other's backs, they are both stabbing each other in the back. If we manage to lure that little bitch into Xia Shang's devil's den, Qin Xian discovered that her conscience didn't hurt at all. Xia Shang also began to ponder. Su Yu's looks and figure are undoubtedly top-notch, and her overall score is definitely above 90 points. The key lies in her talent. If his talent surpasses A-level, then he's not very valuable, and there's no need to go to the trouble of bringing him to the island. Then you should contact her and try to find out what level her talent is. Then it's a deal, Master. Qin Xian's eyes lit up, and she quickly confirmed. As long as I get her to the island, I really won't have to worry about cooking and such? Certainly. Seeing her anxious expression, Xia Shang suddenly asked curiously. I've never understood why pretty girls like you are so reluctant to go into the kitchen. Qin Xian remained silent for a few seconds. Reason? Do I even need to explain why? I'm already so pretty, why should I have to smell cooking fumes and get myself all dirty and grimy? If I still have to cook and clean, then what's the point of having this face and this body? Besides, washing dishes and chopping vegetables is so hard on your hands. The money she spends on hand care every week is enough for an average person to have several big meals. These are things I can't say directly. Well, there are many reasons. Not all pretty girls don't cook. Look at all the food bloggers online who are very good looking. It's just that I happen to be not that type. Xia Shang simply smiled at this watertight explanation, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Ultimately, they haven't been truly hardened by reality. When a goddess is with a simp, she naturally never lifts a finger. But if you're with a tycoon, that's a different story. They just haven't figured out their place yet. However, Xia Shang was too lazy to delve into these matters. His tone left no room for argument. Don't think that far ahead. You have to do this in the next few days before your replacement arrives. Learn the skills first. Qin Xian pouted reluctantly, feeling extremely unwilling, but circumstances forced her to obediently pick up the skill book and choose to use it. The skill book instantly transformed into a soft white light and entered her brow. The next second, a massive flood of information rushed into her brain. Pan-fry, stir-fry, cook, deep-fry, braise, simmer, stew. The cooking techniques of various cuisines, the mastery of knife skills and heat control, and the principles of ingredient pairing played rapidly in her mind like a series of instructional videos. This feeling is so strange, it's as if my brain has become a USB drive, forcibly filled with countless memories that don't belong to me. The intense impact made her vision go black for a moment, her body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. When she came to her senses, a new skill had appeared on her personal information panel. Cooking skills, beginner proficient in cooking most common home-style dishes. Qin Xian looked at this skill and sighed silently in her heart. Looking at these words, Qin Xian felt a mix of emotions, which finally turned into a helpless sigh. Who would have thought that Qin Xian, one of the most famous beauties at Jian University, would actually end up as a cook? Xia Shang's voice came through. You've recovered? He opened the trading interface and made a few moves. I'll transfer some resources to you first, and buy all the pots, pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar you need for the kitchen. System notification. Player Xia Tian has traded the following items to you. Wood asterisk 5000, stone asterisk 5000, clay asterisk 5000. The notification sounded that the transaction was successful. Qin Xian was stunned when she saw the 15,000 resource points that had suddenly appeared in her account. She knew that Xia Shang had abundant resources and was a big spender, but she never expected that he would be so generous. 15,000. This 15,000 yuan was much more significant than the 1.5 million yuan she had known back in school. If you make her struggle to fish for treasure chests at sea, she probably wouldn't be able to collect this many even if she lived to the next life. This is way too much. Her voice was trembling. You can decide which one to buy. You can buy whatever you want. Xia Shang's tone was so calm, it was as if he were saying, Here's 5 yuan, go buy a bottle of water. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Qin Xian's scant-made outfit. You'd better buy a proper long-made outfit. Otherwise, if you cook in this, you'll end up with a big dipper pattern on your stomach from the hot oil after just one meal. After he said that, Qin Xian subconsciously looked down. Her outfit did indeed leave most of her skin exposed to the air, except for a few key areas. If you really have to work around the stove, getting burned by oil splatters and ending up with a pockmarked face is the least of your worries. She looked up at Xia Shang's calm face and, as if possessed, asked, You trust me that much? And trusting me with so many resources. I told you I'd leave as soon as the frozen day arrives? All right, senior. Xia Shang's smile held a composure that Qin Xian couldn't decipher. Just stay for 1 day, that's all. Don't think about so many useless things. Qin Xian smiled too, but her smile contained a complex mix of emotions. Thank you. I'll return the rest to you after I finish shopping. She said that, but she was actually overjoyed inside. With the resources, she was finally able to buy some of the things she needed. Those skincare products and moisturizing masks she'd been longing for. Who knows how dry and flaky her face is after just 2 days in this awful world. She took a deep breath to calm her excitement, and with a sense of sacred ritual, she opened the exchange for the first time. The dazzling array of goods instantly filled the panel, almost blinding her. Especially the women's clothing recommended on the system's homepage, each one more beautiful and sexier than the last. She glanced at Xia Shang furtively. He just told me to buy whatever I wanted. Why should I be polite? Anyway, I'll be working as a cook and maid part-time from now on, so let's just say this is the salary he paid. Besides, you always need to find a place to vent, right? Venturing all these frustrations into shopping is a great option. Once she understood this, Qin Xian immediately felt at ease. She excitedly clicked into the women's clothing section, her eyes shining, and began her first island shopping spree. The resources in this world are all gamified items obtained from treasure chests, and many clothes have strange attributes. For example, the pair of white stockings that Luoli wore before, which could cool her down, was one of them. Catgirl outfit, it has cat ears and cat paws, wow, they're all so cute, it's just that the tail isn't very good. She muttered something under her breath, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she still quickly added the outfit priced at 1,500 resource points to her shopping cart. She herself isn't suited to wearing cute clothes, but she can recommend them to Luoli. Oh my god! Mermaid's Tears Essence, keeps skin hydrated and radiant for 12 hours after use, 1,000 resources. So expensive! But I'll buy it. Looking at her balance of 15,000 yuan, she boldly swept all the things she had previously been reluctant to buy into her shopping cart. Seeing Qin Xian so focused on shopping, Xia Shang felt much more at ease. Women are indeed creatures who cannot escape the allure of shopping. They even said they would return the excess resources to themselves. He bet that within 2 days, this woman would be crying and begging to come back to him for resources. He had no interest in these resources. His real purpose was to make this proud and arrogant senior student completely succumb to this luxurious life of having everything she wanted, so that she could never leave. Withdrawing his attention from Qin Xian, Xia Shang finally had time to check the system rewards he had just received. With his thought, 5 simple wooden boxes appeared before him. Attribute Elixir Box. Let me see what good stuff it is this time. He randomly opened one of them. Chapter 36. Didn't your junior also save you? In the kitchen, Xia Shang looked at the 5 simple wooden boxes lined up in front of him, feeling somewhat excited. This was the first time he had ever obtained an item that could directly boost his attributes. He picked up the first box and gently opened it. Clatter. A refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air, and just one whiff made me feel much more energetic. In the center of the box lay a pill the size of a longan, entirely crimson. Congratulations to the player for receiving Stamina Pill *1. Stamina Pill permanently increases stamina by 1 point upon use. Nice one! Xia Shang's eyes lit up. In this world where leveling up is impossible, the value of attribute points is self-evident. His current stamina is only 4 points. He had been sparring with Luoli in the kitchen for about an hour, and his lower back muscles were already protesting, feeling extremely sore and weak. Although he won 1 round in the end, Xia Shang still felt a serious crisis. How can a man say he can't do it? Physical strength must be increased. Without hesitation, Xia Shang opened all 4 remaining boxes. Congratulations to the player for receiving Stamina Pill *2, Strength Pill *2. I was lucky enough to get 3 stamina pills and 2 strength pills. Although I didn't get agility, strength and stamina are the most important things right now. He picked up the first stamina pill, examined it for a moment, and then tilted his head back and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, a warm current sliding down the throat into the abdomen. Immediately afterwards, a violent energy exploded, instantly sweeping through the limbs and bones. Well! Xia Shang groaned, feeling as if countless steel needles were piercing his muscles all over his body. The intense soreness and numbness almost made him cry out. The bones were crackling, and every inch of flesh was greedily absorbing this pure energy. He could even feel his slightly hunched spine being forcibly corrected by an invisible force, straightening it vertebra by vertebra. Stamina increased by 1 point, current stamina, 5 points. The system notification sounded. Xia Shang slowly straightened up, clenched his fist, and a sense of unprecedented fulfillment welled up in his heart. He could clearly feel that his body had become stronger, and the fatigue he had felt earlier had been completely swept away. He felt incredibly relaxed all over, especially his back no longer ached and his legs were no longer weak. He could easily handle 2 more rounds. Such a huge change can be achieved with just a little physical exertion? Xia Shang's breathing became somewhat rapid, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 remaining pills on the table. For a happy life in the future, we have to keep eating. On the other side, on the first floor of the wooden house, Xia Yubing had just finished bathing Luoli, who was feeling weak all over, and was now carefully wiping her flushed skin with a dry towel. Luoli lay comfortably on the sofa like a lazy cat, letting her best friend do as she pleased. Shaoli, you're being too reckless, Xia Yubing scolded as she wiped the clothes. Luoli rested her head on Xia Yubing's shapely long legs encased in black stockings, lazily raised her hand, and grabbed Xia Yubing's busy little hand. What's wrong with it? She opened her watery eyes and lazily said, Now that we're in this world, shouldn't we just do whatever makes us happy? As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. She immediately opened her personal profile and edited a new post. 500-2 is equal to 498. As a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers, this seemingly random message caused an immediate uproar in the comments section, with countless fans speculating about the meaning behind her post. Xia Yu retorted somewhat irritably, Can't you be a little more mindful of the consequences? Luoli rested her head on Xia Yubing's thigh, which was covered in black stockings. My dear Yubing, we're all adults, not children, what's the big deal? Luoli grinned mischievously, leaned close to her ear, and breathed softly. Xia Yubing blushed and glared at the unruly vixen lying on her lap, both embarrassed and angry. I was just telling Xiaoxin that you've changed so much these past 2 days, it's like you're a completely different person. She sighed, her tone softening. I know Hu Ming's matter has been a big blow to you, but you can't let it get you down like this. It's okay, Xiao Xian and I will be there for you. Luoli pulled her hand away, her eyes showing no sadness, but rather a cynical look of someone who had seen through the ways of the world. What are you thinking? Hu Ming is dead, so what? I won't even blink an eye. She played with Xia Yubing's soft, boneless hand and said frankly, Right now, I just feel that my junior is just my type. He's handsome, and a bit of a bad guy, but unfortunately he's a bit skinny. What I just told Xiaoxin was absolutely right. Xia Yubing pinched her cheek, both amused and exasperated. Luoli didn't refute, but instead giggled and asked, Sister Yubing, what about you? What do you think of the junior? This question caused Xia Yubing's expression to become subtle. Just as Luoli said, Xia Shang is a good person, just a little bad. Calm, reliable, and always ready to step up in crucial moments. But overall, she's at least not unpleasant. It's alright, Xia Yubing commented insincerely. You two would be quite suitable as a man. You two are a pair of scoundrels together. Luoli smiled even more happily, her eyes darting around. Look, this morning, your junior really saved your life. My beautiful lady, don't you have any other thoughts about your savior? Like in novels, repaying him with your body? Xia Yubing, annoyed, reached out and lightly flicked her forehead with her finger. What nonsense are you talking about? Have you been reading too many martial arts novels? Saving a life means you have to repay with your body? If that were the case, wouldn't doctors and hospitals be constantly being swarmed by suitors? Even so, Xia Yubing herself felt a slight ripple in her heart. Yes, why is that? She fell head over heels in love with Xiao Shangnan the moment he saved her life. But Xia Shang also saved her today, and apart from gratitude, she didn't seem to feel anything special. Is it really just because Xiao Shangnan's family background is different? This thought made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although I am really grateful to him, she added softly. All right. Luo Li snorted softly, sat up from her lap, and looked directly into her eyes. I know you only have Xiao Shangnan in your heart, but you Bing, can you please wake up? It's been 2 days. Has he contacted you? Has he sent you a single message asking if you're alive or dead? I really don't know why you're still thinking about a man like that. Xia Yubing avoided eye contact and took a deep breath. Shaoli, let's not talk about this. Luo Li started to whine again. Sister Yubing, please tell me, why is that? Seeing Luo Li's determined attitude of not giving up until she got to the bottom of things, Xia Yubing knew she couldn't avoid it today, so she could only sigh. Okay, I'll tell you. During my junior year of college, I had a high school reunion. Xia Yubing slowly recounted the past that she had never mentioned to anyone before. After the party ended, she went home alone and was dragged into the roadside green belt by 2 drunk thugs. Just as she screamed in despair, Xiao Shangnan drove by, just happened to appear. Like a god descending to earth, he rushed up and fought with the 2 thugs, even getting slashed in the chest, before finally saving her from her shock. Shangnan and I have known each other since we were little. We're childhood sweethearts. That's why I've always liked him. He doesn't contact me. Maybe he's just too busy. In the end, even she herself lacked confidence. Luo Li almost burst out laughing after hearing this. This story is so melodramatic and contrived. So, just because of this, you're completely devoted to him? Luo Li raised an eyebrow. And what about the fact that your junior saved your life today? She leaned closer, staring into Xia Yubing's eyes, and asked, word by word. How can you be so sure that those 2 drunkards weren't actors hired by your childhood sweetheart? Have you watched too few idol dramas? So many rich kids use this cliché hero saves the damsel in distress trope to fool naive girls like you. No way! Xia Yubing immediately retorted, but her voice lacked strength. You haven't experienced it yourself, so it couldn't have been an act. Besides, it's not the same. I can't be devoted to someone just because they saved my life, can I? What kind of person would that make me? Luo Li sighed inwardly. Oh no, this girl is already hooked. The life-saving grace plus the childhood sweetheart relationship, these 2 layers of filters combined make them practically unbreakable. Such a big thing, how come you never told us about it before? A bitter smile appeared on Xia Yubing's face. She had a vague idea of what kind of person Xiao Shangnan was, but she was unwilling to admit it. If she had said it out loud earlier, her best friends would probably have laughed at her to death. I'm just afraid you'll think I'm stupid. Luo Li was completely speechless. She was truly infatuated, and truly foolish. But it doesn't matter. Once we're on this island, who cares about childhood sweethearts or saviors? They all have to step aside from me. She absolutely couldn't stand by and watch her best friend continue to think about that scumbag. Just as she was about to speak and add more fuel to the fire, a scream, choked with sobs, suddenly came from the kitchen. Shaoli! Sister Yubing! Come quick! Their hearts sank. Xia Yubing reacted the fastest and rushed to the kitchen door in an instant. What's wrong, Xiao Xian? Has the sea monster come ashore? Qin Xian, standing at the door, turned deathly pale with fright. She pointed into the kitchen, unable to speak clearly. No! It's Xia Shang, him. He seems to be dying. Chapter 37, Shirt teared off, School Beauty's nosebleed flows wildly. Upon hearing this, Luo Li was the first to lose her composure. Ignoring the scorching heat of the sand outside, she rushed from the wooden house into the kitchen with her bare, white feet. The sight before her made her heart clench. Xia Shang collapsed to the ground, his brand new white shirt completely soaked with sweat, clinging damply to his body and vaguely outlining the contours of his taut muscles. His skin had an abnormal flush, and the veins on his forehead and neck bulged out, twisting and turning like coiled earthworms. The whole person was like a fish thrown onto a hot beach, their body convulsing and spasming uncontrollably. "Junior!" Luoli rushed over, her knees buckled and she knelt on the ground, trembling as she pulled Xia Shang's head into her warm embrace, tears instantly streaming down her face. "Are you all right? What should I do? What happened?" Xia Yubing followed closely behind, her face pale. She squatted down beside him and tentatively called out, "Xia Shang!" Seeing that Xia Shang's eyes were closed, and he was unresponsive, she turned to Qin Xian, who was equally at a loss beside her. "What's wrong with him?" Qin Xian was almost in tears, her voice trembling. I just bought something at the exchange, and in the blink of an eye, my master collapsed to the ground." Luoli cried with tears streaming down her face, her heart aching more than if it were being pricked by needles. She reached out to touch Xia Shang's forehead to check if he had a fever. But the moment her fingertips touched Xia Shang's skin, it was as if she had been burned by a red-hot iron, and she abruptly pulled them back. "It's so hot!" She stared in astonishment at her fingertips, which had turned red instantly. The brief contact had brought a burning, stinging pain. His body temperature is so high it's almost abnormal. Compared to Luoli, who was completely flustered, Xia Yubing was much calmer. Her gaze swept quickly over Xia Shang's entire body, finally settling on the 5 small wooden boxes that had already been opened on the dining table next to him. She immediately thought of the pills Xia Shang had received as rewards. Upon closer inspection, although Xia Shang's body was twitching, his muscles were becoming increasingly firm and full at a speed that could almost be seen with the naked eye. His originally somewhat slender, student-like figure now has more defined lines and is full of explosive power. This doesn't look like someone who is sick or injured at all. Is this more like a transformative enhancement? Having gained some confidence, she quickly reached out and tugged at Luoli's arm, softening her voice to comfort her. "Shaoli, don't cry. He should be fine. He's just taking those pills and his body is getting stronger. Xiao Xian, quickly go and get some water to cool him down physically." "Okay. Great." Qin Xian suddenly realized what was happening and quickly ran back to the wooden house, bringing back 2 large bowls filled with clean, cool water. Xia Yubing wanted Xia Shang to lie down, but found that Luoli was like a mother cat protecting her kittens, holding Xia Shang tightly and refusing to let go. The scalding heat traveled through her thin skin, burning large areas of her chest red, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. She sobbed softly as she pressed her soft cheek against Xia Shang's burning forehead, murmuring repeatedly, "It's okay, Junior, it's okay, Senior is here with you." Xia Yubing felt both heartache and helplessness watching this, and sighed. "Shaoli, let go of him and let him lie down so we can wipe him down with some water to cool him down. If you hold him like this, the heat won't dissipate." Luoli, with tears in her eyes, was pulled away by Xia Yubing, who kept turning back to look at her. Xia Yubing gave Qin Xian a wink, and Qin Xian immediately understood, squatting down to remove the annoying wet shirt from Xia Shang's body. The shirt was stuck to her body with sweat, and the buttons couldn't be unbuttoned. Qin Xian gritted her teeth, grabbed the collar, and yanked hard. Sizzle. The sound of tearing fabric was particularly clear in the small kitchen. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The 3 girls, all campus beauties, seemed to have been put on pause, their beautiful eyes wide open, staring intently at the near-perfect male body before them. His smooth yet powerful pectoral muscles, his well-defined 8-pack abs, and his deep, sexy V-line that makes your heart race. Every muscle line is like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by a top artist, full of masculine and powerful beauty. However, it's not as exaggerated as those muscular monsters in the gym, where an extra bit would make you look fat, and an extra bit would make you look thin. Qin Xian's hand holding the towel froze in midair. She quickly shook her head, forcing herself to come back to her senses, and carefully wiped Xia Shang's body with a towel dampened with cool water. When her hand, through the cool towel, traced the firm, burning hot 8-pack abs, she felt her heart leap out of her throat. Mrs. is so sexy. That's too intense. In fact, girls are often much more straightforward than boys imagine, especially when they see a top-tier handsome guy with both good looks and a great physique. That bit of reserve had long been thrown to the winds. Even Luoli, who had just been crying uncontrollably, completely stopped crying at this moment. She sniffed lightly and subconsciously wiped her nose with the back of her hand, only to find it damp, hot, and sticky. Upon closer inspection, the glaring red color stunned her completely. My nose is bleeding. Luoli didn't care about being embarrassed anymore. She hurriedly ran to Qin Xian's side and, taking advantage of Xia Yubing's inattention, stretched out her fair finger and poked the clear V-line. Oh my God! It's both hard and soft. It felt like touching a steel plate wrapped in velvet. It feels amazing. She wanted to explore further down the lines when a slightly cool hand grabbed her wrist. Xia Yubing was almost laughing in exasperation at her lovable best friend. Shaoli! Go wipe the blood off your nose first. Xia Shang is fine. Okay. Luoli reluctantly withdrew her hand and quickly grabbed a few tissues to stuff her nose. Her voice also became deep and resonant. My God, how did he suddenly become so manly? Xia Yubing pointed to the empty wooden box on the table. It's probably because he ate those pills. Really, did he have to eat them all at once? After Qin Xian finished wiping Xia Shang's body, she stood up, her face flushed, and dared not look at him any longer. Like Luoli, she had absolutely no resistance to handsome, sunny men with amazing physiques. Although Xia Shang was handsome before, he was as thin as a bamboo pole, so she didn't have any particular feelings for him. But now, he's practically walking hormones. She even wanted to touch it properly. Look at his skin! Qin Xian suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Xia Shang's body. It's slowly turning bronze. My God! The two looked again and found that it was indeed as she had said. Xia Shang's skin, from the neck down, is slowly turning into a healthy, radiant bronze color. This change is quite remarkable. It's not the stark contrast of dark and light skin that comes from wearing short sleeves in the summer, but rather a very natural transition from his original fair complexion, as if this skin tone was his natural birthright. After another minute or two, the intense fever began to subside slowly. Xia Shang's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, he let out a long breath, his eyelashes trembled, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. His mind felt none of the grogginess one feels after waking up. On the contrary, it was clearer and sharper than ever before. Almost the instant he opened his eyes, he sprang up cleanly and nimbly from the floor and sat up. The sharp light emanating from those eyes made all three girls instinctively take a half-step back. His gaze swept across the three campus beauties and senior students, and he saw a mixture of astonishment, worry, and a hint of infatuation on their faces. Xia Shang raised an eyebrow slightly. He glanced at his bare, powerful upper body, then at the ripped shirt beside him, and instantly understood what was going on. He looked up, his gaze falling on Luoli, whose clothes were disheveled and whose nostrils were stuffed with tissues, and asked in a very serious tone. Senior, why aren't you wearing stockings? Xia Yubing and Qin Xian exchanged a glance, and both saw a deep sense of powerlessness in each other's eyes. Dude! Is the focus on the stockings? She's not even wearing normal clothes. Why are you only focusing on her stockings? However, Luoli, the person involved, seemed completely oblivious to these details. All she knew was that Xia Shang had woken up and was alright. The feeling of the sky falling down had disappeared. Luoli let out a whoosh and threw herself into Xia Shang's arms, hugging his strong waist tightly. Wah, you scared me to death. I thought you were going to die. Hearing the soft, warm body in his arms, Xia Shang stiffened for a moment before relaxing. He gently patted her smooth back and softly comforted her. It's all right, senior. Look, I'm perfectly fine now. Didn't you always say I was too skinny, like a bamboo pole? Look at me now, what do you think? Do you like me? As he spoke, Xia Shang proudly raised his arm and tensed it, causing his smooth and explosive biceps to bulge out. Luo Li, still choked with sobs, reached out her small hand and squeezed it between sobs, then nodded emphatically and said in a muffled voice, I like it. Xia Shang was amused by her straightforward and adorable manner. He felt the power surging within him, a feeling of unprecedented strength. He simply stood up, stretched out an arm towards Luo Li, and grinned. Senior, come on, hold my hand and see if I can lift you up with one hand. Ah? Luo Li wiped away her tears, still somewhat bewildered, but she subconsciously pouted and reached out her small hand to grab Xia Shang's arm. His arm muscles exerted only a slight force. Ah! Luo Li felt her body lighten, and she was instantly lifted into the air by Xia Shang with one arm, as steadily as if he were holding a feather. He then smoothly swept Luo Li, who was still exclaiming in surprise, into his arms in a princess carry. You're so annoying! Luo Li said coquettishly, lightly punching his chest with her pink fist, but was bounced back by the solid touch. Xia Shang ignored her coquettish complaints, and instead held her in his arms, easily doing several standard squats. Slow down, it's dangerous! Luo Li felt the weightlessness of her body bobbing up and down, and the sense of security of being held tightly in his strong arms. This feeling was so wonderful. She finally gave up resisting, wrapped her arms around Xia Shang's neck, buried her face in the crook of his neck, and said in a coquettish voice with a thick nasal tone, Junior baby, you're not allowed to whimper like that anymore. Xia Shang felt the warmth and softness in his arms, smiled, and gently placed her on the ground. Okay, I promise, I will never do it again. Qin Xian stood aside, watching this scene, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. She patted her chest, still shaken. Yes, master, you really scared us to death just now. If anything had happened to you, we really wouldn't know what we would have done. Seeing the genuine concern in their eyes, Xia Shang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, It's my fault. I was too impatient. I thought I had to eat it sooner or later anyway, so I ate it all at once. I didn't expect such a strong reaction. He himself was a little scared, but thankfully nothing serious happened. Otherwise, if he were to perish on this deserted island, these three delicate and beautiful senior female students probably wouldn't survive for long either. All right, it's all in the past. Xia Shang clapped his hands, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere. He glanced at Luo Li, who was still naked, and said, Senior, go put on your clothes and stockings, or you'll catch a cold. We're going to have lunch. Luo Li glanced at Xia Shang's incredibly sexy figure, then looked at herself, and reluctantly nodded. She then took Xia Yubing's arm and left the kitchen, looking back every few steps. In the kitchen, only Qin Xian and Xia Shang remained. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat quiet. Xia Shang picked up the completely ruined shirt from the ground, sat back down on the stool, wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck with a towel, and felt the comfort brought by the body modification. Qin Xian looked at Xia Shang's bare upper body, her eyes darting away, her cheeks burning. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly opened the exchange panel, her fingers nervously swiping across it. She went straight into the men's clothing section. Soon, a simple, pure white crew-neck t-shirt appeared on the screen. The price is not high, only 600 wood. She hesitated for only a few seconds, then bit her lower lip and clicked, Buy. A flash of white light, and a brand new, neatly folded t-shirt appeared in her hands. She held the clothes, walked up to Xia Shang, lowered her head, and handed the clothes to him. Junior, why don't you change your clothes? Chapter 38 Ding Dong. Your goddess is about to arrive. Looking at the pure white t-shirt Qin Xian handed him, Xia Shang's gaze shifted from the clothes to her slightly flushed pretty face. He didn't reach out to take it, but asked softly. Senior, what did you just call me? Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and she realized that she had called out, Junior, again in her haste. Her cheeks instantly burned even hotter, and she clutched the clothes in her hands helplessly, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito's hum. Master, I called you the wrong name. Seeing her nervous yet adorable appearance, Xia Shang found it amusing but didn't really intend to make things difficult for her. He reached out and took the t-shirt. It's okay, senior. Just be more careful next time. As Xia Shang spoke, he casually put on the t-shirt. Only when the fabric touched his skin did he realize that the clothes seemed a bit tight. But didn't you buy a size too small? Ah? Upon hearing the sound, Xia quickly looked up. She was too busy being shy and nervous to look closely. Upon closer inspection, Xia Shang's brand new t-shirt was indeed tightly tucked into his body. But it's also just the right size. Her perfectly toned physique was outlined to the fullest, with her full and firm chest muscles and 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles clearly visible through the thin fabric. Originally, being naked exudes a primal, powerful sexiness. Now, wearing this tight-fitting t-shirt, it gains an added, wild, and impactful quality. Bang, bang, bang. Xia felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She discovered that she not only didn't think the clothes were bad, but she absolutely loved them. This feeling of a man's sense of security being stretched to the point of bursting is just too much. However, she was still worried that Xia Shang might not like this feeling of constraint, since it was him wearing it. She clutched the hem of her skirt and asked cautiously. How about we exchange it for a larger size? No need, it's fine as it is. Xia Shang stretched his shoulders, feeling the stretch of the fabric, and thought it was all right. He stood up, walked up to Xia, and looked down at her. Take a look at what we want to eat for lunch first, buy the ingredients, and I'll have them help you prepare. Xia breathed a slight sigh of relief. Having someone to help was always a good thing. She was afraid she would set the kitchen on fire if she were left to prepare the first lunch alone. Now that she has basic cooking skills, she is still a novice and needs to gradually improve her proficiency. She can't expect to show off her knife skills and cut a Wensi tofu right away, can she? From this perspective, Xia Shang was actually quite considerate. At least he didn't force anyone to do anything against their will. Okay, I understand. I'll prepare a few simple home-style dishes first. She agreed verbally, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on him a few more times before she reluctantly turned and slipped back into the kitchen. Looking at her slightly flustered back, Xia Shang's face revealed a faint smile. He sat back down on the stool and opened his friends list. As soon as the interface popped up, countless messages flooded the screen, and the notification sound kept ringing. Yesterday, he gave away free water and added thousands of friends. Now, these people seem to have made a pact to bombard him with messages for that defensive Arrow Tower blueprint. Strawberry Lemon, hey bro. Hey bro. Sell me the blueprints. Please. I'll do anything for you. Tianshan Child Granny, hey Xia Shang Bigwig, are you done with your work? Name your price for the blueprints, don't ignore me. Brown Sugar Soy Milk, hey bro. How about I dance for you if you give me the blueprints? The kind with black stockings, oh shy emoji. Xia Shang was completely baffled. I have so many friends, it's too much trouble to delete them one by one. He immediately turned on message blocking, leaving only a few key people he wanted to follow. Soon, the interface was cleaned up, with only 3 unread messages remaining. Wu Yushan, hey bro? Can you reply to my message? LOL. Raymond Lam is a god, bro, do you have time? Reply to this message. The Desert Emperor, we can talk again, the terms are negotiable. These 3 people were all after the automatic defense Arrow Tower blueprint in his hand. The strategic value of this thing is self-evident, and it was also quite important to the Xia and Shang dynasties themselves. Whether you sell it to buy something else or keep it for yourself, you have to weigh the pros and cons carefully. As for the Desert Emperor, Luo Li was carrying out her plan and didn't need to rush to reply, she could just wait for the fish to take the bait. As for Wu Yushan, he is currently the most stable supplier of high-end materials, and the relationship needs to be maintained. Xia Shang opened the drawing details and glanced at the requirements: 75 iron parts, 15 electronic components, 50 rubber parts. The material consumption is very reasonable. It truly deserves to be a premium reward from the system. He tapped his finger lightly and replied to Wu Yushan first. Summer, you want one too? The message was sent and received a reply almost instantly. Wu Yushan, yeah, boss. I really want it. Our island's defenses are severely lacking. This morning, we were ambushed by a mutated sea crab. It took the 4 of us a lot of fighting to kill it, and we even injured one of our brothers. Wu Yushan, name your price. As long as it's within our budget, we absolutely won't haggle. Xia Shang tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondered for a moment, and did not reply immediately. He then opened Lin Feng's chat window. Summer, what's up? Lin Feng replied very quickly. Lin Feng is a god. Are you selling the Arrow Tower blueprints? Our boss, Tang Xiangyang, said you can name your price. Xia Shang couldn't help but sneer when he saw the message. Tang Xiangyang wanted the blueprints himself, but he sent someone else to deliver the message. What kind of attitude is this? There's absolutely no sincerity in making a deal. Does he really think he's the leader of the alliance? Do we need Lin Feng to act as a mouthpiece in the middle? That's ridiculous. Summer, not for sale. 2 words, crisp and efficient. The other person remained silent for a few seconds, clearly speechless. Lin Feng is a god. No way, bro. He's really busy right now. Our alliance is about to merge islands, and he's dealing with a lot of things, which is why he asked me to ask. Raymond Lam is a god. We're truly sincere. The boss said we can exchange it for the heart of the ocean. What do you think? Heart of the ocean? Xia Shang raised an eyebrow slightly. This is a great item. It's a core material for upgrading islands. He spent a lot of effort to get just one, but to upgrade to a level 2 island, you need a full 50. Summer, how many does he have? It seems Lin Feng went to ask for instructions, and only replied a while later. Lin Feng is a god. 5. He said if you need any other resources, or weapons we can talk. He has quite a few good things. 5 ocean hearts. That price is indeed very tempting. As for supplies and weapons, the Xia and Shang dynasties don't really care about them right now. Summer, I'll think about it. After sending this message, Xia Shang immediately closed the chat window with Lin Feng and ignored it. He looked back at Wu Yushan's conversation. Summer, what will you offer in exchange? Wu Yushan, materials. Boss, let's trade materials. I've mobilized everyone on our island to work overtime to expedite the refining materials you requested before, cutting the time in half. Plus, I'll give you a 50% discount on the labor costs. What do you think? This condition was also quite attractive to the Xia and Shang dynasties. The blueprints for the defense robot are still lying in his warehouse. All he lacks is the materials. If Wu Yushan could speed up production, the defense robot could be built much sooner. By then, the blueprints for the defensive arrow towers will no longer be so important. But the biggest problem is that the defense robot still needs 10 intelligent cores, and he hasn't found a way to obtain them yet. Xia Shang leaned back in his chair and sighed softly. Whether it's trading it to Tang Xiangyang for the heart of the ocean or trading it to Wu Yushan for materials to accelerate progress, either seems to bring about a qualitative change in terms of current strength. Moreover, one's own island does indeed need a fixed defensive structure. With the defensive arrow towers, he could confidently sail the azure waters out to explore without worrying about his home base being stolen. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons and preparing to refuse them one by one and keep the drawings for his own use, a distinctive, crisp special attention notification tone suddenly rang out. Ding dong! The spirit of Xia and Shang was suddenly invigorated. He immediately opened the message list and saw that familiar ID. Daoji made me cry. My boyfriend Xia Shang said that if I could get that defense blueprint, he would be willing to let me go to your island. They've arrived? Do you need the blueprints for defensive arrow towers? This matter actually has a higher priority than selling it to Tang Xiangyang or Wu Yushan. It's really not easy to find a goddess who has a good rating but low talent these days. If we miss this opportunity now, given the current unstable living environment, we might just die the very next day. Exchanging blueprints is actually quite profitable. At worst, I'll be going out to sea for the next few days, so I can bring a few of my senior classmates along, which will also help me pass the time at sea. After making up his mind, Xia Shang replied to the message. Summer, did he mention it to you personally? On the other side of the small island. A faint smell of blood and medicine filled the scorching air. In front of Bai Jingxi, two wounded men, Lu Xiu and Zhou Lin, lay on a simple straw mat. Even the seriously wounded don't have a shelter to provide shade, so she has to shield Lu Xiu from the sun. Lu Xiu's injuries were slightly less severe, and he had already woken up, his face as pale as paper. Zhou Lin, who had his leg bitten off by a sea monster while trying to save him, was still unconscious and breathing weakly. Actually, Bai Jingxi didn't ask this question on her own initiative. It was after Lu Xiu woke up and saw Zhou Lin's mangled leg and the glaring announcement on the World Channel that he took the initiative to bring it up. Jingxi, you need to explain things to him clearly. Lu Xiu's voice was weak and hoarse, and his eyes held a suppressed madness. I need the blueprints, and all the materials needed to assemble them. Not a single one can be missing. Also, I need 50 liters of fresh water. He coughed violently a few more times. Cough, cough. If you go to his place, you can only stay until the end of the frozen day at most. Bai Jingxi lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and nodded. She relayed Lu Xiu's request to Xia Shang verbatim. Having survived that life-or-death moment that morning, her determination to go to Xia Shang Island was now unwavering. Even staying for just one day is better than having a mental breakdown here at any moment. Moreover, if she goes, not only will Lu Xiu have the means to survive, but Zhou Lin and Su Kang will also have a greater chance of survival under the protection of the defensive arrow towers. This is good for everyone. She comforted herself in this way, thinking it was also for Lu Xiu's good. As for how long she would stay, she didn't want to think about that right now, she just wanted to leave immediately. Xia Shang quickly replied. Summer, sure, give me some time to prepare. We'll make the deal in person when I come to pick you up. Xia Shang's quick agreement eased Bai Jingxi's tension a little. Looking at Lu Xiu's face, contorted with blood loss and humiliation, she felt a surge of complex guilt. There was still half a bottle of water in her backpack, which she took out and fed to Lu Xiu. She pursed her lips and said softly, Lu Xiu, don't worry, I will never do anything to betray you in the past. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xiu interrupted him, even as he handed over the water bottle. He slowly closed his eyes seemed to be wet, but a smile that looked worse than crying appeared on his lips. No need to say anything more. He shook his head, his voice so soft it sounded like a dream. I trust you. I'm sending you not only for your sake, but also for Zhou Lin's and for the captain's. As long as you still have me in your heart, that's enough. After saying this, which even he himself found laughable, Lu Xiu could no longer hold back and let out a self-deprecating sneer. Hee hee. A man personally handed his girlfriend over to another man. He even shamelessly said, I believe her. That's fucking ridiculous. Yesterday, he was gloating as he watched Xia Shang shoot Hu Ming in the head with an arrow. Unexpectedly, retribution came so quickly. Today, it's his turn. The only thing to be thankful for is that he only lost his dignity and a woman, unlike Hu Ming who lost his life. Su Kang, who was standing to the side, listened to their conversation and roughly figured out what was going on. His gaze toward Lu Xiu now held an added hint of disdain. However, he didn't say anything. The temptation of the automatic arrow tower and 50 liters of fresh water was much more alluring than the beauty by Jingxi. Su Kang looked at her with a half-smile. Jingxi, when you go to the big boss's island, don't forget about us. Bai Jingxi heard him, but did not answer him. She did not like Su Kang. She had exchanged a bottle of iced tea for 5 liters of fresh water from Xia Shang. As the team captain, he was allocated only a pitiful 500 milliliters. He looks down on Lu Xiu, and even more so on himself, yet now he's telling me not to forget him? Bai Jingxi gritted her teeth, leaned closer to Lu Xiao and lowered her voice. Su Kang, are we still going to keep him? Lu Xiao easily understood the meaning of those words, and he turned to look at Su Kang. Should we keep it? Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. Finally, she shook her head. Jingxi, don't let Xia Shang kill him. The island will need manpower for future development. Chapter 39 Junior, you've lured Jian University's #1 goddess here? Xia Shang looked at the blueprints in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. Now that only the final materials were needed, he didn't hesitate and directly opened Wu Yushan's chat box. Summer, I'm not selling the blueprints for now. I need 75 iron parts, 15 electronic components, and 50 rubber pieces. Do you have any in stock? I need them now. Wu Yushan remained silent for more than 10 seconds. Wu Yushan, okay, I was hoping you'd sell me. Wu Yushan, but electronic components are relatively scarce, and I don't have much in stock. Xia Shang understood what he meant. Summer, name your price. Wu Yushan, it's not about the price, sir. I'm not going to play games with you. I can gather the materials for you, but I have one condition. For the next defensive building blueprint, you have to give me priority. Summer, okay. Although Wu Yushan didn't know who Xia Shang was going to give the blueprints to, he had already offered such a high price with such sincerity. He still refused without hesitation, which means the other person must have been incredibly important to Xia Shang. He was sensible and didn't press the matter further. A transaction request popped up immediately. Wu Yushan uploaded all the materials Xia Shang needed, and then, without waiting for Xia Shang to do anything, he directly clicked to confirm the transaction. Xia Shang was slightly taken aback by this action. Wu Yushan's message arrived shortly after. Boss, please use the materials first. The water can be collected later. Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yushan is quite a shrewd person. At this critical juncture, instead of taking the opportunity to raise prices, he took the initiative to show goodwill. Xia Shang didn't stand on ceremony anymore. He remembered this favor. He gathered his thoughts, put the materials and blueprints he had just received together, and silently recited them to himself. Synthesis. System notification, iron parts 75, electronic components 15, rubber 50. Congratulations to the player who has obtained automatic defense arrow tower, complete. Construction costs, 1500 wood, 800 stone, 800 clay. A model of an arrow tower, full of metallic texture and technological feel, appeared out of thin air in his palm, heavy and with a cold touch. Xia Shang's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Such a small gadget actually made a man send his girlfriend over. How amazing! Just then, the kitchen door was pushed open, and Luoli and Xia Yubing walked out chatting and laughing. Luoli has changed into a new outfit. A black crop t-shirt perfectly showcased her flat and toned stomach. She wore a thin white sun-protective jacket over her clothes, which was loosely open. Her lower body was covered by a pair of distressed denim shorts, and her two straight and slender legs were encased in alluring black stockings. A pair of delicate black leather shoes on her feet made her look both sexy and playful. As soon as she came out, Xia Shang's gaze was fixed on her. Luo Li noticed his gaze, deliberately winked at him, and a smug smile played on her lips. Senior Yubing, how much fresh water do we have left? Xia Shang cleared his throat, shifted his gaze from Luo Li to Xia Yubing beside him. Xia Yubing had been in charge of delivering free water all morning. She thought for a moment and said, I've given out more than half of them. There should be a little over 300 liters left. What's wrong? Enough! Xia Shang clenched his fist, and all the conditions were met. Everything is ready. He turned his head and shouted loudly at Qin Xian, who was still in the kitchen selecting lunch ingredients. Senior Xian! Don't rush off now, we'll talk about lunch when we get back. Let's go out and pick someone up. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's alluring peach blossom eyes narrowed immediately. She moved closer to Xia Shang with cat-like steps, and a fragrant breeze followed. Picking someone up? Who is it? Male or female? Seeing her looking like she'd caught someone cheating, Xia Shang deliberately kept her in suspense. A woman, a stunning beauty. Come on, let's go together. When going out to sea, you must bring clear water with you. With Bisui gone, Xia Shang was also worried about leaving the three girls alone on the island. If something unexpected happens, you'll have nowhere to cry. Upon hearing that it was a woman, Luo Li's curiosity grew even stronger. She naturally followed Xia Shang's footsteps, asking questions as they went. A girl? Who is she? Is she from our school? How do you know each other? What's your name? Tell me quickly. Seeing the jealousy practically written all over her face, Xia Shang's smile deepened. Her name is Bai Jingxi. As for whether they are from our school, I don't know. The moment the name, Bai Jingxi, was uttered, all three of them stopped in their tracks. Three equally beautiful faces, each with its own unique charm, were filled with shock. They shouted it out almost in unison. What? Senior Bai? Luo Li reacted the most intensely. She rushed in front of Xia Shang, grabbed his arm and shook it hard, her eyes wide open. How did you get in touch with Senior Bai? Qin Xian couldn't hide her surprise either, and her voice rose a few decibels. Back then, Senior Bai was a very famous figure at Jian University. She was the undisputed #1 goddess of Jian University, the legendary rose that could outshine all other flowers. You didn't know that? Even the usually composed Xia Yubing had a look of surprise in her eyes. She and Bai Jingxi were both in the management department, and she used to study Bai Jingxi's graduation thesis as a model. I never expected to run into you here. Seeing the identical shocked expressions on the three senior students' faces, Xia Shang asked with a hint of amusement. You all know her? The three of them shook their heads in unison. Luo Li spoke up to explain. When we were freshmen, Senior Bai was already a senior preparing to graduate. We only met a few times at school, so we didn't really know each other. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and patted Xia Shang lightly on the back, then grabbed his arm and clung to it. Good lad! You're really something! You even managed to trick the legendary senior sister Bai into coming to the island. Qin Xian's excitement at this moment stemmed from a completely different level. Her mind raced. Is Bai Jingxi coming? According to Xia Shang's previous statement, wouldn't he no longer need to work part-time as a cook and maid? Very good. She's only just learned her cooking skills, and she hasn't even cooked a proper meal yet, and now she's about to be free? Senior Bai, you are my goddess. I love you. Qin Xian shouted excitedly in her heart, but tried her best to keep her face calm. However, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her ecstasy. Xia Yubing was genuinely curious and excited about this legendary senior, wanting to see for herself what kind of person this senior, whom she had once admired, really was. As they spoke, the group had already reached the beach. Xia Shang winked at Bai Shui, who was perched on Luo Li's shoulder. The little guy understood immediately. With a powerful push from Luo Lixiang's shoulder, he transformed into a pink streak of light and plunged into the sea with a plop. A pink light flashed across the sea. A sleek, adorable pink cruise ship appeared out of nowhere before everyone's eyes. This wasn't the first time Luo Li had seen this, so she easily let go of Xia Shang and was the first to run up the suspension ladder. This was the first time Xia Yubing and Qin Xian had to leave the island by boat. Their hearts were filled with both curiosity and anticipation for the unknown world, and a touch of trepidation and unease about leaving the safe zone. The two carefully stepped onto the yacht, their feet resting on the soft, pink deck that felt like walking on clouds, and they couldn't help but let out small gasps of surprise. Xia Shang was the last to board the ship. After giving Bai Shui the coordinate instructions, he sank into the incredibly soft sofa in the cabin. Bai Jingxi's island isn't too far from here, about 35 nautical miles away. At the speed of the clear water, it will take about an hour to get there. The yacht started smoothly and slowly sailed away from the island. Once aboard the ship, Qin Xian and Xia Yubing, like two curious children, leaned over the gunwale, constantly peering out. Seeing their curious yet nervous expressions, Xia Shang smiled and asked, What's wrong? Do you seniors want to see what other people's islands are like? The two, realizing their thoughts had been exposed, nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Xin muttered softly, I want to see. She knew perfectly well that most islands in the world were worlds apart from Xia Shang, a paradise on earth. But she still wanted to see for herself just how big the gap was. May I take a look, master? Xin turned her head and asked in a pleading tone. Xia Shang casually spent 500 pieces of wood at the exchange to buy a military-grade high-powered telescope and tossed it to her. See for yourselves. If we have time after picking up the people, we can drive closer so you can take a good look at other islands. Thank you, master! Xin happily took the binoculars and immediately huddled together with Xia Yubing, leaning over the gunwale and searching the boundless sea. Inside the cabin, Luoli clung to him again, sitting close to Xia Shang, her soft body pressed tightly against his arm. Junior, what exactly did you say to Senior Bai? How did she agree to come to our island? Xia Shang briefly recounted how he first met Bai Jingxi with a bottle of iced tea, and how he later used blueprints and fresh water as bargaining chips. At first, I really didn't know that she was also an alumna of our school. After listening, Luoli suddenly realized and let out a drawn-out "oh." So that's what she sold me, the iced tea I was drinking. Xia Shang nodded. Yes, I didn't expect it either. Fate is such a coincidence. What fate is there to cut off? Luoli grinned mischievously and nudged Xia Shang's waist with her elbow. You're such a little rascal. You managed to trick such a beautiful senior like Bai with just a blueprint and 50 liters of water. She paused, then changed the subject, laughing even more heartily. But I like it. After saying that, she quickly kissed Xia Shang on the cheek, leaving a warm, moist touch. She sat up straight again, her expression becoming slightly more serious. But I have to warn you, someone like Senior Bai must be feeling incredibly guilty right now. You'd better find her something to do, keep her busy, and don't let her have it too easy from the start. Otherwise, she'd be tormented to death by all the idle thoughts she had every day. The Xia and Shang dynasties certainly understood this principle. A person with a sense of morality is most afraid of the comfort of doing nothing, as it makes her feel like a shameless traitor. Perfect timing, the island is currently lacking a gardener. All the flowers and plants can be left to her to take care of for now. Luoli's gaze fell on Xia Shang's tight-fitting t-shirt. His clothes were taut, outlining his smooth and firm muscle lines, especially his well-defined abdominal muscles. Her eyes darted around, and she patted her thigh, which was covered in delicate black stockings. Baby, come here, your senior will give you a lap pillow. Xia Shang didn't stand on ceremony with her and lay down, resting his head firmly on that warm and soft territory. The pleasant scent emanating from Luoli lingered around my nose. Luoli's hands are anything but well-behaved. She had been wanting to get a good feel for the outline of Xia Shang's abs, and now she finally had the perfect opportunity. Wow, that's amazing! She couldn't help but let out a small gasp of surprise. Xia Shang let her act recklessly, letting her take advantage of him if she wanted. Baby, you look 100 times more handsome than before. But your muscles are fine as they are, any bigger and they won't look good. Xia Shang thought so too, but he was a little skeptical about the idea of him being 100 times more handsome. Is it really that exaggerated? Luoli gently stroked Xia Shang's abs. Of course. I don't often praise people. Lie down, I'll give you a head massage. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Xia Shang was still quite happy. He enjoyed Luoli's massage, comfortably closed his eyes, and let his body sway gently with the yacht. Just as the cabin was filled with a warm and romantic atmosphere, Xin and Xia Yubing, who were on the ship's side, were completely captivated by a different scene and did not notice what the two people behind them were doing. Sister Yubing! Look! There's an island over there! Xin held up her binoculars and shouted excitedly. At first, it was just an inconspicuous little black dot between the sea and the sky. As the yacht approached, the black dot gradually grew larger, and the outline of the island became clearer. However, When Qin Xian adjusted the magnification of the telescope and took in all the details of the island, the excitement on her face immediately disappeared. That island is pitifully small. It was roughly the initial 4 square meters of the system, bare and full of gravel. There are 4 people on the island. More accurately, there were 4 corpses. The 3 bodies lay stiffly, their skin like charred parchment, clinging tightly to their bones, their eye sockets sunken, staring blankly at the sky. The last person remained seated, but he held no fishing rod and his head drooped limply in front of his chest. Qin Xian struggled to adjust the focus of the telescope, trying hard to see the details clearly. Finally, she saw it clearly. The person sitting there had cracked lips that turned a terrifying purplish black, a typical characteristic of death from extreme dehydration. Her gaze swept across the island. Apart from the 4 corpses, there was nothing else. There were no buildings, no food, and no water. It exudes a sense of powerless despair. Qin Xian slowly lowered the binoculars, her arms feeling a little weak. She handed the binoculars to Xia Yubing, who was standing next to her with a similarly solemn expression. She sighed softly, her voice tinged with lingering fear and disorientation. Perhaps this is the norm in this world. Their idyllic island was a unique anomaly. Just as Qin Xian was overwhelmed with emotions and somewhat dazed by the tremendous impact, a notification sound from a friend suddenly popped up. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, what are you doing? I miss you. Chapter 40. If you can't get the blueprints, then just steal them. Upon seeing the words, Raymond Lam is a god, pop up, Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at the man who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed not far away. Xia Shang lay lazily on Luo Li's shapely and full thighs, the sea breeze blowing the wisps of hair on his forehead. Luo Li was pressing Xia Shang's temples with her slender, fair fingers, her expression focused and affectionate. Qin Xian quietly shifted her body, sinking deeper into the soft sofa, before looking down to reply to Lin Feng's message. Qin Xian, I'm spacing out, what's wrong? He replied almost instantly. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, are you thirsty? I'll give you another bottle of water. Upon seeing this message, Qin Xian felt both amused and exasperated. Thirsty? She's only used less than half of the resources Xia Shang gave her in her backpack. She bought a bunch of skincare products and clothes. Water no longer holds any appeal for her. She initially wanted to refuse outright, but then she thought that it was, after all, Lin Feng's kind gesture. Moreover, she didn't know how to tell Xia Shang that she had become his maid. With a touch of guilt, she accepted the deal. She silently put the bottle of water into her backpack, feeling as if she had completed an awkward task. She hasn't touched the water and bread that Lin Feng gave her this morning. Qin Xian, isn't the exchange's water supply monopolized by Xia Shang? Is your water supply all directly from the source? After sending the message, Lin Feng remained silent for more than 10 seconds. Raymond Lam is a god, yes, you know, I've always been lucky. A casual reply stirred a complex emotion in Qin Xian's heart. She remembered the island of death she had just seen through the binoculars, the 4 shriveled corpses, and the bone-chilling despair. She has witnessed the cruelty of this world firsthand. No matter how lucky Raymond Lam is, how lucky can he be? Qin Xian, how are things on your end? Send me a picture. Raymond Lam is a god. Look at the picture, we just built a wooden house, it's not bad. The photos were sent over quickly. The background is a gray sky and an endless sea. Raymond Lam stood in the center of the island, made a peace sign at the camera, and showed a bittersweet expression. Behind him was an extremely rudimentary, semi-open shed hastily pieced together from wooden planks. It was more of a makeshift shelter that could barely block out the sun than a wooden house. The entire island is barren, nothing but sand, not a single patch of green, let alone any decorations. Barren and rudimentary. Qin Xian stared blankly at the photo, thinking about Xia Shang's island. A wooden cabin with a balcony, a kitchen, a coconut tree and 2 kinds of flowers that Xia Shang and I planted this morning, and a lawn with tender new shoots. The difference was so great that she felt it was unreal. One is a refugee camp struggling to make ends meet, the other is a paradise that already has the beginnings of a resort. She knew Lin Feng had S-level talent, yet the island was still so embarrassing. Lin Feng is a god, I know, it definitely can't compare to Xia Shang's. Lin Feng is a god, however, Tang Xiangyang has already taken care of everything. We'll merge the islands tomorrow. Then our alliance can pool resources and develop together, which will definitely be much faster. Lin Feng is a god. Maybe before the Ice Age arrives, our island will be even better than Xia Shang's. Is it better than the Xia and Shang dynasties? Looking at these words, Qin Xian didn't believe it. However, the fact that he had the idea of comparing himself to Xia Shang shows that Lin Feng is still ambitious, and she wouldn't say anything sarcastic. Qin Xian, really? That's great. Tang Xiangyang even formed an alliance? Raymond Lam is a god, yeah, I did it with him, and now there are 11 people, all from our school. You should know them all, but... Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Qin Xian, but what? Have you encountered any difficulties? Lin Feng is a god, yes, many people don't have very high talent. When the islands merge, the threat from sea monsters will increase. We're still trying to figure out a solution. Having seen this, Qin Xian roughly understood the situation. Sure enough, the next message confirmed her guess. Lin Feng is a god. Could you ask Xia Shang about the defensive arrow tower blueprint? What's his decision? It turns out that after all that going around in circles, bringing water and showing concern, the ultimate goal was still to get her to act as a messenger. She glanced up at Xia Shang again. He was enjoying a gentle massage from the school beauty goddess and didn't even bother to open his eyes. He had no time to reply to her message. Qin Xian, why don't you just go find him yourself? What's the point of me telling him? She's just a maid now, what weight can her words carry? Raymond Lam is a god, aren't you on the same island? Physically close. Just go over and tell him to reply, okay, baby? Lin Feng's tone was coquettish and pleading. She clenched her hands awkwardly, thinking to herself. It's just passing on a message, isn't it? What am I struggling with? She closed the chat window, took a deep breath, and stood up from the sofa. She straightened the hem of her maid outfit, a gesture that made her feel somewhat ashamed, but one she had no choice but to do. She walked over to Xia Shang's feet and sat down, her feet resting on the soft pink deck. Owner. Lin Feng asked you to send him a message? Xia Shang rested his head on Luo Li's soft lap, not even lifting his eyelids, his voice languid. He wants the blueprints for the arrow tower, right? Qin Xian nodded slightly. Yes. He said he formed an alliance with Tang Xiangyang, but they're missing a defensive building. Before Xia Shang could even speak, Luo Li, who was massaging him, chuckled softly. Too late. Your owner has already made arrangements for that blueprint. She paused deliberately, enjoying the astonished expression on Qin Xian's face, before slowly adding her own thoughts. The blueprints are for Senior Bai Jingxi's boyfriend, so your Prince Charming can step aside. This sentence contains a lot of information. Ah? Does Bai Jingxi have a boyfriend? Should I give the blueprints to her boyfriend? So, her boyfriend would bring her to Xia Shang's island just for a blueprint. What is this all about? Qin Xian's voice was filled with disbelief. Huh? Senior Bai has a boyfriend? Then why is she still? Luo Li straightened up and looked at Qin Xian's shocked expression, her smile widening. It's weird, isn't it? Isn't this just how the world is now? Who knows, maybe one day your junior will come up with an even better blueprint for Lin Feng, and he'll be willing to let you stay on this island forever. Qin Xian rolled her eyes at her, and stubbornly said, What nonsense are you talking about, Shaoli? Lin Feng isn't that kind of person. However, as soon as she uttered her rebuttal, she herself began to waver. Lin Feng might not be able to do something with just a blueprint. What about 10? Or 100? Or perhaps something more precious and decisive than blueprints? Qin Xian dared not think any further. Luo Li was quite pleased with her conflicted expression, and then asked Xia Shang in a soft voice, "Baby, what good things does Lin Feng want to trade with you?" Enjoying the comfortable massage on his head, Xia Shang slowly said, "He said he would exchange it for 5 ocean hearts." After saying that, he added, "But never mind, 5 stones won't upgrade the island, so they're useless. 5 hearts of the ocean." This time, it was Luo Li who screamed. She stopped everything she was doing, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes wide open, and grabbed Xia Shang's head, burying his face in her flat, soft belly. "He actually has 5. When I was live-streaming the receiving of the goods just now, some guy was spamming the chat, asking for tens of thousands of resources right off the bat. I thought he was crazy, so I just blocked him." She rubbed her cheek against Xia Shang's hair, feeling extremely distressed. "Baby, 5 of these are worth hundreds of thousands of resources. Aren't we losing out too much? We can sell them to buy more resources." Resource? His biggest worry right now is resources. However, he was worried about how to spend the vast amount of resources he had. His lips were pressed against Luo Li's lower abdomen, and he spoke in a deep, muffled voice. "It's worth it. The heart of the ocean is just rare now, but there will be more in the future." "Okay." Luo Li still felt the pinch. "But replacing me with Senior Bai wouldn't be bad either." Qin Xian's heart was already in turmoil. According to Luo Li, 5 ocean hearts mean resources worth 7 or 800,000? This is almost an astronomical figure. Lin Feng and Tang Xiangyang were actually willing to spend such a huge sum of money, but Xia Shang actually refused? Xia Shang slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Qin Xian, whose expression was strange. "Senior, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Just tell him that I took the blueprints and brought a different girlfriend to the island." After saying that, he buried his head in Luo Li's arms again, and started blowing air. "All right, master." Qin Xian lowered her eyes, concealing the turmoil within them. She didn't want to say anything more. Xia Shang's determined demeanor clearly indicated that he already considered Bai Jingxi as his own. But something just didn't seem right about what he said. He told Lin Feng exactly what had happened, that the blueprints had been given to someone else's girlfriend. Is he implying something to Raymond Lam? A terrifying thought surfaced in Qin Xian's mind. Will Xia Shang also try to use the same method, offering some valuable items to trade with Lin Feng? If so, when will it be implemented? She added a few words to Xia Shang's words and sent them to Lin Feng. A few seconds later, Lin Feng replied to the message. "Raymond Lam is a god, hee. Okay, I actually admire him. He really won't care about anything for a woman." Between the lines, there is an uncontrollable sourness and disdain. "Raymond Lam is a god, it's okay, baby. Tell me if you're thirsty, don't hold it in. I'm going to get busy now." After closing the chat window with Qin Xian, Lin Feng let out a long sigh, all the ease on his face vanishing. He wasn't stupid. He could easily understand the meaning behind Qin Xian's message. But he didn't, and didn't want to think about it deeply. Qin Xian is his girlfriend, and he would never let her go easily. "Brother Feng, how's it going? Did you get the blueprints?" The other 3 teammates on the island eagerly gathered around. They were all members of Tang Xiangyang's alliance, and were extremely concerned about the ownership of the defensive Arrow Tower blueprints. Lin Feng shook his head in frustration. "No chance, that kid took the blueprints to exchange for a woman." "Change women?" Wu Yankai, who had a long face, immediately let out a cold laugh. "He really knows how to enjoy life. The 3 most beautiful girls from our school aren't enough for him on the island. Going to find other women? Bah! What a beast!" He cursed fiercely, but his eyes betrayed undisguised jealousy and envy. Who the hell doesn't want to live that kind of blissful life? Surrounded by beautiful women, with no worries about food or drink. When there's something to do, the senior student will do it. When there's nothing to do, the senior student will do it too. Looking around, 4 smelly men were crammed into a dilapidated shed, the air thick with the stench of sweat and feet. It was 100,000 times worse than a dormitory. How hateful! This trench dates back to the Xia and Shang dynasties. The other two, Quan Yongjie and Deng Rong, also started cursing, their thoughts being similar to Wu Liansai's. Deng Rong spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the sand. Damn it! He doesn't even want 5 ocean hearts? Has that kid never seen a woman in his past life? Quan Yongjie chimed in angrily. That's right. Those are 5 ocean hearts. Even if he can't upgrade the island now, he could easily make a fortune by reselling them. All right. Stop arguing! Lin Feng waved his hand in frustration. They won't sell, what can we do? Let me explain the situation to Brother Yang. As he spoke, he made a voice call to Tang Xiangyang. Tang Xiangyang's steady voice came through. Fengzi, how is it? Lin Feng leaned against the pillar and said helplessly. The blueprints are gone. That kid Xia Shang took them to exchange for women. Tang Xiangyang on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a soft chuckle. Change women? Ha, what's he trying to do? Build a harem? Lin Feng scratched his messy hair. I don't understand him. This sounds outrageous. Even the most desperate person wouldn't do something so stupid, right? Tang Xiangyang remained silent for a few more seconds, as if he was thinking quickly about something. Then do you know who he gave it to? Lin Feng was taken aback. How would I know? Tang Xiangyang's voice carried a chill. Go and find out. We cannot afford to offend Xia Shang now. However, that doesn't mean we can't afford to offend others. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Brother Yang, what do you mean? Tang Xiangyang lowered his voice even further, his tone ruthless and vicious. Rob! Think about it. He used the blueprints to exchange for someone else's girlfriend, and he probably secretly hoped that someone else would disappear as soon as possible. But he probably couldn't bring himself to do it, or he didn't want to get involved in the trouble himself. Then let's be good people and help him clean up the mess. Chapter 41. He appeared with 3 fairies. Inside the cabin, Xia Shang's eyelids twitched, and he awoke from a warm and sweet sensation. He had just been resting his head on Luo Li's lap, the faint scent of lavender emanating from her body filling his nostrils. Opening my eyes, I saw 3 faces, each with a different style but equally stunning. Luo Li was looking down at him, her long eyelashes like 2 small brushes. Qin Xian and Xia Yubing sat to the side, chatting quietly. The coffee table in the center of the cabin was filled with potato chips and various snacks. It really gave him the feeling of being back in his college dormitory on a leisurely weekend afternoon. Baby, are you awake? Luo Li's voice was sickeningly sweet, and after she finished speaking, she planted a sweet kiss on Xia Shang's forehead. Xia Shang gave a mumbled yawned, and sat up from her lap. He stretched, his joints cracking softly, feeling incredibly comfortable. I have to say, being able to see 3 beautiful female students surrounding me every time I open my eyes is such a blissful life that I wouldn't trade it for an emperor. Are we almost there? Qin Xian stopped chatting with Xia Yubing and looked over with concern. Should we make any preparations? Her voice was always so gentle and considerate. There's no need for a welcome party. Xia Shang waved his hand. Senior, why don't you buy a clean and nice set of clothes first? When she gets on the ship, the first thing she'll definitely want to do is take a shower. After being exposed to the scorching sun for 2 days in this godforsaken place, Bai Jingxi probably felt like scrubbing off her own skin, let alone taking a shower. No fancy welcome ceremony can compare to a cool shower and a dry set of clothes. Yes, master. Qin Xian immediately responded, skillfully opened the exchange, and began to carefully select items. She hadn't seen Bai Jingxi for several years, and her memory of Bai's figure had become somewhat blurry. After much deliberation, I decided to choose the safest option. A black sleeveless, fitted dress that is simple yet elegant. Considering the details, she didn't even forget about stockings, choosing a classic black pair as well. Soon, a brand new set of clothes, along with its packaging, appeared out of nowhere on the coffee table. Xia Yubing picked it up curiously and examined it. It looks really good. Xiao Xian, your taste is as good as ever. Qin Xian was pleased with the compliment, but then she suddenly remembered something and turned her gaze to Xia Yubing. Sister Yubing, let me buy you one too. You've been wearing this dress for 2 days now. Xia Yubing looked down at her skirt. She had sunbathed on the deck yesterday, and although she had taken a shower last night, wearing the same clothes repeatedly inevitably made her feel a little uncomfortable. A slight blush rose to her cheeks, and she whispered, No need. Where did you get your resources? Don't waste them. When asked this, Qin Xian's eyes subconsciously glanced at Xia Shang, and her voice lowered, carrying a hint of pride and intimacy that others couldn't detect. Given to me by my master. Luo Li's elfin ears twitched immediately. Hateful. My junior was secretly giving the maid extra lessons behind my back. She immediately grasped the key point, her big eyes darting towards Xia Shang, then landing on the black tight-fitting t-shirt he was wearing. Oh. She deliberately drew out her words. I was wondering why your outfit looks so strange, so tight. Did you buy it too, little maid? Xia Shang looked down at the t-shirt, which clearly outlined his muscle lines, and he felt quite comfortable with it. Isn't it pretty? This is a huge problem. Luo Li stood up abruptly, put her hands on her hips, adopted a critic stance, and launched into a tirade against Qin Xian. Little maid, let me tell you, a man's attire should be understated and reserved, do you understand? My junior's figure is just right now. He's wearing that white shirt I bought him before, loose and baggy. When a breeze blows, the hem of the shirt flutters. That's what you call the hazy feeling of youth. As she spoke, she poked Xia Shang's arm. Look at this shirt you bought. It's so tight it's making your muscles look like any other muscle-bound hunks at the gym. If you had a big gold chain to that, shave your head, and stand on the street, wouldn't you just look like one of those street thugs who collect protection money? What's so good about that? Xia Shang chuckled to himself upon hearing this. The description was far too exaggerated. However, Luo Li's fondness for a youthful appearance did suit her personality. Qin Xian was naturally obedient to Xia Shang, but she was not afraid of Luo Li at all. She retorted without backing down. As long as the master likes it, what's the point of you saying more? Luo Li crossed her arms. Is this a matter of liking or disliking? It's a matter of taste. Sister Yubing just praised your good taste, but I think it's just so. You're only in your early 20s, junior. Your clothes should match your age and image. Look at the clothes you picked out for senior Bai. She pointed to the dress on the coffee table. She's been working for several years since graduation and has gained experience in society, so she should dress more maturely and sexily. Your dress is pretty, but it's too innocent. People will think you're a freshman in college. Qin Xian was stunned. Shouldn't clothes be worn to make you look younger? Which woman who has graduated doesn't want to be complimented by someone saying, You look just like a college student. Besides, Xia Shang has such a great physique, why should he hide it? He should show it off. Qin Xian threw the question back at her directly. Then tell me, what should senior Bai wear? And what should master wear? Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Xia Yubing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Okay, everyone's aesthetic is different. Luo Li is determined to settle things with Qin Xian today. She snorted, opened her trading panel, and quickly flipped through it a few times. Soon, she took out another piece of clothing. It was a halterneck black dress that revealed a large expanse of her shoulders and back, with a daring deep design at the chest. Luo Li grabbed the skirt and shook it in her hand, then waved it at Qin Xian. See? This is more in line with Senior Bai's current status and image. It's sexy and alluring, not just an ordinary student dress. After saying that, she held up the skirt in front of Xia Yubing and showed it off. And this one would suit you very well too, Sister Yubing. Xia Yubing's cheeks flushed slightly. The clothes were nice, but a little too revealing. Her family has always been very strict with her upbringing, and she feels embarrassed even to look at such a dark-colored dress, let alone wear it. She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, I don't need it. I still think the one Xuxin chose suits me better. Despite the betrayal of her ally, Luo Li was not discouraged and instead placed her last hope in Xia Shang. She immediately put on a pitiful expression, moved closer to Xia Shang, and gently shook his arm. "Baby, tell me, do you prefer wearing that loose white shirt, or this tight t-shirt you're wearing now?" Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her acting cute and charming. Actually, both of the senior students made a good point. Qin Xian's aesthetic leans towards showcasing his sunny and healthy side, while Luo Li prefers the kind of elegant and refined young man with a touch of asceticism. However, looking into Luo Li's big, watery eyes that seemed to be screaming, "Choose me!" he still softened. "A white shirt, please." He cleared his throat and added, "But it depends on the occasion. A white shirt is definitely fine for casual wear, but it's not suitable when you need to stretch your muscles. Look, when I was in the kitchen just now, several buttons popped off that white shirt, didn't they?" Luo Li didn't care about those details. She only heard the answer she wanted to hear. She immediately cheered happily, then turned back to look at Qin Xian triumphantly, her chin held high. "See that?" Qin Xian snorted defiantly, muttering under her breath, "I didn't lose. Sister Yubing is still on my side." All right, my two senior female students." Xia Shang, seeing that the two of them were about to go on and on, said, "Keep both of the items you bought. Let Senior Bai choose which one she likes later, okay?" These words finally brought this aesthetic debate to an end. The two girls glared at each other, but still obediently folded the clothes they had bought and placed them side by side in the most conspicuous position on the coffee table, either willing to move an inch further back. The yacht sailed smoothly for a few more minutes. Xia Shang stood up and through the porthole saw a small black dot appear on the horizon not far away. The black dot was rapidly enlarging in the field of vision. "Arrive," he said in a deep voice. "Let's go to the deck." Xia Shang was the first to step out of the cabin, and the three senior students immediately followed. The four stood side by side at the bow of the spacious yacht, the sea breeze ruffling their hair and clothes, making them look like celestial beings. The lonely island in the distance became clearer and clearer. The scenery on the island also came into view. In a makeshift shed made of rags and wood, two men lay helplessly on the sand, seemingly unconscious. Under the shed, a man and a woman sat side by side. That woman was Bai Jingxi. She seemed to sense something, and subconsciously raised her hand to her forehead, squinting as she looked at the sea. Her body jolted as the dreamy pink yacht slowly came into view. She struggled, crawling forward a few steps on her hands and feet across the scorching sand, trying to get a better view. Finally, she saw it clearly. I finally saw the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure at the bow of the ship. It was him. It's the Xia and Shang dynasties. In that instant, the fear, despair, grievances, and expectations that had been building up for 2 days burst forth like a flood, overwhelming all her strength. 2 streams of scalding tears flowed uncontrollably, blurring her entire world. He really came. Xia Shang really came to pick her up. During the few hours she had agreed upon with Xia Shang, every minute and every second was like torture for her. On one hand, she felt immense guilt towards her boyfriend, Lu Xiu, and on the other hand, she had an insatiable longing for Xia Shang. 2 conflicting emotions tore at her nerves, causing her unbearable pain. Her parched throat moved with difficulty, waking Lu Xiu, who was fast asleep beside her due to his injuries and exhaustion. "Lu Xiu, Xia Shang, he's here!" Lu Xiu was jolted awake from his daze. Upon hearing these words, his fists clenched involuntarily at his sides, making a cracking sound. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent, his chest heaving violently. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, as if he had exhausted all his strength. The pink yacht was now almost within reach. There was 1 man and 3 women standing at the bow of the boat. Everyone was dressed smartly, and looked so clean that they seemed to belong to another world. The 3 women were all stunningly beautiful, their skin glowing white in the sunlight, and they were in remarkably good spirits. He recognized the petite and adorable one among them. She is Luo Li, the most popular internet celebrity in Jiangqing district right now. At this moment, Luoli was intimately hugging the man's arm, almost hanging on him, her face filled with undisguised adoration and love. Lu Xiu's gaze finally settled on that man. Xia and Shang dynasties. This was the first time in his life that he felt so clearly and cruelly the insurmountable gap between himself and a man his own age. That was a dimensional reduction attack from another dimension. The stubbornness that had been pressing down on my chest. With a plop, it all leaked out. What else can he do? Should we rush forward like a madman and roar angrily? Or should I cry and wail like a coward? That will only make you look more pathetic. He exhaled a long breath from his chest, lay back down, and closed his eyes. It's all over. Jingxi, you can go now. His voice was eerily calm. Don't forget what I told you. And don't forget what you told me. Bai Jingxi lowered her head, her tears falling onto the sand, instantly evaporated by the high temperature. She slowly stood up, carefully patting off the sand and dirt that covered her body, as if afraid of soiling the lovely and clean pink yacht. Then, with her legs trembling from dehydration, she took one step at a time and walked towards the sea. On the yacht, the automatic ladder slowly descended. Qin Xian and Xia Yubing quickly ran to the top of the suspended stairs, their faces showing friendly and welcoming smiles. See nearby! Qin Xian took the initiative to step forward and reached out to support Bai Jingxi, who was covered in sweat and looked disheveled. When Bai Jingxi stepped onto the soft deck and saw Xia Shang in person for the first time, she still felt a huge shock. He doesn't look nearly as imposing in the photos as he does in person. That still handsome face held an unfathomable composure. Her lips moved, as if she was about to say something. Xia Shang spoke first, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Senior Bai, why don't you go in with Senior Qin Xian and the others to take a shower and change your clothes? I'm giving these things to your boyfriend. Bai Jingxi nodded gently. Thank you. Then, with Qin Xian and Xia Yubing supporting her on either side, she entered the cabin. Xia Shang then turned his gaze back to the man lying on the sand on the island, who didn't even bother to look at them again. He opened the trade panel. Lu Xiu, I'll trade the items to you. Chapter 42. He's waiting for you to die. Hearing Xia Shang's words, Lu Xiu, feeling utterly hopeless and humiliated, finally managed to open his eyes. A system notification for a transaction request rang in his mind. He struggled to open it, and on the transaction list were the previously agreed upon 50 liters of fresh water and a defensive arrow tower filled with security. All the basic resources needed to build the arrow tower were neatly arranged on it. Xia Shang's gaze swept over the two barely alive figures on the beach. Besides the scratches on Lu Xiu's chest, there was also a short-legged man. He placed the remaining medicines and bandages from the previously disassembled advanced medical kit on top of it. This extra bonus outside the deal caused a flicker of surprise in Lu Xiu's ashen eyes. He originally thought that the Xia Chamber of Commerce would take this opportunity to humiliate him to the extreme and trample him underfoot as a victor. But he didn't. They even included these life-saving medications as a bonus. The transaction was completed, and the supplies instantly appeared in his backpack. Lu Xiu looked up and gazed intently at the figure on the pink yacht across the sea. Xia Shang turned around, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. An emotion far more complex than hatred surged within Lu Xiu's heart. Unwilling, humiliated. But more than anything, it's a distorted fighting spirit that's been fostered. He hates the Xia and Shang dynasties. I wish I could tear him in two. But he hated his own incompetence even more. To prevent himself from exploding, he clenched his fists and bit his tongue. The stinging pain in his palm and the taste of blood in his mouth brought a moment of clarity to his confused mind. He wants to survive, he wants to become stronger, he wants to develop wildly. He stared intently at Xia Shang. One day, I'll make you understand that giving alms today is the biggest mistake you've ever made. He wants to take Bai Jingxi back from your clutches fair and square. He practically ground his teeth to powder. Xia Shang! You just wait. One day, I will surpass you. Hearing this from the yacht, Xia Shang smiled indifferently. He had no interest in the drama of fortunes changing every 30 years. He simply turned his head and said, You don't need to compare yourself to me. I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to enjoy life peacefully. These words sent a shiver down the spine of Su Kang, who had been silently observing from the side. Enjoy life. On this damned sea, everyone is in danger and struggling to survive. The goal of Xia Shang is simply to enjoy life? Su Kang immediately seized the opportunity. Lu Xiu's blunders were meaningless. What truly allowed them to live was just one sentence from him. He quickly stepped forward and shouted in an almost humble tone. Mr. Xia Shang, I want to establish an island alliance. Would you be interested in investing some of our resources? Don't worry. We can take care of all the chores on your island from now on. We'll handle all the dirty and hard work, from planting vegetables to raising pigs and herding cattle. These words immediately piqued Luo Li's interest on the yacht. She leaned out and asked, Oh? Investment? What do you want us to invest in? Su King's mind was racing. He knew very well that the defensive arrow towers were both treasures and death traps. Given their current situation on the island, one seriously injured and the other useless, if it were discovered that they possessed arrow towers, it would definitely lead to their deaths. However, if they could establish a connection with the Xia Shang dynasty and become its affiliated islands, the situation would be completely different. If you want to mess with them, you have to weigh the strength of Xia Shang first. Su Kang adopted an extremely humble attitude. We dare not ask for more. We only need some basic resources to help us expand the island so that it can be used for planting and animal husbandry. Furthermore, we hope you will ensure our basic safety. After listening, Luo Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. These two requests are not unreasonable at all. The suggestion of growing vegetables and raising pigs, in particular, caught her eye. She didn't want Xia Shang's island to become a stinking mess, filled with the smell of livestock manure. If we could have our own farm island to do all this, that would be perfect. From now on, we can eat fresh vegetables and barbecue every day. She immediately turned around, grabbed Xia Shang's arm, and gently shook it. Baby, I think it's okay. Just say yes to him, alright? Xia Shang looked at Su Kang, who had a shrewd expression, and then glanced at Lu Xiu, who was still glaring at him with hatred. He turned his gaze to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu, what do you think? You think so too? Su Kang was so anxious that he immediately gave Lu Xiu a sharp look. Although Lu Xiu was foolish, he knew that now was not the time to act recklessly. As for why he wanted to serve the Xia and Shang dynasties, he could ask that later. He lowered his head in humiliation. I also agree with Su King's idea. Good. Xia Shang nodded and said, I'll think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Shang had a thought, and the pink yacht drew an elegant arc, its engine roared, and it accelerated instantly, quickly disappearing from the sea surface. Only after the pink hue had completely disappeared did Lu Xiu turn to Su Kang, suppressing his anger as he questioned. Su Kang! What do you mean? Why are you acting as his dog? To be a dog? Su Kang let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disappointment and contempt as he looked at Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu, is your brain filled with mush? He pointed in the direction of the departing yacht. He took your girlfriend away. What do you think will happen next? Lu Xiu's breath itched when he asked. What's next? What else could it be? But he didn't say it aloud. His expression only grew more somber. Seeing that he remained silent, Su Kang continued to bombard him with harsh reality. Next step? The next step is for him to enjoy your woman while waiting for you to die. As long as you're alive, you're a thorn in Bai Jingxi's side. Only when you die can she be free from her attachments and wholeheartedly become his possession. What? As if struck by lightning, Lu Xiu ignored the excruciating pain in his chest and sat up abruptly. Yes. Luo Li's ex-boyfriend, Hu Ming, was the one whose head was blown off by Xia Shang's arrow, wasn't he? If he can kill Hu Ming, Why can't he kill himself? Coco didn't seem like the kind of fierce person he was just looking at. Lu Xiu's voice carried a hint of unbelievable luck. It shouldn't be, right? Won't? Su Kong felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Even if he doesn't make a move, do you think others will let us off the hook? Do you really think these defensive arrow towers are some kind of hot commodity? We don't need to fear sea monsters anymore, but what about people who are even more terrifying than sea monsters? What should we do then? It's like a piece of meat strapped with explosives. Everyone wants to grab it, and whoever gets their hands on it will get rid of us two burdens along the way. This time, Lu Xiu was truly panicked, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His voice was already trembling with tears. Then what should we do? Su Kong glared at him with disappointment. What to do? The only one who can save our lives right now is Bai Jingxi. Immediately. Right now. Find a way to contact her and get her to persuade Xia Shang to agree to what I just mentioned. Only by becoming an affiliated island of the Xia and Shang dynasties can we be safe and have the opportunity to develop. Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending to be stupid with me? Su Kong simply couldn't understand how a man who could so heartlessly sell his girlfriend couldn't even grasp such a simple matter of self-interest. Lu Xiu gasped for breath, the terrifying future Su Kong described sending chills down his spine. He finally nodded, his face filled with fear and resolve. Chapter 43. As expected of the former number 1 goddess. On the other side, a pink yacht sailed smoothly on the azure sea. Xia Shang stood on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. Inside the cabin, the steam created a misty atmosphere, covering the smooth walls with a thin layer of fog. Bai Jingxi stood there, letting the 3 men wash her body. Her face still looked haggard, and her once smooth long hair was now sticky and matted into clumps. My body developed a lot of irritating red rashes due to dehydration and sun exposure. As the fragrant foam envelopes the body, washing away the almost crusted grime and salt, an indescribable feeling of comfort and grievance wells up at the same time. Xia Yubing was holding a bottle of fragrant shampoo, gently washing her long hair with careful movements, her fingertips carefully avoiding the sunburned areas on her back, her eyes full of heartache. Qin Xian took a soft towel, moistened it with fragrant shower gel, and carefully wiped her body. A woman who was once hailed as the number 1 goddess of Jiangnan University was tormented like a refugee who had been wandering for 10 years in just 2 days. Looking at Bai Jingxi's slightly trembling shoulders and tightly closed eyes, Luo Li gently comforted her. Senior Bai, don't be afraid, it's all right now. From now on we're family. Bai Jingxi squeezed out a weak syllable from her throat. Since stepping onto the yacht, her nerves, which had been constantly taut with fear and despair, finally showed signs of relaxing. He was treated so gently by 3 glamorous girls who smelled wonderful. She even felt a sense of disorientation, as if everything that had happened on the deserted island was just a terrible nightmare. Xia Yubing helped her rinse off the foam from her hair, gently wrapped it in a dry, soft towel, and said as she dried it. Senior, don't worry, Xia Shang is a nice guy. Just stay here and relax. After saying this, Xia Yubing felt her cheeks burning. It's mainly because Xia Shang and Luo Li are so lovey-dovey that they don't care about the occasion. If Bai Jingxi, who just arrived, were to see this, she would probably think Xia Shang was some kind of perverted lecher. However, in order to appease her for now, we can only say the nice things to say. Qin Xian's thinking was much more realistic. Yes, Senior, there's even a kitchen on the Master's Island. We can cook whatever we want to eat in the future. With Bai Jingxi here, she can finally hand over her role as a cook. However, as soon as she said this, Luo Li and Xia Yubing both glared at her. Qin Xian then realized that she had let something slip. Sure enough, Bai Jingxi opened her eyes with some confusion, looked at her, and asked curiously, Master? Why do you call him Master? Qin Xian smiled awkwardly, quickly scratched her head, and waved her hand to explain. That was just cosplay. We were just joking, don't take it seriously, haha. Bai Jingxi said oh, and nodded thoughtfully. Many college students nowadays do enjoy these little pleasures. Although she hadn't experienced them herself, she had heard of them. After taking a bath, Bai Jingxi felt completely refreshed. The filth on her body was completely washed away. Although her skin was rough and red from her previous ordeal, it was still fair and delicate. Qin Xian opened her backpack and took out a complete set of skincare products she had just bought using the resources provided by Xia Shang, including everything from serums to body lotions. Come on, senior, let me give you a pampering treatment. This body lotion smells amazing. When Bai Jingxi watched Qin Xian carefully apply the fragrant lotion to her arms and legs, which were chapped from severe dehydration, her mind went almost blank. On that desolate island, even a sip of clean water was a luxury for her. And here, her skin can drink an expensive moisturizing essence. This stark contrast made her feel both unreal and incredibly heartbroken. After the full-body skincare treatment was completed, Bai Jingxi felt as if she had been reborn, with every inch of her skin radiating a moisturizing glow and a faint fragrance. At this moment, Qin Xian and Luo Li exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with competitive light. They both picked up the clothes they had prepared. The previous aesthetic debate has reached its moment of truth. Luo Li spoke first, holding up the dress in her hand and asking with a grin, "Senior, which of these two outfits do you like better?" Bai Jingxi raised her head. Following her gaze, one could see that Qin Xian and Luo Li were each holding an incredibly beautiful dress. When her gaze fell on the two beautiful, clean, brand-new dresses, she could no longer control her emotions. Tears, like beads from a broken string, rolled down uncontrollably. While on the island, she was constantly worried that sea monsters might attack again, and that the sun might burn her to death. But they were worried about which pretty clothes to wear. At first, she just shed tears silently, but soon the suppressed sobs turned into choked sobs, and finally, she burst into loud wailing. She released all the fear, despair, and grievances she had felt over the past few days through her tears. None of the three girls tried to stop her. Xia Yubing just watched quietly, then lowered her voice and said to the other two, "Let her cry, it'll be fine once she's cried it out." Bai Jingxi sobbed as she wiped away her endless tears with the back of her hand, her voice muffled. I thought I was going to die on that island. When the sea monsters attacked this morning, I was terrified. I thought my life was over." She cried and screamed wildly for a few minutes, until her voice gradually became hoarse. Xia Yubing then stepped forward, gently patted her back, and said softly, "Senior, it's all over now, it's all right." Bai Jingxi hugged Xia Yubing tightly and burst into another round of wailing. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian felt a pang of sadness. After the Ice Age, would she suffer the same fate? Living in constant fear of sea creatures and enduring the scorching sun. She dared not think any further, took out a few tissues, and gently wiped away the tears from Bai Jingxi's eyes. "Senior, we've got you covered. Good days are ahead." After crying for a few more minutes, Bai Jingxi stopped. Xia Yubing wiped away the last tear from the corner of her eye with her fingertips. "Are you feeling better now? Shall we put our clothes back on? Then we can have something nice to eat." Bai Jingxi was still sobbing. Okay." But she had no interest in choosing clothes right now. With red eyes, she pointed haphazardly at the black dress in Luo Li's hand. Luo Li immediately jumped up happily and made a victory sign. "I won!" Qin Xian pouted, a little unconvinced, but still helped Luo Li to help Bai Jingxi put on the black dress. The fabric of the dress was silky and cool, gently clinging to her skin. The halter neck design perfectly showcased her beautiful shoulder and neck lines and delicate collarbones. The deep neckline perfectly accentuated the breathtaking curves of her chest. The cinched waistline perfectly accentuated her slender waist and pert hips. Just then, the cabin door was pushed open. Xia Shang walked in. The first thing he saw was Bai Jingxi standing in the center of the room. Having washed away her disheveled state, she shone like a pearl that had been wiped clean of dust, radiating a dazzling light once more. That face, already stunningly beautiful, now had a touch of pitiful vulnerability, with redness still lingering at the corners of her eyes from crying. The black dress accentuated her stunning figure, which scored a remarkable 92 points overall. Especially the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from her front, rising and falling slightly with her uneasy breathing, made Xia Shang feel his heart skip a beat. The contradictory combination of naivety and maturity gives her a fatal attraction. As expected of the #1 goddess at Jian University back then. A goddess looks her best in a pampered and comfortable environment. Xia Shang's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before shifting to look into her eyes, and he asked calmly, "Senior, how are you feeling?" Chapter 44 The Goddess Senior's Happiness Trembles. Bai Jingxi's emotions finally calmed down in the cozy pink cabin, accompanied by the gentle rocking of the waves. She looked at the boy in front of her, who was a few years younger than her. His calm face didn't reveal much emotion, but it was this calmness that gave her a great sense of security. She tried to move her stiff lips, her voice hoarse from crying. "I'm okay, thank you." Xia Shang nodded, said nothing more than that, and sat down naturally on the soft pink sofa in the cabin. He quietly observed Bai Jingxi. There was no rush to replicate her talent. They had to wait until she officially became a member of the island. Right now, the most important thing is to feed her and put her mind at ease. Xia Shang opened the trading panel and skillfully searched through the dazzling array of goods. Soon, an exquisite 8-inch tiramisu cake came into view. Tiramisu cake, matcha flavor. Price, 1500 wood. Seller, a rooster driving a bus. Although Shaman Commercial Group wanted to get an Australian dragon to boost its image, unfortunately, there are no more for sale on the exchange. If I want to eat this kind of top-quality seafood in the future, I'll have to figure out a way myself. After buying it, Xia Shang placed it on the coffee table. The intense aroma of matcha, almost tangible, blended with the rich, creamy scent of mascarpone cheese, instantly filled the entire cabin. He pointed to the cake and said in a flat tone, "Let's eat something first." When Bai Jingxi saw the cake covered with a thick layer of emerald green matcha powder, her eyes widened instantly. She felt as if her legs were being pulled by an invisible force, and almost instinctively she wanted to rush forward. "I'm so hungry!" Just smelling it made her feel a burning pain in her stomach, and her mouth watered uncontrollably. For the past 2 days, the only food she has eaten is a small piece of dry, hard bread. Now that a delicious cake is in front of me, all thoughts of goddess image and ladylike demeanor are thrown to the winds. She rushed over, her bare, white feet barely touching the ground, almost staggering. With trembling fingers, she picked up a slice of cake and eagerly put it in her mouth. When the cake touched her tongue, Bai Jingxi felt her soul tremble with happiness. The slightly bitter matcha powder perfectly balances the sweetness of the cream. The melt-in-your-mouth mascarpone cheese is as light as a cloud, followed by ladyfingers soaked in espresso, with a subtle intoxication and rich aroma that only adults can understand. The layers of taste experience explode in the mouth. Tasty! It's so delicious! She felt she had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. Tears almost welled up again, but this time, they were tears of happiness. She finished one piece in a few bites, and then immediately went to get the second one. They ate in a very ravenous manner, and green cream and cake crumbs quickly got on their mouths and cheeks. The other 4 people in the cabin watched this scene without showing the slightest disgust. Xia Shang even felt a little sorry for her. She silently took a bottle of purified water, unscrewed the cap, walked to Bai Jingxi's side, and gently patted her back. Her voice was very gentle. "Senior, eat slowly, don't choke. No one is going to take it from you." Reminded by Xia Shang, Bai Jingxi suddenly stopped. She then realized how indecent she looked. A wave of heat spread from the base of her neck to her cheeks, and she swallowed the last bite of her mouth with some embarrassment. Looking at the remaining cake on the plate, the pretty girls in front of her with kind smiles, and the boy quietly watching her, Bai Jingxi's shame finally overcame her hunger. She picked up a piece of untouched cake and handed it to Xia Shang, somewhat embarrassed. "No, I'm sorry, I'm just too hungry." "Here, take one." Xia Shang looked at her pretty face covered in cream and couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, senior. You can eat by yourself. We've all eaten." Upon receiving permission, Bai Jingxi's beautiful eyes lit up. Her hand hesitated in midair for 0.521 seconds before she honestly withdrew it, lowered her head, and continued eating in small, but still fast, bites. That adorable expression of trying to maintain one's composure while succumbing to the temptation of delicious food is truly hilarious. Qin Xian was afraid that she would really choke, so she stood by her side and patted her back from time to time. Luo Li watched this scene and burst out laughing. She leaned closer, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Bai Jingxi. "Senior, there are 5 of us, all from Jian University. We're all your juniors, and this is your junior too." Bai Jingxi suddenly raised her head, her mouth full of cake, and could barely speak. "Really? How Qiao?" Xia Yubing also had a gentle smile on her face, and reached out to pat Luo Li's head. "All right, Shaoli, let's talk about it after she finishes eating." Luo Li chuckled and replied, "I know, just like when I was eating Australian lobster yesterday, I just couldn't stop." Bai Jingxi showed no sign of stopping. "Yes, and I remember Yao Zhiyang Kinjua." The others also withdrew their gazes, no longer looking at her disheveled appearance. Luo Li sat down next to Xia Shang, her petite body pressed against him, and she said in a sweet voice, "Baby, are you tired after a busy morning? Do you want a lap pillow from your senior?" Xia Shang had just taken a nap and was feeling refreshed. He reached out and gently embraced Luo Li's soft waist, letting her lean against him obediently. "No need, you've had enough sleep." He turned to look at Luo Li. "How's the blood source stone situation?" "Oh, that one." Luo Li leaned comfortably on Xia Shang's strong shoulder and said lazily, "I've already spoken to those 2 people. They had someone come and check it once this morning. This can't be rushed." Xia Shang nodded. "Yes, thank you for your hard work, senior." A simple, "Thank you for your hard work," made Luo Li feel warm inside. She straddled Xia Shang, hugged his neck, and prepared to kiss him. Seeing that the 2 were about to start being all lovey-dovey again, Xia Yubing, who was standing to the side, was worried that Bai Jingxi, who was new to the island, might have the impression that we islanders are unrestrained. She quickly coughed, interrupting Luo Li's spellcasting. "Ahem! Xia Shang, didn't you say you'd take us to see other islands sometime?" Luo Li was interrupted and puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, glaring fiercely at Xia Yubing. That look seemed to say, "What's the rush? There's plenty of time." Xia Yubing felt a chill run down her spine from Qin Xian's glare. It seemed Qin Xian wasn't joking when she said she was possessive of her food. She muttered to herself, I was just asking." Upon hearing this, Xia Shang's heart stirred. There is indeed someone he wants to go and see. It's that guy from yesterday who could use his talent to detect other people's coordinates. I asked him to detect the woman named Baby Whale, who has an overall score of 90 yesterday, but I haven't received a reply yet. The Xia and Shang dynasties did have this person's coordinates. Moreover, they are very close to where they are now. Since the yacht is already out here, it's a good idea to stop by and see if that guy is still alive or if we've made any new discoveries. In addition, it can also let these senior students see more of the miserable situation outside, which can make them feel more superior. Especially for Bai Jingxi, the contrast with the outside world made her arrival on the island later in the day more impactful. Let's go take a look. Xia Shang made up his mind and assigned Bisui a new coordinate location. The pink yacht traced a graceful arc across the sea, turned around, and continued sailing eastward. At this moment, Bai Jingxi finally finished showing off the entire matcha cake. After letting out a small, satisfied burp, she patted her slightly protruding belly. She had eaten many high-end desserts, but this was definitely the most delicious and memorable meal she had ever had in her life. She stuck out her pink tongue, licked her lips gently, rolled a small piece of thick white residue into her mouth, and happily closed her eyes to swallow it. Looking at the empty cake tray in front of her, she belatedly felt a pang of embarrassment. I'm sorry, I think I ate it all by myself. It's okay, it's okay. Senior, you must be hungry. The girls laughed and said they didn't mind. They weren't particularly hungry anyway, and they had eaten quite a few snacks on the yacht. Xia Yubing smiled and took Bai Jingxi's hand. Senior, come on, I'll take you out to wash your hands and face. As she spoke, she pulled the still somewhat embarrassed Bai Jingxi out of the cabin and onto the deck to wash her with precious bottled water. Inside the cabin, there was a brief silence after they left. This gave Qin Xian an excellent opportunity. She quietly moved to sit on the other side of Xia Shang. Then he leaned close to Xia Shang's ear, his warm breath gently caressing his earlobe, his voice low and laced with a hint of cunning and anticipation. Master, now that senior sister Bai is here, does that mean I don't need to learn how to cook anymore? Although she had never actually done it before, the thought of dealing with those greasy kitchen utensils made her feel very uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang beckoned to Qin Xian with his finger, signaling her to come closer. Qin Xian was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this close enough? If it gets any closer, it'll be right on your face. However, she still obediently moved her head closer, her ear almost touching Xia Shang's lips. Xia Shang said in a similarly deep but slightly mocking voice, What I said before was that you should bring someone over to help you with the housework. Senior Bai, I found her myself. How can this be counted? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian let out a reluctant, ah, and her whole body collapsed. Upon closer examination, however, Xia Shang's words do seem to have no flaws. She looked up, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with resignation, and looked pitifully at Xia Shang, only to find that his expression was calm and he was not joking. Okay, then I can only... In an instant, another bright and beautiful face appeared in her mind. Su Yu, my dear sister, please don't blame me. Coming to this den of iniquity will be far more wonderful for you than you can imagine right now. This is for your own good. Luo Li watched the two of them whispering to each other mysteriously, and she couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Baby, what are you two whispering about? Tell us so we can hear. Xia Shang didn't intend to hide it from her. Everyone would find out sooner or later. Senior Qin Xian said she would give Siyu. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xian swiftly reached out and covered his mouth. She quickly denied it, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's nothing. It's nothing. We didn't say anything. But who is Luoli? Upon hearing the name, Su Yu, she instantly understood the whole story. Her eyes lit up, and she gave a knowing, mischievous smile. Oh, Su Yu? Is that Su Yu, the one who used to compete with you for Raymond Lam and spread rumors about you everywhere? Xiao Xian, what are you planning to do about your former love rival? Kidnap him and bring him to our island? Seeing that her act had been exposed, Qin Xian simply stopped pretending. She said matter-of-factly, That's right. Who told her to spread rumors about me at school before? She told others that I had a messy private life and that any man would do. How could she say such things? Qin Xian gets furious whenever this is mentioned. She's still a pure and innocent young woman, and she's never done it even once. As a result, what that guy said made me feel like a woman who turns left 600 meters from the school gate, goes into the third alley, and goes up to the second floor. Xia Shang also remembered. There were indeed similar posts on the school forum before, which caused quite a stir at the time. Many people believed them and gossiped about Qin Xian behind her back. So there was this connection? Xia Shang suddenly realized. No wonder you agreed so readily when I mentioned it. Qin Xian smiled somewhat awkwardly, her eyes darting around. I just wanted to contribute to the development of the island. She changed the subject and began to actively promote her. Although Su Yu's character isn't great, her looks are undeniably stunning. I'm sure you'll like her, master. Luo Li, however, was more concerned with the practical details. She rubbed her hands excitedly and asked, So how's it going? Have you added her as a friend yet? When are we going to make our move? Smack! Xia Shang, annoyed, flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. What do you mean by fighting? You're making us sound like bandits. Luo Li covered her white-haired little head and muttered aggrievedly. That makes sense, But if it had been 2 days later, that pampered young lady might have died of heat stroke and thirst on that wretched little island. The Xia and Shang dynasties didn't care about this. To him, no matter how beautiful or talented someone is, she's just a useless pretty face. However, Luo Li's words also make sense. If someone really dies, then there won't even be a chance to ask about their talent. He looked at Qin Xian. Senior Qin Xian, you'd better hurry up. Qin Xian nodded heavily. Finding someone in this world now is like finding a needle in a haystack. The only way is to keep spamming the regional channel, hoping that the other person will see the message and add you as a friend. Just then, Bai Jingxi, who had gone away but returned, went back into the cabin. After washing her face and hands with cool bottled water, she felt much more refreshed. With food in their stomach, their complexion visibly became rosy. She sat down on the sofa, her hands clasped nervously on her knees, trying to make her posture look more appropriate. She looked at Xia Shang, her eyes filled with gratitude and curiosity. So, you're still my direct junior? Xia Shang didn't seem to care. Yeah, the world really is small. At first, I didn't know that Sister Bai was the legendary Senior Bai. She then looked at Luo Li and the other two. Everyone says that Jian University produces beauties, but I never expected that this year's class would produce 3 such beautiful girls. The 3 of them felt a little embarrassed after being praised by their senior. Luo Li chuckled and said, Oh, senior, you've been out of school for years, but your legend still circulates around the campus. The title of Jian University's #1 goddess is well-deserved. Bai Jingxi laughed self-deprecatingly. What's the use of being the #1 goddess? Didn't she also become a corporate slave? In this world, isn't it true that even a sip of water can't be obtained? She turned her gaze to Xia Shang. Junior, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. He looked Bai Jingxi up and down. What are you saying, senior? However, there are conditions for coming to my island. Chapter 45. You really have no bottom line at all? Condition? The atmosphere inside the cabin immediately changed. Luo Li's smile froze on her face. She quickly poked Xia Shang's strong waist hard with her elbow. What's wrong with this guy? Before we came, didn't we all agree to be polite first and then resort to force, and to settle people down first? Why are you acting like a lustful young man now? The map of Yen is way too short. Qin Xian shifted her body uncomfortably, her eyes, which always held a gentle smile, now filled with confusion and worry. She could roughly guess what conditions Xia Shang wanted to propose. After all, he was the only man on the island. Coco, aren't you in a bit too much of a hurry? Senior Bai has only just boarded the ship. At the very least, we need to wait until we reach the island so she can experience island life firsthand and take the initiative herself. Bai Jingxi is not stupid. She is an adult who has been navigating the complexities of society for several years. She understood the subtext in Xia Shang's words almost immediately. The composure and calmness that had been painstakingly built up in the comfortable environment of the yacht crumbled in an instant. She subconsciously clenched her hands on her knees, her mind flashing back to her boyfriend Lu Xiu's bloodless face and her own solemn promises. An unnatural blush crept onto her cheeks, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. She tried her best to maintain her last shred of dignity, her voice soft and trembling slightly. Go ahead and say it, as long as it's not too outrageous. Xia Shang found her appearance extremely amusing. A senior student who had been mythologized on the school forum for years and remained a legendary goddess even after graduation, now avoided his gaze and dared not meet his eyes. This stark contrast fueled his mischievous impulses. He wanted to see just how far this legendary senior student really stood. Xia Shang leaned back lazily, sinking into the soft sofa, but his tone was unusually calm. Senior, look at yourself, do I need to spell it out for you? His gaze slowly slid from Bai Jingxi's face to her neck. Bai Jingxi froze, instinctively looking down in the direction of his gaze. The striking curves of her chest blocked most of her view, leaving only a deep shadow visible. Her face flushed bright red instantly, the heat shooting straight to the top of her head. Please don't do this, Junior. Her voice was almost inaudible, pleading. I've already promised my boyfriend. That's your problem, not mine. Xia Shang interrupted her, sat up straighter, and his gaze sharpened. Luo Li was extremely anxious, frantically giving him meaningful glances, her mouth almost clenched into a fist, silently shouting, "Mind your manners! Mind your manners!" Xia Shang ignored him and continued typing, word by word, in an emotionless tone. "I don't care who you promised or what you promised. If you want to come to my island, you only have two choices. Either accept my terms." He paused, each word like a heavy hammer blow to Bai Jingxi's heart. "Or I'll send you back right now." This statement was made with absolute certainty, leaving no room for negotiation. Even Luo Li was stunned at this moment. She looked at Xia Shang's serious profile. Did this guy really mean it? Her mind raced as she recalled every moment she had spent with Xia Shang, especially their in-depth conversations. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Luo Li's expression instantly shifted from astonishment to realization, and finally to a strange look of wanting to laugh but not daring to. She secretly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Pfft. With a soft sound, she quickly lowered her head, slapped Xia Shang's shoulder hard, and gave him a reproachful glare. "You're so mean!" When Qin Xian saw Luo Li's appearance, she was first taken aback, then she glanced at Bai Jingxi, and a few seconds later, a smile spread across her gentle face. Although not as exaggerated as Luo Li, the tension in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by a mischievous look of anticipation. They both understood. However, Bai Jingxi, who was too close to the situation to see clearly, was currently experiencing a struggle between her own conscience and her own desires. Either agree or send it back. Send it back? Back to that tiny island, only 4 square meters in size, where even turning around was difficult? Go back and continue to endure the scorching sun, until your skin peels? They went back and suffered from hunger and thirst, to the point that they couldn't even speak. I'll be living in constant fear every day since I got back, not knowing when a sea monster might burst out from underwater. No! She doesn't want to. The short half-hour she spent on the yacht had already given her a heavenly experience. Fresh water for showering and washing hands, a soft sofa, and air conditioning that blows away all the heat. All she wanted was a good night's sleep, to wake up to delicious food and chilled drinks. All she wanted was to live, and to live like a human being. But what about Lu Xiu? She had promised him that she would never do anything to betray him. In his mind, the luxurious comfort on the yacht contrasted sharply with Lu Xiu's face, which was tanned and cracked under the scorching sun. The scales in her heart were swaying violently. Never mind. At worst, I'll just keep it from him. While these jumbled thoughts were still swirling in my mind, her head nodded involuntarily. Xia Shang calmly observed all her micro-expressions, and only when he saw her nod did he smile with satisfaction. The bottom line is very low, or rather, there is no bottom line at all. But not today, she still has sunburn and her emotions are too unstable. He didn't want anything to happen between him and someone who had just escaped death. Let's let it rest for a few days first. All right, senior, since you've agreed, let me tell you my conditions. Xia Shang deliberately made the pause between the two sentences exceptionally long. Time passed second by second. 10 seconds. The cabin was so quiet you could hear each other breathing. Bai Jingxi's heart was pounding like a drum, her whole heart was in her throat, nervously waiting for the final verdict. Finally, on the verge of her psychological defenses collapsing, Xia Shang slowly uttered the second half of his sentence. After arriving on the island, I had to wear stockings every day. Unless it's a special case like taking a shower or sleeping, you can't take it off. Do you accept this condition? Ah? Bai Jingxi suddenly raised her head, her beautiful big eyes filled with disbelief. She had imagined countless possibilities, each one filling her with shame and despair, but she never expected this one. The heart that had been hanging in my throat finally fell heavily back into my chest with a thud. The stark contrast left her mind blank, followed by an indescribable surge of heat that rushed from her feet to the top of her head. Shame, anger, and a sense of absurdity at being tricked made her face flush red. That wretched junior. He definitely did it on purpose. I had just thought of all the excuses I would use to lie to my boyfriend. That's it. Why don't you just say it directly? Why make it so serious and formal, like we're signing some kind of indenture? I promise. She practically clenched her teeth as she squeezed out those 3 words. I'm sorry, senior. Chin Xian stepped forward at the right moment, with an apologetic smile on her face, and handed over a pair of brand new black stockings that she had prepared beforehand. I was so busy chatting that I forgot to tell you to put this on first. Taking advantage of the moment she handed over the item, she leaned forward slightly, leaned close to Bai Jingxi's ear, and whispered comfortingly in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. That's just his little quirk, he doesn't mean any harm, don't take it to heart. Luo Li finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Baby, you're so naughty! Look at what you've done to your senior! Xia Shang, however, kept a straight face and said seriously, This is no joke. Everyone except me must abide by it. Yes, we will abide by it. We will absolutely abide by it. Luo Li and Chin Xian immediately stood at attention, rolling their eyes and echoing each other in unison. Bai Jingxi glared at Xia Shang, her chest heaving with anger. Could you please stop pausing when you speak? Can't you just say what you want to say directly? Seeing her puffed-up face, Xia Shang finally smiled a little. How am I supposed to know where my senior's bottom line is if I don't even take a deep breath? You! Bai Jingxi was so choked by his words that she almost fainted. She now truly understands what it means to be one step ahead of the devil. Bai Jingxi, what kind of witty remarks hasn't she said, what kind of situation hasn't she seen? Now, he's completely outmaneuvered by a kid several years younger than him. I absolutely have to get this out of me. I must! Alright, senior, calm down. Chin Xian gently patted her back. Master just likes to joke around. You'll get used to it. Bai Jingxi took several heavy breaths, feeling like her lungs were about to explode with anger. She took the bag of stockings, and with a hint of defiance, tore open the packaging. However, as she took the silky fabric out of the bag, rolled it up, and prepared to slip it on starting from her delicate toes, a refreshing coolness traveled up her fingertips. Huh! She stopped what she was doing in surprise, looked up at Chin Xian, and asked in her eyes. What is this made of? Why is it so cool? Seeing her curious expression, Chin Xian smiled and explained. Senior, these are cooling stockings. Wearing them in this kind of weather will keep your legs and feet from feeling hot at all. On the contrary, they'll be very comfortable. Ah? Bai Jingxi was completely astonished. She tentatively pressed the stocking against her cheek to feel it. Really? A cool, refreshing sensation instantly washed over me, just like applying a chilled face mask. It felt wonderful. She turned to look at Xia Shang, who was sitting with his legs crossed and a smug look on his face, and her thoughts became complicated. Wearing stockings. Is this really just his personal quirk? Or is he simply using this somewhat perverse excuse to provide the girls on the island with better living conditions and enjoyment in a less than proper way? This junior is a guy you can't figure out. Seeing that her anger had subsided, Xia Shang decided not to provoke her any further. There's plenty of time. Feelings are cultivated gradually. He glanced at the deck and saw Xia Yubing still standing there alone, holding binoculars and staring motionlessly at the distant sea. Luo Li leaned closer, followed his gaze, and pouted. She's probably looking to see if she can find a boyfriend. Xia Shang frowned. Her boyfriend hasn't contacted her at all? Luo Li shook her head, her tone tinged with disdain. Who knows? There's no word yet on whether they're alive or dead. If you asked me, it's unlikely. Xia Shang looked at Xia Yubing's somewhat frail figure and sighed inwardly. Xia Yubing had previously suggested visiting other islands, so she probably really had that in mind. Chin Xian had already basically won over the girls on the island, and he was about 70 to 80% confident that he could make this new girl, "Senior stay willingly." Xia Yubing, however, remained an outsider because she was preoccupied with her boyfriend. "This is not a good sign," Xia Shang said to Luo Li. "Senior, you should also pay more attention to her and talk to her more often." Luo Li snorted and glanced at him sideways. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't worry, I know what to do." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yubing on the deck suddenly turned around and shouted anxiously into the cabin. "Come out quickly! There seems to be something unusual in the sea over there." Upon hearing this, the group felt a chill run down their spines and immediately came out of the cabin. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, and the sea breeze carried a salty, damp scent. Xia Shang walked to her side. "What's wrong?" Xia Yubing handed the binoculars in her hand to Xia Shang, her fair fingers pointing to a distant direction. "Over there! Look, there's a huge cloud of black fog." Xia Shang took the binoculars, held them up to his eyes, and adjusted the focus in the direction she pointed. The field of vision was instantly zoomed in. About 10 kilometers above the yacht, a massive, unimaginably large black fog was silently looming over the horizon. The black fog was as thick as ink, with its lower half clinging to the surface of the sea and its upper half churning. Like a living monster, it rose upwards, reaching tens of meters into the air. Its area is astonishingly large, estimated to cover at least tens of thousands of square meters of sea area. Even more bizarrely, shrouded in black mist, nothing could be seen, only a deathly, oppressive atmosphere could be felt. Even from this distance, it's unsettling. "This thing has never been mentioned in the game announcements." Xia Shang put down his binoculars, his expression turning serious. He handed the binoculars to Luo Li, who was standing next to him with a curious expression. Xia Yubing's voice was filled with worry. "That thing doesn't feel right." Xia Shang nodded. He shared the same sentiment. "That thing doesn't look like a good guy. If it were just him, he might consider finding an opportunity to explore and see what's inside. But now the ship is carrying a whole bunch of beautiful female students, and he doesn't dare take the risk." Luo Li, Qin Xian, and Bai Jingxi, who had just put on those magical black stockings, also took turns looking through the binoculars. Each of them had a look of shock and unease on their faces. After reading it, everyone fell silent. The initial sense of relaxation due to the abundance of supplies was instantly shattered by this sudden and bizarre sight. The dangers of this world may have only just begun to unfold. The yacht did not stop, but adjusted its direction, bypassing the eerie black fog area, and continued towards its destination. After sailing for a few more minutes, the outline of a small island finally slowly came into view. It was a small, yellow island. The entire body was a withered yellow color, like land that had been scorched by fire countless times, without a trace of green, full of decay and death. Xia Shang squinted, straining to look towards the island. On the beach at the edge of the island, a thin man was standing. He saw the luxury yachts coming on the waves and began jumping wildly, waving his arms frantically at them. Chapter 46: A celestial being descends to Earth? As the pink yacht slowly approached, the shockingly shabby state of the island was completely exposed to everyone. Forget about houses, there isn't even a simple shack on the entire island. On the bare sand, there was only a simple straw mat. Besides a man waving his arms like a headless fly, there was also an emaciated mature woman tightly holding two lifeless little girls in her arms. The two girls looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. Large patches of skin on their necks were peeling off and curling up, revealing the tender, bright red flesh underneath. The woman holding them had dried tear stains on her face, her body still trembling slightly, and she was sobbing silently. The man on the island was none other than Lonely Binzhou Heat, who had previously provided Xia Shang with coordinates. When he saw the pink yacht, which was at least 7 or 8 meters long and had a sleek and gorgeous design, the shock was like a giant wave crashing against his almost collapsing nerves. He opened his mouth, his chapped lips twitching several times before he managed to force a smile that looked worse than a grimace. "It must be Boss Xia Tian. I never expected you to come in person." Xia Shang stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the human tragedy unfolding on the island. His gaze lingered on the two dying little girls for a moment, and a wave of emotion washed over him. The two children were severely sunburned and dehydrated. He spoke calmly. "You knew it was me?" Yan Yuanlong tilted his head back, the still blinding sunlight afternoon making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. He shielded his forehead with the back of his hand and answered in a hoarse voice. "At this time of year, who else but you could be driving such a magnificent yacht? I knew it was you as soon as I saw the boat." He seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Boss, the cool-down for that coordinate is almost over, probably in about an hour." Xia Shang shifted his gaze from him to the mother and daughter not far away. "Those two, are they your daughters?" The man then slapped his forehead, a look of regret on his face. "I was so excited that I forgot to introduce it to you. My name is Yan Yuanlong, and this is my wife, Lu Menglan." He pointed to the two children in his arms, his tone carrying a hint of fatherly pride, though that pride seemed so powerless at that moment. "These two little ones are my twin daughters. The older one is named Yang Xiaoyu and the younger one is named Yang Xuxue. Our family of four is pretty lucky, at least we were assigned to an island." After Yan Yuanlong finished speaking, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating bitter laugh. Was this good luck or bad luck? He himself couldn't explain it clearly. He and his wife opened a small restaurant in Jiangqing, and business was good. They were living a prosperous life. I recently made the down payment on a new apartment, and even got the keys. Before I could even hire someone to renovate, I inexplicably ended up in this godforsaken place. As he recounted his story, the four women on the yacht all poked their heads out of the cabin at the same time. When they saw the tragic state of the two little girls, their hearts clenched with pain. It's one thing for the adults to suffer, but what about these two beautiful little girls? Luo Li subconsciously looked at Xia Shang. The words of pleading on her lips rolled on her tongue, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to say them. That's too much of a saintly attitude. In this world, that's not a good thing. If the junior wanted to save him, he wouldn't need her to say it. Qin Xian and Xia Yubing remained silent, gripping the railings of the ship's side tightly. Bai Jingxi's feelings were more complicated. She looked at the family on the island as if she were looking in a mirror. If Xia Shang hadn't pulled her out of despair, how would she be any different from that woman named Lu Menglan now? The woman's skin was almost entirely tanned to an eerie reddish brown, her hair was disheveled and stuck to her face, and she was covered in grime. She held the two children's arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Luo Li couldn't resist in the end. She moved to Xia Shang's side, stretched out her soft little hand, and gently covered the back of Xia Shang's hand that was resting on the railing. Her movements were very gentle, but her eyes were full of pleading. Qin Xian and Xia Yubing both turned their gazes towards Xia Shang. Xia Shang said nothing. He still had several hundred bottles of mineral water left in his backpack, which he had obtained from the exchange that morning. He casually took out 4 bottles and threw them directly overboard from the bow of the boat. "Have a drink first." Bang, bang. The bottle landed on the soft sand with a dull thud. Upon seeing that it was water, Yan Yuanlong's nose suddenly stung, and a surge of heat rushed to his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing himself not to let the tears fall. The 2 liters of water Xia Shang gave him yesterday already saved his whole family's lives. Now it's him again. He strode forward and picked up all 4 bottles of water as if they were rare treasures, then bowed deeply to the bow of the boat. "Thank you so much, boss." After saying that, he unscrewed a bottle, staggered over to his wife, and handed her the water. "Honey, take a sip first to moisten your throat, then I'll feed the kids some." Lu Menglan's mental defenses were far less robust than his. "The moment I saw the water, the despair, fear, and grievances that had been suppressed for 2 whole days were completely released." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She choked back sobs and shook her head violently, using all her strength to bring the precious bottle of water to her daughter's lips. The 2 little girls, already half-conscious from thirst, had their survival instincts immediately triggered the moment their lips touched the cold bottle opening. Almost simultaneously, They reached out their little hands, grabbed their parents' hands tightly as they fed them water, opened their dry, cracked mouths, and began to swallow frantically. Glug glug. Soon, the two little girls drank all 4 bottles of water. Yan Yuanlong and Lu Menglong looked at the 4 empty plastic bottles, then at their daughter whose face had regained a bit of color. The two looked at each other, and saw the relief of surviving a disaster in each other's eyes, and smiled at the same time. After witnessing this scene, Xia Shang slowly spoke again, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Yang Yuanlong's ears. Your talent only allows you to detect 1 coordinate per day? Yan Yuanlong swallowed hard, his throat parched, and let out a loud, hoarse voice. He shouted at Xia Shang. Yes, boss! My talent is A-level, called coordinate detection. It has a 24-hour cooldown. He bowed deeply again, this time lowering his head even further. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. I, Yan Yuanlong, will never forget this kindness. I will do anything you need in the future, even at the cost of my life. Xia Shang will definitely keep Yang Yuanlong around. He made this trip in person today mainly to confirm whether he was still alive, and also to let the female students around him see the cruel truth of this world. Instead of playing the savior myself, I should give this opportunity to the senior students. After all, giving alms to the poor can easily create a sense of satisfaction and dependence, and can even be addictive. Xia Shang turned to Qin Xian beside him and whispered, Senior, this person's talent is very useful. If you want to find Suyu in the future, you might be able to use him. Xia Shang's words were very straightforward, and the women present understood them instantly. Being able to use them means we can't let them die. Qin Xian was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. Give them some water and food? This can only solve the immediate problem of food and clothing. But what if a sea monster attacks the island? They're unarmed, so wouldn't they just die anyway? Qin Xian looked at the family of 4 on the island with a troubled expression, then at Xia Shang, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Should we give him some resources and weapons? Luoli immediately shook her head. She looked at the 2 little girls who had just recovered, her eyes full of pity. No, just giving them things isn't enough, it's still too dangerous. She leaned closer, took Xia Shang's arm and shook it gently, softly suggesting, Why don't we bring his 2 daughters to live on our island? They'd definitely be willing. Both of these solutions are clearly only addressing the symptoms, not the root cause. Just then, Xia Yubing, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. Xia Shang, I think we can send the whole family to the island where Bai Xiejie's boyfriend lives. Didn't they actively request to become our affiliated islands? It's perfect to arrange for Yan Yuanlong's family to go there. You gave him the defensive arrow towers, so his safety is guaranteed. Her clear and calm thinking caught the attention of Qin Xian and Luoli. Of course, she had another, deeper thought that she didn't voice. Bai Jingxi herself is in Xia Shang's hands, essentially a hostage. Sending Yan Yuanlong's family to her boyfriend's island would serve 2 purposes. Firstly, it would bolster the manpower there, and secondly, it would allow them to be monitored and kept in check. However, she naturally wouldn't reveal these plans to Bai Jingxi in front of her. As soon as Xia Yubing made the suggestion, Qin Xian and Luoli immediately nodded vigorously. Luoli simply couldn't bear to see children suffer. Their pitiful appearance almost overwhelmed her with maternal instincts. She practically clung to Xia Shang, using a sickeningly sweet voice to coax him. Baby, is this arrangement okay? Anyway, we'll need to grow vegetables and raise livestock on our island, so we'll definitely need manpower. Qin Xian, who was standing to the side, was also very anxious, as this person was the one who would decide when Suyu was found. Master, I also think Yubing's plan is excellent. Xia Shang looked at them and realized that this plan was indeed the best solution at present, achieving multiple benefits at once. However, Xia Shang noticed that Bai Jingxi remained silent throughout, acting like an outsider. That won't do. Now that you're on his ship, you must integrate into this small group as soon as possible, instead of treating yourself as a dispensable outsider. Xia Shang turned his gaze to her. What about Senior Bai? What are you thinking? Bai Jingxi was clearly taken aback when her name was suddenly called out, and a look of surprise and panic flashed across her face. Should we let her give her opinion? Do I have the right to interfere in this kind of matter? He had just been rescued from the deserted island by them. To put it bluntly, like the family below, he was just a refugee waiting for his fate to be decided. What gives you the right to decide the life and death of others? Her mind was in turmoil, and meeting Xia Shang's probing gaze, she could only stammer out a few words. I can do it all. Xia Shang nodded noncommittally, then subtly gave Qin Xian a wink. The two have already developed a certain level of understanding. Qin Xian understood immediately. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and walked to the side of the boat, looking down at the people on the island. The afternoon sea breeze caressed her long, flowing hair, casting shadows that enveloped the entire island. She shouted in a tone that was both authoritative and compassionate. Yan Yuanlong! Now I'm giving you a chance. I'll take you to a place where there's food and drink, and where you and your family can truly survive. Are you willing? Chapter 47, Exclusive Farm, Establishing a Logistics Base. Hearing Qin Xian's words, which were filled with compassion yet sounded like a final judgment, Yan Yuanlong's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. His talent was really useful to them. He was so excited that he trembled all over. He grabbed Lu Menglan, who was still hesitating beside him, and knelt down on the scorching sand without hesitation. Ignoring the sharp sand, he called out repeatedly. Yes. We're willing. We're willing to go anywhere. Thank you, Fairy. The sudden kneeling startled Qin Xian, who was standing by the ship's railing, and she instinctively waved her hands repeatedly. Hey, you don't need to get up so quickly, you don't need to kneel down. Her voice was filled with panic, but an unprecedented, strange feeling surged through her body like an electric current. High above, looking down upon all living beings. With a single word, one can decide the life, death, and future of an entire family. This absolute sense of control over the fate of others sent a shiver down her fair neck. Beneath the yacht, Lu Menglan was startled by her husband's actions. She tugged hard at Yan Yuanlong's arm, lowering her voice, filled with anxiety. Where are you going? Have you asked clearly? What if something happens to our daughters? Yan Yuanlong's mind was clearer than ever before. He shook his head, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. Honey, we have no other choice now. Staying here means certain death. Going with them might offer a glimmer of hope. Lu Menglan instinctively hugged her sleeping daughter tightly. The fact that this family of four managed to survive 2 days on this desolate ocean was pure luck. To this day, no sea monsters have landed on this small sand island. Otherwise, with her and her husband's almost useless talents, they wouldn't even have a chance to struggle against any sea monster. She looked up, her eyes squinting as the sunlight stung them, straining to see the huge, clean yacht that shimmered with a dreamy pink glow. The handsome men and beautiful women at the bow of the ship, dressed smartly and looking composed, formed a stark contrast to the disheveled state of their own family members. They seemed to belong to a different world. Rather, they are gods from another civilization. She stroked her daughter's forehead again. Her daughter is her everything, she doesn't care about her own life at all. In order for her daughters to go to a safe place, she finally nodded heavily. With a soft thud, the smooth suspended ladder slowly descended and landed steadily on the beach. Yan Yuanlong and Lu Menglan, each carrying an unconscious daughter, their legs weak, stepped onto the stairs leading to the unknown. The moment they finally stepped onto the yacht deck and into the cabin, a cool breeze carrying a faint fragrance swept over them, instantly dispelling the heat and stench that had accumulated on them over the past 2 days. The chill made them momentarily believe they were dead and had entered the legendary paradise. The sight inside the cabin made them hold their breath. An incredibly soft pink sofa, a gleaming coffee table, and even a beautifully packaged plate of potato chips and spicy strips on it. Yan Yuanlong felt as if he had stepped into another dimension, a world he had only seen in movies, a world that only the super-rich deserved. He and Lu Menglan stood awkwardly at the doorway, the soft floor beneath their feet making them hesitant to even step on it. Looking at their daughters' bodies covered in dirt and sweat, they didn't dare to even think of putting the children on that spotless sofa. Quick, put the child on the sofa first. Xia Yubing and Qin Xian walked over, their clear voices breaking the awkward silence. As they got closer, the horrific state of the two little girls became even clearer to them. Children's skin is delicate, and after 2 days of relentless exposure to the scorching sun, their necks, cheeks, and bare arms are covered in scabs. It was almost impossible to find a patch of intact skin. Large areas of redness and swelling were mixed with peeling and blisters, a truly shocking sight. Qin Xian frowned and said softly, "I'll apply the medicine to them." Thank you, fairy!" The voices of Yang Yuanlong and his wife trembled as they carefully placed their daughter gently on the sofa. Qin Xian immediately bought a burn ointment from the exchange. She squatted down, squeezed out the cool ointment, and gently applied it to the wounds of the two poor little girls with her fingertips. Xia Shang led Luoli and Bai Jingxi from the deck into the cabin. The originally spacious cabin became slightly crowded after cramming in 9 people. Xia Shang didn't say much, but gave Bai Shui the order to go to Lu Xiu Island again. The yacht gave a slight jolt, then smoothly turned around and began to sail. He then took out 2 bottles of purified water from his backpack and handed them to Yang Yuanlong and his wife, who were still standing there dumbfounded. "Have some water." Xia Shang's voice was calm, yet it carried a reassuring power. "Your daughter will be fine, don't worry." These simple words, like a divine decree, instantly brought tears to the eyes of Yang Yuanlong and his wife, who were about to kneel down again. Xia Shang quickly helped them up, saying, "No need, I'm not used to this." He gestured for the two to sit on the sofa opposite him before slowly beginning to explain their future fate. "I will take you to another island, and from now on, your family will work for me. Just grow some vegetables, raise some cattle, and do some farm work." He paused, then turned his gaze to Yang Yuanlong. "As for you, Yang Yuanlong, your talent is quite special. From now on, you will be responsible for providing me with coordinate information." Yang Yuanlong nodded in agreement. This was not a condition for him at all, it was merely a unilateral favor from Xia Shang. When Lu Menglan heard that they were to grow vegetables, her eyes lit up and she blurted out excitedly. "Great! I can do that! My talent lies in plant growth enhancement. I can definitely be a great help to you when it comes to planting." "Plant growth promoters?" Qin Xian, who was applying medicine to the little girl, paused, looked up, and her bright eyes were full of surprise. "What a coincidence, my talent is also plant growth stimulant, but I'm only at grade B." Lu Menglan took a big gulp of water. But when she looked up and met Qin Xian's flawless face, the slight sense of comfort she had just felt was completely overwhelmed by self-loathing. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her gaze falling on her trouser legs, which were covered in dirt and salt stains. "Mine is grade A." As if afraid of being misunderstood as showing off, she hurriedly added, But I've never used it even once. There isn't even a blade of grass on the island." "Grade A." Qin Xian's eyes brightened even more. Her hands continued moving, but her tone was full of excitement at meeting a fellow talent. "The effects of an A-grade talent are definitely much better than mine. This talent is very useful. If you use it to accelerate growth, the plants will definitely grow much faster." Lu Menglan finished the water in her hand and responded softly. Hearing Qin Xian's words, a huge doubt surged in her heart. She had assumed that everyone on Xia Shang Island possessed legendary talents, such as S-class or SS-class. But why is it that this beautiful fairy in front of us only has a B-level talent? Why would Xia Shang keep a talent with only a B-level attribute by his side? Is it just because she's pretty? The thought had barely crossed her mind when she extinguished it. She's just a refugee receiving aid right now. How could she dare to speculate about what's going on inside their lives? Xia Shang looked at the 2 twin girls on the sofa. "Where are your 2 daughters?" Both Mr. and Mrs. Yang shook their heads. "They're even worse. Xiaoyu is a B grade, and Xiaoxue is an E grade. This family of 4 is really pitiful. The couple's talent level is AA, which is not bad, but they are all support talents. It has neither combat capability nor development capability. Xia Shang didn't ask any more questions and took out a small cloth bag from his backpack. This contains coffee bean seeds, which Luoli gave him before. After all, Luoli spent 7,000 stones to buy a coffee machine blueprint, and it would be a waste not to use it. He handed the cloth bag to Lu Menglan. Take this first, and find a place to plant it later. Then, he looked around at the female students around him and said, See if there's anything else you want to eat. Go to the exchange and buy some seeds. Upon receiving the order, Luoli and Qin Xian's eyes lit up instantly. The trading panel was opened simultaneously, and the massive resources that Xia Shang had given them were enough for them to squander at will. Wow! There are strawberry seeds! Baby, let's plant some! Watermelons! We absolutely need watermelons in this weather! Let's plant some too, master! Xia Shang laughed as the two called out to him repeatedly. You two can buy it yourselves, and give it all to her once you've bought it. Xia Yubing took over Qin Xian's job and continued applying ointment to the two still unconscious little girls. Bai Jingxi was left standing there somewhat awkwardly. Xia Shang hadn't given her any resources, and although she wanted some vegetables and fruits, she didn't know how to ask. Luo Li noticed the confusion in her eyes, stepped forward and put her arm around her slender waist. Senior, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Xia Shang also opened the exchange. Now that we've decided to create our own farm island, the first step is to expand the island's area. Nowadays, the price of island expansion blueprints has stabilized, with a 10 square meter blueprint almost always capped at 9,999 resources. The effective defensive radius of the defensive arrow tower is 30 square meters. Xia Shang's goal is to first expand the farm island to this safe range. Timber 9,999. Stone material 99.99. Timber 2,400. Timber 1,200. A series of resource consumption notifications flashed before my eyes. Expansion plans, log cabin plans, fence plans, farm implement manufacturing plans. Xia Shang purchased almost all the blueprints needed for infrastructure construction in one go. He took the large stack of drawings, which were emitting a faint glow, in his hand and then made a deal with Yang Yuanlong. A transaction request popped up in front of Yang Yuanlong's eyes. When he saw that the initiator's name was Xia Tian, he was flattered and stunned. He was just about to ask something when he saw the numbers in the other party's item slot in the trade window start jumping wildly. Timber, 20,000. Stone material, 20,000. Clay, 20,000. A notification sounded indicating that the transaction was complete. Yan Yuanlong stared blankly at the three frighteningly long numbers in his backpack interface. A surge of hot blood rushed to his brain, and he felt dizzy. He barely managed to stay upright by holding onto the sofa. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling like it was on fire. Big boss, what is this? Why are you giving me so many resources? He's going crazy. What does 60,000 resources even mean? On his tiny, rundown island, he fished for treasure chests for almost 2 days, but he still hadn't managed to collect 2,000 resources. Xia Shang ignored his shock and handed him the thick stack of blueprints in his hand. Once we get to the island, you'll be in charge of building all of these. Also, remember my words. Anything unusual or significant that happens on the island must be reported to me immediately. Even though Xia Shang explained it so clearly, Yan Yuanlong's outstretched hand trembled violently in midair, and he hesitated to take the stack of blueprints. Where are the blueprints? For him, it was of paramount importance. He saved their family of 4 twice, and now he has such faith in himself. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together, but he didn't dare to take it. He's just a small restaurant owner. He can flip a wok and do accounting, but he can't build a city. He was afraid that he would mess everything up. I fear I will fail to repay this kindness that is as good as being given a second life. Seeing his timid and hesitant appearance, Luo Li pursed her lips, knowing that this kind of person just overthinks things. Take it, you're a grown man, why are you being so fussy? Just do what we tell you to do, and don't get any funny ideas. From now on, just work hard for us. If you dare to have any disloyal thoughts, humph. She didn't continue, but instead cracked her knuckles, making a snapping sound, and looked at him with a forced smile. Bai Jingxi, who was standing to the side, was also experiencing extremely complicated emotions. She looked at Yang Yuanlong as if she were seeing her own despair from not long ago. Yes, take it. Just do your best in your work from now on. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the two children sleeping soundly on the sofa. Developing the island will benefit everyone, and your two daughters will have a better life in the future, won't they? Bai Jingxi's words completely shattered the lingering hesitation in Yang Yuanlong's heart. He clenched his fists, about to kneel down to express his gratitude, but then remembered that Xia Shang had said he wasn't used to this, so he immediately changed to clasping his hands in a fist salute. Don't worry, boss. I won't say much more about my thanks. From now on, just watch my actions. If I ever betray you, may I, Yang Yuanlong, die a horrible death. May I be struck by lightning. Then, as if receiving an imperial edict, he took the stack of blueprints from Xia Shang's hands. Xia Shang nodded slightly as he looked at Yang Yuanlong's resolute expression as he made his solemn vow. He didn't consider himself to have much of a talent for judging people, but Yang Yuanlong gave him a really different feeling. He didn't drink the 4 bottles of water Xia Shang gave him earlier. Instead, he gave them all to his 2 daughters. The 2 bottles given to them after boarding the ship, he didn't drink his own portion, so he and his wife drank from the same bottle. It was obviously meant for his 2 daughters. This alone is not enough to prove whether he is a good person or not. But at least he's a good father. Xia Shang had a pretty good idea of sending him to oversee the farm island. He looked at the female students and asked, Have you all chosen your seeds? Luoli and Qin Xian immediately took out several packets of seeds. Xia Shang glanced at them and saw that most of them were fruit and vegetable seeds such as strawberries, watermelons, tomatoes, and cucumbers. These are indeed extremely rare luxury items at this stage. Lu Menglan respectfully accepted packets of seeds from the fairies. She solemnly said to Xia Shang and the several campus beauties, Boss, ladies, don't worry. From now on, the 4 of us will work wholeheartedly for you. As she called her, fairy, repeatedly, different expressions appeared on the faces of the girls. Qin Xian and Xia Yubing both turned their faces away, somewhat embarrassed. Only Luoli, grinning, leaned over and patted Lu Minglan's shoulder without any hesitation. All right, remember what you said today. By the way, if this watermelon grows, the first one to ripen has to be given to me to taste, understand? Mr. and Mrs. Yang nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at rice. The yacht smoothly navigated around the ominous, foggy sea and sped forward. Soon, the island where Lu Xiu was located reappeared in everyone's sight. In the center of the island, a thick wooden arrow tower, more than 3 meters high and requiring 1 person to encircle it, has risen from the ground, its dark launch port exuding a sinister aura. When the distinctive pink yacht reappeared on the horizon, Lu Xiu immediately looked up. His gaze immediately locked onto the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the ship's side. Bai Jingxi. She had been completely transformed, wearing a clean and slightly sexy outfit that he had never seen before. His previously sallow and haggard face regained its color, and even radiated a healthy glow. Her expression was no longer one of despair and numbness, but rather a complex calm. The moment their eyes met, it was as if invisible sparks exploded in the air. The next second, the 2 of them simultaneously and hastily looked away. Xia Shang took in all of their subtle movements. He met the gazes of Lu Xiu and Su Kang, and spoke slowly in a declarative tone. From now on, this island will be my farm. Chapter 48 My girlfriend put on black stockings. Xia Shang's seemingly calm declaration, however, struck the 2 men on the island like a violent tsunami. Su Kang was overjoyed. It's done! As long as Xia Shang agrees, this island will be like having the most indestructible shield. Safety and the future were both conveyed in this one sentence. Lu Xiu, who was lying on the ground, frowned and stared intently at Bai Jingxi, who was sitting on the side of the yacht. Previously, Su Kang had asked me to contact her and persuade Xia Shang to agree to their request to turn them into affiliated islands. But he hadn't even had a chance to tell her why Xia Shang agreed so readily. As the yacht smoothly approached, when he saw the woman standing to Xia Shang's left, his heart felt as if it had been squeezed by an invisible hand. Bai Jingxi, she has changed. Everything has changed completely. His gaze fell on her long, straight legs. A thin layer of black stockings covered her rounded calves, extending to her knees and stopping at the mid-thigh. Stockings. Lu Xiu's mind went blank. He remembered clearly that Bai Jingxi had complained more than once that she hated wearing stockings. Every time she puts it on, countless men cast their gazes at her, a feeling she dislikes intensely. But how long has it been since she left the island and boarded that ship? It's only been a few hours. Can a few hours be enough to change a person's preferences? Can it even change a person? He did not hate the Xia and Shang dynasties. He simply felt a tremendous sense of panic and helplessness, as if he could never catch up with the other person. He clenched his fist, making a chilling, soft sound. Su Kang, however, was so excited that he became incoherent. He took a step forward and almost roared out his loyalty. "Boss of Xia Shang! Rest assured, we will definitely work hard to build it. All you need to do is give us some resources." Xia Shang didn't speak, but gave Qin Xian a wink. Qin Xian leaned on the smooth, mirror-like railing, looking down at him from above. The skirt of her maid outfit fluttered slightly in the sea breeze, yet her expression carried an innate aloofness. Qin Xian leaned on the smooth railing, looking down at him from above. As she gazed into his clear eyes, Su Kang felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason, and goosebumps rose all over his body. A clear, cool voice came from the yacht. It wasn't loud, but it had a strange penetrating power that suppressed the sound of the sea breeze. "The resources and blueprints have been handed over to Yang Yuanlong. From now on, he will be in charge of overseeing and executing all affairs of the farm." As she spoke, Qin Xian turned her gaze behind her and slightly raised her chin at Yang Yuanlong. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Yang Yuanlong immediately understood. He and his wife Lu Menglan exchanged a glance, each holding their daughter tightly in their arms, and headed towards the island via the lowered ladder. A wave of heat mixed with a salty, fishy smell swept over them, and the sand under their feet was scorching hot, instantly making them break out in a thin layer of sweat. It wasn't until they set foot on solid ground that they truly understood the situation on the island. The entire island was in a mess. The only one who could stand was Su Kang, who trembled slightly after hearing Qin Xian's words. 2 wounded people were still lying on the ground. A man with a dirty bandage wrapped around his chest and a deathly pale face. The other one was in an even worse state. One leg had disappeared from the knee, the wound wrapped in rags and already stained blackish-brown with blood, its fate unknown. Yang Yuanlong was in a real bind. The island was even more desolate than they had imagined. However, when they saw the 3-meter-tall, sinister-looking wooden arrow tower in the center of the island, Yang Yuanlong and his wife felt a little more at ease. "Hello?" Yang Yuanlong extended his hand to shake hands with Su Kang. "My name is Yang Yuanlong. This is my wife Lu Menglan, and these 2 are my daughters. Please take care of me in the future." Su Kang carefully examined Yang Yuanlong. Was it him? Why were all the resources and blueprints given to this middle-aged man who just arrived? And he should be the supervisor? Why should I? It was clearly his own idea to propose the affiliated island plan, yet in the end, he had to take orders from a stranger? An overwhelming sense of frustration and resentment welled up inside me. But when his gaze fell upon the man standing calmly on the yacht, seemingly detached from the situation, all his negative emotions were instantly extinguished by a massive surge of fear. He dared not show any dissatisfaction. He couldn't afford to have any complaints. "Not at all, we're all working for the boss. From now on, we're all family." Su Kang quickly put on a warm smile, gripped Yang Yuanlong's hand tightly, so tightly that the other man felt a little pain. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yan Yuanlong didn't linger and took out a large stack of neatly rolled up blueprints from his backpack. There are too many wounded on the island right now. I'll build a wooden hut to house them first. You can help me move them in later. When Su Kang and Lu Xiao saw the thick stack of blueprints, numbering as many as a dozen or 20 pages, their hearts almost simultaneously skipped a beat. Su Kang's eyes widened like copper bells. His original plan was simply to use the affiliated islands as a pretext to get the Xia and Shang to provide protection, and incidentally, to ask for some resources for construction. But what is this now? What the hell is this? So many blueprints. How many resources would it take to buy them? Especially the two at the very top that are glowing red. The generosity of this Xia Shang tycoon had completely exceeded his expectations. Lu Xiao then completely lost the ability to think. He just stared blankly at the stack of blueprints, then looked up at Bai Jingxi on the yacht. The other person's gaze kept shifting, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him. He didn't know what was wrong with Bai Jingxi, why she couldn't even look him in the eye in such a short time. On the yacht, Bai Jingxi, who had been avoiding Lu Xiao's gaze, had no choice but to quietly retreat behind Xia Shang. She forced herself to stop thinking about anything related to Lu Xiao. She simply extended her slightly cool fingertips and gently tugged at Xia Shang's sleeve. "Junior!" She lowered her voice. "We need to be wary of that guy named Su Kang." Bai Jingxi originally intended for Xia Shang to get rid of Su Kang, but Lu Xiao insisted on stopping her. After spending 2 days together, she had gained some understanding of Su Kang. This person is a fence-sitter. He'll fawn over whoever offers him benefits. Xia Shang grunted in agreement. Of course he knew he had to be on guard. But at this stage, manpower, especially manpower with combat capabilities, is extremely scarce. The strategy for dealing with this kind of person has always been very simple. Kick him first, then throw him a meat bun. He turned around and his gaze fell on Su Kang on the island. "Su Kang, from now on, you and Yang Yuanlong should discuss this island together. If you have any disputes that you can't resolve, then come and ask me." Upon hearing this, Su Kang's face instantly brightened, the resentment and frustration he had felt earlier vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of flattery and excitement. He straightened his back and replied loudly, "Don't worry, boss. This island is my home. Yang and I will definitely build it up. Remember, plant strawberries and watermelons first." Luo Li also poked her little head out of the cabin, leaned on the railing, and called out sweetly towards the island. "If the watermelons grown aren't sweet, I'll yell at them." Her lively and playful demeanor eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Su Kang and Yang Yuanlong, a married couple on the island, nodded hurriedly like chickens pecking at rice. Immediately afterwards, Yan Yuanlong used 2 island expansion blueprints on the system panel. Boom! A deep, rumbling sound, like muffled thunder, came from the seabed, and the entire island began to shake violently. Su Kang and Yang Yuanlong almost fell to the ground because they lost their footing. Under their horrified gaze, the seawater on both sides of the island surged violently as if boiling, revealing 2 brand new islands, each 10 square meters in size. Carrying a strong smell of the sea, it slowly rose from the seabed, and then with a deafening roar, it seamlessly merged with the original island. The enormous waves crashed violently against the newly formed shore, creating a deafening roar. The group on Xia Shang's yacht were already used to this and remained calm. But for the few people on the island, this was the first time they had ever witnessed such a creation scene, which seemed to be the power of a god. Su Kang and Yang Yuanlong were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They squatted down on the beach in terror, their bodies trembling like leaves. The violent tremor also woke up the sleeping sisters Yang Xiaoyu and Yang Xiaxue. They weakly opened their eyes and saw the towering waves that seemed to swallow everything, and they screamed in terror. Ignoring her own fear, Lu Menglan hugged her 2 daughters and shielded them from the flying sand and stones with her body. Even Zhou Lin, who had broken his leg and was unconscious, was awakened by the violent tremor. When he woke up, the island's expansion was already finished. But what he saw was an even more unbelievable sight. countless wooden planks appeared out of thin air, flying, spinning, and piecing together at high speed. Click! 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 The crisp sound of mortise and tenon joints being continuously riveted could be heard constantly. In just a few dozen seconds, a 2-story wooden house with an exquisite structure and a fresh scent of wood took shape out of thin air and then slowly and steadily landed on one side of the island. Zhou Lin twisted his neck with difficulty. He looked at the brand new wooden house, then at the arrow tower next to it that exuded a chilling aura. His mind was blank and filled with overwhelming doubts. Where is this? Is this still an island? How could such a dramatic change have occurred on the island? He turned his head again, against the blinding sunlight, and finally saw an exaggeratedly large pink yacht. At the bow of the yacht stood a tall, handsome man. On his left and right sides stood 2 slender, incredibly beautiful women. They stood there quietly, like gods descended to earth, looking down upon the miracle they had created. Seeing this scene, Zhou Lin felt a surge of electricity rush from his tailbone to the top of his head, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He was utterly shocked. Lu Xiu swallowed hard. In just a few minutes, the island has grown bigger. We have a house. We also have defensive towers. The only thing missing is that his girlfriend is no longer there. He shook his head and let out a cold laugh that was hard to decipher. If Bai Jingxi were still on the island, would all of this still have anything to do with me? Everything he dreamed of was nothing more than a fleeting moment in someone else's hands. Xia Shang frowned slightly as he looked at the changes on the island. Not very satisfied. The effective defensive radius of the arrow tower is 30 square meters, while the area occupied by this 2-story wooden house is 10 square meters. In addition to the size of the arrow tower itself, the land left for cultivation becomes somewhat cramped. After all, 7 people will be living on this farm in the future. Let's just do it all at once. He opened the exchange, quickly bought 2 more expansion plans, rolled them into a paper tube, and threw them onto the island. The paper tube traced a parabola through the air and landed precisely at Su Kang's feet. Xia Shang's voice rang out. Pick them up and expand the island's area to the maximum. Since we've decided to provide support, let's treat everyone equally and raise their values to the maximum under the current rules. Overjoyed, Su practically scrambled to the blueprints and picked them up with trembling hands. But the next second, the ecstasy on his face turned into difficulty. He doesn't have the resources needed for expansion. The thought had barely formed in his mind when a pop-up window for a transaction request suddenly appeared before his eyes. Transaction initiator, Shaman Merchants. Transaction details. Timber, 6,000. Stone material, 12,000. Clay, 14,000. Before Su Kang could even react, the transaction was already complete. Looking at the string of dazzling zeros that suddenly appeared on my resource panel. This amount of resources is limited. After accounting for the costs of expansion, each resource only gains an additional 2,000 points. But Su Kang's hand holding the blueprints still trembled uncontrollably. Let alone 2,000 points, he hasn't even seen 500 points of resources in the 2 days since he came to this world. He knelt down on the scorching sand with a thud, facing the direction of the yacht. He uttered the most sincere vow of his life. Big boss! I, Su Kang, am now yours! I swear to serve you to the death! Xia Shang simply leaned on the railing, casually waving his hand in that direction. Just do your job well. Having said that, he didn't bother to look at the subsequent, largely similar, expansion process anymore, and turned to the 4 beautiful female students beside him, saying, Let's go, we should head home, the sun is about to set. Under the astonished gazes of Zhou Lin and the twin sisters on the island, the godlike man, accompanied by his fairies, turned and headed towards the cabin. The woman dressed as a maid, with a cool and aloof demeanor, returned to the bow of the ship before turning away. She pulled a small bottle of ointment from her pocket and threw it forcefully toward the island. Lu Menglan, this is burn ointment. Remember to apply it to your daughter. The ointment bottle traced an arc in the air and landed precisely beside Lu Menglan. Chapter 49 F-rank Lightning Control Talent? By the time the yacht approached Xia Shang's island, it was already dusk. The setting sun casts a golden glow, dyeing the seawater a warm orange-red hue, so dazzling that it's hard to keep your eyes open. After slowly docking, Bai Jingxi followed the others out of the cabin, and the scene before her eyes stunned her. This is an island teeming with life and where everything thrives. It's no longer that despairing, unchanging, monotonous yellow. Large patches of tender green grass sprouted on the island's sandy ground, and around the wooden house, there were several climbing vines with buds about to bloom. Having grown accustomed to the azure sea, this sudden touch of green instantly relaxed Bai Jingxi's tense nerves. Xia Shang took the thermostat from the cabin, stepped down the gangway first, and landed steadily on the soft sand. He turned around and saw Luoli, Qin Xin, and Xia Yubing standing in a row in perfect unison. They extended their hands to Bai Jingxi on the boat, making an elegant, please, gesture. Luoli smiled charmingly. Senior Bai, welcome home! Qin Xin and Xia Yubing, with sincere and gentle smiles on their faces, softly echoed. Welcome, Senior! Go home. These words instantly brought tears to Bai Jingxi's eyes. The complex emotions that had been building up all afternoon finally found an outlet, and tears welled up uncontrollably in my eyes. She lifted her skirt and walked down the suspended stairs step by step. When she first stepped onto the island's beach, an unprecedented sense of security instantly spread from her feet throughout her entire body. This is her new home. She looked up and forced a tearful smile at the crowd. Thank you. Luoli stepped forward and took her hand. Come quick, Senior! With a warm pull, she threw herself into Luoli's arms. The moment Bai Jingxi's feet touched the ground, a game announcement rang in Xia Shang's mind. New teammate Bai Jingxi, talent level, F, lightning control. Name Bai Jingxi. Age 26. Height, 1.71 meters. Overall score 92. Employee of a listed company. No prior experience in human resources, no bad habits, enjoys drinking red wine. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the F-rank talent, electricity control. The body can generate weak electrical discharges and control weak currents. Note, upgrading this talent to rank E requires 500,000 wood, 500,000 stone, and 500,000 clay. The second talent. I finally got it. An indescribable excitement flashed in Xia Shang's eyes. He subconsciously raised his right hand, a thought flashing through his mind. At his fingertip, a tiny blue arc of electricity flickered, making a soft, crackling sound before disappearing. F-rank talent is indeed very weak. Xia Shang suppressed his excitement and looked at Luoli, who was chatting with Bai Jingxi beside him. Her fair and slender neck gleamed like ivory in the setting sun, and a few strands of white hair fell down, making her look exceptionally alluring. Xia Shang naturally stepped forward and gently placed his warm palm on the back of her smooth neck. Luoli turned around curiously. What's wrong, baby? Xia Shang pretended to massage her, but a faint electric current quietly gathered at his fingertips. Ah! Luoli shuddered violently, a strange tingling sensation shooting through her tailbone, making her legs go weak and almost causing her to lose her balance. Still shaken, she grabbed Xia Shang's hand and scolded. Baby, your hands are so dry! The static electricity is terrible! Xia Shang chuckled inwardly at her adorable reaction of surprise and shyness, and gently rubbed her skin with his hands. You've been out in the wind all afternoon at sea, you're probably dehydrated. Luoli opened her backpack and took out her hand cream. Here, this is for you. But why does this static feel a bit strange? Xia Shang accepted it symbolically, then asked with interest. Strange? What's strange about it? She tilted her head and said uncertainly. It feels numb and a little painful, but it also feels quite comfortable. Xia Shang nodded with a smile, but his heart was filled with joy. F-rank talent is so unremarkable that if used on a person, it will only be seen as static electricity. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Xia Shang's mind. This talent seems to have another wonderful use. Luoli looked at Xia Shang, who had a mischievous grin on his face, and nudged him lightly with her elbow. She didn't know what he was thinking, but it didn't seem like a good thing. She hugged Xia Shang's hand and said affectionately, "Baby, I'm hungry." Xia Shang gently put his arm around her slender waist. "Okay, go do your live stream for a while and take care of the Desert Emperor issue. Then we'll eat." Luo Li nodded and said to Xia Yubing, "Sister Yubing, let's go." The two of them are now partners. One does the live stream, and the other delivers water. The two linked arms and walked together toward the wooden house. Finally, he looked at Qin Xin and the newcomer Bai Jingxi. "You two go and cook. Senior Bai just arrived, so let her assist Senior Qin Xin and get familiar with the environment." "Good." Qin Xin readily agreed, then took Bai Jingxi's hand, who was still a little reserved, and said, "Let's go, Senior, I'll take you to the kitchen." Bai Jingxi felt the warmth of her hand, and her heart warmed. She nodded and followed her to the kitchen. Soon, the four campus beauties took on their respective duties, and the island returned to its busy yet orderly state. Xia Shang stood still and casually made a gesture. The luxurious yacht shape quickly dissipated, and amidst the shifting light and shadow, it transformed back into a tiny, pink, and adorable octopus, about the size of a palm. "Chirp!" Bisui landed in Xia Shang's palm and affectionately rubbed its tentacles against his fingers. "Go stand guard at the door and let me know if anything happens." Xia Shang placed it on the steps at the entrance of the wooden house. "Chirp chirp." Bisui let out two clearly reluctant cries, slowly crawled to the doorway, stretched out a small tentacle, and drew circles on the sand with a listless motion, exuding an aura of, "I'm so depressed." Xia Shang smiled helplessly at her expression. "The safety of the entire island depends on this little guy. We can't let him cause any trouble." He crouched down and poked its bouncy body. "All right, I'll feed you more resources tomorrow, how about that?" Upon hearing the word, "resources," Bisui didn't show any joy. Instead, she wrapped her tentacles around Xia Shang's fingers and looked at him with her two watery eyes. Xia Shang could still sense her disappointment. This little guy was far more intelligent than ordinary pets. "It's been a whole day, and I still haven't been able to properly comfort her." He patiently sat by the door and gently massaged the little creature's tentacles a few times before she became a little more cheerful. He stood up and looked at the harmless little guy. "She probably wants more than just resources. You'll have to bear with it for now. Once I've built the defense robot, you'll be free." "Chirp chirp." Bisui instantly became cheerful as well. Xia Shang looked into her eyes as if he were looking into a real person's eyes, with no difference. Xia Shang didn't think much more about it. After calming down the little hero, he turned and walked into the living room on the first floor of the wooden house. He sank into the soft sofa, closed his eyes, and began to make plans. Upgrading your talent requires 1.5 million resources the first time. He glanced at his resource panel. Timber, 297,456. Stone material, 486,523. Clay, 786,525. This amount of reserves might seem astronomical to others, but Xia Shang himself felt a strong sense of urgency when he looked at it. It's not enough for one upgrade. Clay has the highest production rate, at 5 o'clock per second, totaling over 430,000 per day. Timber production was at its lowest, at just over 170,000 tons per day. The stone material is of moderate quality. Resource output is extremely unbalanced. Moreover, this is only the upgrade from F rank to E rank. The consumption required afterward will only be more terrifying. Upgrading to SSS level would require resources that he probably wouldn't even dare to imagine right now. The solution to this problem is to continue expanding the team. Find more goddesses who meet the rating requirements but have lower talent levels to bring to the island, and maximize resource production. Or you can just sit and wait, lie down for a year or two, and you'll have everything. Xia Shang was definitely not willing to give up. In his mind, an ID called Baby Whale appeared. That hot-tempered woman who took a free glass of water from him and then turned around and yelled at him. He had to go and see for himself who this person was. Xia Shang opened his friends list. He ignored the 99+ message notifications and opened the chat window with Yan Yuanlong. Yan Yuanlong's message has arrived. It contains coordinates. Yan Yuanlong, boss, the baby whale's coordinates have been detected. It's about 50 nautical miles away. 50 nautical miles is more than 90 kilometers. It's quite far, and it's already late today, so we definitely can't go. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to make plans. Yan Yuanlong, do you need coordinates next? Xia Shang thought for a moment. Qin Xian hadn't added Suyu as a friend yet, so he couldn't locate her for the time being. There was another person's coordinates that Xia Shang was also very interested in. Summer, personal profile, Raymond Lam is a god, look him up. Yan Yuanlong, received. I'll send it to you at this time tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the kitchen next door, Qin Xian and Bai Jingxi were worrying about what to have for dinner. Xia Shang asked them to cook, so they definitely couldn't buy pre-made food. However, there are currently no vegetables or meats for sale on the exchange. They can't just buy a fast food steak, heat it up, and say the meal is ready, can they? Xiao Xian, how about we cook some noodles? Bai Jingxi suggested somewhat uncertainly. Do you see if there's anything in the exchange that can be served with noodles? Qin Xian nodded. This was the best option she could think of. She searched the exchange and actually found pasta. For a side dish, she splurged on a jar of top-quality sturgeon caviar. Although it's simple, it doesn't look shabby when paired with this. During a break from preparations, Bai Jingxi hesitated for a long time before finally leaning close to Qin Xian's ear and whispering. Xiao Xian, can I ask you a question? Why do you call Xia Shang master? Qin Xian paused for a moment. She turned her head, looked at Bai Jingxi's curious yet slightly worried eyes, and gave a somewhat helpless smile. This is all Xiaoli's fault, that little devil. It was her suggestion. She said that as long as I was willing to call her that, she would let me stay on the island until the end of the Ice Age. In order to survive, I agreed. It's not as complicated as you think, and I'm used to calling him master. Ah? Bai Jingxi seemed somewhat surprised. You're only staying until the frozen day? I thought. She thought Qin Xian was already a member of the island. When Qin Xian brought this up, her expression became somewhat complicated. My boyfriend said he would come to pick me up on the day the ice melts. Bai Jingxi's expression turned even more shocked, and she instinctively covered her mouth. What? You have a boyfriend too? Qin Xian nodded. Yes, Yu Bing and I both have them. As for Xiao Li's boyfriend, you should know, he's already been given to her by the master. I know. Bai Jingxi quickly interrupted her, the scene from yesterday's live broadcast still vivid in her mind. She furrowed her beautiful eyebrows, leaned closer, and lowered her voice even further. Xiao Xian, tell me the truth, does Xia Shang have some kind of special fetish? Why does he specifically target girls like us who have boyfriends? She just wanted to gossip a little. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian gently shook her head. She poured the drained pasta into the pot and slowly said, You're overthinking it, senior. Actually, you've got the order backwards. It's not that he specifically chooses girls with boyfriends, but rather... She paused, then turned back and winked playfully at Bai Jingxi, saying half jokingly and half seriously. He only targets pretty girls. These words made Bai Jingxi suddenly realize the truth, and then she was both amused and exasperated. The logic seems to be correct. Beauties of their caliber are never short of suitors. Seeing Bai Jingxi's thoughtful expression, Qin Xian smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, Master is actually a very nice person. As long as you don't provoke him, he's usually very easygoing and generous. Bai Jingxi nodded. He had already witnessed Xia Shang's generosity earlier. However, this man, who was several years younger than her, always gave her a strange feeling. For example, when she was chatting with Xia Shang online, she even dared to flirt with him. However, whenever they met in person, she always felt her heart race when she looked at Xia Shang, and she didn't know why. So, what are your thoughts on him now? Jean Xian held an empty wooden basin in her hand and thought for a moment. There's nothing between me and Sister Yubing, but Xiaoli has completely fallen for her. I'll ask him to chop some firewood. We'll need it to cook noodles later. After saying that, she picked up the wooden basin and walked towards the door. Bai Jingxi felt a little more at ease watching her composed figure disappear into the distance. No wonder Luoli called me baby the moment she opened her mouth. Just as Jean Xian stepped out of the kitchen doorway, a message from a friend popped up unexpectedly. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, are you there? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Chapter 50 Senior, Sing Me a Song. It's Raymond Lam again. Jean Xian paused for a moment, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She put down the wooden tub and opened her friend's messages. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, are you busy? How was your day? Did you encounter any danger? A series of greetings might have warmed her heart in the past. But Jean Xian knew that he must have come with a purpose. All that's left in my heart is frustration. Is it okay? Of course it is. Today, I went out to sea with Xia Shang on a yacht and witnessed the almost divine reverence that others have for him. I witnessed the myriad aspects of human life. She experienced what it felt like to be looked up to, a feeling she had never experienced at school. But could she tell Lin Feng all this? She lowered her eyes and replied to his message. Jean Xian, I'm alright, barely able to survive. Thank you for the water. Raymond Lam is a god, that's good, baby, don't be afraid, safety first. Raymond Lam is a god, I just got a sun protective shirt, I'll give it to you later, tomorrow will be better. Sun protection clothing? Jean Xian looked at her fair and delicate arms. She had used the resources Xia Shang had given her to buy a high-end sunscreen that was refreshing and non-greasy. On this small island, the only time she needs to be exposed to the scorching sun each day is probably in the morning when she's helping the plants grow. This sun protection shirt, which she considered worthless, was treasured by Raymond Lam. A strange sense of distance quietly grew in her heart. Jean Xian, no need, I don't really need to sunbathe right now. After thinking for a moment, she decided to reveal some information in a more tactful way. It was both a test and a way to pave the way for his future choices. Jean Xian, I'm living with Luoli now, and I spend most of my time in the house. You can keep it for yourself. After the message was sent, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Living with Luoli is just like living under the same roof as Xia Shang on Xia Shang's island. Although Lin Feng felt a pang of sadness and unease, this was perhaps the best way for Jean Xian to survive. What choices would a delicate and beautiful school beauty have in this environment? Raymond Lam is a god, that's good, at least safety is guaranteed. He didn't do anything out of line to you, did he? Jean Xian's eyes turned cold when she saw the message. Jean Xian, what do you hope he will do for me? The cold and personal words made Lin Feng a little flustered. He could sense that Jean Xian's tone had changed, becoming sharp and distant. She was no longer the obedient and gentle girl who always did what he wanted at school. Raymond Lam is a god, I'm so sorry, baby, I didn't mean it that way. I was just asking casually because I care about you. Seeing that Jean Xian did not reply, he quickly changed the subject. I tried to comfort her from other angles. Raymond Lam is a god, by the way, baby, I forgot to ask, what's your talent? Jean Xian sneered inwardly, then simply walked to the wooden dining table next to her, poured herself a glass of water, and sat down. She wanted to see what he was really up to. Jean Xian, Grade B, plant growth stimulant. What's wrong? Grade B? Lin Feng was also helpless after seeing this. How can I find a way to comfort them? He's a rich second-generation heir, and women have always been chasing after him. As for how to win a woman's heart, he never uses words, only actions. If you transfer 1314, a virtual currency, or buy a bag or something, most women will happily greet you with a smile. But the conditions aren't right now. He could only reply, forcing himself to speak. Raymond Lam is a god, haha, that's pretty bad, but it's okay, You can be in charge of growing vegetables for us from now on. Growing vegetables? Qin Xian shook her head with a cold smile. This afternoon, Xia Shang built a 50-square-meter private farm island. This affiliated island is now ranked second in size on the list, second only to the Xia and Shang dynasties. She buys watermelon seeds herself, and gives them directly to the islands where people do dirty and tiring work to plant. He actually wanted me to go to his shabby little island and be in charge of growing vegetables? Qin Xian, really? Looks like I'm quite useful after all. Her tone carried a mockery she herself was unaware of. Lin Feng is a god, baby, don't worry, in our alliance, absolutely no one will look down on you because of your talent level. You look down on me? Qin Xian recalled the afternoon when the man named Su Kong stood before her, too afraid to even lift his head, his body trembling as he spoke. Here on this island besides Xia Shang, who dares to look down on her? She understood a little better. Lin Feng's words weren't just words of comfort, but more like a preventative measure. Perhaps, if I went to their alliance island, I, with my B-rank talent, would really be looked down upon. Qin Xian had no interest in talking to him about these things. She subconsciously compares every word Lin Feng says to Xia Shang's. And the results of each item were wearing down her patience. Qin Xian, just say what's on your mind, I still need to prepare dinner. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. He knew that if he asked her directly, she would feel offended. So each time, I want to lay the groundwork a little to make the map of the Yan kingdom a bit longer. Back in school, Qin Xian was always the one trying to curry favor with him, and he was always the one impatiently replying to messages. But both conversations today made him feel that their roles had been reversed. He sighed and still asked about the matter Tang Xiangyan had entrusted to him. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, it's like this. Lin Feng is a god. Do you know who Xia Shang traded that arrow tower blueprint to? Really? All the care and greetings are just for this last sentence. Qin Xian, why don't you just ask him yourself? Aren't you two friends? Raymond Lam is a god. He's not replying to my messages. Honey, please ask him for me, I'm begging you, okay? Qin Xian glanced at Bai Jingxi subconsciously. The arrow tower has already been erected on her boyfriend's island. Whether or not this question can be answered depends on the interpretation of the Xia and Shang dynasties. She took a deep breath and made her decision. Qin Xian, Lin Feng, this is the last time I'll ask for you. Don't come to me with this kind of thing again. When Lin Feng saw this sentence, he was so excited that he almost jumped up, completely unaware of the resolute tone in the second half. Raymond Lam is a god, great. Thank you, darling. I'm waiting for your good news. Qin Xian closed the chat without expression. She stood up, picked up the wooden basin again, pushed open the kitchen door, and went out. Outside, the last rays of the setting sun had sunk below the horizon, and the sky was ablaze with a magnificent purple sunset. Before entering the 2-story wooden house, she straightened her black and white maid outfit. At the entrance of the wooden house, the pink octopus biscuit was squatting on the ground, tilting its head and curiously looking at her with its clear, sapphire-like eyes. Under the little guy's pure gaze, Qin Xian's cheeks felt a little hot. She stepped forward, squatted down, and whispered, "Little one, don't look around." As she spoke, she reached out and gently rubbed the little guy's bouncy head. The smooth touch calmed her agitated mood considerably. After doing all this, she stood up and pushed open the wooden door of the main house. The room was dimly lit, and Xia Shang was leaning back on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Qin Xian deliberately lightened her steps, walking past silently like a cat. She stopped in front of him and bowed slightly. "Master, Lin Feng wants to know who gave the defense blueprints. Can I tell him about this?" Xia Shang's eyes snapped open instantly, his deep pupils frighteningly clear. He sat up straight, his gaze falling on Qin Xian. "Did Lin Feng send you to ask me this?" Qin Xian nodded, somewhat afraid to look him in the eye. Xia Shang frowned slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. "This guy is inquiring about the whereabouts of the blueprints." What do you want to do? Xia Shang pressed further. Did he say why he wanted to know this? Qin Xian shook her head then, as if she had thought of something, said uncertainly. They can't possibly be planning to steal it, haha. Her joking remark suddenly sharpened Xia Shang's gaze. Rob? It's not impossible. Lin Feng had previously been relentlessly pursuing this blueprint, which was a significant achievement for their newly assembled, makeshift alliance. The value of this blueprint is immeasurable, enough to make them take the risk. But Xia Shang's thoughts raced. If they really were to rob it, it might not actually be a bad thing for them. A plan to kill two birds with one stone instantly took shape in his mind. You guys, please don't fight each other. He stopped knocking, looked up at Qin Xian, who stood gracefully before him, her expression filled with trepidation, and suddenly beckoned to him. Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but she still obediently walked over and stood beside him, her voice becoming even softer. Master. Xia Shang's voice was calm. Senior, tell him that I gave the blueprints to Lu Xiu. Also, send him the coordinates of Lu Xiu's island. Qin Xian was stunned. Huh? You're giving him the coordinates too? What if he actually tries to steal them? Xia Shang did not answer, but just looked at her quietly, his eyes filled with a deep emotion that made Qin Xian's heart flutter. That look instantly reminded her of Hu Ming's fate yesterday. The sight of her being shot in the head with an arrow still haunts her. Does he intend to use the same methods to deal with Lin Feng? If Lin Feng really dared to touch Xia Shang's farm island, wouldn't he have a perfectly legitimate reason to kill him? Even making Lin Feng and Lu Xiu kill each other. This possibility sent chills down her spine. But what puzzled her even more was when she imagined that Raymond Lam might have met with some misfortune. Deep down, she felt no tension or fear whatsoever. There was even a hint of secret anticipation. I'm hoping something bad happens to Raymond Lam. In that way, wouldn't I be able to completely sever the ties of the past, just like Luoli? Can we rightfully and comfortably stay on this paradise-like island? The idea was so dark that it sent chills down Qin Xian's spine. How did I become like this? She remembered what Luoli had said to her yesterday. Perhaps, deep down, I am just this kind of person. The comfortable environment of the past simply masked the selfishness and indifference. These profound changes in her heart were fully displayed on her face, which Xia Shang noticed. It seems the senior has already made her choice. Xia Shang spoke up. I can actually help you kill him. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat. How does he know what I'm thinking? But do we really want Raymond Lam to die? Qin Xian crossed her arms in front of her and nervously rubbed her fingernails. Could you not kill him? Spare his life? I agree to your terms, I'll stay. Raymond Lam, oh Raymond Lam. Don't blame me, I didn't say that because I wanted to stay. This is all for you. Look at how much I've sacrificed for you. Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her shy expression. Yes, she lasted one day longer than Luoli. The results were pretty good. Senior, just staying won't do. Aren't you a music major? Sing a few songs for me. Sing? Qin Xian suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise. She sat down on the sofa next to Xia Shang, carefully maintaining a fist's distance. What would you like to hear, master? I'm not very good at Western songs, but I can listen to most other genres. Xia Shang casually said. Just sing what you're best at. You can choose whatever you want. Qin Xian thought for a moment, and did not choose what she was best at. She knew that most boys Xia Shang's age liked pop music. Then let's sing Jay Chou's Trajectory. Singing right here? Xia Shang smiled and nodded, indicating that she could begin. To be honest, Xia Shang really wanted to hear Qin Xian sing. Before she came to this world, she often shared her singing and playing instruments on Douyin. His skill level is exceptionally high. He can play various musical instruments. She cleared her throat, adjusted her breathing, and was about to speak when the beautiful melody was about to flow from her lips. But just then, one of her hands, which was resting on the sofa, was suddenly grasped by a warm and strong hand. Qin Xian froze, staring at Xia Shang in astonishment. Xia Shang gave her a look that seemed perfectly natural. "Senior, who sings without a microphone?" "Microphone?" Qin Xian was even more puzzled. There was no electricity on the island, so where could she find a microphone and speakers? She argued softly. "But there aren't any here. I sound great when I sing a cappella." He didn't let go of her hand. Xia Shang shook his head and instead pulled her even closer. "Yes, of course we have them. I sang several songs in Chapter 51. Yes, Senior sang quite well." Qin Xian also gave a sweet smile. "Is that so? Remember to chop some firewood." Xia Shang nodded, turned and walked out of the wooden house, leaving Qin Xian alone. She slowly stood up, walked into the bathroom, and took out the bottle of mineral water that Lin Feng had given her from her backpack. She sang several songs, and her voice was almost hoarse. She unscrewed the cap and drank several mouthfuls. Looking at her own reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling, Qin Xian was momentarily surprised. "She looks even prettier than before?" She took out her lipstick again, reapplied some to her lips, and then pursed her lips. "Although I need to give Lin Feng an answer, I should carefully consider it first." After thinking about it, she decided to reveal the news about Bai Jingxi's boyfriend as well. "Qin Xian, the blueprints have been given to Lu Xiu, who is the boyfriend of Bai Jingxi, the #1 goddess of our school. Coordinates long pressed to view." Before the message had even finished sending and the notification tone had faded, a reply popped up. The speed was so fast that Qin Xian felt like he was staring at the chat box 24 hours a day. "Raymond Lam is a god, please thank him for me." "Raymond Lam is a god, thank you too, darling. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Seeing the word difficult on the screen, Qin Xian's lips twitched involuntarily, revealing expression without a smile. "Qin Xian, no, he just made me sing for him for 20 minutes. Raymond Lam is a god, that's good, I really want to hear you sing, my darling, you've never sung for me in person before. Is that all right?" Qin Xian stared at those 3 words, and the last bit of warmth in her heart vanished completely, like ashes blown by a cold wind. Aren't you curious about what kind of song a strong man would sing in that situation? She didn't want to waste any more words. "Now that you've made your choice, there's no need to drag it out." Qin Xian, yeah, he praised me while I was singing. Raymond Lam is a god. Who doesn't know our darling is the top singer in the music department? His singing skills are the best. What did you sing for him? Hee. You actually asked? Qin Xian was amused by this naive question. How about I do a live stream next time to give you a demonstration? She specifically picked out a few song titles that were most appropriate for the occasion and sent them over. Qin Xian, these are roughly the songs. Drunken Life, Dream Like Death, Clearly, Unexpectedly. And The First Time. Raymond Lam is a god, haha, that's great, you're awesome, baby. When you come to my island next time, I want to listen to it too. Qin Xian shook her head, her smile full of relief. She replied with an and then closed the chat window completely. After straightening her maid outfit and rubbing her knees, she took a deep breath and pushed open the door to walk out of the wooden house. It was almost dark outside, and the sea breeze, carrying a salty and damp scent, swept over us. The little guy from Bishui was no longer at the door. In his place stood a figure brimming with power. Xia Shang was shirtless, wearing only loose shorts, and holding a gleaming axe in his hand, chopping wood in front of the wooden house. Click! With each swing of his axe, the muscles in his back bulged like mountains, the smooth lines extending from his shoulders to his waist, every inch brimming with powerful rhythm. Sweat slid down his tanned skin, glistening in the dim light. This isn't the dead muscle built in the gym, but a physique full of vitality, wild and agile. Each dull thud of the axe striking the wooden stake sent a shiver down Qin Xian's spine. It's as if he didn't just chop into a wooden stake, but into his own body. Qin Xian leaned against the door frame, watching quietly. Watching his sweat drip onto the tip of his nose, only to be shaken off by his next swing of the axe. This scene reminded her of a scene in an idol drama where a sunny male god finishes playing basketball and tilts his head back to pour mineral water over his head. However, he is now much more handsome and sexy than those cute young men in idol dramas. In her eyes, Xia Shang was becoming more and more perfect. He's handsome, has a great physique, and is tall. Thinking of this, Qin Xian subconsciously bit her lower lip. She bought a clean towel from the exchange. Turning back into the house, she glanced at the stairs to make sure that neither Luo Li nor Xia Yubing had moved before she felt relieved and walked lightly behind Xia Shang. She tiptoed and gently wiped the sweat from Xia Shang's forehead and neck with the towel. Her voice was soft and tinged with a smile. "Master, you've worked hard." Xia Shang continued chopping wood without stopping. He hasn't had a chance to properly experience the benefits of increasing his strength by 2 points today. Chopping wood now would allow him to experience the changes in his body. With each swing of the axe, he felt incredibly relaxed. The increase in power was far more than just a number. Without turning his head, he asked, "It's not hard work, did you tell Lin Feng?" Qin Xian folded up a corner of the towel and carefully wiped the sweat from his nose. "He told me to thank you." Xia Shang paused for a moment as he swung his axe. "Thank yourself?" He scoffed. "That's very kind of you." He swung the axe again, sending wood chips flying. "All right, let's see what he does next." Qin Xian glanced in the direction of the kitchen, whereby Jingxi's figure was faintly visible behind the window. "What about Senior Bai's boyfriend? Lu Xiu is still seriously injured. If something happens to him, Senior Sister Bai will definitely break down." Xia Shang slammed the axe into the wood-splitting block with a clang, then turned to look at her. "Senior, tell me, do you want Lin Feng to get into trouble, or do you want Lu Xiu to get into trouble?" This question left Qin Xian speechless for a moment. She paused for a few seconds before whispering, "Didn't I already say I'd spare Lin Feng's life?" Xia Shang smiled. "Isn't that settled then?" "Hey Senior, why are you so worried about other people's boyfriends?" Qin Xian's face flushed again. "No, I'm just afraid that Senior Bai will get upset." She understood that it was pointless to say anything now. Between Lin Feng and Lu Xiu, one of them has to die. Lin Feng's life was saved because she sang for 20 minutes. "This is my final gift to Raymond Lam, and also a way of putting an end to our past relationship." It was thanks to Lin Feng that she was able to compromise with Xia Shang in a reasonable way. Would you call this helping each other? As for Lu Xiu's fate, that depends on what Bai Jingxi does. Thinking of all this, she looked at Xia Shang's back again. This man was indeed very bad. But why can't I bring myself to hate it? She even admired his badness. Do men really have to be bad to attract women's hearts? Then you should also pay more attention to Senior Bai's emotions, since she has only just arrived. Xia Shang picked up the axe again. "I know, don't worry." Qin Xian nodded, squatted down, and picked up the pieces of firewood that Xia Shang had chopped and put them into the wooden basin one by one. Just as I was about to take the water back to the kitchen to boil, a series of urgent chirping sounds suddenly came from the seaside. It was the warning sound from the little octopus, Bisui, who was squatting on the beach. Xia Shang and Qin Xian looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Not far away, the once calm sea was now violently churning and bubbling, as if it had been boiled. Qin Xian then realized why she hadn't seen the little guy earlier. After the bubbles disappeared, a ferocious fishman with a body entirely of emerald green leaped out of the sea. A foul, fishy stench instantly filled the island, and the sea monster opened its blood-red maw, covered in countless barbs, and roared angrily at the blue water. Qin Xian immediately put down the wooden basin and rushed to the kitchen door, shouting, "Senior! The sea monster is here!" In the kitchen, Bai Jingxi trembled in fright at the sudden shout. "Sea monster!" These two words instantly triggered her terrifying memories of that morning, the image of blood and flesh flying everywhere flashing through her mind. She instinctively grabbed the wooden pot lid beside her and held it to her chest, her voice trembling. Should we run? Where can we run to? Seeing her startled expression, Qin Xian smiled and said, I'm not running away, Senior. I'm just asking you to come out and watch the show. Look how amazing the little guys on our island are. Bai Jingxi was stunned, and the panic in her heart subsided a little. She then realized that this was Xia Shang's island, and it was very safe. But the psychological trauma inflicted by the sea monster still made her legs weak. She put down the pot lid, held onto the door frame, and walked out cautiously. The moment she stepped out of the kitchen, a strong, pungent stench, like that of dead fish and rotten shrimp, hit her, making her stomach churn. The sea monster's enormous body, ugly scales, and spiky teeth all overlapped with the nightmares in my memory. However, standing in front of this enormous creature was a pink, seemingly harmless little octopus. Blue water. It stood there quietly, its small body forming a comical and absurd contrast with the enormous sea beast. By any measure, this is not a battle of equal scale. Xia Shang leaned against the axe handle and raised his chin towards the clear water. Little guy, give Senior Bai a job. Chirp! Bisui let out a cheerful cry, seemingly very interested in the task. The next second, wisps of black mist rose from its pink tentacles. An indescribable aura, carrying the scent of death and decay, emanated from its small body. This time, it didn't even transform. Those wisps of black mist, like venomous snakes with life, silently spread over and touched the sea beast's body. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any horrific screams. The sea monster's movements abruptly stopped. Then, to Bai Jingxi's utter horror, the sea monster's enormous, ferocious head collapsed like a cheap balloon blown to its limit. With a bang, it exploded. Red, white, and green slime sprayed everywhere. The massive, headless body swayed before crashing to the ground, splashing up a large amount of seawater mixed with dark red blood. The area around the island was instantly dyed a strange red. The whole process was frighteningly simple. Bai Jingxi stood frozen in place, her mind blank, so shocked she could hardly breathe. When the sea monsters attacked in the morning, the three people on the island fought with all their might. And what was the result? One had a broken leg, and the other was seriously injured. Her boyfriend, Lu Xiu, used all his strength in one strike, but he couldn't even pierce the sea monster's eye. However, here, Xia Shang simply said, the whole job. His pet, in a way she couldn't understand at all, instantly killed a terrifying creature capable of wiping out their entire squad. Is this really the same world? She looked at Qin Xian next to her, and saw that there was no fear on the other's face, but rather a familiar smile. Bisui chirped and ran to Xia Shang's feet with her short legs, rubbing her tentacles against his trouser leg as if seeking praise. Xia Shang bent down, smiled, and stroked its smooth little head before raising his head to look at Bai Jingxi, who was completely petrified. Senior, do you believe me now? Sea monsters, they can really scare my nautical beast to death. Chapter 52 Goddess Island? That's a good name. How could Bai Jingxi not believe it? She couldn't even muster the thought of doubt. She just kept repeating, I know you're not lying to me. Xia Shang reached out and rubbed Bai Shui's bouncy and smooth little head again. Bai Shui comfortably chirped and wrapped her tentacles around his fingers, gently stroking them. He looked up at Bai Jingxi. This woman, who was once the #1 goddess on the Jiangda campus, stood there gracefully, her beautiful eyes filled with all sorts of conflicted and tangled emotions. This made her seem somewhat vulnerable. I just tested the lightning control talent she copied on Qin Xian, and even though it's only F rank, it's still very useful. However, what Xia Shang is not sure about is that if she has already copied her talent, she may feel regret and no longer want to stay on the island. Will the talent for copying disappear? Upgrading to a higher level would cost 1.5 million resources, and he dared not gamble on that outcome. Therefore, the best way is to win her over completely as soon as possible, so that she will stay willingly for the rest of her life. Luo Li is right. We need to find something for her to do, something simple and concrete, to pull her back from that mental shock. Xia Shang hummed in agreement, withdrew his hand, and pointed to the few rose bushes around the wooden house that had already sprouted flower buds. See nearby, these will be your job from now on. Take care of these plants every day. Let Qin Xin take care of the germination. You just need to prune the branches and water them. Oh, and the lawn too. It should be fully covered by tomorrow. You can keep an eye on it while you're at it. Bai Jingxi's gaze followed the direction he pointed, landing on the vibrant green and the soon-to-bloom crimson. Water and prune. These words were so simple that they felt unreal to her. On her island, she spends all her time squatting on the beach, fishing for treasure chests with a fishing rod, while also being wary of sea monsters that might suddenly appear. And here, the job is actually tending to flowers and plants? That's way too easy. She instinctively stepped forward, extended her fair fingers, and carefully touched the rosebuds that were about to bloom. She nodded, her voice still carrying a hint of uncertainty. Okay, is there anything else? Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. He shook his head and spread his hands. That's all for now. In this world, everyone's most important job is actually fishing for treasure chests. But I don't need that on my island. Qin Xin excitedly introduced them to her. See nearby, do you see the kitchen and the door to the wooden house? We've discussed it and decided to build a beautiful flower corridor on this open space in the middle to connect the two sides. Following her words, Bai Jingxi sketched out the scene in her mind. The corridor was covered with blooming flowers on both sides and overhead, forming a courtyard where one could bask in the sunlight. Yes, it will look great, she sincerely said. Okay, I can start helping tomorrow. No need to rush. These plants won't grow much tomorrow anyway. Here, everything can take its time. Then Qin Xin took Bai Jingxi on a tour of the island, explaining to her everything about how the flowers needed to climb onto the wooden house and how a flower room needed to be built. Bai Jingxi nodded repeatedly. Then we can use plants to block the sun from the top of the courtyard. Qin Xin smiled and said, Right? The whole island will smell wonderful in the future. We can lie in the courtyard, sunbathe, play beach volleyball, and so on. As the two made more and more plans, they gradually forgot that they were also responsible for feeding several people. Seeing that they had finished chatting, Xia Shang picked up the gleaming axe again and gestured at a wooden stump. You guys go cook first, or Senior Luo Li will get really angry if we delay any longer. Qin Xin and Bai Jingxi couldn't help but smile when Luo Li was mentioned. The two then picked up the chopped firewood from the ground and turned to walk into the kitchen. Not long after, on the second day, the first wisp of smoke finally rose from the small island. Bang bang. Xia Shang swung his axe again and again, the heavy blade striking the wooden block with a dull, rhythmic sound. The evening breeze carried a slight chill, bringing the aroma of burning firewood from the kitchen to his nose. He stopped what he was doing, wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and looked around. A brand new wooden house, a lush green lawn, and in the distance 2 girls are busy in the kitchen. The gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore and the muffled thud of chopping wood fill the air. This scene gave him a strange sense of belonging. It felt like returning to the courtyard in the countryside where I was a child, where life was simple and pure. However, back then, it was a big yellow dog that ran around him. Now, there are 4 beautiful female students, each with their own unique charm. Compared to the cold, concrete jungles of the city, he found that he was indeed more captivated by this primal yet incredibly reassuring life. He chopped down about 10 more wooden stumps until he felt he had enough to last for several days before stopping. Then they carried and neatly stacked the chopped firewood, one trip at a time, and put it all into the small 5-square-meter wooden hut where they had originally lived. This small space is now perfect as a woodshed. Or, if we catch any disobedient people in the future, locking them up seems like a pretty good option. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the wooden house, Luo Li sat on the edge of the comfortable bed, watching the barrage of comments scrolling rapidly in the live stream. Today's goal is 3 million followers. In the morning, she thought it was an easy little goal, but now, her number of followers has just exceeded 2.8 million, and the rate of increase has obviously slowed down. She knew the reason very well. When we went out to sea in the afternoon, we witnessed firsthand the cruelty of this sea area. The city of Jiangqing, which once had a population of 10 million, is now facing an unknown number of survivors after just 2 days of death. However, every loss has its gain. Fan growth has slowed, but the value of the live streaming room is increasing rapidly. In just a short while, she received many more nice things. Today, her live streaming room has become the most sought-after underground exchange in Jiangqing district. The things that no one cares about in the exchange can be exchanged for life-saving fresh water and resources in the blink of an eye, as long as they catch Luo Li's eye. Not to mention, you can also take the opportunity to add the goddess as a friend. This is far more tempting than waiting for buyers to buy your item on an exchange. While filtering out valuable comments, Luo Li interacted with the audience in a rather detached voice. Want to see the environment on our island? She deliberately snorted coldly. Fine, tomorrow I'll show you poor bastards what island survival really is. As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat exploded. I'm not Nan Yang, ha! The goddess called me a poor wretch. So satisfying. Goddess, say it again. Hi Xia Shang, hi Auntie Mishua, host. Did you know? Now everyone outside calls your island Goddess Island, ha ha ha. Ijima Sakiko, okay. I have to watch it tomorrow. I want to see the other beauties. Imperial Conquest, Goddess Island? What a great name. In the entire Jiangqing district, your place is probably the only one worthy of that name. Luo Li felt a surge of joy as she read the compliments. She said it wasn't my turn, host. Do you buy bloodstones? I have one. Urgent. I'm dying of thirst. Need water. Price negotiable. Xia Shang thought to himself, holy crap. Another one selling bloodstones. Is this the fourth one this afternoon? I've known about her since elementary school. This is definitely my fourth one. I didn't expect the drop rate to be so high. Luo Li looked at these comments, a sly glint in her eyes. She ignored the subsequent discussion. After all, these were all shills she had arranged. Where can I find so many bloodstones? Do you really think it's just a common cabbage? This was just a smokescreen she released, meant to make that self-important guy realize the reality. Sure enough, one of her friends started flashing wildly, and a new private message popped up. Emperor of the Desert, are you there? Let's talk again. Could you have Summer reply to this message? The Desert Emperor, don't ignore me. Next, it was another person. To all evil, goddess. Fairy. I did exactly as you instructed, and I even got several brothers to help me profit. Please talk to Boss Xia and ask him to forgive us for our mistake. We don't want the benefits you offered anymore, please let us go. Luo Li smiled silently. You think you can't be controlled? She didn't reply immediately, but turned to Xia Yubing, who was distributing fresh water next to her, and said, Sister Yubing, send that person 6 liters of water, and tell them that things were handled well. We can keep this person. They might come in handy next time we need them. Having settled things here, Luo Li immediately jumped off the bed, not even having time to put on her shoes, and ran downstairs quickly with her bare feet in black stockings. She spotted Xia Shang in the courtyard, shirtless and covered in sweat, carrying the last bundle of firewood. Luo Li's heart skipped a beat for a moment for no apparent reason, but she was immediately pulled back to her thoughts by something more important. Baby! She called out crisply and ran a few steps to Xia Shang. Just as she was about to hang herself on him, he reached out a hand and pressed it against her forehead to stop her. He looked at Luo Li, who was beaming with excitement, and asked, I'm sweating. Did you take the bait? Luo Li was stopped, and then took out a towel. Yes. I feel like he's completely lost his temper. Xia Shang put down the firewood, sweat dripping down his chin. He took the towel Luo Li handed him, wiped his face, and then opened his friends list. The Desert Emperor's chat box already had more than a dozen unread messages. Ever since I received the defensive Arrow Tower blueprints at noon and ignored him, this guy has been acting like a madman, sending me a message every 10 minutes or so. The responses kept repeating themselves. Let's talk again, the price is negotiable. And, let the big boss give us a reply. It's likely that seeing Xia Shang remain silent, and then seeing the shill selling blood origin stones in the live stream, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and desperately sought out Luoli. Xia Shang asked. Did he give you a quote? Luoli shook her head. No. He still wants you to reply to his messages. Hee. She moved closer to Xia Shang and, as she wished, pressed herself against his arm. First, you need to ruthlessly drive down his price. Then you can negotiate slowly, stripping him bare. Xia Shang found it somewhat amusing to look at her greedy yet smug expression. He was determined to get his hands on the bloodstone. The large, ominous black fog he saw in the distance when he went out to sea that afternoon made him feel both pressure and opportunity. His current strength is essentially the strength of Bia. He himself is still too weak. Regardless of the effects of awakening one's bloodline, it is at least an improvement. The ocean heart is needed to upgrade the island. The intelligent core required to build defense robots. These rare materials may be found in that unknown black fog. He sat on the steps in front of the wooden house, feeling the evening breeze dissipate the heat from his body, and slowly replied to a message. Summer, the Arrow Tower blueprints are gone, only water and resources are available. Name your price. 1 second. 2 seconds. Desert Emperor, exclamation point. Emperor of the desert, gone? How could it be gone? Desert Emperor, I don't need the water purifier and thermostat, but I need the defensive Arrow Towers. Chapter 53. Seeing how arrogant you used to be, I'll make you regret it today. Seeing that the other party had sent several messages in a hurry, a faint smile appeared on Xia Shang's face. He didn't rush to reply. Sometimes silence is more powerful than any words. Do I need to explain to you who I gave the blueprints to? Since the other party has completely lost their composure, there's no need for him to be polite. Summer, 50 liters of water, 30,000 of each resource. Trade if you're interested, otherwise forget it. At this point, it's like playing with a fish. You need to give it enough room to struggle, and it will exhaust its strength on its own. On another small island, about 10 square meters in size. Upon seeing the message from Xia Shang, Zhang Ying suddenly jumped up from the sand. Beside the simple wooden hut in front of him, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face was pacing back and forth restlessly. His lips were dry, cracked, and purple. He felt unsteady on his feet with every step, and even Zhang Ying, who was standing in front of him, appeared as a double image. Wang Shoutsai's throat, parched to the extreme, emitted a hoarse sound, filled with barely suppressed anger. Gone? The defensive Arrow Towers are gone? I told you so! I told you not to quote such a high price! Now look what's happened! Zhang Ying felt extremely wronged, and a surge of anger rushed to her head. I already said that? You're only offering your hindsight advice now that they've clearly refused. How come it's now that you already said it? Damn it, before I transmigrated, I was treated like a slave by this ditch boss, but I never expected that I would have to continue to put up with his wrath in this godforsaken place. If anything goes wrong, the blame is always placed on oneself. He cursed Wang Shoutsai's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind, but he had to force a fawning smile on his face. Mr. Wang, this is not my fault. He had been ignoring me, and I had no choice but to accept it. Wang Shoutsai let out a heavy snort, spitting almost onto Zhang Ying's face. So what does he plan to offer in exchange? Zhang Ying quickly glanced down at the chat history again, and only after confirming that everything was correct did she reply tremblingly. 50 liters of purified water, and 30,000 each of resources. Bang! Wang Shoutsai slammed his fist hard against the door frame of the cabin, the cracked wood groaning in pain. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with resentment. This bloodstone was something they had obtained from an elite sea beast at the cost of 2 lives on their island. They originally hoped to extort a large sum of money from it in exchange for life-saving strategic supplies such as water purifiers and thermostats. Who would have thought that the drop rate for this item wasn't as low as imagined? In just one afternoon, 4 or 5 people popped up claiming they had the goods. Although it's difficult to verify whether the news is true or false, this kind of news itself will cause the expected price of bloodstone to drop significantly. If we don't act now, this thing will become so common that it will be worthless. Wang Shouzai always felt he was losing money by only exchanging water and resources. Without water purifiers and thermostats, their living conditions will not fundamentally change. He frowned, staring intently at the sea, his mind racing. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Zhang Ying, who was standing next to him, rolled her eyes and quietly moved closer. Mr. Wang, do you think this could be a ploy by them? Deliberately spamming the comments section to try and drive down our prices? Wang Shouzai's body trembled. Yes, that's definitely possible. The problem is, he has no way of verifying it. He tried contacting those sellers, but their replies were all incredibly arrogant, basically conveying the same message. What kind of brand do you think you are, daring to ask about prices? Can you even afford it? This attitude made him even more uncertain. What if, by any chance, those people actually have the goods? He can't afford to gamble. If he waits any longer, he'll die of thirst. After weighing the options carefully, Wang Shouzai waved his hand impatiently. Tell him that this condition is acceptable. However, he must add some extra weapons, and they must be rare grade. Zhang Ying inwardly scoffed. Anyway, I've already warned you. If you go back on your word later, you can't blame me. He repeated Wang Shouzai's words to Xia Shang word for word. However, the message was sent but disappeared without a trace. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and the chat box remained silent. Zhang Ying also felt something was off and couldn't help but say another sentence. Desert Emperor, how's it going, boss? Give me a reply. Another few minutes of deathly silence followed. Wang Shouzai could no longer sit still. He felt as if his throat was being burned by fire, and he was desperately thirsty. He still had resources of his own, but the water in the exchange was monopolized by the Xia Shang, and he couldn't buy a single bottle. If you want water, you either have to fish for that elusive treasure chest yourself, or you have to queue up in Luo Li's live stream like a beggar to get that little bit of free relief water. He's been queuing all day, but there are still tens of thousands of people ahead of him. How's it going? Has he replied yet? He roared impatiently at Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying trembled from his shout, and was also filled with anger, but could only suffer from both sides. Mr. Wang, he hasn't replied yet. Bang! Wang Shouzai slammed his fist on the door frame again. This time, he used too much force, and his joint was directly cut by a splinter, from which dark red blood seeped out. Damn it! He's deliberately stalling. Trying to drive down my price. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes were bloodshot. Tell him again. 50 liters of water. 25,000 of each resource. Plus 2 rare-grade weapons. That's the bottom line. This concession means a loss of 15,000 resources. Rare-grade weapons can easily sell for nearly 20,000 resources on the exchange now, so in the end, he actually got a good deal. Zhang Ying knew exactly what was going on, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she simply repeated Wang Shouzai's words to Xia Shang with the spectator's mentality. This time, the wait was even longer. Almost 10 minutes passed, and the other party still didn't make a sound. Wang Shouzai finally broke down completely. He could no longer suppress his anger and despair, and he looked up to the sky and cursed loudly. Damn it! Zhang Ying was overjoyed. Let's teach you a lesson for being arrogant and domineering when you were at the company. Being even a minute late will cost me several days' wages. Now you've finally tasted what it's like to be manipulated, haven't you? Serves you right. He also had a cup of water in his backpack that he had gotten from Luo Li's live stream. He could drink it whenever he wanted, so why was he in such a hurry? Wang Shouzai swallowed non-existent saliva with difficulty, his Adam's apple bobbing. He gritted his teeth and growled, each word uttered in a low, deliberate voice. Summer, huh? You just wait. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll make you pay tenfold. On the other side, on Xia Shang's small island, a completely different scene unfolded. Luo Li held a bag of golden sweet potato chips in her hands, and with her slender fingers, she picked up a piece and affectionately fed it to Xia Shang's mouth. Baby, when will the swimming pool be built? She was quite concerned about this. After all, it was the blueprint she had drawn up herself. Furthermore, she promised the person leading the live stream to give her a tour of their goddess island tomorrow. If there were a swimming pool, the style would be elevated to another level. Moreover, she really wanted to go for a swim and enjoy herself. Xia Shang leaned against Luo Li, who was a step higher up behind him, slowly chewing on a sweet and chewy dried sweet potato. A gentle sea breeze blew in, carrying a slightly salty and damp scent, dispelling the heat from my body, making me feel extremely comfortable. Wait a minute, the island isn't big enough yet. If we build a swimming pool, there won't be any room left for activities. The island is only 50 square meters, and the swimming pool would take up 20 square meters, so it's impossible to build one. Luo Li responded with an "oh," indicating she wasn't in a hurry. Even without this, these few flowers will surely make countless people envious when they bloom tomorrow. Whose island can be filled with birdsong and lush greenery by the third day? Luo Li ate a piece of sweet potato chips herself. So what are we doing tomorrow? Are we going out to sea again? Xia Shang nodded. I'm going to meet someone who might have a bit of a temper. We've got the coordinates of the person called Baby Whale. I absolutely have to go see her tomorrow and confirm her talent. If she's just a good-looking, talented but useless person. He couldn't muster any interest at all. Luo Li didn't care much about these plans. She would follow Xia Shang wherever he went. She picked up another piece of dried sweet potato and held it to Xia Shang's lips in a coquettish tone, her voice sweet and soft. Come on, open your mouth, ah. Just then, the notification sound for a friend's message rang again. Xia Shang slowly opened it and glanced at it. Desert Emperor, 50 liters of water, 15,000 of each resource, plus 2 rare weapons. What do you think, buddy? This really can't be any lower. Any lower, and my boss will be furious. Upon seeing this message, which sounded almost like a plea, Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh. This guy is actually quite interesting. This price finally met his expectations. What started as an outrageous demand, 2 water purifiers, 2 thermostats, and 50,000 yuan in resources for each, has been worn down to where it is today. He turned around and told Luo Li, who was behind him, the result. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's beautiful eyes immediately curved into crescent moons with a smile, and she pressed herself against Xia Shang's back. Hee, I knew it! This is how you deal with people like this. He couldn't keep up after just one afternoon. Looks like he's not all that great. Should we squeeze it again? 50 liters of water, it feels like such a waste. Xia Shang shook his head with a smile. Don't be fooled by Luo Li's seemingly harmless white-haired lowly appearance. When she gets really ruthless, even Xia Shang is ashamed of himself. There's no point in squeezing them any further. If we push them to the brink, we'll lose a lot of money. There is definitely enough fresh water. All that's missing are those 2 rare-grade weapons. He opened the exchange, ready to purchase 2 rare-grade weapons to complete the transaction. Rare weapons are generally quite expensive, but he didn't care about that. However, as he browsed the weapons list, a somewhat familiar item made him stop. Crossbow rare. Price, 10,000 wood, 9,888 stone. Seller, Raymond Lam is a god. Lin Feng? Xia Shang frowned slightly. Isn't this the crossbow I lent him before? How did an ordinary weapon become a rare item? Chapter 54 Primal Desires from the Depths of the Soul. Xia Shang looked at the product information for that crossbow several times. That's right, the shallow scratch on the crossbow arm was left by him when he fought the sea monster that morning. The location and depth were exactly the same. It was indeed the one I lent to Lin Feng. Could Lin Feng's talent be related to item enhancement or upgrade? If that's the case, then the potential of this talent is quite terrifying. There's no rush to investigate this question. We can have Qin Xian ask it indirectly. Xia Shang looked away from the crossbow. Buy his stuff? Are you kidding me? Isn't this obviously aiding the enemy? Why use your own resources to arm a potential adversary, only to have them use even better weapons against you? He's not that naive. He directly blocked Lin Feng's products and started filtering again in the exchange. Soon, 2 rare weapons with good prices came into his view. Military crossbow, rare. Price, 8,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 6,000 clay. Seller, this tube is called Longing. Sharp dagger, rare. Price, 7,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 5,000 clay. Seller, 2 children in 3 years. The prices were all within a reasonable range. Xia Shang didn't care much about the specific effects of the weapons. As long as they were rare, the transaction would be completed. He quickly placed the order, and 2 weapons gleaming with blue light appeared in his backpack. With everything ready, Xia Shang took a deep breath and opened the trade window with the Desert Emperor. Put 50 liters of fresh water, 2 rare weapons, and resources on the trading board. Almost simultaneously, an item was placed on the opposite side. It was a fist-sized, blood-red stone, radiating a chilling aura even through the screen. The glimmer of the deal was fleeting. The bloodstone that he had been thinking about all day was finally in his hands. The other party sent several more messages, but Xia Shang had no intention of paying any attention to them. With a thought, he took the bloodstone out of his backpack. When it actually appeared in his palm, Xia Shang truly felt the strangeness of this thing. It doesn't feel like a stone at all. It has a warm and elastic feel, and its surface is covered with fine lines like blood vessels, pulsating gently in a steady rhythm. This isn't a stone, it's a living, breathing heart. The warmth emanating from his palm, and the pulsating frequency so different from his own heartbeat, sent a chill down Xia Shang's spine. The method of use is extremely simple and straightforward. There's only one word: eat. Recalling the overwhelming energy surge he felt when he swallowed the enhancement pill at noon, Xia Shang decided to play it safe and didn't immediately put it in his mouth. Huh! Luo Li leaned over and glanced at her, then couldn't help but wrinkle her small nose and furrow her brows tightly. It looks disgusting. The bloodstone itself had no strange smell, but watching a heart so realistically shaped slowly wriggle in Xia Shang's hand was quite a sight. The visual impact was so strong that it made her stomach churn. Xia Shang adapted quickly. He weighed the heart in his hand and said to Luo Li, "What's disgusting about it? This is good stuff. You all have to eat it from now on." Ah? Luo Li let out a short exclamation, shaking her head like a rattled drum. No, I don't want to. She had absolutely no interest in things like awakening bloodlines or increasing strength. For her, life is already too perfect to be true. She goes live every day, chats with her fans, and hangs out with her junior classmates when she has free time. Her life couldn't be more comfortable. If she hadn't consciously thought about it, she would have almost forgotten that she had a D-level talent called power amplification. For her, the biggest use of this talent right now is that it makes it a little easier for her to twist bottle caps than before, nothing more. She had no desire to fight those hideous sea monsters. Luo Li shrank back and hugged Xia Shang's arm. "Baby, you can eat it yourself. I won't fight you for it. These good things should be left for the most capable people." Xia Shang gripped the still pulsating blood source stone tightly, able to clearly feel the immense energy contained within it. He shook his head firmly. "No way. Who knows what crucial role bloodlines might play in the future? Next time we get a blood source stone, you'll be the first to eat it." Luo Li pouted pitifully, her eyes filled with resistance. She felt nauseous just looking at it. How could she possibly bring herself to eat it? She had already made her own plans. If there really was another one, that would happen. At worst, we can just push it to Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin is so obedient, she'll definitely agree. What good would it do her to eat it? Are we expecting this delicate beauty to fight monsters hand to hand? How much of a loss of value does that make? Okay, I know, Luoli said perfunctorily, but she didn't take it seriously at all. Xia Shang didn't try to persuade him any further. These things couldn't be rushed. Who knows when we'll be able to get the next one? The two walked back to the kitchen side by side, where Qin Xin and Bai Jingxi, who were cooking pasta, immediately surrounded them. Their gazes, without prior agreement, focused on the beating, blood-red heart in Xia Shang's hand. Ha! Bai Jingxi's reaction was the most direct. She subconsciously covered her mouth, her face turning slightly pale. Qin Xin's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with worry and undisguised disdain. She asked softly, "Master, is this dangerous?" Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the three of them looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. "It's definitely not dangerous. This item is specifically for players to awaken their bloodline. It's a system product, so no one will die. However, the process will probably not be easy, and you may suffer some hardships." He swallowed hard, feeling the bloodstone pulsating more and more intensely, as if it were urging him on. "Go and fetch me a basin of cold water," Xia Shang ordered, then added, "Stay away from me, so you don't get caught in the crossfire later." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxi did not hesitate at all. She immediately turned around, scooped up a large basin of cool water, carefully carried it over, and placed it on the ground to the side. Three school beauties, each with a clean towel in hand, stood a few steps away, looking tense and ready for anything. The way they were acting made it seem like Xia Shang was about to give birth on the spot. Xia Shang was both amused and exasperated by them. "What are you doing? It's like I'm about to die a heroic death." Having said that, he didn't waste any more time. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. He closed his eyes and suddenly shoved the still-beating bloodstone into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, he didn't find the toughness and stench of flesh and blood that he had imagined. It has an unexpectedly bouncy texture, like the finest jelly, melting in your mouth and turning into a strange warm current that slides down your throat. However, just as the bloodstone was fully inside the esophagus, a sudden change occurred. A ferocious red light suddenly burst forth from Xia Shang's mouth. The light was so intense that Qin Xin and the other two women instinctively squinted. They could even clearly see a fist-sized luminous object inside Xia Shang's body. It outlines the shape of the esophagus, travels downwards, and finally falls into the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the concentrated red light vanished. Instead, the blood vessels of Xia Shang's entire body were replaced. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a transparent piece of glass. Beneath his skin, both the massive aorta and the delicate capillaries burst forth with a blinding crimson light at the same time, making him appear like a demon returned from hell. An indescribable burning sensation started in his stomach and instantly swept through his entire body, causing Xia Shang to let out a low groan of pain uncontrollably. His body instinctively assumed a posture with arms outstretched, head tilted back, feeling the strange power sweep over his entire body. That warm current had now transformed into surging magma, frantically washing over, burning, and transforming everything in his body through every blood vessel. The scene in the kitchen gradually distorted, blurred, and finally disappeared completely from his vision. Then, his consciousness was drawn away and he sank into a mysterious and vast space. In their ears, there were no longer the girl's exclamations, but the roars and cries of thousands of beasts, filled with primal wildness. The aroma that filled my nostrils was no longer that of pasta, but rather the fresh scent of a forest after the rain, a blend of earth and decaying leaves. He slowly opened his eyes. The sky above was a deep, dark black, without stars or a moon. I am completely naked. He looked down at his feet. What I was stepping on was a thick layer of damp, withered branches and fallen leaves. Before him stood a vast forest of statues. These statues are diverse and lifelike, depicting all sorts of wild beasts. There were familiar jackals, tigers, leopards, giant bears, and fierce lions, as well as some ferocious beasts he had never heard of or seen before. They come in all shapes and sizes. Some have wings growing from their ribs, while others have horns on their heads, all exuding an aura of ferocity and violence. All the statues were a deathly grayish-white. He tentatively took a few steps forward and reached out to touch the nearest wolf-shaped statue. It was cold to the touch, hard in texture, and filled with a lifeless aura of death. Each statue is engraved with mysterious inscriptions, the meaning of which is completely incomprehensible. But the moment he touched it, everything except the wolf statue he touched instantly turned to dust. His body was also experiencing excruciating pain. Ugh! The bones are groaning, the muscles are tearing, and the blood is boiling. Even more terrifying is that a primal desire originating from the depths of his soul is growing and spreading wildly, attempting to devour his reason. Slaughter! Bloodlust! I want to tilt my head back and roar. And the most primal urge to reproduce. Scenes of bloody hunting and wild, frenzied cries of intercourse flooded his mind like a tidal wave. His reason, like a small boat in a raging storm, found it increasingly difficult to suppress these insane desires. With a silent roar, Xia Shang's mind went blank, and he completely lost consciousness. In the kitchen, Xia Shang remained standing quietly, without moving, with his arms outstretched. The eerie red light emanating from his body had disappeared, and his skin had returned to its normal color. Only his breathing had become long and steady. Baby? Luo Li mustered her courage, stepped forward, and gently touched Xia Shang's arm with her fair fingers. The skin was warm to the touch, but the muscles were as taut as steel. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and stepped back. Qin Xian quickly leaned closer and asked anxiously in a low voice, "How are you? Are you all right?" Luo Li shook her head, saying uncertainly, "It should be fine, right? Her breathing is very steady. Let's wait and see." Bai Jingxi gripped the towel in her hand, looking at the fine beads of sweat on Xia Shang's forehead, and suggested, "He's sweating a lot, should we wipe it off for him?" Qin Xian and Luo Li exchanged a glance and both thought it was a good idea. The three of them immediately got to work, soaking the towels, wringing them until they were half dry, and then surrounding Xia Shang. Qin Xian and Bai Jingxi each took one side of Xia Shang's arm and neck, carefully wiping them. Luo Li, on the other hand, used a warm towel to wipe his firm, flat abdomen and well-defined pectoral muscles. She could clearly feel that Xia Shang's muscles were harder and more solid than before. Wow! As your fingertips glide across it, the sensation is no longer that of supple skin, but rather like that of a perfectly carved jade sculpture imbued with warmth. Time passed by, second by second. The three girls had wiped Xia Shang's entire body 3 times, and changed the water in the towels 3 times. Just as their patience was about to run out, Xia Shang's body finally trembled slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, the whole world seemed completely different to him. His vision became extremely sharp, and he could even clearly see a glistening bead of sweat seeping from the tiny, almost imperceptible pores on Luo Li's delicate face. My hearing also became unusually clear. I could hear the sound of waves crashing on the beach outside the kitchen, and the howling of the wind blowing through the eaves. He could even clearly hear the slight rustling sound of Xia Yubing's slender fingers brushing across the table as she delivered water from the 2nd floor of the cabin. Sense of smell, sense of taste, sense of touch. Each of the 5 senses was amplified with unimaginable terror. The world has never felt so real. Just as he was about to speak and stretch his body, which was brimming with new life energy, the regional announcement rang in everyone's minds. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Summer for successfully awakening the Beastman bloodline, becoming the first player in Jiangqing district to awaken their bloodline. Special rewards: Legendary Treasure Chest *1, Intermediate Water Purifier *1, Outdoor Thermostat Blueprint, 30 square meters range, *1. The bloodline ranking is now open. Players are encouraged to strive to increase their bloodline purity and gain greater power. Rewards for this ranking will be distributed every 7 days. The 3 consecutive regional announcements, like thunderclaps, exploded in the minds of all players. Before the echoes of the announcement had even faded, Xia Shang finally regained his ability to move freely. He slowly clenched his fist. Crackling. A crisp popping sound rang out in the air. The power emanating purely from his body caused him to experience an uncontrollable heat, an itching sensation throughout his body. He just wanted to find something and punch it hard right away. However, when his gaze fell upon the petite and adorable white-haired senior, Luoli, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. He slowly raised his head and looked at the 3 girls surrounding him. All 3 pairs of their beautiful eyes shone with an unprecedented and strange light. Jin Xian's eyes were filled with pure shock. Bai Jingxi's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Only Luoli, in her captivating peach blossom eyes, showed not only shock but also a strange joy. The 3 senior students spoke in unison, their voices trembling with surprise. What happened to your head? Chapter 55. The senior students went crazy on the spot. They all wanted to rub my ears. Seeing their surprised looks, Xia Shang subconsciously reached up to touch the top of his head. It feels warm and fuzzy. A pair of completely unfamiliar ears had grown on his head. Wow! Luoli could no longer contain her excitement. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly lit up with an amazing light, sparkling with novelty and excitement. She took out her makeup mirror from her small bag and held it up to Xia Shang. Baby, look! So cute! In the mirror, Xia Shang saw his own reflection clearly. The original human ears are still there, but on both sides of the hair whorl on the top of the head. Another pair of gray-black, upright animal ears appeared, with fine fur and a small tuft of dark color at the tips. Combined with his handsome and composed face, it did create a peculiar contrast. Luoli could no longer contain herself. For pet lovers, she simply has no resistance to it. She tiptoed and stretched out her slender fingers, wanting to feel the texture of those ears with her own hands. Don't move! Xia Shang frowned slightly and precisely grasped her slender wrist. He has a natural aversion to having his head touched. He has an instinctive resistance to it. Normally, Luoli might have pouted and backed down, but now, her attention was completely drawn to something else. She saw the pair of furry ears on Xia Shang's head just as he said, "Don't move," with a stern face. It pressed back very gently, and then shook slightly. It moved. It can actually move. Just like when a cat is about to hiss, its ears are lowered and become like airplane ears. Luoli let out a series of sweet, low moans, her body going limp. She absolutely loves this. She used to keep several ragdolls and British short hairs at home. Now, these adorable ears are growing on the head of my favorite junior. Who could withstand this? This is double the joy. No, it's doubled. Standing to the side, Jin Xian also bit her moist lower lip. His gaze was fixed on the pair of ears that trembled slightly with Xia Shang's expression. She really wanted to touch it too. That feel must be amazing, right? However, seeing that Luoli's attempts to charm and be cute had failed, she knew that she had even less hope. Somewhat reluctantly she raised her hand, her slender fingers making a couple of grasping motions in the air, as if she had already touched it, and had gotten a fleeting glimpse of it. As for Bai Jingxi, she simply stood a little distance away, watching this scene with a complicated expression. She wasn't interested in Xia Shang's new ears, but rather in the regional announcement she had just heard. The ranking of flying beasts was initiated by the Xia and Shang dynasties. Now, this brand new bloodline ranking list was also started by the Xia and Shang dynasties. The rewards mentioned in the announcement are enough to drive ordinary players crazy. Drawings for intermediate water purifiers and thermostats are strategic items that can greatly improve the quality of life. Not to mention that unprecedented, legendary treasure chest. But this man remained so calm and composed throughout, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He didn't even check the rewards right away. Instead, he focused on the changes in his body. This mindset, this strength. Bai Jingxi couldn't help but think of her boyfriend, the man who wielded a spear that couldn't even pierce the eyes of sea monsters. The difference between people is truly greater than the difference between people and dogs. Xia Shang still held Luo Li's wrist, his tone calm but firm. All right, senior, I told you not to touch me. He opened his information panel, wondering if there was any way to hide those conspicuous ears. He had a premonition that if this problem wasn't solved, his ears would eventually be rubbed bald by these female seniors. Xia Shang. Bloodline purity, 0%. Strength, 7. Agility, 5. Stamina, 7. Talent, SSS-level, worlds only save the goddess. The panel information is simple and clear. Great, no options were found to hide the ears. It looks like I'll be living with these ears from now on. The bloodline purity is still 0%, which means that this blood source stone is just a stepping stone, and has only just begun the path of evolution. In fact, besides his ears, he could feel a very obvious change in another part of his body. However, with so many people around now, it's not very convenient to verify. Apart from that, no extra hair grew on its body, and its skin remained the same as before. He recalled that in that mysterious space, he had touched a lifelike wolf statue. So I'm basically a werewolf now. Xia Shang muttered to himself as he released Luo Li's wrist. He walked out of the kitchen and into the courtyard, looking up at the bright, full moon in the night sky. A primal urge, originating from the depths of his blood, stirred within him, giving him a desire to look up at the moon and howl at the heavens. Oh no, I'm starting to regret this. If I had known it would turn out like this, I might have chosen the dragon statue that looked more imposing, or the one with wings that looked more powerful. But it's too late to think about it now. Moreover, bloodlines don't seem to have different levels of rarity. They're only judged by their purity. How much purity a single bloodstone can increase is still unknown. He had no idea what would happen once his bloodline purity reached 100%. He pulled himself out of his jumbled thoughts and his gaze fell on the tree stump in the courtyard that hadn't been completely chopped off yet. He just chopped wood with an axe. Although he wasn't tired, he still worked up a sweat. What about now? He wanted to give it a try. Under the curious gaze of the three girls at the kitchen door, Xia Shang stepped forward and steadied himself. Instead of using an axe, he simply raised his right hand, palmed together like a knife. Call! The hand chop, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, came down fiercely. Bang! A dull, loud bang. The sturdy wooden block cracked instantly, splitting cleanly into two halves. Xia Shang's palms were completely undamaged, without even a trace of pain, only a slight numbness. That was so easy. He felt that he hadn't used his full strength at all. In the kitchen, the mouths of the three women were all agape in small O shapes. My God! Jean Xian murmured to herself. Luo Li stared at Xia Shang's palm with shining eyes, then looked at his strong arms. Xia Shang didn't stop. He opened the exchange and spent 150 pieces of wood to buy a very ordinary iron sword. Then, he placed the iron sword horizontally between the two halves of the tree stump, with the middle part of the sword suspended in the air. Before he could even start, a discussion broke out in the kitchen. Luo Li spoke first, her confidence in Xia Shang almost blind. She raised her chin and spoke with certainty. I bet he could smash 10 stacked iron swords in half with a single punch. Jean Xian shook her head and offered a more rational perspective. 10? How thick would that be if you put them all together? It would be 5 or 6 centimeters thick. He's not the Hulk. She held up 5 fingers to give her judgment. At most 5 rounds, I even think 5 rounds is unlikely. After speaking, Jean Xian turned the conversation to Bai Jingxi, who had been silent the whole time. Senior, what do you think? Bai Jingxi gave an sound, her expression somewhat hesitant. She's seen too many people who are all talk and no action. Her boyfriend is a perfect example. In her view, no matter how powerful the Xia and Shang dynasties were, they were still flesh and blood. 2 at most? His hand might get injured again. Luo Li scoffed at their words and looked at the other two defiantly. Want to gamble? Upon hearing the word gamble, Bai Jingxi immediately shook her head vigorously. She has nothing now and dares not participate in this game among rich young ladies. But Qin Xian's competitive spirit was also ignited by Luo Li's provocation. What are we betting on? Luo Li's eyes darted around cleverly, and she smiled slyly. Let's bet on what happened this morning. You didn't finish painting my toenails this morning, so whoever loses has to paint the other's toenails once. How about it? The mere mention of this incident fueled a fire within Qin Xian. She was now completely willing to be ordered around by Xia Shang, and even hoped that Xia Shang would bully her a little more. But Luo Li is not an option. My best friend, who used to be my equal, is now acting like the mistress of the house. Who can stand that? Qin Xian immediately accepted the challenge, her aura fierce. Okay. This is it. Senior, you be our witness. Seeing the intense gazes directed at her by the two men, Bai Jingxi knew she couldn't escape them, so she could only let out a soft ah and nod helplessly. Okay, all right. Xia Shang, standing outside the door, listened to their conversation and a smile appeared on his face. With the witnesses in place, the test can begin. He flexed his wrists, clenched his fist, and delivered a seemingly ordinary punch to the suspended iron sword. Bang! A crisp sound of metal breaking rang out. The iron sword was instantly blasted in two, sparks flying from the broken ends. Too easy, Xia Shang muttered to himself. He casually tossed the broken sword aside, then bought 3 more from the exchange, neatly stacked them together, and placed them on a tree stump. The atmosphere in the kitchen instantly became tense. Qin Xian and Luo Li both held their breath. Xia Shang's expression became slightly more serious this time, and his fist slammed down again. Clang! An even deeper, louder bang followed. The 3 iron swords stacked together shattered like fragile biscuits, breaking into several pieces. With this punch, Xia Shang finally felt some resistance, and a slight pain came from the tip of his fist. Bai Jingxi's voice trembled as she said, 3. A smile of impending victory had already appeared on Luo Li's face. 5 iron swords. This time, the 5 swords were stacked together, forming a considerable thickness, and gleamed with a cold luster under the moonlight. Xia Shang shook his hands and cracked his knuckles, making a series of crisp sounds. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, gathered all his strength into his right fist, and slammed it down. Boom! A deafening explosion. This time, it wasn't a crisp cracking sound, but a violent shattering sound. The top 4 of the 5 iron swords were instantly shattered by the impact, and the fragments bounced outwards. The bottommost sword was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Although it was still barely connected, it was actually completely ruined. A powerful recoil force struck, and Xia Shang felt a burning pain in his fist, the skin on his knuckles turning red. This power. Xia Shang made a judgment in his mind. With his current skill level, he is confident that he can punch through the hardest shell of an elite sea monster. As for the 10 swords Luo Li mentioned, if he disregarded the risk of injuring his fists, and went all out, he might be able to break them. However, there is no longer any need for that. The purpose of testing strength has been achieved, and incidentally it also serves to curb the arrogance of Senior Luo Li, preventing her from always trying to provoke her. Xia Shang straightened up, stretched his muscles, and shook his slightly numb right hand. He turned his head and announced with satisfaction to Bai Jingxi in the kitchen. Senior Bai, Senior Qin Xian won. Bai Jingxi was stunned for a moment before she reacted, then mechanically turned to the other 2 and announced the result. Yeah! Qin Xian swung her fist forcefully in the air, sweeping away the gloom on her face and replacing it with an irrepressible sense of triumph. She walked up to Luo Li, reached out and hooked Luo Li's chin with her finger, mimicking Luo Li's arrogant demeanor from that morning. Hee, just obediently paint my nails, little maid. Whispering sound! Luo Li slapped her hand away and pouted unhappily. However, she is not someone who can accept defeat. If she loses, she loses. She suddenly remembered something, and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Today, while receiving my order in the live stream, I happened to receive a bottle of fluorescent green nail polish. At the time, I thought the color was too drab and planned to keep it as a collectible. Now, this is a good opportunity to arrange it for Qin Xian. Imagine the bizarre and eye-catching sight of it painted on your toenails. You'll be so happy in a little while. Luo Li readily agreed. Okay, I'll apply it for you after dinner. Xia Shang watched them quietly. Luo Li's personality was still too strong. She always suppressed others in everything she did. There are reasons for this on his own. However, we also need to cultivate the initiative of other senior students. It won't do to just lie around and wait to enjoy the benefits all the time. Sometimes you have to let them take the initiative. Bai Jingxi glanced back at the kitchen. The pasta had actually been prepared long ago. Hey, let's eat first, or the pasta will get cold. Xia Shang nodded. It was indeed time to eat. He called out towards the room on the second floor. Senior Yubing, come down for lunch. Meanwhile, on another small island, Wang Shoucai's face turned bright red. He stared intently at the regional announcement, at the series of incredible rewards Xia Shang had received after awakening his bloodline. Legendary treasure chest. Intermediate water purifier. Thermostat drawings. He looked down at his backpack again, at the meager resources and weapons he had obtained in exchange for that precious bloodstone, and a stench of blood assaulted his senses. He was so angry his teeth were chattering. Oh shit! He kicked the wooden house. If I had known, I would have used it myself. Leaving aside the legendary treasure chest, the water purifier and thermostat were exactly what he had wanted to get from Xia Shang in exchange. After all that fuss, all I got in the end was 100 liters of water, tens of thousands of resources, and 2 weapons. Any one of the rewards is worth more than 10 times what he already has. He felt like a complete clown, blatantly humiliated by Xia Shang. He turned his head sharply, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Zhang Ying beside him. You son of a bitch! Why didn't you remind me of this? Why didn't you tell me there were so many rewards for the first time I awakened my bloodline? Zhang Ying sneered inwardly. I'm warning you? How the hell was I supposed to know this crap game had this kind of setting? I warned you before that this was likely a trap set by Xia Shang, and I told you not to act impulsively, but you wouldn't listen to a word I said. Now that you've lost everything, you're blaming me for not reminding you? Why don't you just die? Although she was cursing him in her heart, Zhang Ying still managed to put on a fawning and innocent expression. Mr. Wang, how could I possibly know about these things? Wang Shoucai kicked the wooden house twice more. Damn it, if he's heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. I want to join the Single-Star Sea Alliance. Chapter 56. She was sold, but why was she happier than anyone else? Xia Yubing walked lightly into the kitchen, the air filled with the sweet and sour aroma of tomato sauce. Her gaze was immediately drawn to Xia Shang, and the 2 gray-black beast ears on his head that trembled slightly with his chewing movements. A glint of light flashed in her eyes. Although I had already heard the regional announcement upstairs, seeing it in person still felt novel. Those furry ears, paired with his expressionless face. But when paired with these ears that twitch slightly from time to time, a wonderful sense of contrast arises. A faint smile appeared on Xia Yubing's lips. She spoke softly, her tones slightly teasing. These ears are probably going to be rubbed bald by you, Shaoli. Luo Li was staring intently when she heard this, and immediately giggled, moving closer to Xia Shang. Her restless little hands were already itching to reach out, tentatively reaching out. Before Xia Shang could answer, her fingertips were already close to touching the soft down. However, to Xia Shang, who had awakened his bloodline, her little movements seemed like slow motion. He deftly twirled his ear back, dodging her sneak attack, while at the same time, his indifferent gaze swept over her. Luo Li's hand froze in midair, and she pouted in grievance, but the light in her eyes shone even brighter. Sister Yubing, look how cute it is! It can even shake! It's moving around! Xia Yubing sat down in the empty seat next to Luo Li, but her gaze never left Xia Shang's ear. She sat gracefully with her legs together, the hem of her black dress perfectly covering her mid-thighs. You can also use bloodstone to awaken your bloodline in the future, and maybe you can grow a pair too. I don't want to. Luo Li refused without even thinking. What's the point of it growing on its own? A picture instantly flashed into her mind. If she were to truly awaken, she wouldn't want any beastman bloodline. She'd much rather awaken a succubus bloodline or something like that. With her stunningly beautiful face and voluptuous figure, she also grew a small, heart-shaped devil tail. Wouldn't the younger students be completely infatuated with her? She muttered under her breath. I don't need beastman blood, as long as the baby has it. She raised her head and looked at Xia Yubing, who was as aloof as the moon. Sister Yubing, what do you want to awaken? Xia Yubing pondered for a moment. She had absolutely no interest in fighting or killing. The only thing that seemed to cheer her up was her major in financial management. But the concept of bloodline sounds like it's related to wielding swords and spears, and has absolutely nothing to do with her profession. She gently shook her head, her clear eyes showing little emotion. I won't waste this precious opportunity. Let's give it to those who need it. No way. If you grew animal ears too, you'd be just like baby, with that cold face. The contrast would be so cute. Xia Yubing glanced out the window. Do you want us all to grow animal ears to satisfy you? Her voice was soft and gentle, tinged with a helpless smile. If you like it that much, why don't you have your baby get you a real pet to keep as a pet? Luo Li followed her gaze and saw that the little guy Bai Shui was lazily lying on the steps outside the wooden house, with several tentacles wriggling unconsciously. Look, isn't that already there? Luo Li pointed confidently. As the two were chatting, Qin Xian and Bai Jingxi brought out plates and served the tomato pasta they had made. With no fresh vegetables available, the ingredients for this meal came almost entirely from various canned goods obtained from the trade. Qin Xian put a lot of effort into perfectly blending the tomatoes, meat sauce, and pasta together, and finally topped it with glossy black caviar. The rich aroma wafted through the air, sounding exceptionally sophisticated and surreal on this island night. By all accounts, this is a proper Western meal. As everyone prepared to sit down, Qin Xian stood by the dining table, dressed in a striking black and white maid outfit, looking somewhat awkward with her head down. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Xia Shang. In the morning, Xia Shang and Luo Li ate breakfast, but he didn't let her sit at the table. Xia Shang noticed her shifty gaze and her small hands gripping the hem of her apron, her knuckles turning white. Sit down and eat. He spoke calmly. Xia Shang didn't want to go through so many formalities in his own home. It was too tiring. Besides, Qin Xian already belongs to him in every sense, so there's no need to deliberately train and suppress her in this way. Of course, she wouldn't be allowed to take off the maid outfit she was wearing. To be honest, having such a top school beauty dressed in a maid outfit by my side all day today was quite a sight to behold. If there's a chance in the future, I can get a few more sets, or a couple more maids. For no other reason than that it looks good. Upon receiving the order, Qin Xian's tense body instantly relaxed. She pulled out a chair and was about to sit down when she caught a glimpse of a spot on the dining table out of the corner of her eye. The scene of Xia Shang and Luo Li consecrating this brand new dining table at noon immediately flashed through her mind. The water stains seemed to have splashed in that area, and she wiped them clean herself. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Without making a sound, she moved her chair 10 centimeters to the side, deliberately distancing herself from that sacred place, before finally sitting down contentedly. Xia Shang picked up his fork, twirled a small amount of pasta covered in sauce, and put it in his mouth. The sweet and sour taste of tomatoes, the savory aroma of meat sauce, and the chewy texture of pasta combined to create a delightful flavor explosion on the palate. To be honest, it tastes pretty good. Especially that touch of caviar, which bursts in your mouth, bringing a slightly salty ocean flavor that enriches the whole dish. If the maximum score is 10, Xia Shang would get 7 points. But he didn't know if it was because he had awakened his beastman bloodline, but he always felt that beneath these exquisite flavors, something more primitive and rugged was missing. It appears very bland. These things, once eaten, only filled his stomach, but could not satisfy the cravings that welled up from the depths of his genes. He wants to eat meat. Large chunks of roasted meat, sizzling and dripping with oil, sprinkled with coarse salt and spices. Qin Xian had been nervously observing Xia Shang's expression. When she saw that he was eating very slowly and his brows seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly, her heart jumped into her throat. She asked, "Master, is it not tasty?" Xia Shang waved his hand. "No, it's quite delicious." He glanced at Qin Xian and, seeing her nervous expression, added, "But right now, I'm craving some meat." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxi immediately gave Qin Xian an approving look and said softly, "Xiao Xian, it's really delicious, even better than what I've had in high-end Western restaurants before." She spoke from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps due to environmental factors, this is the precarious state of this island world. Being able to sit around an air-conditioned wooden cabin and enjoy a steaming bowl of tomato pasta is a luxurious kind of happiness. Xia Yubing elegantly wiped her mouth, nodded, and expressed her agreement. "It's delicious, Xiaoxin. Do you remember last month when we went to that new Italian restaurant in the city center? Yours is much better than theirs." With the unanimous approval of the two goddesses, especially with Xia Yubing providing specific examples, Qin Xian finally felt completely relieved. Today was the first time in her life that she had seriously cooked. If she messed it up right from the start, she would never have the confidence to step into the kitchen again. She felt relieved, rested her chin on one hand, and quietly watched Xia Shang eat with her beautiful eyes. Watching him eat the food she had made herself, and feeling the slight sway of his animal ears with each chew, Qin Xian felt it was an absolute pleasure. He's handsome, cute, and has a wild charm. This man is too perfect. Halfway through the meal, Xia Shang's craving for meat grew stronger. The livestock industry must be developed as soon as possible. Cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens must all be included. He looked at Luo Li and said, "Senior, when you're live streaming tomorrow, see if anyone gets any livestock calves. Once you receive them, just hand them over to Yang Yuanlong and the others to raise." "Okay," Luo Li replied crisply, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Qin Xian stared blankly at their natural interaction, feeling a little envious. When Xia Shang's gaze inadvertently fell on her, she seemed to be electrocuted, and suddenly came to her senses. She quickly lowered her head, forked a small piece of pasta, and stuffed it into her mouth to cover up her embarrassment. Xia Shang found it amusing to look at her like this. In this respect, she is far less frank than Luo Li. If it were Luo Li, she probably would have pounced on him and clung to him long ago. "Senior sister Qin Xian." Xia Shang's voice rang out again. "Huh!" Qin Xian's mouth was full, and she responded vaguely. Xia Shang said slowly and deliberately, "Later, ask your boyfriend about the specifics of his talent. A perfectly ordinary crossbow has become a rare item. This needs to be investigated. If he truly has potential for development, he would like to keep him on." Qin Xian froze, even stopping her chewing. Raymond Lamb's talent? She only knew it was S-grade, which sounded impressive, but she had never asked about its specific effects, nor had Lin Feng mentioned it to her. She asked, somewhat puzzled, "What's wrong with his talent?" Her question drew the attention of Xia Yubing and Bai Jingxi, who both turned to look at Xia Shang. After thinking for a moment, Xia Shang decided to stop hiding it and told him about Lin Feng's private messages to him, asking to borrow water and weapons. As Xia Shang narrated, the atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became somewhat subtle. When Xia Shang finished speaking, the entire wooden house fell silent. "I also told him that if he couldn't pay it back, I would have to leave him on my island to work for a month to pay off the debt." As soon as she said that, Luo Li's face revealed an undisguised expression of anticipation. Xia Yubing frowned slightly, as if analyzing the logic behind the matter. Bai Jingxi looked shocked, and almost dropped her fork on the table. All eyes were focused on Qin Xian, the collateral in the incident. To everyone's surprise. After her initial surprise, Jean Xin quickly regained her composure and even swallowed the pasta in her mouth without changing her expression. Oh, she uttered a flat monosyllable. No wonder he's had water to drink these past few days. He even lied and said he got it from a treasure chest. Turns out he borrowed it all? There was no anger or sadness in her tone. Xia Shang looked at her, smiled calmly, and added, I really can't see through Lin Feng. If he can't see through it, how could Jean Xin not know? No wonder he told me not to disobey Xia Shang. He wanted me to submit to Xia Shang so he could find a way to get things from Xia Shang. Was offering water earlier a way to calm herself down? Who cares? Jean Xin said dismissively. No matter what underhanded tricks she used, she doesn't care at all now. Instead of feeling anger at being betrayed, she felt an indescribable ecstasy welling up inside her. All she wants to say right now is thank you to Raymond Lam. You're such a kind person. Fearing I wouldn't find an opportunity, they desperately tried to push me into Xia Shang's arms. I, Jean Xin, will never forget this great kindness. An irrepressible chuckle welled up from the bottom of her heart and rushed to her throat. Jean Xin quickly lowered her head and pinched her thigh hard under the table. The intense pain kept her calm and prevented her from laughing out loud. She raised her head, her face displaying just the right amount of indifference, and said to Xia Shang, Okay, I'll ask him now. Seeing her unusual reaction, Xia Yubing felt a strong sense of unease. What happened? Why does she look so happy? That smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Not only her, but Bai Jingxi also noticed that something was wrong with Jean Xin. Luo Li wasn't surprised at all. After all, when Xia Shang shot her boyfriend with a crossbow yesterday, she laughed more happily than anyone else. In her view, Jean Xin had abandoned the light and turned to the dark. This is something to celebrate. But Bai Jingxi was genuinely a little intimidated. This isn't right, is it? The script shouldn't be like this, right? Logically, shouldn't Jean Xin be furious, then angrily berate the scumbag, and finally righteously break up with him in the chat box? Why are you acting like you've won the lottery, all ecstatic? Bai Jingxi dared not ask or utter a sound, she simply lowered her head silently. For the first time, I felt a deep sense of worry for Lu Xiu, who was far away on another small island. Will I become like this in the future? She's happier than anyone else when her boyfriend is sold off? Xia Shang took in everyone's expressions. He finished the last bite of pasta on his plate, rinsed his mouth with a bottle of water, and then leaned back in his chair, waiting for the show to begin. Jean Xin opened her friends list and found that familiar profile picture. Since you bastard are already planning to sell me to someone else, why should I care about you? Anyway, I've already sung in front of Xia Shang for more than 20 minutes today. If I can exchange that for your dog's life, then we're even. As for the rest, consider this my revenge on you, you scumbag. She took a deep breath and imitated Lin Feng's hypocritical and greasy standard greeting when he sent her a message before. Jean Xin, baby, are you there? Are you thirsty or hungry? Chapter 57, Club Island? As night deepened, the sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, blew across another simple little island. Lin Feng and Wu Liangkai sat back to back in a shed made of broken wooden planks to rest. The two of them each held half a compressed biscuit in their hands, munching on it expressionlessly. This is their current survival mode. Two people work together, taking turns fishing for treasure chests, and keeping watch at night, changing shifts every 2 hours. This ensures a continuous supply of resources, prevents nighttime attacks by sea monsters, and gives everyone a chance to catch their breath. Lin Feng took a few bites of the compressed biscuit in his hand. It's fucking awful, it's so slicing my throat hurts. Their luck wasn't too bad today, they only encountered one sea monster landing on the island. The process of resolving the situation was a bit chaotic, but fortunately, the kill was successfully accomplished. With his mouth full of dry, rag-like biscuits, Wu Liangkai mumbled, Brother Feng, Tang Xiangyang is urging us again. He stretched his neck before swallowing what was in his mouth. He told us to ask Xia Shang if we could sell him the low-end water purifiers that we've phased out. Mentioning the Xia and Shang dynasties, Wu Liangkai felt a surge of twisted jealousy. He's having a good time, even giving away free water. He's probably given out at least 1,000 liters today. And that bitch Luo Li really got lucky. She climbed onto Xia Shang's coattails and now she's living the high life on her live streams every day. It's making everyone so envious. Lin Feng frowned, feeling equally irritated. Someone who wasn't even worthy of being his stepping stone in school actually got a powerful talent in this game, and completely turned his life around. This pampered rich kid is living a life worse than a dog. It would be a lie to say that anyone wouldn't feel envy or jealousy. But he remained rational. Lin Feng interrupted him coldly. What's the use of envying others? We need to focus on development. If they can build Goddess Island, why can't we? Wu Liangkai exclaimed in surprise. Huh! We're going to do this too. Lin Feng took another bite of his cookie. Do you know what Tang Xiangyang is planning? Wu Liangkai shook his head. He had no idea about these things. Anyway, Lin Feng told him that it was safe to go to his island and that he wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. For him, his talent was useless. It would be the same wherever he went. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. There was no need to hide these things from his underlings. Telling them might even ignite their fighting spirit. To tell you the truth, he wants to create a private club island. If we succeed, we'll be original shareholders. What's there to envy about Xia Shang? He only has a few women on his island. From now on, you can choose any woman on our island you want, right? So working hard is more useful than saying these discouraging things. Wu Liangcai's eyes lit up. Club Island. Just hearing the name makes me think of fruit platters. At this moment, he realized that Tang Xiangyang's family seemed to be involved in this business, and several clubs in Jiangqing were their properties. It's a perfect match for my major. Oh! No wonder he wanted to get his hands on the defensive sword tower. He wanted to free up his hands to chase women? Lin Feng hummed in agreement. He thought the idea was good. Once most players had flying beasts, the world would be no different from before. We used to drive when we went out, now we sail. Moreover, everyone's island area is limited, so it's impossible for anyone to build an island that is perfect. He predicted that more unique islands would definitely appear in the future, not to mention club islands. In the future there may be footbath islands, shopping islands, food islands, and so on. Wu Liangcai's hope was completely ignited, and he clenched his fists. Don't worry, Brother Feng, I'll definitely work hard. He licked his lips again, looked at Lin Feng, and smiled obsequiously. Why don't you talk to Aunt Qin again? Ask her to borrow some food from Xia Shang? These compressed biscuits are really awful, they taste like dirt. Even some bread slices would be fine. Anyway, Qin Saw is in his hands, so he's not afraid we'll renege on our debt. Lin Feng slapped Wu Liangkai on the back of the head. You really think I'm a gigolo who sells his girlfriend? His blow was neither too light nor too heavy, and Wu Liang shrank back, saying, I was just making a suggestion. You've already borrowed water and weapons from him, so what's a little more? Hearing this, Lin Feng's mind started racing. Back in school, he was always going to fancy restaurants. Steak, red wine, seafood, abalone. He ate until he was sick of it. What about now? In this godforsaken place, even a whole compressed biscuit is a luxury, and two people have to share it. Just as Lin Feng was pondering how to phrase his request to get food without appearing too humble, a message from a friend popped up. It was a message from Qin Xian. Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and the slight guilt and worry in his heart were instantly replaced by excitement. He was still worried that Qin Xian was angry with him because of what happened during the day, but he didn't expect her to take the initiative to contact him. Upon opening the message, a gentle greeting comes into view. Qin Xian, baby, are you there? Are you thirsty or hungry? Lin Feng felt his heart melt, and all his previous irritation vanished. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, don't worry about me, I just ate. He typed rapidly, trying to make up for the neglect he had experienced during the day. Raymond Lam is a god. I was just about to apologize to you. I've been so busy these past few days and haven't had time to pay attention to you. It's my fault. Raymond Lam is a god, but don't worry, after tomorrow, our development speed will pick up, and the good days are yet to come. Raymond Lam is a god. I was just joking when I told you to grow vegetables. Don't worry, I'll definitely pamper you like a princess from now on. On the other island, Jean Xin looked at the hypocritical words on the screen, a mocking sneer appearing on her fair face. Good days? Your good days are probably no longer relevant to me. But I can show you my good days. Jean Xin, oh, that's good, here's the picture. What was sent out was the plate of spaghetti she had just finished eating. Although only a small portion remained, the rich tomato meat sauce, the exquisite white porcelain plate, and the glass of clear pure water beside it all highlighted a lifestyle vastly different from Lin Feng's. Holy crap, Brother Feng! Is Sister Qin eating so well over there? Wu Liankai leaned closer, his eyes almost popping out, his Adam's apple bobbing as he frantically swallowed. Lin Feng's mouth was practically watering. These past 2 days, he's been eating so much bland food that he hasn't had a single bite of hot soup, let alone pasta. He suppressed the hunger in his stomach and tried to make his reply seem less awkward. Raymond Lam is a god, this looks delicious. Do you remember that couple's Western restaurant near the school gate we went to before? The plates look similar, ha ha ha. Jean Xin tilted her head, her slender fingers supporting her chin, trying hard to search her memory. My memory of it is already very vague. All she remembers is that she used to happily accompany him to all sorts of places. He enjoys all kinds of delicious food, and he always accepts his efforts and admiration with a clear conscience. Jean Xin, really? Her reply was simple, even somewhat cold. Lin Feng, however, seemed oblivious, lost in his memories. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Jean Xin as his girlfriend. She is beautiful, has a great figure, and a gentle and virtuous personality. She is completely devoted to him. Raymond Lam is a god. Yeah, baby, I really miss you so much. We haven't seen each other for 2 days. Upon seeing this cheesy remark, Jean Xin felt a wave of nausea wash over her. You're about to sell me out, and you're still pretending to be all lovey-dovey? Who are you trying to disgust? But in order to extract the information Xia Shang wanted, she held back. Jean Xin, I miss you so much too. Raymond Lam is a god, soon, we'll be able to meet soon, and I'll give you a gift then. Gift? Jean Xin did become somewhat curious. Jean Xin, what gift? Raymond Lam is a god, didn't you always want that Fendi spring bag? Speaking of this, Jean Xin remembered that she had indeed mentioned wanting that beige bag before. However, Raymond Lam never bought it for him, saying it was ugly and didn't suit his style. Ultimately, isn't it just that they can't bear to part with their money? She opened the exchange and saw that the bag she wanted only cost a little over 5,000 resources. If I want to buy it, I can buy it any time. You're only thinking of giving it to me now? Do I need you to send it to me? Jean Xin, oh, I'm so happy. Raymond Lam is a god, it's good that you're not angry anymore. I'll try to buy you more of the things you wanted before. After the message was sent, both sides fell into a brief silence. Lin Feng was organizing his thoughts, trying to figure out how to ask Jean Xin to help him get some food from Xia Shang. Jean Xin, on the other hand, was thinking about how to naturally steer the conversation toward talent. She looked up with some distress at the man who had been leisurely leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting after finishing his meal. The pair of furry animal ears twitched slightly from time to time, making them look exceptionally cute. Owner. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with a dependence she herself was unaware of. How should I ask him? Xia Shang slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile in them. Just talk to him the way you used to, just be normal. Luoli, who was watching the drama unfold, quietly leaned close to Jean Xin's ear and giggled. What's so difficult about that? Just tell him it's the master's task. The warm breath tickled Jean Xin's ears and made her cheeks feel slightly hot. She rolled her eyes at Luoli, annoyed, and gently pushed her away. Get lost! Stop reading that kind of trashy books. Although she said that, Qin Xian thought to herself. Luo Li's words seemed to make no mistake. He now indeed refers to the Xia and Shang dynasties as his master. Inquiring about Lin Feng's talent was indeed an order given by Xia Shang. Isn't this exactly the master's task? The mere thought of that word made her heart beat a few beats faster for no apparent reason. No, I can't think about it anymore. She shook her head, casting aside those alluring thoughts, and refocused her attention. Almost simultaneously, she and Lin Feng sent out their messages at the same time. Qin Xian, baby, what's your talent? Can you protect me in the future? Raymond Lam is a god, honey, is there a lot of food where you live? Upon seeing the message, Qin Xian sneered again. So it turns out you were trying to get something out of me too. So it's a two-way journey, right? Lin Feng was clearly taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied. Raymond Lam is a god. Oh, I haven't told you this yet. Lin Feng is a god. I have an S-rank weapon enhancement talent, so don't worry, baby. Once we reunite, I'll definitely protect you. Weapon upgrade? She didn't understand these things very well. As long as she got the information, that was enough. I don't care about this or that enhancement. She was too lazy to keep up the pretense with Raymond Lam. Qin Xian, there's plenty of food. If you want some, just go talk to Xia Shang yourself. When Lin Feng saw this message, he was so excited that he almost jumped up from the ground. Raymond Lam is a god. Could you put in a good word for me? Qin Xian was so excited when she saw the message that she almost jumped off her chair. She was just wondering where to find a suitable reason to interact with Xia Shang again when that idiot Lin Feng handed her a pillow. Sure, of course I'll put in a good word for you. I don't want my boyfriend to starve to death either. She deliberately made her tone sound somewhat coquettish and boastful. Qin Xian, okay, then I'll have a good talk with him, and see if I can try my best to get him to vomit some of it. Raymond Lam is a god, okay. Thank you, darling. You're such a good darling. After closing the chat interface, Qin Xian gently bit her lower lip. Why? Why did I feel an irrepressible excitement when I said those words? It's all Luo Li's fault. It must be because of the master's task she just mentioned that she's corrupted herself. She secretly pressed the tip of her tongue against the roof of her mouth to force herself to calm down before raising her head to look at Xia Shang. Master, he said his talent is S-rank weapon enhancement. Sounds pretty amazing, doesn't it? Xia Shang nodded, his beast ears twitched again, and he fell into deep thought. S-rank, weapon enhancement. No wonder he was able to upgrade an ordinary crossbow to a rare quality. He was genuinely interested in staying with Lin Feng. After all, selling weapons is quite profitable. Now that he has the talent to upgrade, he is desperately short of resources. Senior! Xia Shang looked at Qin Xian. Continue to keep in touch with Lin Feng. Report to me immediately if he makes any moves. Qin Xian nodded obediently. Xia Shang stood up, stretched his limbs, and made a few crisp sounds. He saw Qin Xian looking somewhat disappointed. I'll go open the box first. Weren't you guys going to put on nail polish? Qin Xian and Luo Li exchanged a glance. Instead, Luo Li said impatiently, Come on, Xiao Xian. Her initiative made Qin Xian a little scared. Are you sure you're not going to trick me again? But it's worth it to have Luo Li paint her toenails just once, no matter what. Okay, let's go! Bai Jingxi and Xia Yubing consciously picked up their plates, and went back to the kitchen to wash them. Xia Shang left the kitchen and took out the legendary treasure chest, which was the reward for bloodline awakening, from his system space. As soon as the treasure chest appeared, the entire courtyard seemed to be enveloped in a faint golden light. It is made entirely of an unknown dark gold metal, engraved with intricate and ancient patterns, exuding a heavy and mysterious aura. Xia Shang stroked the cool surface of the treasure chest with one hand, feeling the strange patterns, and pondered for a moment. It's something that can defend the island. Chapter 58 Legendary Treasure Chest. Xia Shang's hand rested on the cold lid of the legendary treasure chest, feeling the peculiar texture emanating from the metal. This may be the first legendary treasure chest in Jiangqing district. Before he could exert any force, a burst of laughter and hurried footsteps came from the kitchen. Luo Li grabbed Qin Xian's wrist and forcibly dragged her out. "Don't run!" Qin Xian stumbled and was pressed down by Luo Li to sit on the wooden steps at the entrance of the cabin. Luo Li, completely unconcerned, plopped down on the cool gravel in the courtyard. He also picked up Bisui, who was squatting on the steps, and hugged her in his arms. "Chirp, chirp." She lowered her head and said to the little one, "It's okay, I'll take you for a bath in a little while, be good." Then he clapped his hands and urged enthusiastically, hurry up, I'll apply it for you right now." The moonlight, like water, reflected the breathtakingly beautiful faces of the two. Qin Xian's face was filled with helplessness and vigilance. She really couldn't figure out what her best friend was up to. She bent slightly, and with a gentle pressure from her fingertips, the stocking slid down her firm and shapely legs like ripples on water. Finally, it was peeled off from that fair and delicate foot. Her skin, glowing warmly in the moonlight, was revealed. She presented the freed foot to Luo Li. "Here, come on." Qin Xian's tone carried a hint of despair. Xia Shang asked with great interest, "Senior, what color are you planning to use?" If he really had to choose, he personally prefers classic red or mysterious black. These two colors can make the skin appear even whiter. Of course, he was just asking casually and didn't mean to interfere with their preferences. Luo Li let out two unintelligible laughs, then took out a small bottle of nail polish from her system inventory. She deliberately held the bottle up in front of Xia Shang and shook it triumphantly. It was a strangely shaped bottle, and the liquid inside emitted a chilling, eerie green glow in the already dimly lit courtyard. When Luo Li brought the bottle to her face, her pretty face was instantly illuminated by an eerie green light, making her look like a female ghost from a horror movie. "Fluorescent green, that's quite rare." Qin Xian only glanced at it, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Without a second thought, she instinctively tried to pull her foot back. "Are you kidding me?" If she wore this color on her feet, she probably wouldn't be able to show her face to anyone for a month. However, she was fast, but Luo Li was even faster. She forgot that Luo Li's talent was a D-level power amplification. Even though she was only a D rank, Luo Li's strength was far beyond what an ordinary girl like her could withstand. With a seemingly casual grab, Luo Li's small hand firmly clamped onto Qin Xian's slender ankle, and no matter how hard Qin Xian tried to kick backward, the foot remained completely still. Qin Xian's struggles were futile, and she could only beg for mercy repeatedly. "No! Shaoli, I was wrong! I don't want to apply it anymore!" Luo Li's face revealed a standard villainous smile. She lowered her voice and said, "He, trying to run away now? Too late! Behave yourself! Otherwise, if you paint it crookedly, it'll look even uglier!" With her feet held tightly in Luo Li's hand, Qin Xian felt like a fish on a chopping board, unable to even stand up and run away. In despair, she suddenly looked up, her gaze passing over Luo Li's head and locking onto the composed figure not far away. In her haste, she blurted out something she hadn't even considered. "Please help me, master!" The voice was charming and melodious, with just the right amount of tremolo. The moment the words left his mouth, the courtyard fell silent. Xia Shang stopped what he was about to do to open the box. He looked at Qin Xian with some surprise and a questioning look in his eyes. Even Luo Li, the instigator, felt a shiver run through her body. The nail polish brush in her hand hovered in midair, as she stared wide-eyed at her best friend in disbelief. "Wow!" Luo Li's exclamation broke the silence. "Xiao Xian! I've known you for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard you speak like this. Something's wrong with you!" Qin Xian's cheeks flushed instantly. She instinctively reached out her other hand to cover her mouth, her heart pounding. What did she just say? Was that really the sound I made? So embarrassing. She didn't even think about it, The words just came out like a primal instinct, escaping her lips in her most helpless moment. But strangely enough, when her gaze met Xia Shang's again, her panic gradually subsided. Upon hearing this sound, Xia Shang's two beast ears on his head twitched involuntarily. Her use of the word master was incredibly impactful. This senior student is becoming more and more frank these days. This is great news. If you really put this nail polish on her, then I'll have Senior Qin Xian put it on you too in a bit. Luo Li scoffed, unconvinced. She was determined to let Qin Xian experience the allure of this deadly fluorescent green today. She was willing to suffer heavy losses herself, even if it meant killing 1,000 enemies. Fine. I'll apply it then. Who's afraid of who? With Xia Shang's support, Qin Xian felt much more confident. She didn't struggle. Instead, she relaxed and looked at Luo Li with a leisurely air. Isn't it just about hurting each other? If you paint my face fluorescent green, I'll give you a deathly Barbie pink in a minute. Let's see who cries first. Okay, I'll apply it. Qin Xian raised her chin, officially accepting the challenge. Two school beauties who are usually unapproachable are like two naive elementary school students, arguing over the color of their nail polish. Xia Shang was happy with this kind of playful banter, which was better than the women being miserable, worried, and scheming against each other, right? He just wants to enjoy life to the fullest, and for everyone on the island to get along harmoniously. That's the kind of life he desires. He had no interest in dominating a region or being admired by thousands. Xia Shang stood up, looked away, and ignored their playful banter. His attention returned to the legendary treasure chest in front of him. Although he really wanted to watch the female students having fun, he also had serious business to attend to. He took a deep breath, grabbed the edge of the lid with both hands, and with a burst of strength from his waist and abdomen, lifted it up sharply. Bang! He flung the heavy metal lid off, sending it flying in an arc through the air. Finally, with a plop, it fell into the sea outside the island, creating a small wave. There was no golden pillar of light piercing the sky as I had imagined. Instead, the inside of the box shone with an intense light, like molten gold. The light was not dazzling, but incredibly pure, instantly bathing the entire courtyard in a magnificent golden hue. Luo Li, who was applying the first stroke of fluorescent green to Qin Xian's toes, trembled slightly and almost went outside the lines. Wow! She couldn't help but exclaim. The golden light lasted for a good 10 seconds before slowly receding and finally retreating back into the box like a tide. Xia Shang looked down. At the bottom of the treasure chest lay a blueprint, its edges shimmering with a subtle, dark red glow. He reached out and picked up the blueprint, feeling its cool touch, and the information on the blueprint appeared before his eyes. Iron wall, legend: this structure can surround and protect the entire island, regardless of area, resisting any form of destruction and attack. Consumables: this building is an energy-consuming building. Basic resources or iron components can be selected as the energy consumption. Construction costs: 15,000 wood, 30,000 stone, 28,000 clay. Note: this type of building cannot be affected by natural disaster effects. Rechargeable buildings? The consumption is basic resources or iron materials. He was currently short of iron components, but he glanced at his resource reserves, which amounted to millions. Ha! Isn't this just like wanting a pillow when you're sleepy? Once it comes to resources, he's invincible. Most importantly, this isn't a blueprint, it's a finished building. It only requires some basic resources to build. No additional materials are needed for synthesis. Xia Shang carefully examined the description. The building served a similar function as a wall. However, it cannot be used for natural disasters? So, it can only defend against attacks from other players and sea monsters? This was enough for the Xia and Shang dynasties. The school beauties on the island have no fighting power at all, so he's now somewhat trapped on the island. He also really wanted to explore the black fog to see if he could get some intelligent cores in the heart of the ocean. Now he's completely free, and can go wherever he wants. However, such an incredible thing was not listed in the regional announcement. So, does that mean this isn't the best reward from a legendary chest? But it doesn't matter, as long as it's useful, it's a good thing. Sometimes, when you're alive, you need to relax a little so you can go further on your journey. If you have too high expectations and are constantly brooding over yourself, you'll shorten your lifespan by several years. Baby, what good stuff did you get? Luo Li had completed her masterpiece of the first toe, and the glaring fluorescent green looked particularly out of place and comical on Qin Xian's snow-white toe. Qin Xian looked at her toes with despair, and at the same time reached out and ruffled Luo Li's beautiful silver-white short hair twice in revenge. Xia Shang put the blueprints into his backpack, and the treasure chest on the ground turned into specks of golden light, dissipating in the slightly salty evening breeze. He simply replied, "A wall blueprint, not bad." Qin Xian was stroking Luo Li's white fur when she heard this and asked curiously, "A wall? After it's built, will we not be able to see the sea view anymore?" "He'll have to try it to find out." "Little guy, come here." Xia Shang called out towards the courtyard. Bisui, the little octopus who was almost suffocating from being squeezed by Luo Li's stunning curves, felt as if she had been granted a pardon upon hearing the summons. It immediately struggled free from that soft embrace and leaped into Xia Shang's hands. Xia Shang pinched its bouncy body and instructed, "When I give you a command, attack with all your might." After saying that, he turned and left the courtyard, heading towards the beach, and took out the drawing with a dark red glow from his backpack. Construct the steel wall using 15,000 wood, 30,000 stone, and 28,000 clay. Put up. With a thought from Xia Shang, a massive amount of resources vanished instantly. The blueprint in his hand transformed into a blinding red light that shot into the sky, exploding in midair to form a huge oval-shaped light shield that precisely enveloped the entire island. A few seconds later, the astonishing red light slowly dissipated, and the light shield became completely transparent, disappearing into the night. Xia Shang walked to the edge of the beach, tentatively reaching out his hand. His arm passed through without any obstruction, as if nothing existed. The sea breeze still carried a salty, damp scent as it brushed against my cheeks. Qin Xian and Luo Li followed, curiously looking around. "It's already built? Why can't I see anything?" Luo Li stretched out her slender finger and poked at the air in front of her. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Compared to safety, the experience of enjoying the sea view was equally important. Anyway, if the sky falls, Xia Shang will hold it up. They've long been used to the sense of security. Xia Shang didn't answer, but instead opened the island information panel and glanced at it. Island level, L1. Area, 50 square meters. Living buildings, single-person log cabin, two-story log cabin, L-shaped kitchen. Defensive structure, steel wall, charge 0. Plants, coconut palm, 10, seedling stage, bougainvillea, 3, climbing stage, rose, 3, bud stage, grass seeds, 86,514, growing stage. There is indeed a new building. Iron wall, but its energy count is 0. Xia Shang glanced at his millions of resources and felt no panic at all. Clay is the most abundant material right now, so let's just add a little bit and see how it goes. Let's top up 100,000 first. Clay 100,000. The charge count on the panel jumped from 0 to 100,000 in an instant. Next, it's time to test the strength. Xia Shangqiao gave Bisui a wink. The little creature understood immediately. An ominous black energy surged from its pink body. In the blink of an eye, its size expanded dozens of times, transforming it into a giant deep-sea monster exuding a terrifying aura. It raised 2 tentacles thicker than buckets, accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air, and lashed them hard at the empty space in front of it. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded at the edge of the island. Before the tentacles of the azure water, a barrier of light and shadow, shattered like a spiderweb, instantly appeared in the previously transparent air, firmly stopping the violent attack in midair. The light and shadow flashed by, and the barrier vanished once more. Iron wall under attack, energy minus 4,500. A level 41 epic flying beast only consumes so few resources with its full force attack? Xia Shang felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. This isn't just cheap, it's practically free. He himself was also itching to try it out, and wanted to see how he fared compared to a flying beast like Bai Shui after awakening his bloodline. He gestured for the water to recede, then stretched his shoulders and elbows before standing still on the beach. He twisted his waist and lowered his shoulders, channeling all his strength through his spine to his right fist, which he slammed into the air in front of him. Thump! A dull thud was heard. Iron wall under attack, energy minus 3000. Xia Shang shook his slightly numb fist, and he understood what was going on. My current strength of 7 points is still significantly lower than that of Azure Water, who is at level 42. But none of that matters. He could completely accept this level of exertion. Simply put, this is an absolutely defensive Xuanwu shell. Although he couldn't attack from inside, the island's safety was absolutely guaranteed as long as he wasn't home. That's enough. He can lead the blue water out of the black fog to explore, focusing on the heart of the ocean. Xia Shang walked back to the courtyard with satisfaction and casually put down the turquoise water that had shrunk back to the size of a palm. As soon as it landed, the little guy instinctively snuggled into Luo Li's warm embrace, found a comfortable spot, and stayed put. Xia Shang withdrew his gaze and took out the remaining 2 rewards. Outdoor thermostats and mid-range water purifiers. Chapter 59: Building a Post-Apocalyptic Business Empire. Outdoor thermostat drawing, 30 square meters. Consumables, electronic components *15, iron parts *30, plastic *30. Seeing this consumption, Xia Shang inwardly sighed in admiration. As expected of a system reward blueprint, the material consumption is incredibly reasonable. He could easily gather all the necessary materials from Wu Yushan at any time. With this, at least they don't have to worry about the high temperature during the day in the courtyard where they are now, and their activity space is a bit larger. His gaze fell on the last one, which was also the reward he valued most at the moment. Intermediate water purifier, 5 liters output in 10 minutes. 5 liters every 10 minutes. This is just the basic production volume. After being amplified by his own talent, the output can soar to a terrifying 25 liters per 10 minutes. Xia Shang quickly did some mental calculations. 25 liters in 10 minutes, 150 liters in 1 hour, and 24 liters in a day. 3,600 liters. A full 3.6 tons of fresh water. This doesn't even include the output from his 4 existing primary water purifiers. All in all, his island's daily freshwater production will easily exceed 4 tons. What does this mean? Even if we take into account the daily consumption of watering vegetables on Farm Island, it is still a serious overproduction. The surplus fresh water was enough to make him the water tyrant of the entire Jiangqing district. We have to sell. In the past 2 days, by giving away free water, Luo Li's ID has accumulated considerable fame and reputation in the regional channel. Tomorrow, we can let her do a live stream and officially start selling water. Currently on the market, the price of a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water generally fluctuates between 120 and 150 resource points. However, there was no market for it, since he monopolized all the water resources of the exchange. Wouldn't that mean we could sell it at whatever price we wanted? Moreover, he is now short of resources. Upgrading his F-level lightning control talent requires a full 1.5 million resources. Given the terrifying production volume, Xia Shang didn't even dare to place the intermediate water purifier directly in the wooden house. He chose to place it in a corner of the courtyard. The object has a simple design, like a silver-white metal cabinet, about the height of a person, and doesn't take up too much space. Immediately afterwards, he purchased from the exchange the largest water storage container currently available, a super-sized wooden barrel that could hold 500 liters of water. At this moment, Bai Jingxi and Xia Yubing finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. Seeing the large creature that had appeared in the courtyard, the 2 of them curiously gathered around it. There are 2 coconut saplings in the courtyard, as well as tables and chairs. If such a huge bucket were to be squeezed in, it would indeed seem a bit crowded. Xia Shang was also somewhat helpless. As more and more facilities are added to the island, the problem of insufficient space has become apparent. He could only put the wooden bucket outside in the courtyard, since the weather didn't look like it was going to rain anyway. Then, use a pipe to connect the wooden bucket and the water purifier. Bai Jingxi reached out and curiously patted the huge barrel wall, making a muffled bang-bang sound. She looked up at Xia Shang and asked, "How long will it take to fill such a big bucket?" Xia Shang looked at the water purifier, which had started dispensing water smoothly, and replied with a smile, "About 3.5 hours, why?" "Oh," Bai Jingxi responded, but her heart was filled with turmoil. It took 3.5 hours to fill a 500-liter wooden barrel. If someone had said something like that to her 2 days ago, she would have thought they were delusional. But now that Xia Shang has said these words, she doesn't find them so hard to accept. It seems that any miracle can happen with this amazing junior. Speaking of which, Xia Shang had just made arrangements. He looked at Bai Jingxi and said, "You might have to work a little harder tonight. Get up every few hours to change the water purifier tank." As he spoke, Xia Shang sent 5 identical supersized wooden barrels directly to Bai Jingxi through the trading system. These wooden barrels are stored in the game backpack, taking up no weight or space at all. Bai Jingxi only needs to take them out and replace them periodically. A wooden bucket filled with water can also be easily retrieved into a backpack. Having just finished eating and drinking, Bai Jingxi's mood was much better than before, and the gloom from before had almost dissipated. She smiled and nodded, readily agreeing. "Okay, no problem, I'll set an alarm tonight to keep an eye on it." Xia Shang turned around and his gaze fell on Xia Yubing, who had been standing quietly to the side without saying a word since the beginning. This icy beauty, still wearing that black dress, had a graceful figure and a cool demeanor, looking like an otherworldly statue under the moonlight. "Senior Yubing," Xia Shang said. Xia Yubing raised her eyelids, her clear eyes looking at him. Xia Shang pointed to the huge wooden barrel not far away, and a bold idea formed in his mind. "Could your talent chill this entire bucket of water?" Xia Yubing hesitated for a few seconds. Under the cool moonlight, her fair cheeks were tinged with a barely perceptible light pink. "That probably won't work." She shook her head slightly, her voice still as cold as ever. "This whole bucket is too big. If we use the smaller bucket, it should be fine." Upon hearing this, Xia Shang had already made up his mind. A small bucket will do. In a world where even drinking water is a problem, what would it be like to be able to drink a sip of ice-cold pure water anytime, anywhere? Luxury, absolute luxury. Xia Shang immediately made the decision. "Okay, then we'll use the small bucket. Starting tomorrow, your main task and Luo Li's main task will be to sell water." This decision made Xia Yubing's eyes light up. She had previously felt that Xia Shang's near-free water delivery was a pure waste of resources. Including yesterday and today, the total amount of water delivered is probably close to 1,000 liters. Moreover, the efficiency of water delivery is simply too low. She's been busy all day, and she's only managed to deliver a little over 3,000 orders. Now, is it finally time to start monetizing this huge advantage? "Have you set a price yet?" Xia Yubing asked proactively, her tone revealing the seriousness of a professional. She took half a step closer, looked Xia Shang in the eye, and continued. "The price can definitely be set higher. I can design some marketing strategies, and it will definitely sell very well." Xia Shang, being a liberal arts student, was indeed not very proficient in these business intricacies. He looked at Xia Yubing's exquisitely beautiful face, which revealed an excited expression that was completely different from her aloof temperament, and couldn't help but feel a little novel. This senior student has extraordinary passion and talent in the business field. Xia Shang was happy to be a hands-off manager. "You can come up with the specific marketing strategies. How you sell it is up to you. The only criterion is to maximize the extraction of resources. Don't stop delivering water either." After all, another reason for offering free water was to help him find a goddess who met his rating criteria. After receiving authorization, a confident light shone in her cool eyes. She nodded slightly, her mind already rapidly constructing a business blueprint. First, leverage Luo Li's already immense popularity in Jiangqing district to launch the first wave of promotional hype, which involves influencer marketing. Although freshwater is completely monopolized by the Xia Shang, even without Luo Li promoting the products, as long as the word gets out, there will definitely be no shortage of buyers. However, what she wants is a brand effect. A glass of ordinary water may be very cheap, but if it is endorsed by a superstar, the price may be 10 times higher. Moreover, live streaming e-commerce is even more effective at stimulating people's desire to buy. Most importantly, their water is sold at virtually zero cost, giving them an unparalleled pricing advantage. Tomorrow will be the third day of the struggle for survival. Most survivors have accumulated some resources and have the ability to spend money. This is the perfect time to harvest resources. As long as she can get things going, she is fully confident that she can build an unprecedented super business empire in this game world. She clenched her fist. Okay, then I'll take care of this plan. Xia Yubing agreed, but then remembered something else. I'm giving away water for free today, and the total goodwill fee I collected is a little over 30,000. I'll transfer it to you now. Xia Yubing felt a pang of heartache when she said that number. It's such a waste that 200 milliliters of water can only be exchanged for 10 resources. Xia Shang refused her trade request. Keep it for now. We need to buy a lot of containers to sell water tomorrow, and these all require resources. Consider these 30,000 plus resources as my startup capital. Just do whatever you want with them. He looked at Xia Yubing and added another sentence. Also, go to the exchange and buy a couple of well-fitting clothes to change into. You can't keep wearing this outfit. Xia Shang's gaze fell on her elegant but slightly dusty black dress. Upon hearing this, Xia Yubing subconsciously raised her arm, lowered her head slightly, and gently sniffed the cuff of her dress. There was indeed a slight, unavoidable smell of sweat in the air, but it was quickly covered up by her own delicate body fragrance. Her cheeks felt a little hot, whether from Xia Shang's concern or from this slightly affectionate reminder, she didn't know. This time, however, she did not refuse Xia Shang's kindness. She simply nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you." After arranging the water purifier and water sails, the three were drawn back by laughter coming from the courtyard. At this moment, Qin Xian and Luo Li were sitting cross-legged on chairs, admiring each other's masterpieces and laughing so hard they were doubled over. "Ha ha! Xiao Xian, your foot looks like it's been poisoned and mutated. It's hilarious!" Luo Li pointed at Qin Xian's foot, laughing so hard she was shaking. "Do you think yours is so pretty? It's uglier than mine!" Qin Xian retorted defiantly, pointing at Luo Li's feet as well. Under the moonlight, the two pairs of shoes, equally delicate and small, presented a strange and peculiar beauty. Qin Xian's toes were a glaring fluorescent green. On Luo Li's toes was the fluorescent powder of death. These two colors emit a faint glow in the night, making them extremely noticeable. Xia Shang imagined that if he got up at night and saw those two pairs of feet, he could probably save money on candles. He frowned, examined it for a moment, and then asked a crucial question. "Won't the light shine through if you wear stockings?" "If you're wearing stockings, but your toes show two patches of bright green or pinkish light, then it's completely unbearable to look at." Qin Xian and Luo Li were jolted awake by his words, and their expressions immediately froze. "That's right." The two hurriedly put the black stockings on their feet. As a result, the thin, cicada wing-like stockings were completely unable to block the penetration of these two highly saturated fluorescent colors. Even through the black fabric, the green and pink hues still shimmered stubbornly, though slightly dimmer than before, making them look even more eerie. "Damn it!" Luo Li groaned as she looked at her feet, which were clad in black stockings and glowing pink. "Why didn't I think of that?" Xia Yubing and Bai Jingxi, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Xia Yubing's lips curled up slightly, a rare occurrence, and a genuine smile appeared on her usually cool face. I think Xiaoli's pink one looks better. Compared to that eerie green, pink is definitely more in line with a young girl's aesthetic. Especially since Luoli's feet are already small and delicate with well-proportioned lines, the pink color gives them a playful feel that seems to come from anime. Bai Jingxi smiled and offered a different opinion. I think Xiao Xian's green is prettier. You see, green represents health and vitality. It was a tie, 1 vote to 1 vote. Qin Xian and Luoli both turned their gazes towards Xia Shang. Xia Shang's brows never relaxed from beginning to end. Don't look at me. He decisively delivered the final verdict. Either of them looks good. They're a killjoy. Forget about tonight, but tomorrow morning, find something to scrape this color off for me. Hearing this, both girls secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A draw is an acceptable result. The fact that it can be scraped off is fantastic news. They themselves also felt that the color was a bit too exaggerated. I saw that they sell small files at the exchange. How about we buy those? Luoli suggested. No, that's too damaging to your nails. Qin Xian shook her head repeatedly. The exchange has nail polish remover. Chapter 60. He's like a spicy hot pot. Night falls. After the candle is extinguished, 2 pink glow sticks fluttered in the darkness. On the first floor, Bai Jingxi, Xia Yubing, and Qin Xian, having finished washing up, spread out a large futon they had bought from the stock exchange in the spacious living room. Bai Jingxi, who was sleeping to Qin Xian's right, was exhausted from all the things that had happened that day, and was the first to fall asleep, her breathing steady and long. So, only Xia Yubing and Qin Xian remained awake. The two chatted quietly, making small talk. Xiao Xian, the blanket is about to catch fire from your friction. Qin Xian's voice sounded a little weak. No. Xia Yubing remained silent for a moment, then turned over in the darkness to face Qin Xian. No? She asked softly. Then why have you been holding my legs between your legs? Qin Xian's body froze instantly, her cheeks rapidly warming in the darkness where no one could see. She stammered for a while before finally coming up with a lame excuse. The thermostat is too cold. I'm cold. Xia Yubing chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qin Xian, her warm breath brushing against Qin Xian's ear. She lowered her voice. Really? Really, Sister Yubing? Please don't ask others anymore. Qin Xian curled up. Stop pretending. Xia Yubing's tone carried a hint of understanding. I saw you singing to him on the stairs this afternoon. Qin Xian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, sank completely. That's it, the society is dead. But then I thought about it again, and realized that it didn't seem like much in front of Sister Yubing. She gave up struggling and simply gave up entirely. All right. Qin Xian covered her mouth with the blanket. Sister Yubing, do you think I'm a bad woman? Xia Yubing thought for a moment and answered honestly. Well, I guess so. Ah? Qin Xian didn't expect her to be so direct, and immediately felt a little wronged. Can't you comfort me a little? What's there to comfort about? Xia Yubing's tone was calm. Being able to love and hate is a good thing. It's much better than me being so hesitant and indecisive. Qin Xian sensed the loneliness in her words, turned to the side, and took the initiative to reach out and hug Xia Yubing's cool body. Don't think about it too much. She buried her face in Xia Yubing's neck, savoring the faint fragrance emanating from him. The ceiling paused for a moment. Qin Xian was just about to say that it was finally quiet when she was proven wrong so quickly. Xia Yubing sighed helplessly. Shaoli is really something, even though I reminded her. It can't all be blamed on her. Qin Xian's voice was even softer, tinged with a strange shyness. I guess anyone would have done the same. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to share the secret. She leaned close to Xia Yubing's ear and whispered the rest of the secret. He has electricity. Xia Yubing tightened his grip on her arm. Huh? Ah? She let out a very low gasp and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. No wonder. Qin Xian gave a soft However, how should I put it? Qin Xian tried hard to organize her thoughts. It's not the kind of strong electric current that can hurt people, it's more like a... She paused for a moment, then looked for a more vivid way of putting it. It's like eating a spicy hot pot. You're panting heavily, tears streaming down your face from the spiciness, but you can't help but want to stuff more into your mouth. Xia Yubing scoffed. She could imagine the feeling Qin Xian described. It's probably the same for everyone, it's hard to refuse. This best friend seems to be completely smitten. Xian. Xia Yubing's voice returned to calm. What is your view of Xia Shang now? Two stunningly beautiful school beauties embraced tightly under the covers. They used to sleep in each other's arms like this when they were in the dormitory. Back then, there was usually a little Luoli squeezed in among them, like a small heater. Now, that little heater has gone into someone else's bed. Faced with Xia Yubing's question, Qin Xian remained silent for a long time, so long that Xia Yubing thought she wouldn't answer. Finally, Qin Xian uttered two words in an almost sighing tone. Like. She spoke that word so softly, yet it carried such weight. Do you still want to leave? Xia Yubing pressed. This time, Qin Xian did not answer. She simply shook her head gently, yet with unwavering determination, in Xia Yubing's arms. Xia Yubing understood. A strange mix of emotions welled up inside her, a mixture of blessings for her best friend, helplessness in the face of reality, and a touch of envy she herself was reluctant to admit. She suddenly realized that Xia Shang was a really amazing person. How could such a person have remained unknown and as ordinary as a passerby during their school years? Judging from his appearance, it seems he has never had a girlfriend before. And what about you, Sister Yubing? Qin Xian threw the question back at him. What do you think of him? Xia Yubing's thoughts were interrupted. She thought about it carefully before speaking. I don't have any particular opinion about him. He's reliable, capable, calm, and he even saved my life. Right now, I just want to use my expertise to help him earn more resources, as a way of repaying his kindness. Qin Xian snuggled closer to her and whispered, You're still the same. Their voices grew softer and softer, and gradually, they fell asleep in each other's arms, listening to a lullaby. In the dead of night, all was quiet. The breathing of the three girls on the floor became steady and long. A very light sound of footsteps going downstairs still woke Qin Xian, who was a light sleeper. After a while, Bai Jingxi slowly woke up. She set her alarm for 3.5 hours. It was time to get up and change the water bucket. But when she opened her eyes, she found that there was no space beside her. Qin Xian, who was sleeping in the middle, was nowhere to be found. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly reached out and nudged Xia Yubing beside her. Yubing, wake up! Xia Yubing responded groggily. Where is Xiao Xian? Bai Jingxi asked in a very low voice. Xia Yubing was fully awake. She sat up and glanced at the empty bed beside her. He could only give Bai Jingxi a helpless and complicated bitter smile. Senior, we really are from a proper island. Xia Yubing was trying to figure out how to explain when footsteps came from the stairs. Qin Xian held onto the stair railing and walked down the stairs. She paused for a moment when she saw the two people who were awake. Hey! Why is the mud stew so bean-like? You're blocking people from sleeping, so I'll yell at them to try cooking some yeast. Chapter 61 Second on the sailing ranking? He's a pirate who kills and robs. The third day, early morning. Xia Shang didn't even wake up on his own. He was awakened by the shouts coming from the courtyard downstairs. He sat up, stretched, and his joints made a series of fine cracking sounds. In the blankets beside her, Luo Li was still fast asleep, her sleeping posture having changed from the initial reserved one to the current one of complete vulnerability. A long leg was even draped across his lap, and he occasionally let out a soft, sweet murmur in his sleep. Xia Shang gently moved her legs aside, yawned, and walked to the second-floor balcony. The cool sea breeze of early morning carried an intense, almost overwhelming fragrance as it wafted towards us. He glanced down, and the scene in the courtyard startled him. The once monotonous yellow sand has now been completely covered by a thick layer of fresh, lush green grass. What surprised him most were the 3 rose bushes. It seems Qin Xin had induced the birth early in the morning, as hundreds of flower buds bloomed at the same time, in red, pink, yellow, white, and even some with gradient two-tone colors, clustered together. This type of rose has several vibrant colors on a single plant. The rich fragrance of flowers wafted from there. In the courtyard, 3 beautiful figures were admiring the flowers. Xia Yubing reached out and touched a delicate petal. "My God, Xiao Xian, this is amazing!" These flowers were so beautiful that they made her feel like she was in a dream. Bai Jingxi squatted down, plucked a blade of grass, and sniffed it. "A B-level talent, that's amazing!" She herself has an F-level talent, and in this respect, she is still somewhat inferior. Qin Xin smiled smugly, her hands tucked into her waistband. Today she changed into a relatively conservative black and white maid outfit, with a long skirt that reached her knees, paired with a white apron and headdress. Furthermore, the neck ring has been changed to a bolder red, and it is decorated with a small gold bell. It accentuated her slender figure, making her appear both submissive and elegant. She straightened her back, her face beaming with undisguised pride and joy. It's all right. However, coconut trees grow a bit slower. After 2 days of forced growth, the coconut tree is still less than a person tall. She herself had roughly figured out the effects of her talent on different plants. The effect is even more pronounced for those plants that are already growing fast, such as lawns, which grow the fastest. As she spoke, she looked up and saw Xia Shang on the balcony. Her eyes lit up instantly, and with a hint of triumphant excitement, she lifted the hem of her skirt and twirled around on the spot. Then she struck a perfectly standard and elegant greeting. "Master! Good morning! Do I look good?" The way he called him, Master, this time was many times more affectionate than yesterday. Xia Yubing and Bai Jingxi, who were standing next to her, subconsciously turned their heads and gave each other different looks. Xia Shang understood what was going on when he saw her like that. Her words referred both to the vitality of the courtyard and to her new attire. "Nice." Xia Shang responded with a smile, then yawned, his voice still languid from just waking up. "What about yesterday's outfit?" Qin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart filled with sweetness. She explained softly, "That set. I kept it as a collector's item. This senior is getting more and more into it." Xia Shang was very satisfied. Of course, he also had to thank Bai Jingxi. Without her F-level lightning control talent, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such an S-level effect. Downstairs, Xia Yubing looked up and shouted at him. "Hurry up and wake Shelly up, we still have to sell water today." "No." Xia Shang responded and glanced back at Luoli, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. "Senior Qin Xian, please prepare breakfast." "Yes, master." Qin Xian immediately accepted the order and turned to walk briskly towards the kitchen. Turning around and going back into the room, Xia Shang didn't immediately wake Luoli. Instead, he sat back down on the headboard and opened his friends list. Yang Yuanlong sent the message at daybreak, along with several photos of the farm. In the photo, Lu Menglan, the holder of A-level plant growth-inducing talent, is standing proudly in front of a melon field. Her 2 twin daughters beside her also seem to be recovering well, with smiles on their faces. The watermelon seedlings were planted just yesterday, and today the vines have already climbed several meters. Under the lush green leaves, you can even see tiny, bright green watermelons, each about the size of a fingernail. Yang Yuanlong excitedly stated in the message that he estimated the first batch of watermelons would be ready to eat in another 2 days. When Xia Shang saw it, he was really tempted. Fruits and vegetables like these were rare and precious things in this world. However, the livestock issue is still unresolved, which is giving Xia Shang a headache. He really wanted to eat meat. The fact that the exchange has a category for animal husbandry means that the treasure chests in this world can contain animal cubs. It's probably a matter of probability. All he can do now is wait and see if he can receive Luo Li's live stream today. Summer, good progress. I'll transfer 50 liters of water for your daily drinking and irrigation. Let me know if you need more. The transaction was completed, and Xia Shang closed the chat window with him. There are 7 people on the farm island, and 50 liters of water will be enough for them for a while. Next up is Wu Yushan. This diligent and conscientious worker also sent a work report early in the morning. Wu Yushan, boss, we worked overtime yesterday and disassembled a total of 35 iron parts, 10 electronic components, and 12 plastic parts. This output is pretty good, considering I asked him for a batch yesterday to synthesize defensive arrow towers. There are over 100 materials in total. With what he gave, plus what Luo Li received during yesterday's live stream, the outdoor thermostat was easily set up. Anyway, now that the island's safety is guaranteed, he's not in a hurry to develop that defense robot. Summer, yes, I received the materials. Wu Yushan, received, boss. Wu Yushan replied instantly, and then sent another message. Wu Yushan, boss, if you're going out to sea during the day, you'd better leave someone on the island to guard it. Xia Shang raised an eyebrow. This reminder was quite interesting. Normally, as long as there are no living people on the island, it will not actively attract attacks from sea monsters. Summer, what? Any new information? Wu Yushan, yes. You should check the navigator ranking. That guy rank 2nd has been incredibly arrogant since yesterday. He's already plundered several islands. Leaderboard? Xia Shang hadn't really paid much attention to it before. Anyway, he was always number 1, so it wasn't very interesting to watch it too much. Since Wu Yushan brought it up, he casually clicked on the list. Ranking of Naval Beasts. First place, Summer, Epic Azure Water, level 41. Second place, Shan Xinghai, Epic Night Dragon, level 39. Third place, Su Dongpa, Epic Sea Serpent, level 34. The second place winner is also an epic level sea monster. And their level is already 39? Xia Shang's expression turned serious. A level 39 epic level naval beast is an absolute game changer for ordinary players. Accumulating resources through robbery is indeed much faster than burying yourself in fishing. This is a shortcut. Summer, you guys ran into them too? Wu Yushan, no, we live far away. It was a friend of mine whose island was affected. Wu Yushan, that kid was clever. He escaped by playing dead. Those people were scum. They not only robbed us, they killed us. Wu Yushan, pictures, these are the photos he took. The picture shows 3 corpses with their mouths stuffed, and their throats slit. The manner of his death was undeniably gruesome. Summer, okay, I got it. Xia Shang closed the chat interface, and gently tapped the edge of the bed with his fingers. In addition to the sea monsters that can attack at any time, there is now another threat from the players. It's likely that there will be more and more pirates like this in the future, since there are countless people who want to gain without effort. As far as his main island was concerned, it didn't matter. He was more than happy that the other party would be so foolish as to come knocking on his door, so he could test his awakened beast-man bloodline. But Yang Yuanlong's farm island is in a bit of danger. We just expanded their space to 50 square meters yesterday, and they're still ranked 2nd on the expansion list, which is very conspicuous. It seems we need to equip Farm Island with some weapons as soon as possible. That's perfect opportunity to use Lin Foam. Xia Shang fed by Shui the minimum of 5,000 resources per day before the guy slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, the little guy immediately threw himself into Luo Li's arms. With a gentle tug, Luo Li slowly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xia Shang leaning against the headboard and immediately clung to him like a clingy kitten. Baby, I'm so lucky! I can see you every time I open my eyes. She suddenly looked up curiously. By the way, what's with the electricity on your body? Xia Shang didn't plan to tell them about these talents, not because he was afraid they would know his trump cards. It's just that it's too complicated to explain. Maintaining a bit of mystery is good. Xia Shang hugged the petite girl and said, "Do I have electricity?" "Senior, don't talk nonsense." Luo Li really liked the feeling of being held by Xia Shang. It made her feel safe. Seeing Xia Shang's serious question, she felt a little insecure. She tilted her head. "No? Or am I suffering from neurasthenia?" Xia Shang chuckled a few times. "All right, get up quickly, we still have a lot to do today." Hearing that it was time to get up, Luo Li was really reluctant. She pouted and insisted on kissing Xia Shang's cheek before getting up with a yawn. She found an oversized white t-shirt in the closet that she had originally intended for Xia Shang to wear. The hem of the shirt covered up to mid-thigh. She wore a pair of super short denim shorts on her lower body, and her two straight and slender legs were covered with a pair of white knee-high socks. With her white hair, she looked youthful, beautiful, energetic, and adorable. When the two finished getting ready and came to the kitchen, Qin Xian had already put breakfast on the table. It's a carefully cooked millet porridge, with each grain bursting open and emitting a delicate fragrance, served with several dishes of pickled vegetables and pickled cucumbers. Xia Shang took a sip of warm millet porridge, the warmth sliding down his esophagus into his stomach. He put down the bowl, cleared his throat, and began to assign tasks for the day. "Let me explain today's arrangements." All four school beauties' eyes were fixed on him. "Senior Yubing and Senior Luo Li, your task today is to sell water." Xia Yubing nodded, her eyes glancing at the blooming roses outside the window, which could be used as a background wall. Luo Li yawned and mumbled an "Okay," her head nodding slightly, not fully awake yet. "Senior Bai." Xia Shang turned his gaze to Bai Jingxi. "Today you will be in charge of taking care of the plants in the courtyard, mowing the lawn, and tidying up the flower beds." Bai Jingxi's fingers tightened slightly as she held the bowl. She lowered her head, not looking into Xia Shang's eyes, and simply hummed softly. After a night to recover, she was no longer as distraught as she had been the night before, but a complex emotion still lingered between her brows. Especially when Xia Shang looks at her, she always subconsciously avoids his gaze, and her ears feel a little hot. Finally, Xia Shang's gaze fell on Qin Xian, who was sitting upright with an expectant look on her face. "Senior Qin Xian and I went out to sea today." Qin Xian straightened her back instantly, and placed her hands nervously on her knees. Going out to sea with him is just like being alone. She tried hard to control the expression on her face, not wanting to appear too eager. But she failed. Even the corners of his mouth started to uncontrollably turn up. In the end, all the emotions culminated in a loud, slightly trembling reply. "Yes, master!" In an instant, the atmosphere in the restaurant became somewhat subtle. Her series of actions were captured by everyone. Even Xia Shang felt a tremor in his heart. Looking at her like this, it's like she's about to eat herself up. Luo Li stopped yawning, her sleepiness completely gone, and her eyes widened. Xia Yubing was holding a piece of pickled mustard greens, her chopsticks hovering in midair. She raised her delicate eyebrows and looked at Xia Shang with a helpless expression. Bai Jingxi's body stiffened abruptly, and she almost choked on the mouthful of porridge she had just drunk. She quickly lowered her head and coughed forcefully twice. Luo Li was a little unhappy. "Baby, aren't you taking us?" Xia Shang nodded. "What are you going to do? You and Senior Yubing should focus on selling water today. The island is very safe." The steel wall gave him ample confidence. After just one night, the resources he possessed had reached an unbelievable level. The largest quantity of clay he has produced is about to break the 1,000,000 mark, which gives him confidence. With so many resources, he wouldn't hesitate to bring in sea monsters and islands together. "Okay, I'll miss you." Luo Li pouted, looking unhappy. Xia Shang stroked her white fur and then said to Xia Yubing, "Senior, if you're going to sell water, you should sell more timber. We're short of that right now." Upgrading an F-grade talent requires 500,000 units of wood. He had enough stone and clay, but he was still short of wood, which prevented him from upgrading and made him extremely frustrated. Xia Yubing sipped her porridge and said with a smile, "I know. I came up with 2 marketing plans last night. Would you like to hear them?" Xia Shang waved his hand, admitting that he genuinely didn't understand this area and didn't care about any marketing plans. All he needs to hear is how much he earned. No need, you can arrange it yourself. Senior Luoli, you all need to cooperate well today and don't cause any trouble. Luoli pouted. I've cooperated with everything, haven't I? Xia Shang continued to make arrangements. When the time comes, please pay attention. Although we will be opening warehouses to sell water, remember to clear out all water on the exchange that is priced lower than yours. Anyway, he has a lot of resources now, so if he's going to do something, he should go all the way. In the future, the entire Jiangqing district will only be able to drink his water. Xia Yubing nodded. That's what I think too. I'll keep an eye on things, so you don't need to worry. As expected of professionals, their thinking was indeed thorough. Xia Shang was also very pleased, even though the talents of these senior students were not particularly outstanding. However, his professional knowledge is quite solid, which can be considered as him shining in another way. Who says that you have to rely on talent to make a living in this world? Chapter 62 Master, Lin Feng is begging for food again. On the vast, boundless sea, a simple little boat is cutting through the waves, making a noisy put-put-put sound. The sea was unusually rough today, and the salty spray splashed onto everyone's faces from time to time, leaving a sticky feeling. Lin Feng and his 3 companions, along with Tang Xiangyang who came to pick them up, made a total of 5 people crammed onto this small boat. Tang Xiangyang stood at the stern of the boat, his hand on a constantly vibrating engine, controlling the direction. Lin Feng looked at the navigational beast that could carry them across the sea, his eyes filled with envy and longing. Brother Yang, your naval beast is too powerful. It's much more impressive than my Ferrari. How many resources did you feed it? Tang Xiangyang controlled the direction with one hand, and stretched out the other hand, making a 3-pointing gesture, with a smug look on his face. Not much, just over 3,000. Holy crap! Wu Yankai, who was listening nearby, gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. More than 3,000? Where did you get so many resources? Tang Xiangyang smiled and tilted his chin slightly forward. Where else could they come from? Fishing for treasure chests, of course. There are 6 people on my island who take turns fishing 24 hours a day to provide me with resources. Looking in the direction he indicated, the outline of an island of considerable size gradually became clear on the horizon. The small boat docked, the engine's roar died down, and then it transformed into a tiny seashell, appearing in Tang Xiangyang's palm. Lin Feng stepped onto the scorching sand, his gaze quickly sweeping across the entire island. His gaze fell upon a woman's figure, causing him to pause slightly. Lu Ruyan. She is the most beautiful girl in the foreign languages department of Jiangzhou University, and can be considered a famous figure. Lin Feng was deeply impressed by her, not only because of her fame, but also because this woman had pursued him passionately during his junior year of college. On the school's soccer field, she arranged candles into a giant heart shape and confessed her love to him in front of hundreds of people. Of course, he refused at the time. After all, at that time, on one side was Suyu, who was more prestigious on the school beauty list, and on the other side was Qin Xian, whom he was almost in love with. In his eyes, Lu Ruyan did indeed seem rather ordinary. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was wearing a fairly decent JK uniform. However, the fabric was already soaked with sweat and stains and could no longer be seen, and her hair was messy and stuck to her cheeks, making her look quite disheveled. Lin Feng glanced at it briefly before looking away. In terms of looks, Lu Ruyan is indeed quite good. But in his heart, he was still a level below his girlfriend, Qin Xian. As for her figure, Qin Xian's outrageous curves far surpass hers. He looked around at the small island, which was about 30 square meters in size, much larger than his previous pigeon coop. In the center of the island, there is a small wooden house. Wu Yankai moved closer to Lin Feng, nudged him with his elbow, lowered his voice, and gestured towards the wooden house with his lip. Brother Feng, look, that woman is resting alone under the eaves. Lin Feng had actually noticed it long ago. Besides Lu Ruyan, there were 6 other men on the island, all of whom she had seen at school but couldn't recall their names. Without exception, they all sat on the beach under the scorching sun, mechanically casting their fishing rods. Only Lu Rian sat alone in the shade at the entrance of the wooden house. Raymond Lam responded calmly. She's Tang Xiangyang's girlfriend, so it's normal for her to receive some special treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xiangyang, who was standing next to the wooden house, clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. All right, brothers, look over here. From today onwards, our alliance is officially complete. We're all alumni of Jianan University. From now on, in this godforsaken place, we'll have to stick together and look out for each other. He began with a passionate opening speech, then pointed to Wu Liangkai, Quan Yongjie, and Deng Rong standing next to Lin Feng. You three, don't just stand there, go over there and start fishing for treasure chests. Remember, don't open the treasure chests you catch yet. Let's gather at noon and open them together to see how lucky we are. Wu Liangkai curled his lip, sneering inwardly, but didn't show it on his face. He knew very well that with his useless talent, he was destined to do hard labor wherever he went, so there was nothing to complain about. He resigned himself to his fate, walked to the beach, and cast his fishing rod. Quan Yongjie and Deng Rong were somewhat unhappy. Quan Yongjie couldn't help but ask, Brother Yang, we have no problem fishing for treasure chests, but we need to have some rest time, right? Deng Rong chimed in. Yeah, with this blazing sun, we can't just keep fishing until dark, can we? And what if we get attacked by sea monsters? We don't have much fighting power. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately frowned. Those two idiots have absolutely no sense of propriety. Is it okay to ask this question so directly? Couldn't you have been a little more tactful? Before he could speak, Tang Xiangyang preemptively announced the work arrangements in a completely emotionless tone. Working hours are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. There is a 30-minute break from 11:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. for lunch and water. At night, you guys will take turns guarding the treasure chests and make sure there's someone fishing 24 hours a day. As for sea monsters, you don't need to worry about them at all. Tang Xiangyang crossed his arms and scanned them. Any more questions? From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.? With only a half-hour break in between? And working overtime in shifts at night? Is this a matter of survival, or is it a move to get into Foxconn? They used to fish for 2 hours at a time and then take turns. Quan Yongjie and Deng Rong's faces turned ugly instantly, their fists clenched, and they looked like they were about to explode. Lin Feng immediately stepped forward and patted the two of them on the shoulder. All right, calm down. We're in a development phase right now, so it's normal for everyone to work hard and endure some hardship. When our alliance becomes stronger and has more resources, won't everyone be more relaxed? Let's think long-term. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Quan Yongjie and Deng Rong were still unhappy. You don't have to fish for treasure chests in the sun, of course you can talk nonsense without knowing what's going on. Seeing that he wasn't getting any promises, Lin Feng quickly added, If you really don't want to, I'll send you back in a bit. Upon hearing this, both of them felt a little apprehensive. If they were to return to their original island, with no one to provide them with safety, they might even be forced to become cattle or horses. They glanced again at their classmates fishing on the beach. Their eyes had lost all their luster. Damn it, they said they'd be living the high life before they came, but it's not as good as before. But for now, the two of them can only accept their fate. Go fishing. It's better than going back to die. The two men, dejected, gripped their fishing rods and walked onto the beach. Tang Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction. Then he said to Lin Feng and Lu Rian, Let's go inside. The smell in the house was unpleasant. Several people hadn't showered for days and were now crammed into the small wooden cabin, making it smell so bad it made people want to vomit. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Rian, only to meet her gaze, which was filled with provocation and disdain. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly looked away. Tang Xiangyang noticed the expressions on their faces. He knew about the messy affair between Lu Rian and Lin Feng. However, he didn't care much. It was all in the past, and besides, their relationship was fine now. He cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. With limited resources, let's bear with it for now. Our primary task today is to acquire that defensive arrow tower. Fengzi, how many weapons have you prepared? Lin Feng immediately took out his own inventory. I still have that rare crossbow listed on the exchange. Here are 2 fine-grade bows and a fine-grade dagger. Tang Xiangyang glanced at it and shook his head. Not enough. This little bit isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. He gestured towards the people fishing outside. These guys outside are all useless talents, none of them are worth anything. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng. See if you can upgrade a few more today. Ruyan can come with us then. Let her go. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Ruyan again, a question forming in his mind. What good is a woman? She's more likely to be a burden. Lu Ruyan seemed to see through his thoughts, met his gaze, and glared back without any politeness. What? You look down on me? No. Lin Feng quickly chuckled and said, I'm just a little curious about what your talent is. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and crossed her arms. You'll find out when the time comes. Lin Feng sneered inwardly again. Damn, she's got quite a temper. If this were at school, do you think I'd even give you a second glance? It's because you've been spoiled since you came to this godforsaken place. Alright, we're all on the same side now, so let's all be less hot-tempered. Tang Xiangyang stepped in to smooth things over and changed the subject. By the way, didn't you say Xia Shang would send you some food today? Why hasn't he sent anything yet? The atmosphere in the cabin immediately became heavy when food was mentioned. Food and fresh water are extremely scarce on the island. Each person's daily ration is less than 300 milliliters of water and a compressed biscuit. They use most of their resources to upgrade the island's size, leaving them with very little for purchasing food. As for water, there's no need to even think about it. It was completely monopolized by the Xia and Shang dynasties, and even if you had the resources, you couldn't buy it. Lin Feng himself also found it strange. Yesterday he specifically instructed Qin Xian to say some good things about Xia Shang, but why hasn't he reacted at all? Wasn't enough flattery? Or is it that people like Xia Shang don't buy into this kind of thing? There's no reason for it. A guy who can trade priceless blueprints for women is definitely a complete lecher. He sent Qin Xian several messages in the morning, but they all went unanswered. She didn't reply with a single word. I don't know, he's probably busy, Lin Feng replied vaguely. Lu Ruyan, who was standing to the side, suddenly laughed. Her smile seemed harmless, but her words were barbed. Your girlfriend is on another man's island, aren't you worried at all? Lin Feng's eye twitched involuntarily. Worried? Worried about what? Do you think everyone is like you? He suppressed his anger and forced a confident smile. No, Xiana loves me very much. Oh? Lu Ruyan drawled out her words, her eyes full of mockery. Aren't you afraid she'll fall for someone else? Don't you even think about what kind of life she's living on Xia Shang's island now, and what kind of life you're living here? When she got together with you, a rich second generation, she dumped her previous boyfriend. Aren't you worried that you'll be next? Lin Feng didn't want to get entangled with her on this topic anymore. This woman's mouth was too sharp. She's different. Tang Xiangyang stopped Lu Ruyan in time. If they start arguing as soon as they meet, how the hell will they be able to manage the construction in the future? All right, Ruyan, say no more. The two then turned their heads away. Lin Feng didn't want to ruin his relationship with Lu Ruyan. Judging from her confident and fearless demeanor, she must be quite talented. Maybe there will be another chance to steal her away from Tang Xiangyang in the future. Since she pursued me back then, she must have had feelings for me. Qin Xian is wonderful, but she's far away. If we could use this Lu Ruyan to satisfy our cravings first, that would be a good choice. Thinking of this, his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. He's only eaten a little bit of compressed biscuits since yesterday, and he's been starving. Let me ask her again. Lin Feng opened his friend list, found Qin Xian's profile picture, and sent her a message. Raymond Lam is a god, baby, what are you doing? At the same time, In another part of the sea, in a vibrant, semi-enclosed courtyard, the air was filled with a rich floral fragrance. Luo Li and Xia Yubing were chatting and laughing as they prepared for their live-streaming sales event to promote water products. Beside a flower bed not far away, Bai Jingxi was holding a roll of green cable ties. They were shaping a blooming rose bush, fixing an overly conspicuous branch to the fence. Her movements were very focused. She used this method to dispel the turmoil in her heart. The island had become so vibrant and lively that Xia Shang decided to enjoy it for a while before setting off again. Anyway, it's not far from that woman. It only takes less than 2 hours to get there and back. In the center of the courtyard, on the lawn, his head rested on a soft and bouncy surface. Qin Xian knelt on the lawn, using her black stocking thighs as a pillow for Xia Shang. She gently massaged Xia Shang's head with both hands. Her fingertips deftly traced circles on Xia Shang's temples, applying just the right amount of pressure. What pleases her most is that she can now openly stroke Xia Shang's fluffy animal ears. The soft, warm touch traveled from her fingertips throughout her body, giving her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and tranquility. Just then, the notification sound from my friend rang again. Qin Xian paused her massage for a moment, her brows furrowing involuntarily, a hint of annoyance at being disturbed rising from the depths of her heart. But she quickly composed herself, glanced at the oblivious Xia Shang, and her movements became gentle and rhythmic again. I can't reply to him without interfering with my enjoyment as a good master. Qin Xian, nothing happened, what's wrong? Lin Feng is a god, oh that's good. By the way, honey, did you tell Xia Shang what I asked you to talk to yesterday? We're almost out of food here. Upon seeing this message, Qin Xian finally stopped massaging completely. She did remember. Last night, she did speak highly of Lin Feng in front of Xia Shang for a long time, even singing lullabies until her voice was hoarse. She looked up at Xia Shang's sharply defined profile, his animal ears twitching slightly with his breathing. She spoke softly. Master. Xia Shang didn't open his eyes, but gave a lazy response from his nose. Lin Feng just messaged me, asking about the food. Qin Xian's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Should we send him some food? She paused, then added. So that he won't keep messaging me and bothering me to give you a massage. Chapter 63, Senior Sister is addicted to playing. Lin Feng still has a great role to play. Weapon enhancement, an S-level talent, is extremely rare even in the entire Jiangqing district, and must be firmly grasped. Moreover, he saw his senior sister crying and trying her best to speak well of Lin Feng last night. He didn't even open his eyes, maintaining the position of resting his head on Qin Xian's lap, and lazily hummed. Okay, don't stop. Just buy him some food yourself. Yes, master. Upon receiving the order, Qin Xian's fingertips resumed their gentle rhythm, continuing to circle Xia Shang's temples. She enjoyed the soft, warm touch of the furry animal ears under her fingertips as she opened the exchange interface. The variety of food was dazzling. Apart from fresh ingredients, almost every kind of food Qin Xian had ever seen was on display. But Qin Xian's gaze didn't linger on the food for even a second. It's for my boyfriend. He's already lucky if he doesn't starve. Why would he want something better? Her gaze eventually settled on an extremely simple product. Large Russian bread, 10 loaves. Price, 200 wood, 300 stone. Seller, Thunderbolt vs. ride-hailing. Qin Xian's mind started working, and a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone took shape in her mind. This bread is dry and hard. It's very filling, but eating it will definitely make you so thirsty your throat will feel like it's on fire. If Lin Feng gets thirsty, will he have to swallow his pride and ask Xia Shang for some water again? If he speaks up, wouldn't I have another excuse? She unconsciously increased the pressure on her hands. Master, someone bought him 10 loaves of bread, is that all right? Her tone was so sweet it was almost cloying. She herself didn't even realize that when she spoke to Xia Shang, it had naturally turned into a coquettish manner. Xia Shang's response remained brief. He doesn't care what food he's given. If they want to completely trap Lin Feng, this big fish, Qin Xin is the best bait and fishing line. This amount of investment is negligible at this point. While you're at it, go to the exchange and buy 5 ranged weapons, any ordinary ones will do. Have him help strengthen it, and consider those 10 loaves of bread as payment for this. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, master! She nodded immediately, inwardly admiring Xia Shang's arrangements. This way, Lin Feng can get the work done, while also preventing him from owing favors and potentially defaulting on payments or having other thoughts later on. Qin Xian asked softly, Is there anything else you need me to tell him? Xia Shang finally opened his eyes and looked up. Unfortunately, because of Qin Xian's sitting posture, a soft curve blocked his view, preventing him from seeing his senior's expression at that moment. However, judging from her slightly trembling tone and increasingly attentive massage pressure, this senior seemed even more excited than the person being massaged. That's all, just tell him that. Qin Xian immediately placed an order for 3 ordinary bows and 2 crossbows in the exchange. These weapons are inexpensive, and even 5 of them wouldn't cost too many resources. However, the resources Xia Shang had given her before were almost gone after buying these weapons. She didn't feel sorry for him. Instead, she felt a sense of satisfaction in being a good housekeeper for her master. She carefully considered her words and sent a message to Lin Feng. Qin Xian, I'll trade you 5 weapons. Xia Shang asked you to help him upgrade them, and he'll give you 10 loaves of bread as payment. On a small island in another part of the sea, Lin Feng stared blankly at the pop-up message. Upgrade 5 weapons, and the reward is 10 dry, hard rye breads. The Xia and Shang dynasties were far too stingy. I'm an S-level talent owner, is this all I'm worth? Lin Feng is a god, honey, ask him what level you want to upgrade to. The fees vary depending on the level. Upon seeing this reply, Qin Xian's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Here's some food, and I'm asking you for a favor, why are you taking so long? Lin Feng is becoming more and more unpleasant to look at. Despite her impatience, she lowered her head, leaned close to Xia Shang's ear, and repeated it in a gentle voice. Finally, she lowered her voice and added, with a hint of accusation. Master, Lin Feng is just that kind of person. He loves to push his luck and has a very thick skin. His words revealed his personal resentment without any attempt to conceal it. Xia Shang certainly understood. An ordinary weapon is worth only a few hundred resources on the market. It can be upgraded to the rare level, and the price can instantly soar to around 20,000 resources, which is dozens or even hundreds of times higher. Lin Feng's desire for more compensation is perfectly reasonable from his perspective. However, Xia Shang did not think it was reasonable. Rare grade, Xia Shang said succinctly. Ask him what he wants. She quickly relayed Xia Shang's request. Lin Feng is a god, rare grade? What would he need so many rare grade weapons for? Upon seeing the message, Qin Xian silently rolled her eyes, feeling that the question was completely unnecessary. Qin Xian, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just name your price so I can report to him. She thought for a moment and then added, playing the role of a virtuous wife. Qin Xian, however, Lin Feng, let me remind you, Xia Shang has helped us a lot, so don't ask for too much. Lin Feng is a god, don't worry, baby, I know what I'm doing. Tell him, how about 50 liters of water for upgrading a rare weapon? 50 liters of water? Qin Xian looked at the number and let out a very soft snort. Xia Yubing was just saying that 500 milliliters of fresh water is priced at 180 yuan. 50 liters of water translates to a total of 18,000 resources. What's the difference between this price and buying a finished rare weapon directly from the exchange? Why would I bother asking you to enhance my skills? Have you lost your mind? She didn't even bother to relay this ridiculous quote to Xia Shang. Qin Xian, aren't you dreaming? 5 liters of water per case is about right. When Lin Feng saw this reply, his heart skipped a beat. From 50 liters, cut it down to 5 liters in one fell swoop? This isn't haggling, this is cutting off his lifeline. But to be honest, Even if it's a 5-liter bottle of water, he can still make a profit. He estimated that enhancing a rare weapon would consume at most about 1 liter of fresh water, based on his talent. He made a net profit of 20 liters of water from this deal. If it weren't for that scoundrel Xia Shang monopolizing the entire exchange's freshwater resources, he would have made a fortune long ago by selling enhanced weapons. Raymond Lam is a god, honey, isn't 5 liters of water too little? Can you help me discuss it again? Qin Xian almost burst out laughing. He was willing to accept the reduction from 50 to 50. It seems that my offer was still above his bottom line. Qin Xian didn't need to ask Xia Shang about this at all. Qin Xian, oh dear, how can I discuss this with you? You know how precious water is these days. Lin Feng remained silent for a full half-minute on the other end of the chat window. Lin Feng is a god, honey, could you please tell him if upgrading a weapon by 6 levels is okay? I need fresh water to upgrade my weapon too. Consuming fresh water? Qin Xian's eyes widened instantly, sparkling with excitement. This news is such a pleasant surprise. She immediately lowered her head and said excitedly, Master! Lin Feng said he needs fresh water to upgrade his weapons. Oh, one more thing, he just asked for 50 liters of water per case, but I've already bargained it down to 6 liters. Qin Xian reported her achievements with a beaming smile. Xia Shang opened his eyes. Oh? So that's how it is. Now everything makes sense. No wonder this kid was so desperate to borrow water from me before. It turns out his talent requires water? By monopolizing the fresh water supply of the exchange, he effectively strangled his talent. He has S-class abilities but nowhere to use them, which is why he lives in such a predicament. However, Luoli and Xia Yubing's water-selling live stream is about to begin. The exchange's freshwater resources will soon be circulating again. Starting today, Lin Feng's S-level talent should truly demonstrate its value. Exchanging 6 liters of water for a rare weapon seems like a great deal, but the Xia Shang dynasty would never do something like aiding the enemy. Tell him there are only 10 loaves of bread and 1 liter of water, and if he doesn't want to, then forget it. Qin Xian shuddered. Master, you're so mean! She felt that Xia Shang was right. Lin Feng was still missing the most crucial step. He hasn't even asked Xia Shang to help him yet. Why should we give you so much water? Qin Xian, I explained it to him properly for you. There aren't even 5 liters of water left. Qin Xian, he said that besides the water you need to upgrade your weapon, he'll give you at most another liter as payment. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, I should have overstated the consumption. That bastard Xia Shang, he has so much water, yet he's hoarding it like a miser. Lin Feng is a god, tell him, there are 11 of us here, all students from Jiangda University. Wouldn't it be better if we all helped each other out? Raymond Lam is a god, honey, can you please beg him for me? Can you give me 2 liters of water? That's right. Qin Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. That's exactly how it should be. You told me to beg him, so don't blame me. Qin Xian chuckled to herself, but it wasn't possible yet. She wants Lin Feng to beg her several times, and then she refuses. At least she needs to go back and forth a few times before she agrees, right? Qin Xian, Lin Feng, what kind of person do you take me for? You're making me, a woman, plead for you in a situation between you men? Aren't you being a little shameless? On the other end, Lin Feng panicked upon seeing the message and quickly typed an explanation. Raymond Lam is a god. No, baby. I didn't mean anything by it. Raymond Lam is a god. I just wanted you to put in a good word for him for me. I've been messaging him, but he's completely ignoring me. Raymond Lam is a god. If you feel uncomfortable, then just forget it, okay? Please don't overthink it. When Qin Xian saw the words, then forget it, she was so angry that she increased the pressure of her massage on Xia Shang. Stop calculating. You piece of trash, why couldn't you have held on a little longer? She took a deep breath, suppressing her displeasure. Qin Xian, Lin Feng, I know you're going through a tough time right now. Fine, for the sake of all your classmates, I'll ask him one more time for you. Qin Xian, but this is the last time. If you ask me to do something this difficult again, I'll really get angry. Qin Xian, and don't get your hopes up too high. If I manage to convince him, that's fine, but if I can't, I'll probably only get a liter of water. Raymond Lam is a god, okay. You're the best, baby. I promise, this is absolutely the last time. Thank you, baby, I love you. Raymond Lam is a god, honey, hurry up, I'm waiting for your good news. Qin Xian looked at the message and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. She continued massaging Xia Shang's head with gentle and focused movements, while whispering to herself. The last time? How could I possibly let you be the last time? Raymond Lam, your best days are yet to come. Chapter 64. Damn it. Why isn't this guy playing by the rules? Not long after, Lin Feng sent the 5 enhanced weapons to Qin Xian. There are 3 longbows and 2 repeating crossbows in total. She carefully took the weapon out of the trading interface and neatly placed it on the grass in the courtyard. Xia Shang stood up, casually picked up a longbow, and weighed it in his hand. Rhinoceros horn longbow, rare. The item's attribute enhancements don't specify the exact damage values, so it seems the item's power depends on the user's strength. Xia Shang intends to keep this one in his hand. What Xia Shang found interesting was that Lin Feng seemed to have enhanced all his arrows. This longbow has a total of 20 silver-white arrows with very sharp arrowheads. It's surprising how dedicated Raymond Lam is to his work. Although he still prefers modern firearms, he has nowhere to get them right now, so playing with this longbow as a toy when it's fully drawn is not bad. He traded the remaining 4 crossbows, along with their matching bolts, to Yang Yuanlong. With this limited weaponry, it's certainly not enough to defend against organized enemies like pirates. However, at least it gave the people on Farm Island the means to launch an attack. After finishing these chores, it was already past 9 in the morning. He turned to look at Qin Xian, who had been waiting quietly beside him. Senior, get your things ready, let's go. Qin Xian's eyes lit up instantly. She bit her moist red lips to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. Master, wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Xia Shang walked out of the courtyard and came to the beach. With a thought, a flash of pink light appeared on the blue water, and the pink yacht reappeared on the sea. He boarded the ship first, and went to the cabin to put the thermostat in. On the other side, Qin Xian walked to Luo Li's side. She whispered in Luo Li's ear, drawing circles on Luo Li's back with her finger. Little Li, could I borrow 2 of those first? She had already squandered almost all of the 15,000 resources Xia Shang had given her, and buying those weapons just now had completely depleted her resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the nerve to ask Luo Li for a loan. Luo Li and Xia Yubing were discussing the process of selling water via live streaming when they noticed Qin Xian's hesitant expression. She gave me a knowing, mischievous smile. Last time she bought a whole 500 of them in one go, so she has plenty in stock. Here, take it yourself. She shoved the things into Qin Xian's hands and winked. But remember to tell me how much you use later, I need to keep track of it. Qin Xian bit her lower lip, lifted the hem of her maid outfit, ignored her, and quickly ran towards the yacht. As soon as she boarded the ship, she called out, All right, master, let's go. Xia Shang stood at the bow of the boat and said to Luo Li and the other 2 who had come out of the courtyard to see him off, Contact me immediately if anything happens. The 3 girls on the shore waved vigorously at him. Luo Li watched the pink yacht gradually sail away. This was the first time Xia Shang had left her in the past few days. She was actually a little reluctant to part with it. Baby, be careful! The yacht carved a white trail on the sea and quickly disappeared where the sea meets the sky. The 2 entered the cabin, and the atmosphere in the enclosed space instantly became somewhat subtle. The sound of the yacht cutting through the waves made the tranquility all the more striking. This was the first time Qin Xian had been alone with Xia Shang in such an environment. For a moment, she really didn't know what to talk about, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She sat awkwardly in a corner of the sofa, not too far from Xia Shang, with her legs together. He sat with such dignified posture that he looked like he was going to a job interview. Xia Shang, meanwhile, lay relaxed on the sofa with his arms behind his head, and he could clearly feel the somewhat resentful gaze beside him. But he closed his eyes. Qin Xian looked at his handsome profile. Qin Xian, can't you take the initiative a little more? She mentally encouraged herself, took a deep breath, and cleared her throat. Ahem, master, would you like to use your lap as a pillow? Xia Shang slowly opened his eyes. Okay, come here. Those 5 simple words immediately brought a bright smile to Qin Xian's face. She jogged over to Xia Shang's head, then gently supported his neck, placing her black stocking thighs underneath. Xia Shang let out a satisfied hum, and shook his head to adjust his posture. It has to be said. Although Luo Li's legs are also quite nice, Qin Xian's thighs are softer and more comfortable to use as a pillow. My nostrils were filled with the faint, intoxicating scent of her perfume. He closed his eyes again, looking like he was about to go to sleep. Now, Qin Xian was really worried to death. Why is there no movement again? She racked her brains for topics to keep the atmosphere from getting cold. Master, have you ever been in a relationship before? Xia Shang actually thought about it for a moment. There was definitely no real romantic relationship. I only had a one-sided crush on a classmate. No, why are you asking that? No? That's great. Qin Xian's fingers unconsciously began to pick at the sofa cushion. It was just casual chatting, but I don't think it's very likely. Master, you have such a good personality and are so handsome. There are so many beautiful girls in our school, surely not a single one of them is pursuing you. Xia Shang adjusted his posture, turned to the side, and his cheek was pressed against her leg. No, I'm just an ordinary boy at school. Qin Xian felt a little smug inside. As long as she continued the conversation along her lines, she didn't believe Xia Shang could maintain his composure. No way! I think you're excellent in every way, master. Look at Luo Li now, how content and happy she is every day. Xia Shang smiled inwardly. As expected of Jian University's campus belle, her conversational skills were truly exceptional. With just a few words, she could skillfully steer the conversation in the direction she wanted. Unfortunately, she met herself. Suyu, how's your contact going? The sudden change in topic left Qin Xian with a lot of prepared words stuck in her throat. She bit her red lips, furious. Hate. Why isn't this guy playing by the rules? At this moment, shouldn't he have followed his own lead and asked out of curiosity what satisfaction and happiness meant? Then you pretend to be shy and say it out loud. His sudden turn almost made her strain her back. How did it suddenly jump onto Suyu? No wonder no girls are chasing after you. We haven't been able to contact them yet. She was a little discouraged, but quickly rallied and found another angle to approach the topic. However, I'll tell you a secret, master. Don't be fooled by Suyu's seemingly innocent appearance. She's actually a little bitch. Yeah? Qin Xian immediately became excited, leaned forward slightly, and deliberately blew the breath from her mouth into Xia Shang's ear. Let me tell you, when we used to practice yoga together, there were some poses called downward-facing dog and stuff like that, you know? It's okay if you don't know. Anyway, she only practices these kinds of moves, so just think about it. Xia Shang could clearly feel the temperature on his neck rising. As the senior student talked, he himself became quite excited. However, he decided to cool her down. Oh. He even deliberately dragged out the last syllable. Then a complete 180-degree turn. How's your cooking coming along? Qin Xian felt like she was about to explode. She was so angry that her nose twitched slightly upwards, and she let out a cute little snort. He definitely did it on purpose. He's just teasing himself on purpose. Qin Xian pouted, internally struggling with her feelings. Never mind. Why bother with all this messy setup? Anyway, there are only the two of them on this yacht, and outside is the sea. They are far from the Emperor's reach, so what is there to be afraid of? Just go straight up and select A. Master, Lin Feng asked me to ask you for a favor. Chapter 65 Sister Yubing, we're just missing you. On the small island. Xia Yubing held a small notebook in her hand, filled with densely packed numbers. She reached out and gently ruffled Luo Li's soft hair. Listen up, before 12 o'clock, a 500 milliliters bottle of chilled water is only 180 yuan. This is a special offer. From 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., the price will be increased to 220 points. After 3 o'clock, it will be 250 points. Have you remembered clearly? Don't say the wrong thing later. This pricing was also carefully considered by Xia Yubing. At 180 yuan a cup, the price is the most reasonable, and it's within the range that most people can afford to splurge. However, she will only sell a small portion of them at this price. All you need to say is that everyone is too enthusiastic and production can't keep up. Large-scale sales will have to wait until after 3 p.m. That's when most people are really intrigued, which is the best time to reap the rewards. Luo Li sat on the rattan chair, swinging her 2 white-stockinged legs, and impatiently turned her head away, brushing her hand away. Oh dear, master, please stop chanting. She pouted, her little mouth slightly pursed. I'm not a 3-year-old, how could I not remember such a small thing? You've already said it 3 times. Looking at her adorable appearance, Xia Yubing shook his head helplessly and let go of her hand. She glanced down at the inventory statistics in the notebook, and a wave of emotion washed over her. 6 tons of fresh water. In today's environment, this number is practically a gold mine. She swept up all the fresh water on the exchange that was priced lower than hers. As for those that are ridiculously expensive, she doesn't care. Based on the minimum of 180 resources per 500 milliliters, this batch of water would amount to nearly 2 million resources. Once she has the funds, she can proceed with her next plan. Monopolizing the expansion plans. However, this investment is too large, and some resources need to be accumulated. Xia Yubing pressed further. Anything else? Luo Li sighed deeply and replied in a drawn-out tone. I remember the 10-liter family sharing pack and the 50-liter alliance special pack. She jumped off the stool, moved closer to Xia Yubing, and gave him a look that said, You're so annoying. Seriously, I thought it was just a live stream to chat with fans and sell some stuff, but you've turned it into something like going to work and meeting the boss. Xia Yubing rolled her eyes at her, then moved a small wooden stool and sat down next to her. Now that your man isn't here, aren't I the boss? She crossed her legs, her posture elegant yet carrying a hint of pressure. Little guy, if you mess up this live stream, I'll be the first to tell on you when your junior comes back. TCH. Luo Li scoffed dismissively. What is her relationship with Xia Shang? Still filing a complaint? She couldn't wait for Xia Yubing to complain. Thinking of this, Luo Li chuckled mischievously and leaned over, gently poking Xia Yubing's soft waist with her elbow. Sister Yubing, do you believe that my 500 can be used up in a month? Xia Yubing's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew that Luo Li would immediately perk up as soon as this topic came up. She didn't bother pretending not to understand. I believe it too much. Who knows, it'll be all gone in a week. Upon hearing this, Luo Li became even more excited and simply hugged Xia Yubing's arm, rubbing her face against her shoulder. She whispered something in Xia Yubing's ear. You! Xia Yubing laughed out of anger at her words, reached out and pinched her small nose, pushing her face away. You're becoming more and more unserious. How can you say such things? Luo Li didn't seem to mind. Senior Bai just arrived, and our girl group is missing you. Don't embarrass us. Xia Yubing rubbed her forehead, feeling a sudden headache. This little girl is definitely too deeply poisoned. There's no cure. What kind of magic does Xia Shang possess that he can turn Luo Li and Qin Xian, 2 beauties of heaven, into what they are now? Even if there is electricity, it shouldn't be this bad, right? She's different from them. She doesn't spend all her time thinking about those messy things. Okay, stop fooling around. Xia Yubing straightened her clothes. Let's start the broadcast quickly, or it will be almost 10 o'clock. Not far away, Bai Jingxi, who was building a trellis for the bougainvillea, listened silently to their conversation, her pretty face already blushing so deeply it looked like it could bleed. These three people have such a good relationship. It was so good that even she, an outsider, found it somewhat unbelievable. How could someone talk about that kind of topic so easily and naturally? Good heavens, is this island really legitimate? Just as she was thinking, Xia Yubing called out, "Senior Bai, come and help us." Seeing her approach, Xia Yubing continued, "Later, you can help create a lively atmosphere. You don't need to say anything else, just agree with whatever Luoli says." Bai Jingxi said, "Oh," and roughly understood what she meant. It meant being the straight man. She had met him before. Those people who agree with others like idiots in a live streaming sales session are called assistant broadcasters. But she'll soon be playing the fool herself. With everything ready, Luoli opened her live stream. She had announced yesterday that she would take her fans on a tour of the legendary Goddess Island today. As soon as the live stream started, the number of people on the screen began to jump wildly. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 150,000 viewers flooded into the live stream, and the number continues to climb at an alarming rate. Luoli was in a great mood today, and she gave the camera a bright and energetic smile. "Good morning, everyone! Please wait a couple of minutes until the number of people has stabilized, then I will take you on a tour of Goddess Island." The barrage of comments instantly surged like a floodgate opening. She said the blackening was from firecrackers. Here she is, the goddess is finally live. Why are you so happy today? Your complexion is so rosy. Even a minute is impressive. I'm still fishing for treasure chests. Is there any free water to collect today, streamer? Having learned my lesson in the cornfield, wow, the streamer looks so beautiful today. Can I see some of the other goddesses? Luoli looked at the comments and laughed even more. She cleared her throat and turned the camera to the side. Want to see other goddesses? Luoli pointed the camera at Xia Yubing, who was sitting upright to the side. See her? This is Xia Yubing, the campus belle of Jian University. Isn't she beautiful? Xia Yubing calmly gave the camera a slight smile and waved gently. Luoli then turned the camera to the other side, focusing on Bai Jingxi, who seemed somewhat at a loss. Hey there, you see that guy over there too? He's from Jian University, isn't he handsome? In the video, Bai Jingxi's cheeks are flushed, and she nervously clutches the hem of her clothes, making her look even more charming. Before the comments section could even gasp for Bai Jingxi, Luoli turned the camera back with a mischievous grin. It's none of your business if it looks good. Just take a look and that's it. She then took the viewers in the live stream for a walk around the courtyard. The exhibition showcased the roses, lawn, and coconut trees that Bai Jingxi had meticulously arranged and maintained, as well as the half-person-high coconut trees in the distance. Learning from the daughter-in-law, such beautiful flowers? Let us see them up close. After 2 days of seeing yellow sand, my eyes are about to go blind. By a twist of fate, holy crap, this environment is too luxurious. Is this a survival exercise? This is a vacation. They've even planted coconut trees? Cold bamboo lying on the ground in the quiet night, 50 square meters feels so big. Wow, this environment is amazing. Blackberry marshmallow, where's Summer? I haven't seen Summer Business School. I want to see him. Luoli glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments, and sure enough, the female IDs all cared a lot about Xia Shang. She felt a little smug and wanted to show these people how good Xia Shang's figure was now. Unfortunately, he is not here now. After the presentation, she sat back down in the wicker chair in front of the flower wall, her expression becoming more serious. All right, the tour is over. Now let's get down to business. There are 2 important announcements to make during today's live broadcast. First, just like yesterday, there will still be free water delivery today. Secondly, starting today, Our goddess island will officially begin selling chilled fresh water to the public. The moment those words were spoken, the entire live stream went silent for a second, and then the chat exploded like a volcanic eruption. Luo Li took the ice water that Xia Yubing handed her, which was in an exquisite wooden cup. She deliberately placed it in front of the camera to show off the thin layer of white frost covering the cup. The glistening water droplets slowly slide down the smooth wood grain, and just looking at them gives you a refreshing feeling that seems to penetrate the screen. Look everyone, these are all chilled. Doesn't it taste even more refreshing than room temperature? Off camera, Bai Jingxi chimed in. Yes. Even more awesome. Luo Li. Iced water, is the probability of you getting it from treasure chests very low? I remember that only treasure chests of silver level and above have a chance of getting it, right? Bai Jingxi. Yes. Luo Li. So besides my live stream, where else can I buy it? Family members, what do you think? Bai Jingxi. No. I'll pay for this glass of ice water today, instead of your 500 resources. How are the resources at 399? The scrolling of comments accelerated even further. Where are the 299 resources? Finally, he smashed the glass of water in his hand onto the grass. 180 resources. Is 180 units of this product for 500 milliliters cheap? Is it a good deal? Bai Jingxi. Cheap. Great value. Luo Li actually quite liked this feeling. Watching the crazy barrage of comments made her feel a little giddy. Okay, I know my family is eager to get on board, but before we get on, I'd like to say a few more words. If you have any good stuff, feel free to contact me. After saying that, she remembered that Xia Shang wanted to eat meat, and quickly added. Also, if any family members can get their hands on any young livestock, or chickens, ducks, geese, or anything like that, they can come to me and I'll buy them at a high price. I'll count to 3, and it'll be on the shelves right away. Bai Jingxi rolled her eyes. 3 numbers. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yubing walked to Luo Li's side. Don't rush, there's one more benefit I haven't mentioned yet. She paused, then gave a meaningful smile. We will randomly place 10 engraved wooden plaques in every bottle sold today. Everyone who buys water with the wooden tag will receive a reward of 5 liters of ice water. And you can also come tonight to watch the lucky draw. We will draw 2 more lucky winners from these 10 people. If it's a male, then he can get a grand prize of 10,000 resources. If you are a girl, you can get a free 5-day trip to our goddess island, including food and accommodation. But please note that you are only eligible to participate if you purchase before 12 o'clock. Their words were like 2 bombshells, exploding in the live broadcast room. The comments section went completely wild. The Danshui market, which had been monopolized by the Xia merchants for 2 days, is finally opening today? And it's ice-cold water. On this hot island, the mere mention of iced is enough to make one's mouth dry and fill one with longing. 500 milliliters of 180G resource, although it is a bit more expensive than the normal market price. But with a monopolistic market and the allure of chilled drinks, this price doesn't seem so unacceptable. Even crazier, there's even a prize draw. 10,000 resources. What does that even mean? That's equivalent to the amount you need to open 100 regular treasure chests. For the female viewers in the live stream, the reward for spending 5 days on Goddess Island is 10,000 times more tempting than 10,000 resources. That's Goddess Island. It's that mysterious and powerful man's territory this summer. If I could go to the island, what if, by any chance, he took a liking to me? Wouldn't that be like achieving instant success and never having to worry about survival again for the rest of your life? Immediately, those with the resources rush to buy them. If you don't have the resources, ask your husband to buy them. If you don't have a husband, ask your boyfriend to buy it. Those without boyfriends should ask their teammates to buy them. At the same time, on another desolate island, Lin Feng's face was so gloomy it looked like it could be wrung out of water. He stared intently at Luo Li and Xia Yubing, the 2 smiling women on the live stream, his anger erupting like a volcano. Bang! He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the wall of the simple wooden hut beside him hard. The already flimsy wooden plank let out a mournful sound, almost breaking through it. Fuck the Xia Shang! Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. You're messing with me, aren't you? Tang Xiangyang, standing to the side, crossed his arms and sneered. Lin Feng, your girlfriend is really something. She's teaming up with another man to make a fool of you. Even without Tang Xiangyang's reminder, Lin Feng himself had already sensed the strong smell of betrayal. What is the relationship between Luoli, Xia Yubing, and Qin Xian? My best friend and I are such a thoughtful girl who even goes to the bathroom together. Luoli was going to do something as big as live streaming to sell water, so why wouldn't she tell Qin Xian beforehand? That's absolutely impossible. But what about Qin Xian? She didn't mention it to me at all. I upgraded 5 rare-grade weapons myself, and that's how I got 1 liter of water. Based on the price Luoli has announced, it only costs a little over 300 resources. In other words, Xia Shang only spent 360 resources and 5 loaves of bread to get 5 rare-level weapons for free. Damn it! And the timing was incredibly precise. He had barely finished upgrading his equipment when the other party started selling water at a low price. Isn't this just blatantly humiliating him? Lin Feng is now starting to seriously doubt whether Qin Xian has truly changed her mind. Did they really conspire with Xia Shang to deceive him, treating him like a complete clown? I'll call her right away and ask her. Time passed second by second. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Nearly half a minute passed, but the other end still didn't answer. Lin Feng's anger surged to the top of his head, and he felt as if his blood was on fire. Lu Ruyan crossed her arms and leaned against the broken wooden post, secretly delighted to see Lin Feng's frantic state. That's what made you reject my confession back then. Now look what happened, you got screwed over by your girlfriend. Look at that look on your face, like you just lost your parents. It's so satisfying. She certainly wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Oh dear! Lu Ruyan feigned surprise and covered her mouth. Yanji, look at Luoli's live stream. It seems like only Qin Xian and Xia Shang aren't there. What are they doing? It's so hard to guess. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head, his eyes blazing with anger, and glared fiercely at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, watch your mouth. Oh, getting impatient? Lu Ruyan crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and met his gaze without fear. Did I say something wrong? Wasn't what I said the truth? Tang Xiangyang frowned. All right, Ruyan. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and walked straight out of the wooden house, looking at the 9 men on the island fishing for treasure chests under the scorching sun. She opened Luoli's live stream, pouted enviously, and then clicked on the link at the bottom of the live stream. Let's buy one, just in case. Did you actually win? After payment. Seeing the glass of water that had appeared in her backpack, Lu Ruyan took it out. She glanced at it, and her peach blossom eyes widened immediately. Every word in chapter 66 is the truth. Inside the house, Lin Feng angrily kicked the wooden wall again. He was just about to start cursing. A voice request popped up. It's Qin Xian. Lin Feng answered the voice call almost instantly, his urgent voice filled with barely suppressed anger. Honey, you finally answered. Why didn't you answer me for so long? On the other end of the voice call, the sound of waves crashing one after another could be heard. The wind was very strong, howling loudly. Interspersed among them was the sound of jingling bells. Qin Xian's voice came through, steady but with a hint of fatigue. I was busy just now, is there something you need? Lin Feng pressed on. Where did you and Xia Shang go? Qin Xian's tone remained calm. I went out to sea with him, so what? They've set sail? A lone man and a lone woman? Lin Feng's teeth were grinding together. He barely suppressed his anger. Just the two of you? There was silence on the other end of the voice call. Almost half a minute passed, long enough for Lin Feng to think the signal had been lost, before Qin Xian's voice finally rang out again. Yes, I boarded the ship with him. The waves are really big today. He said water would get into the cabin and asked me to help clean it up. Lin Feng nodded. When Tang Xiangyang went to pick them up today, the sea was indeed very rough. His younger brother vomited several times. Does his boat still have bells? This time, the silence in the voice message lasted even longer. The sounds of the sea breeze and waves became the main noises, and the tinkling of the bells seemed to follow the rhythm of the wind, ringing out more frequently. Finally, a minute later, Qin Xian's voice, clearly showing impatience, came through. I hung it in front of you. Do you want me to take a picture of it for you? I'm exhausted. What do you want to ask this time? Can you stop being so long-winded? This attitude. Lin Feng was taken aback. The fire that had just ignited in his heart was extinguished by his exhaustion and impatience. It was perfectly fine this morning. The reason it has become like this is because it must have suffered a great injustice in front of Xia Shang, and is just putting on a brave face. His anger instantly transformed into heartache for Qin Xian. Honey, why didn't you tell me beforehand that Xia Shang was going to sell such a large amount of water? He meant to ask gently, but the words that came out of his mouth unknowingly turned into a complaint. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Qin Xian seemed to have been touched on a sensitive spot, and suddenly choked up and began to sob. Wu! You're actually blaming me? Xia Shang wants to sell water, how could I possibly know? What makes me think I would know? She cried uncontrollably, but seemed to want to stop herself from crying out loud, sobbing and gasping for breath. What? I grovel before him every day, living like a slave, and now you're blaming me? Lin Feng's heart clenched suddenly. That crying was definitely not faked. Moreover, he could tell that she seemed to be tightly covering her mouth. Lin Feng knew this. She used to be like this, often squatting on the ground, covering her mouth, and crying bitterly. The damned sound of the bell mingled with her crying, leaving Lin Feng in a state of utter confusion. Wah, how many times have I pleaded with him for your sake? Every single time I was humbled and subservient? I was just pleading with him to give you an extra liter of water, and now you're doubting me. A picture even appeared in Lin Feng's mind. His beloved girlfriend was curled up alone in a dark, damp corner of the cabin. Alone and helpless, she covered her mouth, suppressing all her grievances, and cried to herself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being useless. They can't even get their hands on a single flying beast, which is why she's suffering this inhuman torture over there. His heart softened instantly, and his voice became gentle. I'm sorry, baby, it's my fault. Please don't cry, okay? Didn't Luoli tell you about this? Aren't you best friends with her? You two are besties. I'm not asking you this to blame you. I just want to get more resources. Isn't that also for our future? His words only made Qin Xian sob even louder, as if she had found an outlet for her emotions, and she couldn't catch her breath several times. Lin Feng didn't dare to urge her. All he could do now was listen to her complaints. After a long while, she finally finished relieving herself and said in a choked voice. Best friend? She and I are best friends, but she's with Xia Shang every day now. Does she even acknowledge me? She treats me like a slave too. If you really want me to know everything about Xia Shang, then I'll just do what Luo Li did, throw myself into his arms and stick to him 24/7. Would that satisfy you? He just gave me some good food, trying to bribe me, but when I thought of you, I couldn't eat a single bite, sob. That's not what I meant, baby. Lin Feng panicked. I just think Xia Shang went too far this time. He's deliberately trying to set me up. Is he there? I'll talk to him myself. Honey, don't cry yet. Qin Xian's voice suddenly dropped to a very low hue, trembling with fear. Wah, he's here. I'll put it on speakerphone, you can talk to him yourself. But upon hearing that he would actually have to confront Xia Shang directly, Lin Feng's momentum instantly weakened by 3 points. If this were in the old world, he wouldn't even give Xia Shang, who was at the bottom of society, a second glance, let alone have an equal dialogue with him. But now the situation is beyond our control. He could only try diplomacy first, then resort to force. Brother, what you did this time, no matter how you look at it, was a bit underhanded, wasn't it? Rare-grade equipment is worth at least 20,000 resources on the market, and I upgraded 5 of them for you. You know how much I lost? Xia Shang's voice came from the other end of the call, his breathing steady. Then what? Lin Feng frowned even more deeply. You at least have to give me some compensation, right? Xia Shang seemed to smile. What kind of compensation? Raymond Lam feels he has a chance. But he didn't dare to ask for too much, for fear of completely angering the other party, and then getting nothing at all. He tentatively said, Can you give me another 30 liters of water? Consider it as making up the difference in price. Oh. Xia Shang snorted coldly. This kid really dares to ask for double the amount right off the bat. Dream on. You still owe me something, you son of a bitch. The voice came through the microphone, showing Xia Shang stretching his body. Then someone sat heavily on the sofa. Xia Shang's voice rang out again, this time sounding much lighter. Why should I compensate you? You and Qin Xian agreed on this during the transaction, what's the problem? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng clenched his fists until they turned white, his knuckles protesting. That's a fucking beast. In the past, any sports car I owned would have been enough to buy your life, you son of a bitch. My weekly allowance is enough to cover your annual living expenses. That's what happened after you came to this world, it's allowed you to become so incredibly arrogant. Lin Feng suppressed his anger and said, word by word. We're all alumni of Jiangda University. Isn't what you're doing a bit inhumane? I just finished enhancing your skills, and you immediately start selling off your knowledge. Can you honestly say this isn't specifically targeting me? Both Xia and Shang were amused. Targeting you? Today's opening of the warehouse is just to earn some resources and, incidentally, to give Xia Yubing something to do. This kid really knows how to pat himself on the back. Xia Shang's voice turned cold, revealing a hint of impatience. Do I need to target you? Senior, hang up the voice call. As soon as Xia Shang uttered those words, Qin Xian's voice immediately came through the audio. Don't be angry anymore. At least, I managed to get you that liter of water. I'll trade it to you later. After saying this, the voice message was cut off with a beep. Silence returned to the cabin. Lin Feng stood there, stunned. Although Xia Shang's attitude infuriated him. But Qin Xian's words before hanging up were like a warm current, calming his agitated mood considerably. To be honest, getting another liter of water was a pleasant surprise for him. What made him feel a little uneasy was that his girlfriend had been wronged again. Just now, that crying sounded, that exhausted tone. It's absolutely impossible to fake. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Xia Shang, I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. Now that water is no longer a problem, it's time to start snowballing our success. He wants every player in the entire Jiangqing district to be using his weapons in the future. He glanced at Lu Rian, who was leaning against the doorway, watching him with a look of amusement, but the image that flashed through his mind was Qin Xian's tear-streaked face. Haha, Xia Shang! Don't think you're the only one who can build some bullshit goddess island. Once I've built up my empire, I'll bring 10 times more women to the island than you do. I want you to understand that opening the floodgates today is absolutely the worst decision you've ever made in your life. Tang Xiangyang sat in the wooden house, looking at Lin Feng with a smirk. You're a rich second-generation heir who's slept with so many women, how come you're being treated like a dog by a woman now? Is your brain made of android? Tang Xiangyang didn't want to expose his thoughts. What if his Dao heart was shattered? We still need him to strengthen our weapons and acquire resources. Alright, now that we have water, upgrade a few more weapons, and we'll set off immediately. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, I understand. Meanwhile, inside the cabin of the pink yacht, Xia Shang stood up, walked to Qin Xian who was crying and completely exhausted, bent down and picked her up in his arms. After gently placing her on the soft sofa. Sigh, how can someone cry like this just from making a voice call? Tears were everywhere. He looked Qin Xian up and down and asked seriously. Senior, to be honest, if you go to the performing arts department, you'll definitely have a bright future. Qin Xian turned her head away. What? I was just telling the truth. That's true, what she said was absolutely true. Yes, I didn't say you were lying. Qin Xian pouted. Buy me a pair of stockings. Xia Shang turned to look at her. Why are you like Senior Luoli? Have you run out of resources? Qin Xian was stunned for a moment. Just like Luoli? She looked at the stained black stockings in her backpack and almost burst into tears again. She had already squandered all the resources Xia Shang had given her. Xia Shang smiled and traded another 30,000 resources to Qin Xian. Buy it yourself, get dressed and come out, we've arrived. He bent down and picked up the snacks that Qin Xian had thrown aside, and asked, Senior, do you still want some? If not, I'll throw them away. Qin Xian's face flushed even more, and she shook her head. No more. What? Xia Shang casually tossed the ship's cabin aside. All right, Senior, stop crying. Qin Xian's lips twitched slightly. I couldn't control myself. Chapter 67 is still about the lesbian sisters. The small black dot on the sea surface was rapidly stretched and magnified as the pink yacht sped forward. An island that had clearly not been expanded came into view. The island was in a mess, with dark red bloodstains everywhere and even disgusting fragments of people scattered on the yellow sand. A strong stench of blood and decay wafted towards us against the sea breeze. In the center of the island, a tattered army green cloth hung on two wooden frames, forming a makeshift shed that could barely shield the island from the scorching sun. Inside the shed, 3 women lay sprawled out. One of them, wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt, had his entire right arm severed clean off his shoulder. The wound had turned black, and the yellow sand beneath him and half of his clothes were stained black and red. It was completely still, clearly dead. The other 2, though not bearing such horrific wounds, were covered in dried blood and grime, huddled together, lifeless. Xia Shang's beast ears twitched slightly. Amidst the cacophony of waves and wind, I caught 2 incredibly faint heartbeats. He's still alive, but barely clinging to his last breath. Qin Xian, who was in the cabin, put on her stockings and walked out, leaning against the pink wall. Her 2 long, straight legs, clad in black stockings, were pressed tightly together, and she walked with a noticeable pigeon-toed gait, making each step quite strenuous. As soon as she stepped onto the deck, she was shocked by the horrific scene on the island and gasped in horror. "Per Master, is this the place you came to see them?" Without even thinking, she could imagine the desperate struggle these people went through when they encountered the sea monster. Xia Shang nodded. Too lazy to walk up the gangway, he took 2 steps back, took a running start, and leaped nimbly from the bow deck. He easily crossed the distance of a few meters and landed steadily on the blood-stained beach. He walked straight to the dilapidated wooden shed, squatted down, and reached out to turn the 2 still living women over. "Twin?" Xia Shang raised an eyebrow. One of the 2 women was the baby whale, who had taken advantage of him and then insulted him. He remembered her profile picture. But the 2 women in front of me looked almost identical. Even their shoulder-length short hair seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Although her pale and haggard face was covered in blood and dust, it still couldn't hide her delicate features and mature aura. Her beauty was indeed astonishing. The Xia and Shang dynasties were too lazy to bother distinguishing between them. He bent down and easily lifted the 2 unconscious women off the ground, 1 in each hand. Back on shore, he bent his knees slightly, exerted his strength again, and easily leaped back onto the yacht's deck. With a bang, he threw the 2 unconscious women onto the deck. Just as Qin Xian was about to come closer, the sour and bloody smell assaulted her nostrils, causing her to immediately take 2 steps back and pinch her nose with her slender fingers. She fanned herself with a look of disgust. "This stinks. It's completely marinated. Are we still going to take it home?" Xia Shang grabbed the 2 women's ankles and dragged them into the cabin. "Let's wake them up first." He had already made up his mind. These twin sisters are truly stunningly beautiful. One of them is a 90 out of 100, and the other is definitely up to par as well. Judging from this situation, she is most likely the perfect, pretty face I've been looking for. If their talents were useful, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. This was actually a pleasant surprise for him. I thought it would be a lot of trouble, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to get on the ship. Moreover, finding a pair of stunningly beautiful sisters on the first trip is incredibly lucky. Back in the spotless cabin, Jean Xian wrinkled her nose and asked, "Master, what about their clothes?" "It stinks." The pink cabin, which was originally fragrant with the scent of several girls, is now filled with only a sour and foul smell. Xia Shang waved his hand. "Take it off and throw it away." With permission, Jean Xian stepped forward and pinched the corner of the dirty clothes with her two slender fingers in obvious disgust. She didn't want to take off her clothes one by one, instead, she just tore them off. Then she tossed the fabric into the sea as if it were trash. Neither of them had any major injuries, mostly just scrapes and bruises. It seems that he fainted mainly due to prolonged dehydration, hunger, and extreme fear. Xia Shang unscrewed a bottle of water, squatted down, and fed each of them a few sips. During this process, he discovered the only difference between the twins. On their delicate collarbones, there is a small red birthmark, shaped like a red heart. One is on the left, and one is on the right. As for who the baby whale is, we'll have to wait until they wake up to confirm. Xia Shang stood up and gave Bisui the order to return to port. The pink yacht immediately and smoothly turned around and headed back the way it came. Jean Xian tilted her head, curiously examining the two naked people on the ground, and muttered, "Why do I feel like I've seen them so many times?" As she spoke, she took a clean towel, dampened it with water, and bent down to carefully wipe the dirt off their faces. As her original stunning beauty was revealed, Jean Xian stared intently for a long time, then suddenly clapped her hands. "Oh! I remember now! Aren't these Jiang Ruoyao and Jiang Ruojin?" Xia Shang glanced at her. She was indeed beautiful, with a strong, mature, and sophisticated aura, but he was certain he had never seen her before. "Do you know the senior?" She immediately began to introduce Xia Shang. "These two are very famous in Jiangqing. They're super popular twin car models, and at the Jiangqing International Auto Show every year, they're definitely the focus of attention. Moreover, they have over 1 million followers on Douyin. I usually like to post some dance videos that push the boundaries, or share some luxurious daily life videos. I also heard that the two of them are actually..." After saying that, she winked mischievously at Xia Shang and said with a wicked smile, "Don't tell me you haven't seen their videos before." Her reminder brought a vague impression to Xia Shang's mind. He hadn't been to any auto shows, but he seemed to have actually come across short videos recommended by Big Data Analytics. Is it a? No wonder she hates men so much. However, Xia Shang also found it amusing, both because he disliked men and because he filmed suggestive videos to pander to otaku. Isn't this utter nonsense? "Never mind that, senior, you tie them up first, I'll splash them to wake them up." He had personally experienced the baby whale's bad temper, even through the screen. "When I woke up a little while later, I found myself on a strange man's boat. Who knows what kind of trouble I'd get into. Tie it up now to save trouble." "Ah?" Jean Xian covered her mouth and blinked. "Master, didn't you say we weren't bandits?" Xia Shang walked over and lightly patted her pert buttocks, laughing. "You call this a bandit? Have you ever seen a bandit rescuing someone?" The pat made Jean Xian's body tremble slightly. She thought about it carefully, and Xia Shang was right. If Xia Shang were truly bandits, then these two sisters wouldn't have been woken up by being splashed with water. "All right." She stood up and took a roll of something out of her backpack. "Master, look, I'll tie it up in a pretty pattern for you." What Jean Xian was holding was not a rope at all, but a long strip of smooth, brightly colored red silk. She crouched down, her fingers flying across the paper, her movements so skillful they were dazzling. The red silk seemed to come alive in her hands. It moved, wrapped, and knotted in no time, binding the two sisters on the ground tightly. After Qin Xin finished tying up the clothes, she clapped her hands and said, "What internet celebrity, what supermodel? Here, I've tied him up like a dumpling, haven't I?" She proudly raised her head. "How is it, master? Isn't it beautiful?" Xia Shang watched her skillful technique and couldn't help but marvel. "It's almost too beautiful. This technique looks almost too skillful." Qin Xin met Xia Shang's curious and inquisitive gaze. "Hi, I watched instructional videos on the website before." "Oh. That's not surprising." Xia Shang walked up to the two sisters and gave them the water he hadn't finished feeding them. It was poured directly onto their faces. The icy water instantly covered their faces. A few seconds later, the figure on the ground began to move. The woman with the birthmark on her left collarbone trembled violently a few times before suddenly opening her eyes. Her eyes were initially blank, but her vision gradually focused from the blurry patches of color. What comes into view is a clean, tidy, and even dreamy pink cabin. The ceiling, the walls, the floor beneath her feet, everything was completely different from the hellish island she remembered. Where am I? Shouldn't I be on that damned, broken island with my sister, waiting to die of thirst or be eaten by sea monsters? She struggled to turn her stiff neck, and then she saw a man. A tall, handsome man whose face made her heart skip a beat. He stood not far away, arms crossed, looking down at me with a scrutinizing gaze. This man looks familiar. Before her mind could process the chaos, she sensed movement around her. She instinctively turned her head and her eyes widened in shock. Beside her was her younger sister, Jiang Ruojin, who was bound by bright red silk. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream shattered the tranquility of the cabin, piercing everyone's eardrums. Jiang Ruoyao turned around again and recognized the man in front of her. "You perverted freak! What do you want to do to us? Let me go! Help!" Chapter 68. This talent must be acquired. Jiang Ruoyao's screams were heart-wrenching and particularly piercing in the enclosed cabin, making everyone's eardrums buzz. She twisted and turned desperately, trying to break free of her restraints. However, the seemingly luxurious and soft red silk was bound exceptionally tightly, as if it were an extension of the body. The more she struggled, the tighter the silk tightened, and clear red marks soon appeared on her skin. This made her already numerous abrasions and bruises even more painful. "You perverted bastard! I'm going to sue you! I'm going to expose you online! Help! Is anyone there?" Her voice was filled with terror and anger. She had no idea what was going on. Beside her, Qin Xin, who had just been basking in the glory of her perfect bondage skills, stood. Hearing this deafening scream that could lift the ceiling, his handsome brows gradually furrowed. She first glanced at Jiang Ruoyao, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground, with some displeasure, and then turned her gaze to Xia Shang. Xia Shang was also getting annoyed by the noise. "Are you going to expose me online? Do they really think this is still a civilized society with a sound legal system? Still posting? Should we start with family members? Does anyone know anything about this? I encountered a lecherous man at sea today." He gently raised his chin at Jiang Ruoyao, who was still crying and shouting. With a simple gesture, Qin Xion's face, which had been adorned with a charming smile, instantly turned cold. She'd love to do that. She strode forward, her long legs encased in black stockings, and slowly walked to the two sisters, looking down at Jiang Ruoyao, who was still screaming. Her once gentle voice was now devoid of any warmth, chillingly cold. "Shout again? If you shout again, I'll throw the guy next to you into the sea to feed the fish." Jiang Ruoyao suddenly turned her head and met a pair of cold and indifferent eyes. There was no sympathy, no pity in those eyes, only pure indifference. But at that moment, her mind was completely overwhelmed by humiliation and anger. Especially herself and her sister, who were bound together in such a shameful way. They were placed in front of a strange man like two dishes. This feeling is even more painful than killing her. "What are you looking at? You brainwashed lackey of men! You stinking dog!" Snap! A crisp slap rang out, and before Jiang Ruoyao could finish her curse, Qin Xian's slap landed squarely on her face. The blow was forceful, knocking her face to the side, leaving 5 clear finger marks on her fair cheek. Brainwashing? You've been reading too many novels. Jiang Ruoyao was completely stunned, her ears filled with a buzzing sound. In all her life, when has she ever suffered such injustice? The pent-up frustration and anger in my heart burst forth instantly. You dare hit me! I'll fight you to the death! You bitch, I'll fight you! Snap! Another crisp sound. Qin Xian slapped her again with her backhand, her face cold, and directly turned her head back to normal. This time, blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Ruoyao's mouth. Then, she bent down, grabbed Jiang Ruoyao's sticky, shoulder-length hair, and pulled her face in front of her. Then he pinched his nose in disgust. I'm giving you one last chance. If you dare to shout or use foul language again, I guarantee I will personally throw the person next to you down. As Qin Xian spoke, her eyes were fixed on Jiang Ruoyao's, and the fierce look in her eyes made Jiang Ruoyao's heart skip a beat. The scalp stung from being pulled by the hair, and her cheeks burned, but none of that mattered as much as the resolute determination in Qin Xian's eyes that showed she meant what she said. Jiang Ruojin, who was standing to the side, remained weak and terrified after being splashed with water and woken up. Seeing her sister being beaten, she coughed several times in a panic before quickly begging for mercy in a hoarse voice. Please, please stop hitting me. Jiang Ruojin's voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes were full of pleading. My sister is just terrified, please be lenient. She tried desperately to move her body, wanting to reach out and rub her sister's reddened cheeks. But his hands and feet were tightly bound, and he could do nothing but wriggle on the ground like a worm. Helpless tears streamed down her cheeks. Wah, sister, please, just say less. The younger sister's tearful pleas finally extinguished Jiang Ruoyao's burning anger like a bucket of cold water. She turned her head stiffly, looked at her sister's pale, tearful face, and felt a sudden pang in her heart. A chilling fear instantly shot from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. If what this woman said is true, if they had really thrown Xiaojin into the sea just now, that boundless, completely buoyant sea. The thought of that scene chilled Jiang Ruoyao to the bone, and she dared not utter a sound. Seeing that she had finally behaved, Qin Xian rolled her eyes disdainfully, let go of her hand, and snorted coldly. We saved your lives out of kindness, and not only are you ungrateful, but you also dared to make a scene here. Do you really think you're still the internet celebrity that everyone was watching? Let me tell you, in this world today, life is as fragile as paper. You want to die, don't you? These words completely shattered the sisters' last psychological defenses. They immediately quieted down, even their breathing became soft. Jiang Ruoyao lowered her head and sobbed incessantly, her humiliating tears dripping onto the pink floor. She secretly glanced at her younger sister, her heart filled with resentment and confusion. Save us? Is it possible to rescue someone and then tie them up in such a shameful way? This man is definitely a perverted sex maniac, and this woman is his accomplice who has been completely brainwashed. On the other side, Jiang Ruojin cast a complicated look at her sister. They are twins who have been inseparable since childhood and have developed a tacit understanding that transcends words. Many things can be understood with just a glance. Jiang Ruoyao understood the meaning in her younger sister's eyes. Sister, stop making trouble, just live first. Seeing that the two had completely quieted down, Qin Xian clapped her hands in satisfaction. Humph, you think I can handle you? When she turned around to face Xia Shang, the cold expression on her face instantly melted, and she playfully gave him a flirty wink. My performance as the bad cop was absolutely perfect. Moreover, those 2 slaps he just gave Jiang Ruoyao really felt good. This feeling of being high above and in control of everything made her sink deeper and deeper into it. More importantly, she knew that Xia Shang would most likely take in the 2 sisters. If she establishes her authority now, won't she have subordinates on the island later? Then, wouldn't it be perfectly legitimate to push the cooking, washing, and cleaning chores onto them? Thinking about this made Qin Xin feel even better. Xia Shang leaned back in the soft sofa and watched Qin Xin's performance from beginning to end, giving her an approving look. I have to say, this senior's cold and disdainful expression and demeanor towards outsiders really doesn't seem like an act. It's an aura that emanates from within. However, he quite liked this feeling. It's so convenient to have someone else do the things that are inhumane for you, instead of doing them yourself. He leaned further back into the sofa before slowly speaking, his voice flat. Give me your name, age, and talents. The two sisters trembled simultaneously. In the end, it was Jiang Ruojin, whose personality was more delicate, who slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was hoarse and weak from prolonged dehydration, but she still recounted her and her sister's situation in great detail. Xia Shang was also somewhat surprised after hearing this. These two sisters are only 20 years old? Judging from their mature and sophisticated demeanor, he thought they were at least around the same age as Qin Xin. Jiang Ruojin seemed to sense Xia Shang's confusion and added in a low voice. My sister and I just look older than our age. Xia Shang didn't care about their backgrounds. He tapped the armrest of the sofa lightly with his finger, interrupting her, and continued to press. What about talent? This problem caused the air inside the cabin to become somewhat stagnant for a moment. Jiang Ruojin hesitated for several seconds. Her lips moved but no sound came out. Jiang Ruoyao, standing beside her, turned her head away in shame and indignation, biting her lower lip tightly, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her face, which had been pale and bloodless due to weakness, now had a sickly blush. Talent. Just as Jiang Ruojin was organizing her thoughts and thinking about how to begin, Qin Xin's icy gaze fell on her once again. Jiang Ruojin shuddered under that gaze, knowing there was no way to escape it anymore. She closed her eyes, resigned herself to her fate, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Yes, it's an E-class vehicle called Phantom Twins. Class E. Xia Shang sat up straight, and his previously languid expression finally changed. E-rank talent? This means that as long as they come to the island, you can directly obtain all of their attribute points. And there were 2 of them at once. If he takes this back, its effect on improving his strength will be immense. He stared into Jiang Ruojin's eyes and pressed her for an answer. And the results? That one. Jiang Ruojin swallowed hard, feeling her throat so dry it felt like it was about to burst into flames. With her eyes closed and her last bit of strength, she spoke. As long as it's just the 2 of us and a man. That will enhance both of our attributes. Qin Xin, who was standing to the side, was so shocked that her mouth dropped open and her eyes widened. Oh my God! There's actually such a talent. Instead of calling it Phantom Twins, why not call it double the happiness? She glanced at Xia Shang and thought to herself, his luck is just too good. Xia Shang, however, had much more on his mind. He instantly understood why Jiang Ruoyao had such a fiery temper before. This woman was already a fanatic, but she and her sister both drew a talent that required them to rely on men to become stronger. If she doesn't break down, who will? However, on the other hand, the twin sisters' talents are a perfect match for his own, their compatibility is ridiculously high. As they become stronger, it means he can gain double the attribute points from them. Xia Shang stood up from the sofa, his tall figure bringing a strong sense of oppression. He walked step by step to the 2 sisters and stopped. Now you have 2 choices. First, come with me to my island. Secondly, I will find a small island where everyone has died, put you there, and let you fend for yourselves. As soon as Xia Shang finished speaking, Jiang Ruoyao's instinctive aversion to men and her inherent arrogance instantly overwhelmed the fear that had just arisen. She yelled out as if provoked. Let us down! Who wants to go to your crappy island? I'd rather die than be with a pervert like you. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ruojin's face turned deathly pale, and even her lips trembled. Sister! No! Jiang Ruojin's face turned deathly pale. She screamed with all her might, and tears streamed down her face like a flood. I don't want to! I don't want to be thrown down. I don't want to die. Wah, sister, I don't want to die. However, Xia Shang simply watched the emotionally agitated Jiang Ruoyao quietly. As you wish. Chapter 69. Sister, please. From now on, you can do whatever you want. The pink yacht eventually stopped about 7 or 8 nautical miles from Xia Shang Island. There is an island where no one has died. Compared to the island where Jiang Ruoyao and her sister had stayed before, this island was a true hell on earth. The dried, blackened bloodstains covered almost the entire island. Several mutilated corpses were scattered around, their fragments beginning to blacken and decompose under the scorching sun. Xia Shang was too lazy to waste any more words on the two sisters. With one hand he grabbed the knot of rope that Qin Xian had tied to the two women, and easily lifted them up. After reaching the bow of the ship, Xia Shang lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped off the yacht with his tall figure. A muffled thump was heard. Qin Xian stood at the bow of the boat, watching the two fair and graceful bodies crash heavily onto the blood-stained beach. The coarse sand mixed with the viscous liquid instantly covered Jiang Ruojian's entire body. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming smell, which made her stomach churn. She opened her eyes wide in horror to see a corpse in front of her, its entrails spilling out onto the ground. Ah! Fear instantly shattered her psychological defenses. Ignoring the pain in her body, she desperately raised her head and pleaded with Xia Shang, who had returned to the bow of the yacht, with heart-wrenching cries. I want to go to your island. I want to. Don't leave me here. Please, please. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Xia Shang looked down at her. Begging me won't help. Please beg your good sister who would rather die than submit. Jiang Ruoyao's chest heaved violently, and her stunningly beautiful face was distorted with rage. Damn it! If you've got the guts, untie this rope! She writhed and struggled on the beach, her efforts futile. What kind of skill is it to use such despicable methods? You perverted bastard! Qin Xian walked to Xia Shang's side, her gaze coldly sweeping over the two women on the island, one crying her heart out and the other cursing at the top of her lungs. She leaned close to Xia Shang's ear and whispered, Master, are you really just going to throw it away like that? Xia Shang smiled and reached out to pull Qin Xian into his arms. Of course I want it, why wouldn't I? But... Xia Shang's gaze fell once again on Jiang Ruoyao, who was still cursing on the island. He is usually quite gentle with women and wouldn't typically use such methods. Like the female students on the island, they all got along very well with him. This person has too fiery a temper and a foul mouth. It would be too much trouble to take him home and have him arguing with you every day. Her sister is quite sensible, but it's a pity that their talents are so great that neither of them can do without the other. Xia Shang put his arm around Qin Xian and turned to walk into the cabin, which was equipped with a constant temperature and air conditioning. Let's go, senior, let's leave them out for a while. As Qin Xian walked, she said, So what do we do now? Just wait around. Xia Shang pinched her heart. Let's not just wait. Qin Xian pouted slightly, then obediently leaned against Xia Shang's chest, her cheeks flushed, and softly hummed in agreement. On the island, the two sisters were exposed naked to the scorching sun. The intense ultraviolet rays, with no shielding, scraped against their delicate skin like a steel wool pad. Within minutes their skin turned red and burned. Jiang Ruojian's voice became completely hoarse from crying, and she could no longer shed tears, leaving only futile sobs. Before her lay the mutilated corpse. The stench of the corpse kept waking up her nose, causing her to gag several times. The feeling of dehydration in my body became more and more intense, and waves of dizziness surged up one after another. She turned her head in despair, looking at her sister beside her who was still struggling in vain, muttering curses at Xia Shang. Why? Jiang Ruojian squeezed out a voice in a hoarse tone, filled with incomprehension and resentment. We clearly had a chance to survive. Why did you do this? Jiang Ruoyao stopped cursing. She was panting heavily, but her eyes remained sharp. Survive? Survive under the rule of that bastard? She sneered. What's the difference between that and being dead? It's better to die here now, cleanly and neatly. Jiang Ruoyao! Jiang Ruojin completely broke down, screaming her sister's name. You hate men. I don't. You hate men. Why do you want to drag me down with you to die? The grievances and resentment that had been building up in his heart for years erupted like a volcano at this moment. Being a model and shooting those short videos that even I find disgusting, weren't you forcing me to do every single one of them? Well, I could have gone to a good university, I could have dated like a normal girl, and you ruined it all. I've tolerated all of this, you forced me to live with you, forced me to sleep in the same bed with you every night. All I want right now is to live. I don't want to die like this, without knowing why. Wah! This series of accusations was like a series of sharp knives, piercing Jiang Ruoyao's heart. Her gaze froze, staring incredulously at her usually docile and obedient younger sister who always listened to her. Am I forcing you? If I hadn't been watching you, you would have been deceived by those filthy men outside long ago. You would have been defiled by them. Jiang Ruoyao's voice trembled slightly as she urgently tried to explain. Do you think I wanted to do those things? Everything I did was for our future. But Jiang Ruojin was so tired of hearing those words from her that she was practically numb to them. If this were in the past, in that peaceful world, these manipulative tactics might make her feel guilty, making her think that her sister is really thinking of her. But now, on this island of death, on the edge of life and death, these words sound utterly absurd. She felt that the older sister in front of her was a complete and incurable madwoman. For me? It's to satisfy your own desire for control. Jiang Ruojin bluntly exposed her. Why should you impose your ideas on me? Why, I'm already 20 years old and I've never even held a boy's hand. I've never even had a single relationship, and now I'm going to die here without even knowing why. Sob sob. Just then, the porthole of the pink yacht opened. Qin Xian poked her head out, shaking it. So pitiful, oh. Xia Shang held out a hand. Okay, senior, don't disturb the sisters' private conversation. Before she could finish speaking, a large hand covered her fair neck and pulled her back. The porthole was closed once again. Jiang Ruoyao, as if grasping at a lifeline, immediately spoke to her younger sister. Look! Did you see that? That's what men are like. A look of disgust appeared on her face. Your mind is full of filthy and disgusting things. Do you still want to be with a creature like that? Jiang Ruojin twisted her bound body, tears streaming down her face, but a mocking smile appeared on her lips. And what about you? Aren't you dirty? Aren't you noble? These words left Jiang Ruoyao completely silent. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She loved her sister deeply, to the core of her being, wishing she could enclose her within herself and never be separated from her. But she never imagined that her sister actually thought this way about her. My sister has changed. She has begun to crave men, and even hopes to be saved by the man who just humiliated them. Seeing that her sister was unable to speak, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Ruojin's heart. She remembered Xia Shang's words, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. As long as her sister gave in, they could survive. Her tone softened, tinged with tears, and she used the gentle, soft tone that Jiang Ruoyao loved to hear most. Sister, I'm begging you, okay? From childhood to adulthood, you have always decided what color underwear I wear and what kind of friends I make. I have never disobeyed you. Just this once, please listen to me, okay? Jiang Ruoyao fell completely silent. She slowly closed her eyes, not wanting to see or hear anything. Let them just die from being baked by the sun. Once you die, you can say goodbye to this damn world. Perhaps all of this is just a nightmare. After she dies, she can return to her original world and live happily with her sister as before. Jiang Ruojin's voice was full of seduction. Sister, I beg you, as long as you nod, you can do whatever you want from now on. I'll grant you all the requests you made before, okay? Jiang Ruoyao's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she still did not open her eyes. Time passed by, second by second. The two sisters quieted down. Only faint sounds from the distant yacht could be clearly heard. The scorching sun burned their bodies, and the moisture in their bodies was gradually evaporated. Their breathing became weak, and their consciousness began to fade. In her semi-conscious state, Jiang Ruojin used her last strength to squeeze out a few words from her chapped lips. Jiang Ruoyao, I hate you. Those 5 simple words made Jiang Ruoyao's heart feel like it had been squeezed hard. Why? I gave you everything I thought was the best, so why do you insist on having a man? Her sister's hateful words echoed repeatedly in her mind. I don't know how much time passed. A series of gurgling sounds as the seawater boiled woke the two people from their deep sleep. They knew that voice all too well. Sea monster. Sea monsters are coming ashore. Jiang Ruojin's mind flashed back to the bloody scene on the island where one of their teammates was torn to pieces by a sea monster. That deep-seated fear completely overwhelmed everything and ignited her most primal desire to survive. Jiang Ruoyao! She screamed with all her might. If you really hate that man that much, then go and become stronger. Go and defeat him. Instead of hiding here like a coward and waiting to die. You're going to die like this now. What kind of skill is that? You're just a coward! Jiang Ruoyao's body jolted, and she actually opened her eyes. Coward. This time, there was no anger in her eyes, only a deathly calm. She looked at her sister quietly and asked in a hoarse voice, Why do you insist on living? Overwhelmed by fear and despair, Jiang Ruojin blurted out, I just want to experience the life of a normal woman. Normal woman. She looked at her sister's face, streaked with tears and grime, filled with despair and longing, and clenched her fists. It's all my fault for being so useless. He can't even protect his own sister. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. From their early days as models, to entering this damn world, and now. The sounds of sea creatures crawling on the beach, and the distinctive fishy smell were already clearly audible. Jiang Ruoyao finally made up her mind. If she doesn't want to die with him, then I'll first get my sister safely to that man's island, and then figure out a way to leave, or die. In this way, at least her life was saved, and I can say that I have done right by her. With difficulty, she nodded heavily towards her sister. Seeing her sister nod, Jiang Ruojin was instantly overjoyed. She had no time to think, nor did she care about the imminent danger. She screamed at the top of her lungs, using all the strength she had to shout towards the yacht. Master! My sister agreed! She agreed! The sea monsters approached step by step, and Xia Shang appeared at the bow of the ship, looking refreshed. Really? I didn't hear her say that herself. Chapter 70. Your body is quite honest, isn't it? Xia Shang's words were light and casual, yet they struck Jiang Ruoyao's heart with a heavy weight. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into the soft flesh of her palms. My sister's life is now in this man's hands. The sound of sea creatures rubbing against the sand, mixed with a nauseating stench, already hits you. She opened her chapped lips, and the sound she made was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. I'm willing to go to your island. However, Xia Shang on the yacht shook his head in dissatisfaction. His gaze fell on Jiang Ruojin, who was standing next to him, her face flushed with excitement. Look how sensible your sister is. You! Jiang Ruoyao looked up abruptly, her anger rising again, but it was instantly extinguished when she met Xia Shang's indifferent gaze. She understood perfectly well what he meant. She bit her lower lip hard with her teeth, and every word she forced out tasted blood. Master, I'm willing to go to your island. Xia Shang then smiled. Wasn't that good? This child is teachable. Before he finished speaking, he leaped off the bow of the boat. She landed nimbly on the beach, standing steadily between the two sisters and the sea creature, watching them with a calm expression. The sea monster clearly didn't take this tiny human seriously, opening its massive mouth full of slime and fangs and letting out a roar. Roar! Jiang Ruojin trembled with fright and instinctively closed her eyes. Jiang Ruoyao stared intently at Xia Shang's back, wanting to see what gave this man the right to be so arrogant. Xia Shang casually threw a punch at the sea beast that pounced on him. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a dull thud, the sound of a fist hitting a metal plate. Immediately following was a loud bang. The sea monster's ferocious head exploded. A mixture of red, white, and green liquids was sprayed everywhere. The headless, enormous body swayed and then collapsed with a crash. Xia Shang didn't even glance at it, raised his foot and kicked the corpse into the sea, creating a huge wave. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. The sea breeze swept away the last trace of blood, leaving only his clean and neat back view. The blood that was splattered everywhere was like eerie flowers blooming beside this man. He turned slightly to the side, and his handsome and cold face was gradually revealed. Jiang Ruojin opened her eyes, and this was the scene she saw. Her mind went blank. The breathtaking scene played on an endless loop in her head. That's too strong. And he's so handsome. She remembered the 4 of them fighting fiercely on her own island. However, one was torn to pieces on the spot, and the other had an arm bitten off, which is how they managed to win by sheer luck. Then look at the man in front of me. A sudden, inexplicable admiration arose in her heart. The long-dormant heart was completely ignited at this moment. If it weren't for him, they would have died of thirst on the previous island long ago. I had been bound by him in this way before and experienced his domineering nature, but what does that matter? No matter what, he was my savior. She shouted joyfully, her voice hoarse. Thank you, master! Xia Shang turned around, ignoring her thanks, reached out and grabbed the knot behind their backs, easily bringing them back to the boat. Bang! The 2 were thrown onto the deck. Xia Shang went over first and untied the red ribbon that Qin Xian had carefully tied. The silk strips looked soft, but they left purple marks on their skin. Jiang Ruoyao instinctively wanted to reach out and rub her sister's wrists, which were chafed by the rope. Her hand had only reached halfway when Jiang Ruojin slapped it away hard with a smack. Jiang Ruoyao was stunned. She looked up and met her sister's eyes, which were filled with indifference and disgust. Xiao Jin, Her lips trembled as she tried to say sorry. Don't touch me! Jiang Ruojin's voice was icy cold. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have to suffer like this. Jiang Ruoyao was completely speechless, and could only stare blankly at her younger sister, her heart breaking. Xia Shang watched them quietly. The difference in their personalities was even greater than he had imagined. Jiang Ruoyao left it by pinching her nose. If it weren't for their talent requiring 2 people to work together, they would have been kicked off the ship long ago. In comparison, his younger sister Jiang Ruojin was much cuter. He still preferred this kind of normal woman. He opened his game backpack and, under the watchful eyes of the 2 sisters, began taking out bottle after bottle of mineral water. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 5 bottles. Jiang Ruojin's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. 10 bottles, 15 bottles. The burning pain in her throat made her swallow uncontrollably, but her mouth was so dry that she couldn't produce a single drop of saliva. She had never seen so much water since arriving in this ghost world. She even considered rushing over and grabbing those bottles, pouring them all into her body, one by one. Master, can I have a drink? After Xia Shang took all 20 bottles, he straightened up and said calmly, I can't drink them. The light in Jiang Ruojin's eyes went out instantly. This is for you to take a bath. Wash off all the dirt on your body before going into the cabin. Upon hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. Bath? Using so much water to take a bath? Jiang Ruojin thought she had misheard. This was far too extravagant. Even Jiang Ruoyao, who was next to her, had an instant flash of unbelievable surprise in her eyes. Bath. She hasn't taken a shower for 3 whole days. Even without the bloodstains, under the scorching sun of the island, their bodies were already sticky and smelled of a sour stench that even they couldn't stand. As a former glamorous model, she simply couldn't tolerate these smells on her body. If I could take a shower, it would be worth it to let this stinky man take advantage of me. Xia Shang caught the fleeting excitement in her eyes and chuckled softly. Isn't your body quite honest? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head, nervously twisting her hands together, her thumbs digging into the knuckles of her index fingers, trying to use the pain to hide her embarrassment. Xia Shang ignored them and ordered Bisui to return to port. He then turned and stepped into the cool cabin. Inside the comfortable cabin, Jean Xian was still lying on the soft pink sofa. Hearing footsteps, she slowly came to her senses and struggled to sit up. Owner! The call was so melodious and sweet, so enchanting, that it gave Xia Shang goosebumps. This senior student is really becoming more and more open. He walked over and sat down next to Jean Xian, sinking into the soft sofa. The little maid beside him stretched out her soft arm and took Xia Shang's arm, pressing her whole body against him. Owner! Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed water stains still remaining on the cabin floor, which she had accidentally spilled while drinking. She was about to get up, but Xia Shang pressed her shoulder down and pushed her back onto the sofa. Let them come in and get it done. You can rest for a while. This unexpected concern filled Jean Xian's heart with sweetness, making her feel like she was bubbling with honey. She bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xia Shang, then obediently nodded and rested her head on his shoulder. A short while later, the two sisters, having quickly washed themselves clean, entered the cabin. A wave of icy air hit them, making them shiver involuntarily. Both of them were soaking wet, though there were still many places that hadn't been washed clean, still stained with dried blood. But compared to how he looked like a refugee before, it's much better now. As soon as they came in, they awkwardly hugged their shoulders, lowered their heads, and only dared to look at their toes, not daring to meet Xia Shang's gaze on the sofa. Xia Shang looked the two women over and noticed that they looked quite emaciated, perhaps because they had been starving for the past 3 days. The shape of the ribs was visible on the skin. He opened the exchange, casually bought 2 black and white maid outfits, and threw them directly on the ground in front of them. Put these on first. These will be your work uniforms from now on. The two sisters felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They quickly squatted down, grabbed their maid outfits, and disregarding their shame, hurriedly put them on with their backs turned. Taking advantage of this moment, Xia Shang sent a message to Xia Yubing. Soon, the other party traded him 2 large glasses of ice water, each glass containing a full liter, with tempting condensation droplets clinging to the glass walls. After the two sisters had changed into their maid outfits, and stood there awkwardly, Xia Shang placed 2 glasses of ice water on the coffee table in front of him. He pointed to the small water stain on the floor and said to Jiang Ruoyao, "Once you've finished wiping the floor, you can have some water." They didn't dare drink a single drop of the 20 bottles of water they had used for their shower. At that moment, I saw 2 glasses of ice water steaming on the coffee table. Both of them felt as if their hearts and throats were being scratched by countless tiny hairs, an itchy and uncomfortable sensation that made them dizzy. Jiang Ruoyao looked away from the ice water and saw her younger sister's undisguised longing for it. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, picked up the towel beside her, and silently squatted down. Holding a rag, I began to clean haphazardly. On the other side of Xia Shangqiao, Jiang Ruojin raised her chin. The other person, however, looked at him blankly, not understanding what he meant. An awkward smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Master. She was good at reading people's expressions, but she couldn't see anything of value in Xia Shang's face. I told you to sit on the sofa. Can't you even understand that? You're so stupid. Jean Xian rolled her eyes. Oh! Jiang Ruojin finally realized what was happening and glanced at Xia Shang, feeling somewhat flattered. Without thinking too much, she plopped down on the soft pink sofa. However, her posture was stiff, with her hands neatly placed on her knees, gently rubbing them. She buried her head in her chest, only daring to glance out of the corner of her eye at her sister who was squatting on the ground, humiliatingly wiping the floor. Jean Xian was about to be driven mad by her again, and reminded her with exasperation. I told you to sit down, and you just sit there? Don't you even react? What about thanking me? Jiang Ruojin jumped in surprise and quickly spoke in Xia Shang's direction. Thank you, master. Snort! Qin Xian snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. She has no sense of propriety at all. How can she be in the modeling industry? She hugged Xia Shang's arm even tighter, pressing her full breasts firmly against his arm. Xia Shang found it amusing to see Qin Xian so enthusiastic. Senior, I'm entrusting these 2 new recruits to you. Train them well to become professional maids, not like you who's only half-baked. Qin Xian pouted and retorted softly. Huh! How am I half-baked? I clearly tried my best. Xia Shang shrugged. Look, you're talking back to me. What else can you call that but a half-baked amateur? Qin Xian quickly covered her mouth with her hand and blinked her big eyes. It seems, that's indeed the case. Oops. The main reason is that my relationship with Xia Shang is getting better and better. It does make her occasionally forget her identity. However, she was quite confident that she could train 2 truly professional maids. Okay, just you wait and see. The 2 chatted intimately and casually, leaving Jiang Ruojin, who was standing next to them, completely bewildered. Were they really in a master-maid relationship? It looked so normal, and even a little sweet. There was absolutely no feeling of oppression or enslavement. He still calls her senior sister? While she was lost in thought, Jiang Ruoyao finally finished cleaning that small patch of floor. She looked up and saw Xia Shang interacting intimately with Qin Xian. Master! I'm done cleaning. Can I drink it now? Upon hearing this, Xia Shang nodded to her. The moment they were given permission, the 2 sisters could no longer hold back. Almost simultaneously, they pounced on the coffee table, eagerly picked up the 2 wooden cups, and began to gulp them down. The cool water slid down their parched throats, and the ultimate feeling of comfort made them both let out sounds of satisfaction. Each person had a liter of ice water, which they gulped down in less than a minute. That exhilarating feeling was more intense and pure than any other sensation in the world. After drinking the water, Jiang Ruojin felt like she had come back to life, and her physical fatigue and mental tension were relieved a lot. She put down the wooden cup and called out in a clear voice. Thank you, master! On the other side, Jiang Ruoyao felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw her younger sister calling her master, so familiarly and naturally so quickly. She silently put down the cup, lowered her head, and whispered, Thank you, master. Although she expressed her gratitude, Qin Xian was very dissatisfied. In her eyes, a professional maid should have a noble and elegant temperament, and even drinking water should be done in a refined and ladylike manner. Instead of drinking like a bald, burly man. She immediately put on a stern face and said, I'll let it go this time, but if you do this again next time, you'll be in for a beating. Both of them trembled upon hearing this. This woman seemed even more stern than their master. But they couldn't think that far ahead, so they could only lower their heads and whisper, Okay. At this point, the yacht slowed down, and the outline of the distant islands became clearly visible.